I'm starting now, though.
Okay, we live? You're saying we live?
Yeah, I think we should be.
We are live
For the third time.
for the third time. Oh my gosh. For the last time.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Okay. Wait, let me go ping some people. Oh no, I gotta go back and find the ping list. Oh Lord, have mercy.
Hi, Jazzy!
Jazzy's here. Hello, Jazzy. Welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us. So great to have you again. Milk is here. I see Milk.
Milk?
Milk is here. Or at least it says they're here.
Oh, where?
Okay, I found it.
I might be
I went
blind.
to in the community section, and the viewers it says Milk is here.
I didn't even know you could view that.
Yes, sir. All right, starting stream 3, chapter 29. We're gonna give it just a few minutes. Yes, Jazzy. Oh my gosh, we're doing so well, Jazzy. I can't even begin to explain how well I'm doing right now. I hope you are doing so well.
I'm getting hydrated as we speak.
Hydrate or dihydrate.
Yep.
Oh, gotta make sure I get inky too. Okay, Raph posted that thing that I'm gonna link soon too.
I'm gonna have the best sleep of my life after all this.
I know. I've been waking up like every morning way too early. Just way too early.
No, same.
And then like rocketing out of bed and being like, I have things to do. I can't think. Okay, everyone has been pinged. I'm seeing the running man emoji, so I guess people are flying all the way over here. That's great. Okay. We'll let a few more people come in just to make sure we don't leave anybody out. In which case, I'm gonna do the whole other thing that I was supposed to do that I can't reveal because it's a secret. It will be revealed in 10 hours though, so.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna tell,
I do want to tell
a little joke.
I'm gonna tell a little story. It has nothing
That's
to
a whole
do
story.
with it. I want to tell a little story. Okay. Since I'm on this track though, and I'm neurodivergent, I cannot be stopped, and I have to finish what I'm doing before I move on. So give me 1 second just to add a little something to the upcoming finale chapter. Very, very important.
Oh, you tease me.
I sure do. Inky's here. Welcome, Inky.
Hi, Inky.
So good to see you again. So pleased to have everybody. Okay, I have officially finished the thing that I wanted to do. Okay, so hey. We do have a few people here. Okay. I want to tell this story.
Telescopes!
Telescopes is here. Welcome, Telescopes. Good to hear from you again.
Bro, Telescopes, your post cracked me up.
Oh my God. Raph is here. Good morning, Raph.
Hi, Raph.
Yeah, absolutely. Telescopes. I was crying, rolling in my bed.
Oh, I love Jackson Phillips. I was telling Hauntie, I was like, dude, Jack would ask Philip to do a collab, and Philip would be like, hell no.
Absolutely. Y'all haven't seen Telescope's post. Go to my Tumblr. It's on there right now. I reblogged it. Oh my God, you're in for a treat. Okay. This is plenty of people to tell a story. Okay, I want to tell you a story. Not because it is relevant to the fic, not because it is relevant to Malevolent at all, but simply because it's the funniest thing that I've ever heard in my entire life. And I now have the opportunity to tell potentially hundreds of people this story. And I think that is my God-given gift. I think that this is what I was truly meant to do. So I want to tell you a story about my friend John and his father, Mr. Brian. So Mr. Brian is a character. He's just a quirky, silly guy. He's so full of whimsy. I love him a lot. And he's also not always the best with timing and execution. Despite him being very, very funny, sometimes it really backfires. And my first introduction to ever hearing about Mr. Bryan was potentially the worst thing I've ever heard in my life. And it was so funny that I forgot what funniness was after I heard it for like at least a day. So Mr. Bryan has a few sons, including my friend John. And at one point in time, all of his sons, John's siblings, were telling him about D's nuts jokes. He had no idea what a D's nuts was. And so his sons are like, okay, we'll usher you in to the new generation of comedy. So they told him about like the Imagine Dragons D's nuts joke. So they were like, hey, Dad, do you like Imagine Dragons? Yes. Imagine Dragon D's nuts across your face. Ha And Mr. Bryan was like, that's so funny. That is so funny. That's so funny. And the kids were like, yeah, Dad, like it's okay, yeah, great. Yeah, they're really funny. I'm glad you think so. And so Mr. Bryan was like, one day I'm gonna use this. And they're like, okay, then, good luck. So like time passes, months later, they're having like this family dinner and they invited their friend, like a family friend over. I've forgotten her name. I'm gonna call her Suzanne. And Suzanne is like not a person for jokes. She is very strict. She is like a marathon runner. She's very disciplined. And so she was sitting with them at the dinner table and she tells everybody, I'm going to an Imagine Dragons concert. And Mr. Bryan is there with his kids, and Mr. Bryan just sees the clouds part, the sunlight coming down. He hears like the angels calling him to tell this joke. And Mr. Bryan is looking at his kids and he's like waggling his eyebrows and he's like giving his kids the eye, like, oh yeah, should I do this? Should I do this? And his kids are like, no, oh my God, no, please no, Dad, please no. They're all like shaking their head at him. And he goes, hey, Suzanne, do you like Imagine Dragons? And she's like, yes. And he goes, imagine my sweaty balls in your mouth. She's like, what? And Mr. Bryan is like, get it? She left. He got up and left the dinner. She did not come back. They haven't heard from her since.
Oh, he tried. He tried.
That is a Nat 0. Like, that is a catastrophic failure.
Not even on the dice. It's not even on the dice.
Oh my God.
So funny. That's so funny.
Here we go. Now that is out for the world. Everyone needs to hear that story. And I'm seeing in the chat that Eureka is here.
Hi, Eureka.
Eureka, I'm so glad you made it. I was hoping you'd be able to pop by. Oh, I'm so glad everyone is here. Okay, well, now that I got that story out of the way, that was super necessary. We can get back to doing the thing that we were
That's
here
pertinent to the last chapter, trust.
Yeah, it's gonna come back around. I'm gonna drop a D's nuts joke in chapter 40.
Nobody teach Daniel. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I think Daniel would have a heart attack.
I think he would too. And that's sacrilegious to do that. Don't do that. Okay. Well. I think that's good enough. Should we just go ahead and get started, Mary?
Yeah. Great start.
Amazing start. All right, I'm gonna go on mute and we're gonna start with chapter 29.
Alrighty. Previously on To Live Two Lives. Daniel needed to have a word with Oscar. Content warnings, discussions of alcoholism, threats of violence. Oscar. Miss Anderson walks up to the counter just as Oscar gives a final wipe down of his station, and she smiles. You're looking well today, father. I feel well, Miss Anderson. Oscar replies sincerely. God has looked highly upon me as of late. Sure seems like it. Her curls bounce as she reaches to stack her tray on top of the other dirty ones. It's good to see you with this energy. Oscar takes off his apron and tosses it into the laundry bin. Aye, To be honest with you, miss, I haven't felt dispirited in, well, I couldn't tell you how long. Yeah. Her smile fades a little. I really believe that. Oscar coughs, shuffling awkwardly as he grabs the broom from the corner of the room. When he turns back to face her, her expression is full of sympathy. He knows that she wants to know. He knows that she wants to help. But Miss Anderson still views Oscar as a man with dignity, and he won't forfeit that. I appreciate your concern, Miss Anderson, he says as he pushes the broom. But I believe you promised me an update on your new job? Oh, she blushes, unable to resist a change in topic, thankfully. Yes, the local vet you recommended. Is that right? They've hired me to help schedule pet appointments, she beams. Starting next Monday. He pauses, giving her an earnest smile. That sounds wonderful. I know how much you love animals. She nods dreamily. I'll get to see so many of them. And they'll pay you well. Miss Anderson crosses her fingers. Hopefully well enough that you'll be seeing me for social visits instead of soup. I'll play for you tonight. Oscar chuckles. But you know that we'll always have an extra bowl for you if you need it. Thank you, Father. I really can't tell you how much your guidance has meant to me these last few... oh. She looks over Oscar's shoulder, her smile dropping instantly. Good afternoon, Father Daniel. Oscar spins around to find the priest walking up to them with a starkly serious expression. Good afternoon, Miss Anderson. Father Oscar. Good afternoon, Oscar says neutrally, surveying the man. His shoulders look taut, and he stands up tall, silent, and imposing. Well, Miss Anderson looks at her shoes. I'll let you finish cleaning up for the lunch rush, Father Oscar. I'll see you another time. God bless both of you. Father Daniel replies curtly. God bless, Miss Anderson. God bless. Oscar nods as she waves, and then she walks through the empty lunch hall toward the exit. When the door closes behind her, Oscar feels Father Daniel's gaze turn to him. I'm nearly finished tidying up, Oscar says without looking at the man. He returns to pushing the broom. I must be going shortly after, so. I was hoping that I could have a word with you, actually, Father Daniel says sharply, non-negotiably. Oscar breathes slowly, trying not to show how much his skin bristles. Oh? Yes. Father Daniel steps around Oscar to look at him directly. Oscar carefully sets his face before he meets Father Daniel's eyes. Father McKinley is finally ready to start leading home visits. I'm going to assign him to one of our parish members so he can begin practicing his new duty. Oscar continues sweeping around him. All right. We have a limited members requiring home visits at the moment, as you know. Aye. And it's highly important that he learns this role. Aye. Father Daniel steps into Oscar's line of sight again. So I'm assigning him to see Miss Pillon each week. Your visits with her will no longer be needed. What? Oscar gapes, nearly dropping his broom. Father, I've been doing Miss Pillon's home visit for years now. Yes, you've accumulated plenty of experience from doing so. Father Daniel stands taller, looking down at Oscar. Now it's time to let our youngest priest gather his own. Oscar's grip on the broom might crack it in half. Home visits are about rapport, Father, not about collecting experience like a Boy Scout badge, he sees. No one in the community has a better rapport with Miss Pillon than I. While that may be true, Father Daniel raises a taunting eyebrow, I believe Miss Pillon deserves more thorough home visits than those which you've provided. And what is that supposed to mean? Oscar spits through gritted teeth. The priest bends over him. A home visit requires a sermon, Father Oscar, not just tea. Oscar pushes further into his space. Miss Pillon doesn't. Miss Pillon has confronted me that your visits exclude these important materials. He stands up straight again, clasping his hands behind his back. These sacrosanct materials. She said something to him? Oscar feels himself plummet into cold uncertainty. Why would she... Furthermore, Miss Pillon has confirmed with me the necessity of addressing your illness, Father. He tilts his chin upward. I'm hoping that you will use your newfound free time to seek the professional aid that you require to progress your rehabilitation. I do sincerely pray that you find a successful path to sobriety. Father Daniel's eyes cast to the side, muttering, And perhaps you'll find a more appropriate set of friends along the way. Oscar can't find a solid thinking ground while a roiling, throttling mayhem of emotions tears through his organs. So, Father Daniel turns as if to leave. With respect for Miss Pillon's best interest as well as yours, I'm choosing to assign her a new priest. Father McKinley will be starting next week. Panic forces Oscar into motion. He rushes to block Father Daniel's exit. This is outrageous! You can't just... Outrageous! Father Daniel mocks. As if you have no concept of the word. The priest's sickening condescension plunges Oscar immediately into the throes of anger, of rage. You, Father Daniel, are the one who... What's outrageous, Father Oscar, Daniel bellows, is a priest who hangs a parish member's soul in the balance by shrinking his duties. Oscar bares his teeth. I do not. What's outrageous is a priest who shows up to his work hungover and reeking of liquor. Oscar's vision grows red around the edges. What's outrageous is a priest who bows to the bottle more often than he bows to Christ. Oscar snaps. Oscar smashes the broom handle against the edge of the counter, splitting it messily in half and leaving one splintering, jagged edge. One sharp, piercing end. Oscar stares Father Daniel down as he readjusts his grip on the handle, feeling that intoxicating rage sinking shrilly through every last nerve of his body. Oscar's fingers tremble with horrific excitement as he watches the priest take one step backward, blinking at Oscar in disbelief. Just like McKenna had. Sorry, Father? Miss Anderson rushes up to the counter. Did I leave my jacket? I just realized. Oh, sorry, am I? Both of the men jump, putting distance between them. Oscar throws the broom below the counter as he faces Miss Anderson, who looks worriedly confused. Yes, ma'am. Father Daniel clears his throat gruffly. I believe I see it on the back of the chair you used. She looks quickly between the two of them for a moment, and then she surveys the room. I see it. Thank you, Father. She gives them a tight-lipped nod. God bless. Both the priests remain silent as they watch her retrieve her jacket, slip it over her shoulders, and walk briskly through the exit once more. And then it's deadly quiet. Well, Father Daniel clears his throat once again, though a trace of fear still lingers in his tone. The decision regarding Father McKinley is final, then. He tugs on his jacket and hurriedly turns away from Oscar, walking toward the kitchen staff's door. Oscar tries to yell out to him, but Father Daniel acts faster, stating definitively, Your visits to Miss Pillon will be exclusively friendly from now on. I'm sure you understand. Then, to take up the silence where Oscar could respond, Perhaps she could even help you find a meritable professional for your addiction. Best of luck. God bless. Oscar watches the priest swing the door open, and he calculates if he could grab the broom in time before Father Daniel rushes out. And Father! Father Daniel gives one last look over his shoulder, and he pauses for a short moment in the doorway. Oscar could do it. Oscar could make him stall. If you allow your anger to best you again, I will be forced to call the authorities. Father Daniel slams the door on his exit. And then Oscar stands alone in the still silence, his entire body shaking with that unsated rage that urges him to act, to fight, to chase, to hunt down. Oscar takes in a long, snarling breath. And then he walks out of the kitchen to find the communion wine.
Oh, drama. Drama. Hello, oh, goodness, hold on. Julian, I think that's how you pronounce it. Let me know if I'm doing that wrong. Welcome in.
I'll be right back.
Em is here. Hi, Em. Thank you for popping in. I'm so happy you're here to say hi. Oh my goodness. Okay, we got some fan art. To look at. Chapter 29, we got some nasty fan art. And then also in this chapter is a linked audio file to the Lily chapter, that rotten little fleeman. So, thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you for everyone who's joined us. Oh my goodness. We are starting off strong with a little bit of attempted violence. Of course, people popping off in the chat already ready to kill Daniel immediately. I think he says Daniel driving people to drink. Shake my head. He needs to be stopped. Okay. Uline. I hope that's right. You let me know if it's not. Okay, I actually wrote a little bit in my live stream notes. Uline. Okay. So good to know how to actually pronounce that. Okay, the number of people still begging for Daniel's violence. It's seriously, it's insane. Every single person in the comment section of this chapter were like, he was so close. He was so close. He could have impaled that bitch through the throat with a broom. It almost happened. Like, what? You guys, what would this fic be if I did that? What would this fic be if I killed him? You know what this fic would be? This fic would be Arthur's Grief Part 2.
Oh no. All right, fair enough.
I wrote in my live stream notes, I wrote, good Lord, imagine if I wrote that. Imagine how different this ending would be. Arthur's Grief Part 2, I might as well kill the fish too.
Oh no! No!
This is what you all want.
No, Daniel's one thing, the fish is another. Don't you dare. Don't you dare even side-eye Lily. You don't deserve.
Lowers my axe. It's crazy how many people want him dead. That's insane, you guys. You guys, it's wild. It is, to me, as wild to kill Daniel as it would be to kill Lily. That's crazy. Insane. All right. Anyway, so Daniel makes it out alive on this one too. Thank you. Telescope says fair. Someone gets me. He makes it out alive. Actually, it's funny. At one point, Inky said, like foiled again or something like that. I think that in hindsight, Oscar would probably look back at these moments and be like, God was there with me. God sent Miss Anderson to make sure that I didn't lose my temper. You know, God sent Father McKinley to make sure that I didn't lose my temper. I think that Oscar would view this as a blessing, personally. In hindsight, maybe not right now, but in hindsight later on. I also got a really, really funny comment. I think it was Shellac who said this. Love how as soon as Daniel turns up, Miss Anderson legs it. Man really knows how to ruin a mood. That's intentional. Yeah. I wanted just to do a little bit of foiling where we can see the contrast of how the parish views Father Oscar and Father Daniel. Miss Anderson cares so much for Father Oscar. He's helped her get this job. He has helped her with her guidance throughout all of her unemployment. She hopes that he continues to visit her even after she no longer needs help at the soup kitchen. And then the moment Daniel walks in, she's like, ooh, not great vibes in here. I think I'm gonna leave. Just
Vibes are rancid.
Wait, what'd you say next?
I said the vibes are rancid.
The vibes were rancid, absolutely. You could just tell, like the moment he just rolls up, he's just so arrogant about everything. Awful. So yeah, that was just a little bit of world building to see an outsider's perspective of Daniel versus Oscar. I had to do a little bit of acting for this one because I was thinking about Oscar like sweeping up, and I was like, can you sweep one-handed? So I had to like literally go to my kitchen, grab my broom, and then see if I could sweep one-handed. That is why I use the word push instead of sweep, because it's absolutely possible to use the broom, but you do have to use a pushing motion rather than a sweeping motion. So that was a little bit of method acting, I guess you would say.
I mean, it also depends on what kind of broom you have.
That's
Because,
true.
like,
I was
I
using a
know
long one.
I've swept one-handed before. I don't know why I did it, but I do distinctly remember that I was doing it. And what I did is I, like, held further down on the handle and, like, propped it against my shoulder so that it was almost,
Ooh.
like, aligned with my arm.
That's smart. That's smart. Inky also says, yeah, you can do it. I've done it. It's positional. Okay. Well, either way, this is how Oscar chooses to do it. In this chapter, so I wanted, of course, to create like some stakes here. And then Raph, like after the chapter was released, was like, hey, you know that multiple priests can do multiple communions multiple times during the week? And I was like, no, I didn't know that. So let's just pretend that this is in this universe. That doesn't happen. It's totally not a plot hole. And the community members prefer one communion a week. So let's just say that. Inky said a small child's broom can probably do a sweep. Yeah, that's true. But thank you. The kudos to the method acting. Thank you. Put a lot of my life into this pick, you know. All right, I want to talk just a little bit about the idea that Daniel is one of those types of religious people that prioritizes like the punishment ideology. That if something has gone wrong, if someone has done a wrong, they need to be deprived of something in order to learn their lesson. He absolutely falls into that. I do not subscribe to that kind of punishment ideology, but Daniel clearly does. And it's just so ironic to hear him say this because this is absolutely backwards logic coming from him in particular. Like he's going to take Marie away from Oscar and then also in the same breath say that maybe Marie could help him find better friends than her because she's clearly like enabling him to do like more drinking or going to the bar or whatever. Like, how are you going to enlist Marie's help if you're going to keep him away from her? What the fuck are you saying, dude? He doesn't even know. He's so bad. I hate him so much. But this is just like this type of like taking someone's joy away from them in order to learn a lesson. How does that ever work? It usually just makes people more like argumentative. It makes them resentful. You never like learn a lesson this way. You just get pissed off. I remember that I had a friend whose family member had like a bratty teenage boy who kept like sneaking out to go drinking and everything. And every single time they caught him, they would like take his phone away, take his Xbox away, lock him in his room for days on end. Like, in you are giving this boy incentive to keep sneaking out and like make one of those bed sheet ropes to like leave his second story window. Like, what are you doing? How are you not seeing that this is just enabling the thing that you want to stop? I don't understand. So this is clearly like Daniel seems to be so rooted in that of like, oh well, if I punish them by taking away something that's meaningful to them, then they'll understand that I'm in control, I'm in power here, and then you need to respect me because I can take away your happiness. Crazy. Crazy and disgusting.
And stupid.
Telescope,
Very dumb.
yeah. Telescope says Daniel's in charge of the church and making sure there's one communion a week to keep Oscar out. Yeah, exactly. See, it's all rational. It's all rational.
That pissed me off, man, because it's like, oh, you're struggling with alcoholism. Oh, let me just take one of the good things in your life that possibly is helping you cope with it real quick,
Right.
and that'll maybe motivate you. Oh my god, it's so. Let me.
Yeah, and then
Oscar,
like,
Oscar, hand me that broom.
Oh my god. And he's saying in the same breath, like, go find other people to help you. Like, what are you talking about? What?
Ugh.
So annoying. So annoying. Hate this guy. Though I'm gonna be real. The what's outrageous is a priest who bows to the bottle more often than he bows to Christ. That's a banger line. Daniel ate a little bit with that one. And I remember when I had to go back to like, I went back to edit this chapter and I hadn't read it for a really, really long time. I remember I was like laying in my bed and I read that line and I literally was like, oh, like I just witnessed a fight on the playground. Like, thank you, Inky. It was a banger line. I was so happy with that. I mean, it sucks that it's coming from him, but bangers are bangers, you know what I mean? Okay. To be honest, everybody, I think that's all I really want to say on this one, other than like, I didn't need this to get, I wanted Daniel just to say one more outburst, and then I start taking this seriously. One more outburst, and then I'll call the cops, because I don't want any cops in my fic. I'm not getting into that. That's all I have for this one. So I believe let's keep going. And Marix, would you do us the kindness of the content warnings and the POV?
Right. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Let's keep going.
Previously on To Live Two Lives, Charlie made a promise to look out for Oscar. Content warnings, alcoholism. Charlie. Something ain't right. Charlie isn't superstitious, nor is he a God-fearing man, but he's been around enough bad shit to know what it feels like when some bad shit is coming. And, god damn it, does it feel like some bad shit is coming. Nothing major is going on at the moment. There's a few things on Charlie's radar that have stood out as concerning, but not immediately disastrous. The crowd is way bigger than usual tonight, for one, almost verging on overwhelmingly bigger. 2, it's full of gossiping people who'd evidently caught wind about the recent ambulance-themed incident at the bar. And 3, to top it off nicely, Johnny's looking a little twitchy tonight for a reason that he refuses to talk about. All concerning, definitely. But nothing's falling from the sky, and nothing's been lifted into the sky, so maybe Charlie's just jumpy after last night's entertainment night. And still, Charlie keeps whipping his gaze across the barroom, certain that trouble is going to break through the floorboards at any second. Hey, Johnny boy! Charlie keeps a keen eye on the floor as he calls to the man. Charlie hears Johnny's stomping footsteps grow louder and louder, but Charlie's eyes don't leave their mark. Yes, Johnny says in that timpani voice. Charlie squints at a spot on the wood flooring that looks highly suspicious. You sure our pianist is feeling peachy tonight? He ain't looking all cross-eyed, right? Charlie hears John sigh under his breath, and Charlie finally looks up to see Johnny's downright harrowing 1,000-yard stare. Jesus fucking Christ. That ain't inspiring, pal, you know that? John shakes his head, setting his face to neutral again. My apologies. Arthur is doing better today. We made sure he was ready for the performance before I left. His blood sugar is stable, and we've made a plan in case it drops again. Alright then. Charlie gives the floorboards the stink eye again. I trust you. No one could take better care of Slim than you do. John replies with the saddest little huff that Charlie's ever heard. When Charlie turns back to the man, he finds John staring at him with these mournful puppy dog eyes that could give a kicked poodle a run for its money. Johnny? Why do you call him that? John asked quietly, and Charlie could barely hear him. What? Why do you call him Slim? Charlie frowns. Because he is? The man looks like a street lamp in shoulder pads. John's eyes get sadder somehow. Did he ask you to call him that? Charlie shuffles in place, scratching his cheek. Not that I can remember. I think I just tossed it out on a whim one night. He shrugs. It stuck. John fiddles with the end of his washcloth, looking at it like he might need the thing to mop up his tears later. What? Charlie asks warily. He doesn't hate it, does he? John just looks back at Charlie, even sadder, without giving him an answer. Don't tell me he's been hating the nickname that whole time? Charlie scoffs. Christ, I've been signing his checks with that. No, he doesn't. He just... John looks at the washcloth again. Could you call him something else? Charlie blinks at him. What? Just... John slumps over like a rag doll. Please. Charlie sighs, baffled. You're telling me that he doesn't hate it, but you want me to call him something else anyway? Yes. Why then? I only got so many good ones in the tank, Johnny, and I was kind of proud of... Please, Charlie. John begs. Just anything else. His puppy eyes bore right through Charlie's soul. Ah, hell. Who could say no to a 7-foot teddy? Charlie scratches his neck. All right, Johnny. What you want me to call him? I don't know. John gives half a shrug. Something to do with the piano, maybe? Charlie looks toward the instrument on stage, already brightly lit and propped open. Keyboard commander, ivory idol, piano protagonist? John grimaces, and wow, okay, rude. Look, you put me on the spot, okay? Charlie huffs. How about... I'll just call him Maestro. That sound good to you? Johnny raises the washcloth up to his heart, smiling the most affectionate smile Charlie thinks he's ever seen. Thank you, Charlie, he whispers. Charlie still thinks that it was all a little weird, but Johnny's smile hits Charlie square in the heart, so to hell with the rest. Charlie titters, feeling his cheeks heat up. Hey, anything for my star boys. Now, he points to the other side of the bar counter where 2 guests are waiting. Let's get back to it. Maestro's fans are flooding in as we speak. John nods and walks off toward the guests, greeting them in that deep bass voice, and Charlie pats himself on the back for a job well done. And then he immediately resumes scanning the bar for trouble. There's still nothing out of the ordinary so far, but that feeling in his gut just won't go away. He starts looking around at the patrons' faces, searching for any kind of volatile expression, or signs of illness, or recently blacked eyes, or... He hears the door chime, and when his eyes dart to the entrance, he sees it. The bad shit, right on cue. Oscar stumbles through the door, looking less like he's walking on his own accord, and more like he's falling endlessly forward. Charlie's heart sinks as Oscar pushes aimlessly through the other guests, oblivious to all the nasty looks he's receiving. Fuck. Charlie nearly sprints over to Oscar, gesturing for the nearby patrons to give both of them space. Oscar? Oscar, pal! He wraps his arm around the priest's shoulders to stabilize him. Hey, friend, it's me, Charlie. What's a... He leads them to Oscar's stool, and he sits the man down before Oscar has the chance to belly flop onto the floor. What's happening, bud? Oscar crumbles over the counter, hardly able to keep his head up. His eyes stare toward the one thing and one thing only. The fucking stage. Hey, Oscar, buddy! Charlie snaps in front of his face a few times, but his eyes don't move. You know, it's kind of rude not to say hello to your best friend, don't you think? Oscar hiccups, and then so faintly he mumbles, Alexander. Nope, that ain't me, Charlie says tersely. Charlie, remember? Say it with me now. Oscar ignores him, eyes locked. All right. Charlie feels a bit of panic start to worm under his skin. This is bad. Oscar's got this smashed before coming to the bar? What the hell could have happened? Hey, Oscar, I'm gonna get you some water, you hear? You look like you'd use something strong. Some fucking water. Sit tight, okay? Sit. Charlie pushes Oscar's shoulder down until the man is nearly sitting up straight. Just sit there looking pretty and don't fucking move. I'll be back. Charlie races to grab a glass. What the fuck is he supposed to do? He promised he'd call Oscar out on his bullshit, but the man isn't even capable of English right now. How is he supposed to talk him down from this? Charlie? John calls as Charlie fills the glass with water. I could use your help. He points to the line and, fucking hell. The line is suddenly out the goddamn door now? Why do all these fucking New Yorkers gotta be so fucking nosy? Shit, just give me a second, John, I'll be right there. John nods, and Charlie flips back over to Oscar to save him from tipping over again. He forces the glass into Oscar's hand. Drink, now. Then he runs towards John to help serve. Listen, Johnny, Charlie says, hushed, as he motions for the next guest. Hey, doll, what can I get you? Double? You got it. John, we got better news at the end there. Yes, 10 cents, miss. Enjoy the show. Charlie, what did you say? Oscar, he ain't looking too great. Hey, pal, a refill? Sure thing. What is... Oh, fucking hell. Sorry, sir. Yes, the napkin's on your left. What the fuck happened? 15 cents, sweetheart. Much obliged. I don't know, Johnny, but I'm giving you a fair warning. Jesus fucking Christ. He's wasted, Charlie. With ice, miss, of course. Can of tap. Here you go, 6 cents. I know. It's looking bad. Let's just keep a close eye on him tonight. Thank you for the tip, miss. I'm supposed to have a talk with him tonight, Charlie, is he? Yeah, I don't really think now's the time, John. Did you say scotch, sir? Oh, fuck, Charlie, he's trying to stand. Fucking hell. I'll be right back, sir. Charlie dashes over to Oscar, who apparently thinks gravity is on his side tonight. Charlie grabs him by the shoulders and shoves him back down onto his stool. Hey, guy, what's Scottish for? I thought I told you to sit the fuck down. Oscar can barely keep his eyelids open. Charlie aggressively pats his face a few times. Oscar, please don't make me call an ambulance again. Not even you drink enough to cover the cost. Nada. No response. Hey, Oscar. Friend. Charlie jogs around the counter to physically turn Oscar away from the piano and pull Charlie in his direct line of sight. Charlie's voice goes soft with worry. Hey, friend, listen, Look at me, okay? Look, I'm gonna take care of you. I'm here for you, okay? You're not alone. You came to the right place. Charlie shakes him once more. I'm gonna look out for you, 'cause that's what friends do, right? Oscar's eyes perk up suddenly, and a small smile starts to bud on his face. Holy hell, did that actually work? No, wait, he isn't looking at Charlie, he's looking at... Charlie? Lester taps his stick on the floor. Is that you? God fucking damn it. Hey, howdy, what's going on, Charlie catches himself with a grunt as he spins around to face the man. What's happening, maestro? Lester purses his lips. Good to see you, Charlie. I wasn't sure if John told you I'd arrived. Johnny boy's a bit busy with the line right now. Which, yep, still getting longer. Fuck. But I'm glad you made it. You feeling alright? The corners of Lester's mouth twitches downward as he tugs at the waist of his pants. Fine, thank you. And thank you for canceling my last show. That was... He gives a small, probably embarrassed cough. A smart call. John is giving Charlie a pointed look from behind the counter. Yeah, no problem. You ready to get started? I gotta hide behind the bar soon. Oh, yes. Lester gestures for Charlie to head up to the stage. I'm following. Charlie tries to not full tilt sprint and leave Lester in the dust, but he wants to wrap up the announcements quickly so he can pop in on Oscar for just a second to make sure the Scotsman is still mostly vertical before Charlie has to run behind the bar again so he stays in Johnny's good graces and so they can tamp down the line and then he'll... Christ, one thing at a time. He hops up on the stage, snagging the microphone, and he turns toward the crowd. Hey folks, thanks for joining us. Look, I'd love to give a long spiel for our guest tonight, but half of you guys are looking at me from the line out the door, and Johnny won't split the tips with me if I ain't back there to help him soon. So please put your hands together for the man you came to see, the maestro, Arthur Lester. He pats Lester on the back, quickly exits stage left, quietly pleads to the powers that be that the pianist will stay conscious, and then floors it back to the bar. Oscar, pal, how's the water tasting? He says as he passes his friend. Oscar isn't looking good, so no change there, but he isn't on the verge of dominoing in the rest of the bar stools, so that'll have to do. Next in line, he calls as he strides up next to John. You doing okay, Johnny? Cup of ice? Yes, sir, here you are. I was barely managing, Charlie. How is Oscar? Upright, for now. Hey, Suzanne, good to see you, hon. The usual? I really need to speak with him, Charlie. Could you... Yes, that comes with olives, miss. Yes, sir. Maestro's on for the hour. Enjoy. Like I said, Johnny, it's not a great idea right now. It's time-sensitive, Charlie. Can you cover for just a minute? No, sir, we don't sell the brand. Can I get you something else? Johnny, I'm telling you. I'll just be a moment. I'll be back. John. God, fuck. Guess that's revenge for leaving Johnny alone with the masses for so long. Charlie tries his best to manage the line as he waits for John to finish saying whatever the fuck he thinks is so important to say to a man whose frontal lobe isn't turned on. Sorry, sir, did you say martini or margarita? Yeah, no, they're very different. What? Yes, I'm very sure. Charlie spares a side glance toward the stage, and Lester seems to be holding up, more or less. He's got the strange look on his face, but he isn't careening toward the floor. Good enough for now. Yeah, sweetie, it really is called a Death in the Afternoon. I know, right? Who comes up with this shit? I personally like to follow it with a corpse reviver #2, to keep it thematic. It will kill you, though. Charlie peeks over toward Oscar and John, and Jesus H. Christ, what the hell is... Oh no, that doesn't look good. He should step in. But the line is so long. Well, Charlie, it's really through the floorboards now. Bad shit.
Oh. Boy, do I love drama. Telescope says, this chapter is just Murphy's Law, I swear. Correct! Everything that can go wrong will go wrong. Let's take a look at a little bit of decompression fan art. We have, this is all Marix's stuff this time.
Oh my god, it is!
Raph
and
colored.
One of them is colored by Raph.
Yeah, Raph colored the smooch scene. That was a good one. And the kitties, yeah. So sweet, so sweet. Oh my goodness, I really, really love this chapter. Now, didn't at first, but you've heard me say that in the morning. Heard me say that before. It was actually really funny. Somebody in the comments said that this chapter reminded them of the song Call Back in the Morning from Little Shop of Horrors. So this entire fic is just Little Shop of Horrors, is what I'm getting. But it definitely has that vibe. And oh my gosh, if we think that this is bad, it is only going to get worse. I wanted this chapter to feel like it was ramping up to something, and then the next chapter not being the payoff. That's what I really wanted, and I feel like we got there. There were a few things that I needed to change and everything in this one, and some of them were just kind of idiotic. Like in the beginning, draft 1, I actually said that the crowd wasn't that big. It was just a normal size. And they thankfully weren't gossiping. And then when I reread it, I was like, why not? That brings
why not?
So much more tension. That would explain why the line is so much longer than usual. That would explain why everyone's on edge. Am I an idiot? What am I saying? So I made the crowd way larger, way more gossipy, and it just gives such bad vibes. I love that. I also the line about Charlie saying nothing's falling from the sky and nothing's being lifted into the sky, as if those are the two worst options, and his worst case scenarios are either war or the rapture. Those are the worst
I love Charlie so freaking much.
Me too. Definitely trying to manage Charlie's, constantly can't take anything seriously, must be making jokes about everything constantly, but also being on the verge of panic the whole time. That's a little bit challenging. But I think it worked. Inky said those are pretty bad options. I guess you might be right. Not for Daniel. Daniel believes that he's going to get raptured. The rest of us pedants are staying down here, but he's going to the motherland. Okay, so the nickname change from Slim to Maestro. So surprising number of people said that they just loved the nickname change without fully considering how Arthur might feel about it.
I knew. I fucking knew. As soon as he said it, I fucking knew.
Yep. So there were a few people like Marix that were immediately like, oh wow, you probably should have talked about that.
John, you should have talked to Arthur.
So we have just a little bit of this stirring of dramatic irony of everyone having to guess what was going on in Arthur's head while that happened. Also, really funny story about this. So I was trying to think of potential nicknames that Charlie would just toss out there before he settled on Maestro, which also is a reference to the 4th of July chapter, when he's with Marie, he does call Arthur maestro in that one. He says, like, Johnny has piano lessons with the maestro. So that's where that came from. He already used it.
I
But
noticed
I was
that when I
looking,
was rereading. I was like,
Mhm.
ah!
Yeah, he already used it. So I was trying to think of like what else could be the options so that we could have the reveal feel really nice. So I literally went on Google and I was like pianist nicknames, and I found this website that was it was just full of garbage. I'm gonna be honest, so many of them were bad. I mean, like, you know, keyboard commander. I put piano protagonist in there because Arthur is the protagonist, and I thought that was kind of meta funny. But I was looking through all of these like genuinely awful names. At the very, very end of the list, the final nickname suggested for someone who plays piano was Microsoft Office 2003. No idea. I don't know why that was on the list, but I wanted to include it so badly. It's about, like 90 years too late. Yeah, exactly. Microsoft Office. I thought it was great though. Inky says, I did like how devastated Charlie sounded when he thought Arthur hated the Slim nickname. Shows how much he really cares, even with all the jokes. You are so right. He really does care. He really does. He has fondness for these people, and that's why he gives them nicknames. I feel like that's Charlie's love language. You know what I mean? Giving people nicknames. He clearly does it with Marie. Yeah, I know. The Microsoft Office as well. Oh well, if only. Here we see a little bit more like fun use of italics, so we can distinguish between when John and Charlie are whispering at each other and when they're just talking to the crowd. And I love that. I love these italics, and I love that in future chapters we'll be able to know exactly where we are based on those same lines that are in italics, so they'll orient us to where we need to be. Eureka says, "You made it if Charlie gives you a nickname."
Ooh, Hauntie, what would Charlie's nickname for me be?
Ooh. That's a good one. Does he know you by Marix Moon?
I would say he would know it. Let's just say he knows it.
Like your real name? Is that what you're saying? He knows your real name.
Both. He could
But
decide which one he uses.
Okay. Um. Oh, maybe something along the lines of like you being behind a microphone. He might call you like mouthpiece or something like that, or like microphone or something. It's something that like is associated with what you do very often.
Cool.
Inky says everyone gets a Charlie assigned nickname.
All right, everyone call me Mouthpiece from now on.
Mouthpiece.
He just calls me Mike. Wait, that's funny. I like that.
Mike. Everyone thinks it's just your name. Like, no,
I love that. Everyone
Mike.
hears Charlie call me Mike, and I just go with it. But like sometimes I'll just be like, "Yeah, my name's actually Ray," and they're like, "What?
What? Why?" That's so funny. I love that. Oh my gosh! Everyone in the chat, type in your Charlie assigned nickname. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, yet another instance, just like in chapter 6, when Arthur was trying to calm down Oscar and Arthur was trying to give him this final speech moment where Arthur tells Oscar everything he needs to hear in order to fight his alcoholism, and it's supposed to be so heartwarming and really turns his life around. And it just doesn't. That happens here again too. The moment where Charlie's like, "Hey man, I'm your friend, right? I'm your friend. I'm gonna help you. We're gonna get through this." And then immediately Oscar just goes back to looking at Arthur. Brutal. But that's how it be. Funny that Oscar is the one that ruins this moment 2 times. That's pretty incredible. Good for him.
Thank you, Charlie, for sticking with him.
I know, right? Bless that man. He cares so much. So as you've heard me say before, at this point in the writing process, I was burnt the fuck out, anxious as hell, all of the bad things. But this was also chapter 30. So I was like, this is the home stretch. This is the home stretch. I only had, at this point, it was 12 more chapters. And I was so fed up that I was having to take these chapters one day at a time. And I just didn't want to spend another 12 days on this. I just wanted to expedite the writing process. I just wanted to get through it faster. So I literally took days off of work, pretended that I was sick, told my boss I had a headache, and I wrote 4 chapters in one day because I just needed them to be done. I just needed them to be over with. I needed to be on the other half of what we're about to get into. And I was just gonna bang them out. And I told myself the only thing that helped me through it, besides words on the page, was these ones don't have to be long. And I didn't realize until that moment how much pressure I'd been putting on myself to make a chapter, more than 2,000 words, more than 3,000 words, ideally 4,000 words. And that is so much pressure. That's also
That's a lot
sometimes
of
so
words.
unnecessary. That's so many words. That's like also so unnecessary sometimes. Like you don't have to go on. And knowing myself, every time I edit, I add at least 500 more words to every single chapter. So I was like, shut up. Words on the page. Doesn't have to be long. It can be as short as you want it to be. Everyone was okay with the 1,000 word chapter. Like, we're going to be okay for these. So I managed to do 4 chapters in one day and I nearly died. But when I went back to go and read them, when I went back to go do the first just read over, they were not terrible. And this gave me so much hope. I was like, okay, if I can bang out 4 chapters in one day and none of these suck so badly that I want to die, we can do this. We can make it to the end.
Yeah.
So I'm starting to gain just a little bit of confidence here at the run up to the finale. Eureka says, you did have a headache that ached you to complete your story. That is so true. Thank you for that perspective. Yeah, 4 chapters, hop in. Yeah. You'll see why in a moment. Okay, so that is everything that I wanted to say for this one. You got anything else you want to add, Marix?
Nope, I'm ready.
Let's keep going. We are deep in the thick of the anxiety. I love this part of the story.
Into the thick of it. Into the thick of it. Previously on to Live Two Lives. Bad shit came knocking at Finley and Dowd's. Content warnings. Explicit alcoholism. Explicit eating disordered thoughts and behaviors. John. Johnny, I'm telling you. I'll just be a moment. I'll be back. John! John dips behind Charlie and rushes to the edge of the bar where Oscar is already giving Arthur that fucking look. And with how many people have congested in the bar tonight, there's no way someone won't notice. Oscar, John says gravely as he meets the man. Oscar is drooped pitifully over the counter, his eyes completely glazed over and staring off into another world. That fucking smile on his lips, and John can't help the immediate boil of hot anger in his gut. Oscar gives no reply, obviously, and John tries to take a second to breathe out. Like Arthur said, John needs to help the man. To protect all of them. John leans further over the counter, and with a quiet seriousness he states, Oscar, you're staring at the performer. People are starting to notice. John waits for a sudden horror to cross Oscar's face, or a flash of embarrassment, or a polite cough and a thank you. But instead, Oscar ignores him. Again. John clears his throat, trying to hide his annoyance. Oscar, the way you're staring at the pianist is suspect. People are starting to notice. No fucking response. Is the man even conscious? John pushes on Oscar's shoulder less gently than he intended, which seems to shock the man back to reality. John growls as quietly as he can. Listen to me. There are too many eyes in this bar for no one to notice what you're doing. You need to stop right now before someone starts to make assumptions about you. Finally, Oscar seems to notice John's fucking presence. With a look of absolute belittling annoyance, Oscar slurs, I've let all that go. I don't care what people think of me anymore. You fucking should! John raises his voice slightly. You're putting yourself and Arthur at risk by doing this. Oscar scrunches his face slowly. Who's Arthur? John balls both of his fists, and he barely resists slamming them on the counter. He grits his teeth as he rumbles, The fucking pianist! It takes a full 6 seconds for Oscar to slot together the 2-piece puzzle, and then he gives a dismissive huff. He invited me to come see his shows. He doesn't care where I am. God fucking damn it. Why does this man make everything so difficult? How is John supposed to be subtle now without giving too much away? Why couldn't Arthur have had this fucking conversation? Still, John snarls. People are staring. You don't know what I need. You don't know what I've been through today. Oscar knocks back his glass of water and then gives it a very confused look. Johnny boy, a little help, please? God motherfucking damn it all. John snaps his gaze to Charlie, who's nodding to the increasingly long line. John gives one last look to Oscar, who's returned to staring at Arthur fucking lovingly, and every scorching, jealous nerve in John's body cries out at once. Fuck that man. Let him be caught, let him be hated. Let him rot, knowing that he could never have Arthur Lester. John stomps back over to Charlie, who gives him a frantic look. Charlie hisses. Johnny, what's the deal? Yes, ma'am, pleasure doing business. John calls over to the next person. Nothing, Charlie. Hello, sir, what can I get for you? Did you say shaking, hun? I saw you picking a fight with the man, John. What's your... I wasn't picking a fight. He's the one who... No, miss, that's an IPA. What's your fucking problem with him anyway? A round of shots coming up. How many you want, pal? 16 cents, thank you, sir. Nothing, Charlie. Here's a straw, doll. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna pretend that's true for now. Let's just focus on this fucking line. They both startle at an incredibly discordant slam on the piano. All eyes turn toward the stage, and Arthur bolts up from the bench, speaking quickly. Forgive me all, but I need to take a brief intermission. Please refill your drinks in the meantime. I'll return in 10. Oh, God. John feels his heartbeat in his throat as Arthur exits the stage. Is he faint again? Should John get some juice ready? He should. Yes, he should get some juice ready. That was their failsafe. He needs to... Johnny! Charlie nudges John's arm. He looks at John worriedly. Arthur, he's not all right. John feels the speeding heartbeat in his temples. I need to... Hey, pal, don't panic, all right? Charlie says, equally panicked. He seemed fine. He didn't seem fine, Charlie. John sees the back alley door close behind a tuft of red blonde hair. He's never taken an intermission before, and certainly not after one song. Charlie clears his throat, and then he shifts his expression into something lax and unworried. He probably should, more often. Guy's a workhorse on the keys. Now, Lester told the masses to refill their drinks, so I really need your help. John rounds on him. I can't just leave him, Charlie. He said 10 minutes, John. Charlie shrugs easily. Give him 10, and if he ain't back by then, we'll check on him, okay? The line's growing. John growls. Something might happen in 10 minutes, Charlie. I need to... Charlie's eyes settle somewhere behind John, and Charlie's face suddenly slips into a look of absolute ashen terror. Charlie? What? Charlie whispers. Where the fuck did he go? What did you say? Oscar, where the fuck... John spins around to see Oscar's stool completely empty. Charlie stammers. Johnny, stay here. I need to... But John is already gone, storming furiously over to the back alley exit. Arthur. Hey, howdy, what's going on? Charlie coughs, not nearly as inconspicuously as he thinks. His voice becomes clearer as he turns around fully. What's happening, Maestro? Arthur's body turns to ice. He noticed, then. Arthur knew he would notice. Arthur eats the entire sandwich for dinner, and he already looks fat enough to strip him of his nickname. He knew he should have just eaten half. He knew it would be, Stop. Not the time. Charlie's waiting for an answer. Good to see you, Charlie. I wasn't sure if John told you I'd arrived. Johnny boy's a bit busy with the line tonight. There's a hint of panic in Charlie's voice. It does seem more crowded in here than usual. But I'm glad you made it. You feeling all right? Christ, how bad does Arthur look? Arthur runs a thumb along his stomach, which isn't appreciating the extra notch in his belt that Arthur had forced. The whole fucking sandwich. Stupid. Fine, thank you. Arthur tries to pivot quickly. And thank you for canceling my last show. That was a smart call. Charlie is facing away from Arthur now, but his voice still has the same thinly veiled panic. Yeah, no problem. You ready to get started? I gotta hop behind the bar soon. Oh, yes. Better to ditch this conversation anyway. I'm following. Arthur hovers a hand on Charlie's shoulder blade as Charlie guides him through the thick mob of people. Jesus, it really is crowded tonight. Arthur stumbles to keep up as Charlie practically jogs to the stage. When Arthur's walking stick hits the step up, he pauses to let Charlie start the announcements, and he gives himself a moment to center himself. He's uncomfortable, yes, that's a fact. His belt is digging into his stomach, which feels entirely overstuffed, but trying to suck in his stomach is starting to give him a cramp. Fuck. But it is what it is, right? He has to make this work one way or another. God knows he's canceled enough shows in his lifetime. He just needs to decide how to proceed. Well, if he undoes the button on his suit jacket, it might fan open neatly enough to obscure the profile of his stomach to the crowd, so if he happens to relax too much in that area, the audience won't see the unsightly pooch of his belly fat cresting over his belt. Now, he shouldn't be relying on that plan. His intention is absolutely still to hold himself together tightly enough that none of that's an issue, but it's a good safety net in case he gets swept up in the music. Hold on. No, that's not what he's supposed to be thinking. He's supposed to be focusing on the music, not... But if Charlie noticed that he's looking fatter than usual today, then the audience probably will too. So please, put your hands together for the man you came to see, the maestro, Arthur Lester. All right, time to earn back his nickname. Arthur tightens his core as he climbs up the steps, the temperature rising as he gets closer to the stage lights, and he feels Charlie give him a pat on the back as he leaves. Did he notice? Did he feel the nubs of Arthur's spine through his jacket, or did he feel the extra half sandwich clinging to Arthur like jiggling gelatinous meat? Arthur takes a bow to the crowd as they applaud and whistle. None of them seem to be murmuring about his weight. Yet. Hold on. No, stop it, Arthur. What the fuck is he doing? He's slipping back into it again. There is no yet. There is no anything that has to do with his weight on stage. He's here to perform. He's here to share his music, and that's it. Arthur gives what's hopefully a charming wink to the audience. He leans his walking stick against the piano, and he finds his seat on the bench. He unbuttons his suit jacket because he usually does, and tugs on it slightly. Not to fan it out, necessarily, just for style. There. Now, one more deep breath in, but not too deep to make his stomach descend, and he begins to play. The first piece is going fine. He's playing musically, and he hasn't missed any accidentals so far. His blood sugar is thankfully holding on strong, though he really thinks that half of the sandwich probably would have achieved the same outcome as the whole, except that he would have been a lot more confident and a lot less stressed had he not overindulged. Consider that a lesson learned. Wait, no, stop thinking about— oh, god damn it, C sharp, Arthur, this is fucking D major. Oh god, is he starting to feel lightheaded? Is his blood sugar dropping? Is he going to— No, he isn't. He actually feels— well, truthfully, he feels alright. He just got scared for a moment. He started thinking about the last performance too much. He needs to focus. Focus on the music. This piece has an intricate 16th run in the right hand. He needs to be subdividing to prepare himself. But also he needs to suck in his stomach a little more. He feels it going loose. God, his fucking belt is so fucking tight around him, it's making him ill. Is there a way to subtly adjust it between pieces? No, that'd be so noticeable. Then everyone in the crowd would be looking exactly where he doesn't want them to look, and then they realize how bloated he is from that fucking sandwich, and then they'll start to wonder why the fuck he thinks he can get away with the second to last notch of his belt instead of the third. They must think he's trying to overcompensate. They know how fat he fucking is. There's no hiding it behind the flimsy suit jacket that probably isn't even staying in place. Oh, for fuck's sake, he just played those 16th and those 8 notes, and now he's an entire measure behind. God damn it, Arthur, focus! Focus on the goddamn music that people came to see! Focus! Fuck, is he lightheaded yet? No, he's not. Wait, why is he thinking yet? He's still fucking full from earlier. There's no way he's going to be fainting anytime soon. He's going to be fucking full for the rest of the night, and probably the next morning even. He might skip breakfast tomorrow to compensate for the extra calories Stop it! Stop! He's not supposed to be thinking about calories. Fucking shit, he missed the repeat sign. God damn it, now he's just barreling into the B section without clearly establishing the main theme. What the fuck is he— Focus! Focus on the music! And focus on sucking in his stomach, but focus on the music more. Wait, his stomach more. Wait. Arthur brings the piece to a crashing end, disregarding all musicality and showmanship for the sake of just stopping for a fucking moment. He stands abruptly from the bench, quickly buttoning his jacket again to hide his stomach, and he bluntly announces to the crowd, "Forgive me all, but I need to take a brief intermission. Please refill your drinks in the meantime. I'll return in 10. He snatches his stick, turns 90 degrees, and hurriedly exits stage left before he hears too many murmured questions from the audience. He doesn't want to hear what theories they're concocting about his body. He barrels through people and tables and chairs, unable to tell the difference between wood and person, and strictly not caring. His hand finds the cool doorknob to the back alley eventually, and he pushes through as quickly as he can. He takes huge, gasping breaths of open air, his lungs fit to burst. The instant the door slams shut behind him, he feels like his blood pressure can finally regulate. He's fine. He just needs some fresh air, that's all, and to be away from the watchful eyes, and to loosen his belt a bit in the quiet moment of privacy, since the fucking thing is digging into him, and he's going to be okay. He's going to be fine. He doesn't need an ambulance. He's not going to vomit. He can finish the show. He can. He'll finish the show in 10 minutes, just a brief intermission. He takes another deep breath, unwinding his belt as he walks along the peaceful back alley. God, it feels good to take a full breath, letting his stomach fully distend without anyone around to witness it. He just needs a second of privacy, just a second where he can be fat without anyone looking at him, without anyone knowing. He takes another breath for good measure, and he hears the door behind him swing open. Oscar. Fuck that bartender. Fuck him and his judgment. The man isn't even part of the parish. Who is he to say what others will think of a priest in a bar? He doesn't know Oscar. He doesn't know his life, his relationship to God, his hardships, the events of the last 6 hours. He doesn't know about the violence that stitches his muscles to his bones, the violence that nearly gored a man's throat today with splintering wood, the violence that has maimed and hacked and mangled and... Shit. Stop the spiral. He can't start the spiral. Look at the stage. Look for him. Look for... There, Alexander. Oh, there, the beautiful man. How adorned in sparkling light he is. How glorious. He looks absolutely angelic. He floats across the stage with invisible wings, and the stage lights cast a brilliant halo around his golden orange hair. Divine. His fingers fly so easily about the keys, so effortlessly. Those fingers, so nimble, so strong. How perfectly they would fit between Oscar's fingers. How dearly Oscar would hold them. Oscar would cradle each digit so gently, just like he'd done before. Back in the days behind the alley, back when they hid themselves away from the public eye, back when they lingered near each other, just centimeters apart. How Oscar used to lift those fingers easily to his lips, caressing each of them with the love they deserved. And how those fingers traveled along Oscar's cheek, brushing through his facial hair so delicately. How they held Oscar so sweetly, lovingly behind his head, twisting through Oscar's hair, pulling Oscar forward, closer, just a breath from... No, wait, he isn't. Oscar's not supposed to be. Someone told him that it wasn't right doing this, that it wasn't healthy to... No, those aren't the right words. What were the right words? Handling his shit. Right. Someone is supposed to help him handle his shit, but who was that? How was he supposed to... Forgive me all, but I need to take a brief intermission. Oscar sees Alexander leap from the seat. Please refill your drinks in the meantime. I'll return in 10. The fear in Alexander's eyes nearly stops Oscar's heart. The panic. Alexander rushes off stage, weaving through the crowd toward the back door. He's in danger again. He's hurting again. And no, Oscar will not stand by helplessly this time, waiting for someone else to care for the love of his life. Never again. He stands from his stool, choking down the bile in the back of his throat. He's already walked here from church today. He can walk again. He drives through the crowd, half pushing and half being pushed, like he's being squeezed through a tube. There are bodies all around him, casting moving shadows on the already moving figures in front of him. It's disorientating, it's nauseating. He's not sure if he's going to make it before he... There! The door! He can do it. Just a little further. His hands meet cold metal, and he shoves all of his weight into it, feeling it give immediately. He bumbles through the exit, barely catching his balance as the door closes behind him. And then it's quiet. The air outside is breezy, open, and warm, and a lungful of it calms his nausea instantly. The darkness of the sky is soothing to his eyes, and the racket from the bar is barely a whisper now. And, in front of him... Alexander! Oscar nearly weeps to see the man standing strong. You're all right. Alexander jumps at his voice, fumbling with his belt buckle. What? Oh. He faces Oscar, his nose curling slightly. Oscar, right? Is that you? Aye. Oscar smiles broadly, moving closer to him. Bless God, I was so worried. Alexander gives an odd laugh, but replies, I appreciate your concern, friend, but I'm doing quite fine. I just needed a bit of fresh air, that's all. I came to help. Oscar moves even closer, desperate to see his gorgeous man, healthy and well. Alexander places a firm hand on his shoulder, a lovely, strong, talented hand on his shoulder. Oh, mercy, to feel him again, it's heaven. Oscar instantly leans into the warmth of his palm. Again, I appreciate it, but I'm in no need of help. Something crosses Alexander's expression. Actually, has John spoken with you yet? We were both wondering. Oscar feels eyes starting to well with tears as he stares into that beautiful, darling face that he once thought he'd never see again. I missed you, he says, strangled. I couldn't help you. All I ever wanted was to help. Whoa there! Alexander shakes him gently, always gently. Oh, heavens, how Alexander cares for him. He cares. It's quite all right. I don't need any help, remember? And now there's something important that You're everything to me, you know that? Oscar melts beneath Alexander's palm. Everything. All right, Oscar, this is exactly what... I wish I could have been there for you all those years ago. Oscar feels a sharp nip of regret force out his words. After everything happened, I wish I could have seen you. What do you... Alexander's eyebrows rise in recognition. He remembers. Of course he does. He cares. Oh, Oscar, I see what's happening. No, friend, I'm not who you're thinking of. I can never forgive myself. Oscar whispers hurriedly, placing a hand over Alexander's, and mercy how right it feels. Their fingers entwined. I won't forgive myself for not coming back for you, for leaving you without... Oscar! Alexander starts to back away, but Oscar holds tight. He won't miss his opportunity. God has brought them together after so long. He'll never leave Alexander again. I'm Arthur, not Alexander, remember? We never got to be together the way we wanted. Oscar pushes closer, and how right it is, how familiar. Their hands together, their bodies together, just like they used to be. He lifts Alexander's delicate fingers to his lips. The way I still want. Wait, Oscar, you... Pressed close together against the back alley brick wall, just like they'd been, just centimeters apart. Would God forgive me? He stares at Alexander's lips, thin and luscious and already parted. If I were to make up for it now. Oscar! Oscar is violently shoved backward with a jarring, powerful force. And at the same time, the door behind them is thrown open, and a thunderous voice rattles the concrete beneath their feet. Get the fuck off him!
The chat is so funny right now. Sorry, everyone.
Okay, that was 31, right?
That's 31.
Okay.
So,
Oh, great. We're getting hit with this. Great. Thanks. Lovely.
So many Oscar no's.
Oscar, no!
Telescope says, and in comes John with the steel chair. Oh my goodness. What a nightmare. Let's look at some fan art. Hollow is back. Hey, Lena's here. Some of your really funny memes are here. Sweet Mapple's art is here. I know, that one kills me. That was a really important scene to me. And when I saw it in Sweet Mapple's style, I was like, you get it. You get me. Oh my God, you get me. And Avi is here also as well. So many great fan arts. Oh my gosh, I love to see these. Sammy says John is about to suplex this man. Hey, Mads is back. Welcome, Mads. Good to see you again. Inky says OMG the war meme. I know. That's a good one. Especially since we had John doing the 1,000-yard stare too. Welcome, Mads. Everything is bad. Everything's going to shit. Yeah, so clearly the last chapter was hectic and this was worse. I actually think it was Sweet Maple who was in my comment section, and they said that, I'm paraphrasing, but they said that this chapter felt like a loose bag full of rocks tumbling down a hill, and every time it would stumble, the rocks would just fly out. More and more rocks would leave the bag, and it was just catastrophic all the way down, which is exactly what I wanted it to feel like. Oh, no worries, Marix, no worries. So I mentioned during the last chapter that I wrote 4 chapters in one day, and these were the 4. Originally, I had 42 bullet points, and I was going to do 42 chapters. But when I wrote all of these, and I told myself that I was going to write them as short as I needed them to be, they didn't need to be long, I realized that each of them weren't quite enough to be one chapter on its own. And more importantly, wouldn't it feel so much worse if they were all back to back to back? Wouldn't it feel so much more chaotic if we had to basically zip through all of the everyone's point of view in the same space? It gives me that feeling of, again, I'm a Magnus Archives baby. What can I say? I'm a Magnus man. And during I won't give too many spoilers, but during the season 3 finale of that one, where we get to see so many different people's point of view, and there's the music that draws us from point of view to point of view, it gives me such chaotic imagery in my mind, and that's what I wanted for this one. I wanted us to feel like the cameramen that are having to like run around the bar to keep up with everything that's going on. Telescope says, I remember I kept having to put this chapter down reading it because I was constantly like, no, in a good way. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I love writing stuff that people feel like they got to tab away from. Sammy says it's so cool to listen to just being tugged around. Yeah, it definitely feels like we as the readers are so helpless here because we know everything that's going on. We have all of that dramatic irony power. You know, we are in control of everyone's feelings on everything. We know exactly what everyone is feeling at any given time. And we're just watching this horrible shit play out. And we know where it's going. And we don't want it to go that way, but it's happening anyway. I do love that feeling. It's terrible. So everyone's reaction to this chapter was awesome in the chat today too. So much fun. So much fun. Alrighty. Let's see what else do I have to say on this one. Oh, during John's POV chapter, okay, listen. I am a fanfic writer, okay? I have my setbacks. And one of my setbacks is that I criminally overuse italics and I criminally overuse dashes. That's just who I am, okay? That's just that's the life I lead. So I recognized that there were a lot of dashes in the John POV chapter, and I wanted to count how many there were. Does anyone have any guesses for how many dashes were just in that John POV? I think it's about maybe 500 words or so. Another mini game. Inky says 27. Oh yeah, I love a good M dash telescopes. Never enough. Eureka says the curse of being omniscient. Absolutely. Sammy says 32 dashes. Any other guesses? Again, I think that the chapter is like 500 words. Any other? Oh, Violet, thank you so much for popping in. We'll see you all. We'll see you soon when you can pop back later. And thank you for the fan art. Jazzy says 47. Eureka says 69. Great guesses. The answer is 93. He says 500, one after every word. Yeah, 93 dashes. That's all right. That's a lot. I'm sorry. When I realized that, I was like, maybe I should tone it back. But it just gives so much urgency. That's why I love those M dashes. They feel like thoughts are being cut off at the tail ends and you're thrown into the next immediate thought without having time to finish the whole thought. So, you know what? Whatever. 93, and I like every single one of them. A record. Thank you. I appreciate that trophy. All right, in the Arthur POV, this was my favorite one to write. Oh yeah, Tea Time, congratulations. You were the closest without going over. You win the Price is Right rules. So Arthur's POV, absolutely my favorite to write, just because I know these two conversations so well. I know them like the back of my hands. I have been living with them for so many years of my life that being able to write out this process of think about your stomach, don't think about your stomach, think about the music, but wait, your stomach. No, don't think about your stomach, think about the music, but wait. Just the endless toilet bowl cycle of it. I know it so, so, so well. And there's always like one more thing that the eating disorder brain will remind you of. There's always something that you haven't considered that the eating disorder brain has considered. So we see here, Arthur's like, oh, I forgot about my jacket. Like, is it doing what I need it to do? And then, oh man, I forgot about how tightly I wrapped this belt. This is really painful now. And it just always has something else to talk to you about, whether or not you want to talk to it. And in moments like this where Arthur needs to be focused and he needs to be performing, and he wants to be focused and he wants to be performing, it's just not up to him. It's out of his control. The eating disorder brain has its own prerogative. And oh my gosh, the internal war is it's endless and terrible. Eureka took a little curtsy for winning. Congratulations. Yeah. Oh man. But I also liked, we got to do just a little bit of fun spacing in this chapter. I wanted it to be reminiscent of chapter 19 where Arthur fainted when there are long spaces, because Arthur is still playing, there is still time passing. But I didn't want people to think that he was on the verge of fainting, because this time he is not. He actually did a decent job of eating one whole sandwich, as if that's a lot of food. But at this moment, to Arthur, that is a lot of food. So his body is rewarding him by being able to stay upright. His body doesn't feel lightheaded or dizzy or shaky because he's doing good things for himself. And now he's lambasting himself for eating too much. That's that cognitive dissonance. So hard to escape. His body is praising him, but his mind is not. Terrible. And then in the Oscar POV, this was the weakest of all of them during the first draft, because I didn't have a lot of setup for it planned. and I was still, working on finding Oscar's voice a little bit. But I realized I had always written out that Oscar was going to go try to kiss Arthur. But when I finally got to it, I realized that I had done absolutely nothing to escalate Oscar's fantasies about Alexander throughout the fic. So, on viewing the fic as a whole, in all of Oscar's character arc, it was basically at that point just ooh, pretty man, ooh, pretty boy, ooh, so pretty, time to kiss him. And so, it felt so out of the blue. The timing, the pacing is horrible. So in this one, I have to continue to work up his fantasies, and I had to go back to all of his other fantasies and add just small escalations. So over the course of all of his like daydreams with Alexander, we can see this progression of him being near Alexander and then holding him in his arms and then being held back. And then both of their fingers traveling along each other's chests and along each other's necks and up to their cheeks. And then Oscar finally brings Arthur's fingers to kiss his fingers. So, like, there is a way more obvious trajectory of what Oscar is going through rather than what I had written. So, I think this is better. So, I also had to go back and add that whole like back alley scene just centimeters apart, and I needed a good rule of threes for that one. I needed the setup and the reminder and the payoff, just so that everyone, they could expect that Oscar wanted to do this and had a reason for it, and it wasn't just completely mic drop. I just decided to do this today. I've just reached drunk enough. I think this will do. Inky says Arthur is in fact very pretty. John agrees. I mean, I think all of the tourists would agree that Arthur is very, very pretty. Inky says, this being the weakest chapter while also being so good is just wow. Oh, I didn't mean the whole chapter. I meant just Oscar's part, but also I'm saying in the past tense. It was the weakest of the three, and I'm proud of where it is now. I think that it makes a lot more sense. I did also have to change like the emotional core of Oscar here, because at first I had written, when Oscar is like cornering Arthur up against the back wall, I originally had him telling Arthur how sorry he was for not telling Alexander that Oscar loved him earlier. But I was like, what? No, of course Alexander knew that. They were flirting constantly. Like what? Of course he knew that. Why would Oscar be so like regretful about that? So then I realized that actually the thing that Oscar regrets is leaving Alexander, not going back for him, not trying to find him again. And I think that that works so much better with all of the things that he said in all of his previous flashbacks. So as you can tell, Inky, this one needed a lot of rewrites, so it definitely was the weakest for a while. But I think it's come around. And I do just love how fast-paced this chapter is. I feel like when you read it, you have to read it quickly. I can hear just a little bit in your voice too, Marix, when we get to like John and Charlie bantering back and forth while they're trying to bartend. When people interrupt each other, there's so much like urgency to your voice, and I think that is, that's exactly what I'm going for. That's what I hope everyone was going to get out of this.
I appreciate it. That's the hardest part to read for real.
Yeah, it's tough.
I hope I did decent. I know I struggled.
Yes. Yeah, no, you did a great job. I love that feeling of urgency. It's terrifying. Okay, the last thing I want to say about this one is that it was so hard to enjoy the week leading up to this chapter because I was focused on editing chapter 32, the one that's coming up next. I have so much to say about 32. So much to say, and I wish that I could have had the time to just enjoy this chapter a little bit more in the upcoming week, but alas, I was very, very busy. So I'm trying to enjoy it now. Trying to enjoy it now. I think I probably proofread this one maybe once in the week leading up to posting because I had other things on the mind. But I'm glad it worked out. I'm glad I get to hear it again. So, hooray. Eureka says, happy to hear that you kept going at the chapter until you found what you like. Oh my goodness, Eureka, that's the moral of this entire fic. This entire fic was such garbage on draft 1, but we just kept plucking away, and it was miserable. But we did it, and we're there. All right. I think that is all I want to say on this one because we are getting to the climax chapter of To Live Two Lives. Here we go. I'm so excited. Marix, do you have anything else you want to add before we move on?
Nope, I'm ready.
I'm so ready. Let's get to it. Let's get down and dirty.
Previously on To Live Two Lives. John found Oscar in the back alley with Arthur. Content warnings, threats of violence, men crying, tally 6. Charlie. God damn it, god damn it, god damn it. John's diabolically long legs have already rushed him out of the bartending space faster than Charlie could even blink, and now 100 people are staring wide-eyed and expectantly at the only remaining man behind the counter. What the fuck now? Hey everybody, listen up. Charlie waves to the whole barroom. Hey, I don't really know what's going on, but Mr. Dowd, is your performer okay? Someone says on his left. Charlie buzzes his lips. Ain't the slightest clue. Johnny's heading back to check on him now, and... Are you still serving drinks, Charlie? Well, here's the thing. Charlie scratches his cheek. I'm the only sorry sap up here, so I think we might have to... Charlie, I think something might be wrong with... Mr. Dowd, your boy was... Charlie, something... Charlie! A deafening yell from outside shakes the whole foundation of the bar, and everyone cowers at once, nearly dropping to their knees. And Charlie is back there. Gray. 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 Back in the... Gray. Endless screaming. Gray. 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 Screams of warning, sounding like battle cries. Gray. Gray. Screams for help. Gray. Oh dear God, help! Gray. Gray. Back where he desperately plugs his ears. Gray. To the voices of his closest friends. Gray. 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 Because he can't stand to hear. Gray. Gray. Those voices inevitably shred. Gray. 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 Into wet and guttural. Gray. Gargling. Gray. 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 As his friends are torn apart. Gray. Gray. Into indistinguishable globs. Gray. Gray. Of sopping red meat. Gray. 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 His friends. Gray. 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 God damn it. Gray. Gray. His fucking friends. Gray. Gray. He'll never. Gray. Gray. He'll never hear them. Gray. 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 He'll never hear from his fucking friends again. Gray. 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 He'll... Wait. Friends. He has a friend still. He has a friend, a new one. A friend who's alive and well, who wants Charlie to be well. They made a deal. He promised to help Charlie, and Charlie promised to help him. Charlie sees the gray of his vision start to part in the center, a window of crystal clear sight. His eyes land on an empty seat at the bar counter. Oscar's seat. Charlie charges into action. Well, I think that settles it. Charlie throws the register under the counter. Bar's closed. See you tomorrow. Out, please. The crowd shudders with fear and confusion, but Charlie bows right past them as he pushes his way to the back alley door. I mean it, everybody. Sayonara. Unless you want to be privy to whatever the hell's going on outside. The patrons seem to be, for once, deeply uninterested in digging their noses into some clearly bad shit, and they start to clamor toward the front exit. The barroom writhes as people push and shove past each other, making it very difficult for Charlie to swim upstream. Finally, Charlie squeezes his way to the back door, and then he propels himself through it. Johnny! What the fuck is... Oh no. Cue the thunder and lightning. John, stop! Lester wails. You're seeing red! He tries to shove himself between the two men to no avail. Stop it! Listen to me! John snarls like a panther as his fist wraps tighter around the collar of Oscar's shirt, and he looks primed and ready to launch the man to the goddamn moon. And Oscar, God help him, looks paralyzed. John! Lester pushes harder. Listen to... John takes a preemptive step back, widening his stance. John, no! John's massive bicep contracts suddenly, his knees bending ever so slightly, and dear fucking God, is he actually going to... Hey! Charlie barrels between them, shoulder-checking John as hard as he can. John grunts in surprise, losing his grip and stepping back maybe a foot. It's not a lot. The man is as movable as a fucking brick wall, but it's enough for Charlie to throw his arms around Oscar and nearly carry the Scotsman backwards, safely out of reach. Charlie! Lester pants. Thank God! He turns to John, throwing his stick on the ground and reaching his hands up to encircle John's face. John, you're seeing red! Snap out of it! Oscar? Charlie slaps Oscar a few times on the cheek until Oscar's eyes focus to a point. Oscar, you there, buddy? Oscar's entire body shakes with fear, his pupils the size of a grain of salt, and Charlie is not going to think about how many times he's seen that look before, that horrifying look hidden beneath the brim of a bullet-scuffed helmet, the devastating look of hopeless fear on two young faces splattered with mud and gunpowder and blood. Nope, no sir, none of that. His friends need help, and Charlie is going to help him. Oscar, hey, I'm talking to you. Charlie rattles him, maybe a bit harder than necessary. It'd be real sweet to say something back. John, please stop, you... John? John! Charlie hears a sharp, shuddering inhale from one hitherto silent John Doe, and what the hell does that mean now? Charlie whips his head around to find the man in question staring back at him with sheer and utter gut-wrenching dismay. No, wait, he's not staring at Charlie, he's staring at... Oh my God. John's voice sounds mangled as his knees start to wobble. Oh my God, fucking Christ, Oscar, John! Lester keeps his face on his hands. John, you stopped, okay? You stopped. Holy hell. Johnny looks broken. I didn't stop, Arthur. I laid my fucking hands on him. Oh my God, Oscar, I'm so sorry. John, just back up, okay? Lester walks towards him, forcing the taller man to shuffle unsteadily backward. Just put some distance between... Jesus, Oscar, I'm so sorry. Tears stream down John's face. Oh God, John! Lester's voice turns softer. Breathe, John. We'll talk to him in a moment. Just breathe with me, he says as his thumbs wipe the dampness from John's cheeks. Charlie looks at Oscar, who watches this with 100 emotions brawling on his face. Oscar, come on. Charlie presses, patting Oscar's cheek again and leaving his hand there, maybe for his own sake. Pal, you with me? Oscar meets his eyes finally. Charlie? Hey! Charlie tries to smile. All right, we're in business now. What's going on right now? Can you tell me? Oscar looks back to John, who's starting to cave in despite Lester's efforts to hold him up. Come on, Oscar, talk to me, man. Oscar locks eyes with Charlie again, and his face settles into a sort of hollow, distant stare that turns Charlie's stomach sour. I deserved it, Charlie, Oscar says quietly, eerily sober. What? Charlie reels back. What the fuck are you talking about? That expression. Charlie is not going to think about how he's seen this one, too, hundreds of times deep in the trenches. The expression on the soldiers who've miraculously crawled back from the battlefield alive, who sit alone on the bunks when their friends used to sleep, completely unprepared to come to grips with what they've just done. Nope, Charlie is not going to think about... Charlie, I deserve... Don't say that! Charlie spits, giving him an aggressive shake. Oscar feels frighteningly limp beneath Charlie's hands, putting up no resistance whatsoever. You're woozy right now, okay? Charlie? Lester calls as he pulls a weeping John to his arms. What's going on back there? Charlie scans Oscar's face, but the fucking expression doesn't change. He looks up at Charlie in a way that makes the edges of Charlie's vision start to turn gray. You can't, Oscar. Charlie huffs a manic laugh, turning around to face the other two. He still can't, Lester. He's not talking any sense right now. I deserved it, Charlie. Oscar repeats again, not a single slur in his words. I deserved... You shut the fuck up! Charlie hisses at him. You're drunk and wallowing in your own self-pity, alright? Lester... John, listen, Lester says as the giant man tries to bury himself into Lester's shoulder. John, no one's hurt, alright? I put my hands on him, John sobs. I'll never fucking learn, Arthur. I'll never... John, come on, it's going to be okay. This isn't the worst thing that... But I'm getting worse. John clenches Lester's suit jacket in his fists. I'm getting worse. I didn't even touch him last time. He chokes on a breath. I'm supposed to be getting better. I'm supposed to be better. Lester's face falls. You're not going to be perfect about it, John. I'm a monster, Arthur. I can't believe I... Stop that! You want to... But I put my hands on... Don't you dare say... John! Everyone freezes in place at the unexpected sound of Oscar's voice suddenly splitting the noise, ping-ponging off the walls of the alley. The rest of them go immediately silent, turning cautiously toward Oscar, who doesn't say another word. He just stands with this weird expression on his face like he's doing mental math to the 1000th place. Nobody speaks for a beat. It seems like nobody really breathes either. Then John mousily shrinks behind Lester, answering quietly. Oscar? Oscar locks eyes with John, which makes Johnny shrink even further. Oscar still doesn't say anything, though. His mouth just flaps around uselessly like he's forgotten all the vowels. Bud? Charlie nudges Oscar again. Floor's yours, pal. Oscar blinks between Charlie and John, still not having solved whatever arithmetic he started on, apparently. But when Oscar eventually settles on John again, his meek voice barely whispers, I just realized that I've never called you by your name. John stares for a long moment, and then another, and then he tries for one more, but he's clearly gleaming no viable answers from it, so he gives up the idea wholesale and looks toward the other two for help. Unfortunately, by the look on Lester's face, the maestro seems equally as useless as Charlie feels. Oscar shudders back to full volume. Sorry, John, that's not what... He shakes his head dismissively. I mean, I am sorry for that. I should have learned your name when... Mercy, how long have I known you? Months at this point? John silently begs the other two for help again, and Charlie considers referring him to a few gods for aid. How rude I was. Oscar shakes his head again, this time into his palm. His voice turns to a mutter. It's sort of unclear if he's talking to John or to himself. For months. Mercy, that's... And you've done nothing but help me. Kept me safe, monitored my... Oscar jerks his hand away from his face. No, this is all backwards, He hurriedly straightens himself out, facing John once more. Sorry, I shouldn't be... That's not what I... Hey. Charlie pats his shoulder. Breathe, Oscar. Start over. Oscar does a few audible breaths, and the rest of the men share wary looks. They shift awkwardly, not wanting to push the poor guy, but also not enjoying the prickliness of tense quiet around them that's growing thornier by the second. Oscar must breathe for about 2.5 lifetimes, though, and it breaks Charlie a bit. He gives Oscar a not-so-subtle shove, hoping to convey the dire straits that Oscar's leaving them all in. After that, Oscar seems to get the hint pretty quickly. Oscar self-consciously clears his throat, and then he stands up taller, squares his shoulders, looks Johnny dead in the eye, and says confidently, Thank you, John. Huh. Charlie wasn't exactly sure what was going to come out of the man's mouth, but a thank you for nearly mashing me into paste certainly didn't match his top 5 guesses. Johnny blinks once. So does Lester. Charlie goes ahead and blinks too, since he's just about as lost as the rest of them and wants to show a little camaraderie. I'm sorry, of course. Oscar continues, a bit less confidently. Heavens, I'm sorry for so many things. But I wanted to thank you, first. Oscar nods assuredly. Thank you, John. John looks like he wants to hide his entire mountain-sized body behind his beanpole friend. I thank you, John. Oscar turns his gaze towards said beanpole friend. From stopping me from... I'm sorry, Oscar! John explodes without warning, his words gushing from his mouth. Oh God, I'm so sorry for grabbing you like that. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have touched you, let alone... John! John! Oscar waves his hand, trying to speak over the yelling. Listen, you don't... I terrified you. Johnny's tears are back in full force. I loomed over you. I laid my hands on you. I almost... Thank you! Oscar screams even louder. John, mercy! I deserved it! Down! Charlie snarls at him, but Oscar snarls back. He stopped me! Oscar flings a hand. I needed to be stopped. John wails. But I was violent. That was unacceptable. That's not a way to treat... I nearly assaulted him. Oscar growls, pointing to a very uncomfortable Lester, and wait. What the fuck did he just say? But... John squirms, gripping Lester closest to him. I shouldn't... Oscar pleads wildly. You protected him from me. You did the right thing. John shakes his head like he doesn't want to hear a word the man says. Fuck, Oscar, you wouldn't be saying this if you knew... You have no idea what I was going to do to you. I have every idea. Oscar roars. Because I would have done the same. John sputters to a halt, thrown completely off center and going slack with confusion. But Oscar just stares back at him challengingly, breathing hotly through his nose. I understand, John. Oscar grits out with an ominous certainty. Believe me, I know exactly. Charlie isn't liking a single thing he's hearing. Not that he knows what the hell to do with any of it anyway, but Oscar leaves no room for questions. Your anger, John. Oscar's tone gets a bit softer, but it doesn't lose an inch of its deliberateness. Your rage. I know that rage. His hand balls into a fist. Far better than you can imagine. Johnny's face twists with shame, but he doesn't look away. His eyes flick hesitantly all over the man, in fact. Oscar's face twists too, matching John's expression to a T. It's all-consuming, isn't it? Inescapable. He looks at something 1,000 miles away. Something rooted in every cell of your body since birth, and yet something larger than you entirely. Johnny's eyes go a bit foggy, too, like he's seeing whatever Oscar's seeing in the distance. Even when Lester wraps a sympathetic hand around his elbow, his gaze doesn't budge. Oscar murmurs, Insatiable, too, it is, and demanding. His breath quivers. It steers your nerves like a whip crack steers a horse to gallop. Oscar finally finds John's eyes again, and their gazes meet evenly. And you do, don't you? Oscar whispers. You must. You gallop. Johnny can't tear his eyes away. Yes. I know, Rage, Oscar says emphatically. It's as familiar to me as it is to you. John steps forward, despite Lester sticking out a panic hand to hold him back. Then you'll understand how wrong I was. You'll understand why I need to apologize for my actions, and you'll understand why I deserved it. Oscar interrupts, shooting Charlie an icy look before Charlie can hiss at him again. Charlie still glares, though. Oscar returns to John, his words thick with remorse. Please listen to me, John. Please. His voice strains. I have spent months refusing to talk to you, ignoring all of your hospitality and dismissing your every question. Oscar's face is just drenched in guilt. Let me finally answer you, to make up for lost time. John stammers for a moment, obviously rearing to go with another torrential apology, but he's stopped in his tracks by a nudge from Lester, who nods at him insistently. The two of them have some sort of silent communication that nobody else is privy to, even though only one half of them can actually see the other, and then Johnny sighs with resignation, turning back to Oscar, and relents. Oscar whispers a quick thank you to Lester, but he doesn't waste another second of time. I told you, John, that I know rage, and I know its consequences in every meaning of the word. Oscar nods toward him. Just as you have tonight. John whines under his breath in torment, but Lester holds him firm. The tension in Oscar's face loosens a bit, his expression turning contemplative. But I've only ever felt my rage, lived it, been entirely and involuntarily puppeted by it, and then left to tend to the damages I'd done. Oscar catches Johnny's eyes again. But tonight, I saw it. Before John can protest, Oscar barrels on, snowballing with intensity. When I saw your rage, John, it was like seeing the world in two separate layers, stacked on top of each other. He gestures to some imaginary space in front of him. In the first, my reality before me, I saw all your hatred, your defensiveness, your hostility, your violence. Johnny looks like he's going to puke, but Oscar just keeps gesturing. And in the second, John, I saw all of mine. Oscar huffs madly. I saw myself standing above me, John. My own face, overcome with fury, desperate to protect the one I cared for. His eyes shimmer. My own rage, staring back at me, right in the eyes. Johnny's expression doesn't change, but in a small way, the rest of him does. Charlie can't quite put his finger on it, but it's like Johnny's whole body just starts listening a little more closely, like he's leaning in without moving a muscle. For once, John, Oscar picks up his volume. When my own rage was standing in front of me, completely detached from me, completely separate from my own body. Oscar looks down at his fist, and Johnny follows. For once, John, when I stood with my anger as an observer, as an honest witness. Oscar unfurls his hand, raising it to eye level for everybody to see. For once, John. Oscar's eyes blink back the wetness in the corners. For once in my entire life of anger and hatred and terrifying compulsion. Oscar says with pure awe. For once, John, I did not gallop. Oscar's hand is opened gently, still and relaxed, and Oscar looks at it like he's never seen the thing before. Johnny stares at the priest's hand with wonder too, and then he looks to his own, clenching and unclenching it. He looks like he's aligning his fingertips with some old scars, one that lined up perfectly and concerningly with his fingernails, which, Jesus. Oscar returns his hand to his side, sighing. I have spent so much of my life fighting my anger, John. But no amount of liquor or fantasy or reprimand has ever broken its hold on me. His words turn bitter. And at this point in my life, I don't think I truly believe that I could ever let it go. Johnny snaps his attention to Oscar again when Oscar says, Until today. Oscar's voice is battered, but heartfelt all the same. I deserved this, John, and I needed this. He gives Charlie that defiant look again, but this time Charlie feels like he doesn't have any retort. Charlie feels, actually, like he wants to listen too. Oscar presses onward. All of this time, John, I've been trying to fight my anger. But that isn't it, that isn't right. Johnny's voice seems to be out of operation at the moment, so he settles on giving Oscar a confused look, and Charlie feels himself joining it. It isn't right, it can't be. Oscar struggles to find his words. My anger isn't something to be fought, John. He nods to himself, gaining sureness. I can't convince it to be something that it's not. The words slip out of Charlie's mouth before he even realizes it. What, then? His voice is gentler than he thought it would be. What's the alternative? Like I said. Oscar eyes Charlie, and man, those eyes are wide. Observe. Witness. Stand alongside it. Oscar faces John once more, and Charlie swears that Johnny is staring directly through Oscar's soul. Show it compassion. Charlie hums under his breath, feeling Oscar's words seep into some unknown empty space in his brain. Show it compassion, Oscar says again, stronger this time. As you would happiness. As you would your fear or your sadness. Charlie feels that seeping feeling again as Oscar says, or your grief. Show it compassion, John repeats. As you're showing me. Aye, Oscar says firmly. And as you're showing me. John trembles slightly, and Lester immediately holds his hand, the scarred one, gently, dearly, as a caregiver would hold a patient. Funny, that. Oscar clearly witnesses the same, but he goes on. So, John, I deserved this tonight. This retribution. He grips something beneath his shirt. It gifted me truly valuable insight, the likes of which I don't believe I could have ever come to on my own. His last words have barely any breath left. And for that, I thank you. Johnny breathes out laboriously, but he nods at the tail end of it. I think the same might be true for me, so. He swallows. Thank you as well. Oscar nods back, and Charlie finds himself nodding along, rocking his brain just a bit to test its new weight. Johnny looks back at the ground, scuffing the concrete with his boot. So you forgive me then? Aye, Oscar says immediately. Of course I do, John. I must. Johnny's eyes shine with tears. I must, Oscar says again as his grip on his shirt tightens. If I want to forgive myself the same. Johnny sniffles, taking his hand back from Lester so he can wipe his face again. Lester still lingers a hand on John's back reassuredly. Oscar watches the both of them intently, some kind of interest gleaming in his eyes. All right. John eventually sighs through his fingers. All right. Lester gives a soft hum and a small squeeze to John's shoulder. Oscar seems to notice something in that too, but he continues on urgently. Arthur, I owe you an apology as well. Lester grunts. Well, Oscar, as he searches with his foot to find his stick on the ground, he picks it up and swiftly sweeps it in an arc around him. From one regrettable alcoholic who's made countless reprehensible mistakes to another, I can confidently say that I must forgive you. He gives Oscar a small, almost cheeky smile. If I want to forgive myself, that is. Oscar's eyes dart all over Lester, his face warring between disbelief and disappointment. He takes a breath like he's going to argue to the point, but then his eyes glance to a sniffling Johnny who's cradling his scarred hand. And suddenly, all of Oscar's reluctance seems to just slip away. All right, Oscar whispers to Lester, and he returns a tiny smile of his own. Aye. And fuck it, Charlie smiles too. Why not? This night has been chock full of, to put it lightly, startling surprises up until this point, but somehow the final surprise ended up being that there wasn't any carnage for Charlie to scrape off the concrete before dawn. And if that ain't something to smile about, then Charlie doesn't know what is. Plus, well, he feels a bit different after all of that. He's not quite sure what to do with any of his thoughts just yet, but it's definitely a good kind of different. And Oscar addresses the two others again, suddenly extremely serious. For what it's worth, I never would have approached Arthur had I known that you two were together. What? The two other men choke, immediately turning a look of blaring alarm to Charlie, who's also fucking choking. God damn. One more fucking surprise for the road. Caregiver was an innuendo the entire time? John and Lester stumble away from each other, their eyes larger than dinner plates as they stammer over themselves. You don't understand. We're not like that. We swear this isn't what it... Wait, stop. Oscar waves his hand frantically. Please stop. This isn't... You have nothing to fear here. From either of us. Oscar turns to Charlie. Right, Charlie? Johnny and Lester look poised and ready to boat to Mexico, but they haven't started running just yet. There's a real severe horror in their eyes, sure, but deeper than that, Charlie also sees a bit of curiosity. They're waiting. Waiting for confirmation, maybe. Acceptance. Tolerance. Ah, hell. How about a little similitude? Fucking A, Charlie shrugs. You telling me that we've all been a bunch of queers this whole fucking time? John and Lester balk with disbelief, their mouths open wide enough to catch flies. Oscar's eyebrows reach to the sky as he looks at Charlie, and then he turns toward the others. For a solid minute, no one says a word. They just blink at each other like fish sharing a bowl. And then Oscar snorts. All eyes turn to Oscar, but it doesn't stop the man at all. He crumples into a helpless giggle fit, one that he can't even tamp down when he covers his mouth. Johnny and Lester stare at Oscar completely unravels in laughter, doubling over and slapping his knee. The man laughs so hard that his face damn near turns purple, and then... Yeah, Charlie feels himself start to lose it too. It's just that John is giving Oscar this fucking funniest baffled look, and Lester's no better. He's trying so hard not to smile, so he just ends up making this fucking scrunched up face that almost gets Charlie to vomit with laughter. Then Oscar starts patting his thigh like an old man, which nearly takes Charlie out at the knees, and then Lester finally cracks, leaning fully on John for support as his cackles make the whole frame shudder. As soon as Lester throws his hands to his forehead, little old Johnny finally bursts into a smile, holding Arthur up so that smaller man can go completely limp with hysteria. And then Johnny joins them in the madness, and Charlie is suddenly pretty fucking content with how his night went. Oh, mercy! Oscar wipes his eye. That's fucking hilarious. Charlie bumps Oscar's shoulder with his own. The jokes come in handy sometimes, don't they? Oscar chuckles. This once. God! Lester straightens fully, trying to calm himself. What a fucking revelation! John aggressively scrubs at his forehead. I think I would like to be done with revelations for the rest of the night, please. Seconded. Oscar raises his hand, and John gives him a timid smile. Charlie cheeses. Well, hey, it all worked out, didn't it? He gestures to all three of them. You forgive you, I forgive all of you guys. We're a happy little family now, aren't we? Now, he dramatically scours the alley. Somebody please roll the credits before something else starts up again. Lester blanches. Wait, Charlie, my performance. Have people been... Nah. I told them to all get packing before I came out of here. Charlie flaps his hand. Hopefully the bar's reputation survives. Oh. Lester breathes a sigh of relief. Well, I'm sorry for... Charlie points at him sternly. I just said we're not starting that shit again. Lester titters. Fair. John mumbles a thank you, and Charlie gives him a salute. So, Charlie sticks his hand on his hips. I think this happily ever after calls for a little celebration. I'm thinking some kind of drink that'll wipe the memories of the first half of the night, but not the second. Who's with me? John groans, and Lester gives a smiling sigh as he shakes his head, saying, I appreciate the offer, Charlie, but I'm afraid I've had more than enough of tonight in general. Charlie sends Johnny a couple of puppy-eyed pouts, and John purposefully dodges all of them. The bastard. Lester sighs again, stretching out his back. I think I'd rather celebrate by getting home at a decent hour, for once. He rubs his face tiredly, and then immediately hitting the sack. John? I'm inclined to agree. John looks at Lester with that unfiltered adoration of his, and really, it's a fucking wonder that Charlie didn't pick up on all this shit before. Johnny's always been a bit of a quirky man, but that love sure is love. Also, that was definitely a euphemism. Boo! Charlie gives them each a thumbs down. Oscar? Oscar looks at him sheepishly, scratching his shorter arm. I'd like to join you, Charlie, but maybe I shouldn't be drinking much more tonight. Charlie feels that anxious tug in his chest at Oscar's rejection, a tug that screams for Oscar to please stay, that begs him not to leave, please don't leave. But then don't, Charlie says softly. But stay for the company? Oscar pauses for a moment, and then he smiles. All right, Attaboy! Charlie grins, giddiness fizzling through him. I'll get you the finest glass of water you ever drank in your life. I'll hold you to that. Oscar chuckles. Well, boys, Lester taps his stick on the ground. The show is over then, eh? John agrees bluntly. Let's find our exit here. As a pent-up exhaustion finally starts to bleed into his expression. John, do we have everything? If we don't, Johnny exhales raggedly, then we'll get it tomorrow. Lester gives half a laugh, but he nods. So, Lester waves to Charlie and Oscar. We're off then. Take care of the both of you, sincerely. Charlie smirks, waving back. Yeah, adios. Oscar waves too. The same to you. Lester's hand finds John's leading arm, and then John gives a quiet farewell as he guides Lester to face the street. They walk out together in the cool, dark night, huddled up all close and snug, and the sight of it genuinely warms Charlie's heart. He's happy for his friends. He's happy for what they have in each other. And most of all, he's happy to know them now, really, as they know him. Fucking caregiver. He'll never get over that. Alright, Charlie turns on his heels, motioning for Oscar to follow. Charlie walks over to the back door, grabs the handle, and swings the thing open with a cheery, "After you, good sir." Oscar smiles and thanks as he steps through, already heading back towards a seat at the bar counter. And Charlie takes one final breath outside in the brisk air, reveling in the feeling of, Jesus fucking Christ, the bad shit is finally over. And then he follows the man, his dear friend, back inside.
Oh man, round of applause, Marix, to do all of those voices, all 4 of them. Pretty impressive.
Thank you.
Pretty impressive.
Oh, we're starting off with Rocky art.
Oh my goodness, Rocky art. Oh
guys,
my
don't
goodness.
even get me started. Don't even get me started on Rocky's art, guys. Oh, look at it. Everyone look at it. Oh.
Here's my thing. I know. Okay, let me talk about who is in the fan art here. We got Rocky. We got Shellac in here. Moss also came back. Oh wait, no, sorry. Moss has written something. There is yet another fic of this fic that you guys need to go read. It is adorable. It is so
it's
good.
so cute.
Please go check it out. It's so good. Thank you to Moss for that. Oh my goodness. Okay, so there is the first of a few soapbox moments in this one. So I would love to take a little time to read that for everybody. But before I do that, wow, the reactions to this chapter were so incredible. Y'all in the chat were so hey, Shalak just came in. Hey, Shalak, your art is here. Good timing. Yeah, so thank you everyone to your reactions. I heard so many wonderful things about this chapter. So many people think that this is their favorite chapter. That is literally crazy to me, and you will see why eventually. But first, I've got an obligatory soapbox moment for you all. Okay, it starts like this. Day 1 readers knew this was coming eventually. So, showing compassion to your feelings, sitting with them. These are phrases that I've heard throughout my life and throughout my therapy, but for the longest time, I never actually understood them, nor did I know how to put them into practice. I just assumed that I must already be doing these things because I didn't know what they really meant besides having feelings that I definitely do feel. If you feel like you've mastered the art of sitting with your emotions, no need to keep reading. See you in the next chapter. Nah, you all are sitting with me through it. If you're in the same boat that I was in, allow me to offer you a new perspective. When you read the scene where John explains to Lily how his jealousy feels, were you able to feel compassion for him? Were you able to understand why he would be frustrated when confronted with an emotion that he'd never experienced before? Were you able to understand why he was upset with Oscar in the first place? Were you able to sit with John in the pits of his jealousy, all while sympathizing with his feelings and still caring for him deeply? When you read through one of Charlie's many panic attacks, were you able to feel compassion for him? Were you able to understand the fear that he must be facing when remembering traumatic scenes of war? How did you feel when Charlie declined every opportunity to talk about his anxiety? Were you able to sit with Charlie in the pits of his fear, all while sympathizing with his feelings and still caring deeply for him? When you read about Oscar's anger that constantly drove him to drink, were you able to feel compassion for him? Were you able to understand the foundations of what sparked his lifelong anger? Were you able to understand why it would be so hard for him to avoid his anger, given who he works with at the church? Were you able to sit with Oscar in the pits of his rage, all while sympathizing with his feelings and still caring deeply for him? When you read through Arthur's latest breakdown on stage, were you able to feel that compassion? Were you able to recognize how hard he had been trying to fight his eating disorder? Were you able to understand why his anorexic thoughts kept coming back anyway? Were you able to sit with Arthur in the pits of his disorder, all while sympathizing with his feelings and still caring deeply for him? We're not going to touch on Daniel because too many of you want him dead at this point, and my point won't stand. So, I'm assuming you probably answered yes to a few of those questions. And therefore, just from the act of reading this fic, you have become an observer. You've become an honest witness. You have, likely, not let any of the emotions that you've read overtake you. You've, likely, not completely lost control of yourself. And you've, likely, not let those emotions drive you to attempted murder, right?
You don't know my life.
Instead, you've been able to sit with, literally and figuratively, all of these intense emotions that your beloved characters are feeling. You've been able to honor these emotions by reading every word of them, by hearing them out until the end of the chapter. You've been able to show them compassion by still feeling love for these characters, no matter what emotions they face. Well then, time to put some of this into practice. The next time you have a bout of really intense emotions, can you sit with them this way? Can you allow your body to feel these emotions while allowing your mind to observe them? Can you listen to your emotions the same way you'd listen to John's or Oscar's or whoever you've connected with the most? Don't get me wrong, it's not an easy practice. It's incredibly taxing, and it's incredibly uncomfortable to sit with horrible feelings. No one wants to sit in a ball of fury, nor a bleak sadness, nor a manic anxiety. As an example, how did you feel smack dab in the middle of Arthur's breakdown on stage? But as we've all been told, we can't bottle up our emotions, we can't shove them aside, we can't drown them in liquor and fantasy. They'll only grow and fester if we do, and we might end up like John at the start of this chapter. So instead, we must sit with them. We must listen to them. We must show them compassion, because then and only then are they finally able to work their way out of our systems healthfully. There's more to say on this subject, predictably. We'll get to explore more real-life practices in upcoming chapters, but here's sort of a foundation for more conversations to come. All right, that's more than enough for now. Until next time. So there's our little obligatory soapbox moment. I see someone came in, but I didn't see who it was.
Oh, it's Sammy. It's Sammy, coworker.
Oh my goodness! Whoa! Hello! There are two Sammys in the chat right now. So hello, Marix is Sammy. It's so good to meet you. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so happy to have you. Oh my goodness. The other Sammy, my Sammy, we'll do Hauntie Sammy and Marix's Sammy.
Everyone claim your Sammys. Mine's with an IE.
Hauntie Sammy says, no, Hauntie, I want to know what Daniel has to say. You're the only one. You're the only one. Nesty says, I love these soapboxes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Shellac says, these are so insightful. Thank you so much. These come straight from fucking therapy, y'all. My Sammy says, I think part of the reason why so many of us love these characters is because of their flaws. It makes them feel more seen. It makes you feel more seen than hidden, empathy and all that. 100%. Yeah, 100%. It's nice to have flawed characters because then it's not just me fucking up in this world. You know what I mean? Hello, Marix and Sammy. So good to meet you. Okay. Okay, everyone else is just commenting on the glory of having two Sammys. All right. Did I already say all of the fan art? Did I say that?
Yeah, I showed it all.
Yeah, I did. Awesome. Okay, so this is crazy. This is where I'm gonna start. This is crazy. I want everyone to give a massive thank you to Marix Moon, because without him, this chapter would not be what it is.
Aww.
I'm dead serious. I was hating this chapter for a really, really long time because I didn't know what the emotional core of it was supposed to be. All I knew was that I needed to get Oscar to talk to John, and I needed to get them to forgive each other, and I needed to get Arthur to forgive Oscar, and then I needed Charlie to say, we've all been a bunch of queers this whole time. That's all I knew. And the rationalizations that I had for them getting to talk to each other and for them getting to love each other in the end were weak and not thematic and boring. And then 2 weeks before this chapter, Marix said, I can't wait to see the parallels of John and Oscar's anger finally come together. And I was like, oh my God, that's it. Holy fuck.
Oh my God.
I had no idea that this is what this chapter was going to be until 2 weeks beforehand. And suddenly I had 2 weeks to rewrite an entire chapter.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, Marix, you have changed the trajectory of this fic more than you can possibly know. Big brain thought by Marix is what Shellac says. Yeah, this is what this chapter needed to be. Of course, we had been seeing the parallels of their anger this whole time. Of course, the big confrontation between the two of them should be revealing to both of them how flawed they are, but how compassionate they are for each other's flaws, knowing that they felt the same. Oh my God.
Oh,
I
I can't
cannot
believe
even
that. I
tell
can't.
you. Yeah.
Dude, I'm
I
equally, like, I'm so pissed right now because he didn't fucking say anything. Like,
I could
I
not.
just thought, oh yeah, this is just Hauntie being big brained, and I was,
Nope.
like, lucky
Nope.
to have predicted it. No, apparently.
Nope. 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 You got the profit points on this one because you wrote the chapter for me. Basically, yeah. And he says Marix co-writing this entire fic by accident. Correct. Correct. Yes.
Okay, well, now I
Genuinely.
expect my name on it, so.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. Yep. Yep. Once you said that, everything clicked into place for me. And I also just want to thank you for relieving the incredible dread that I was feeling for
Aw.
so many weeks, knowing that I needed to come back to this chapter and not having a clue what I was going to do. And then also, man, screw you. I had so much stress these 2 weeks trying to figure this out. You don't want to say that earlier. You don't want to say that a month earlier. Hey, Nino is here. Hi, Nino. Nino says Merrick should get royalties.
I agree with Nino.
You can have 10% of my hit count
I'll
on
take
this
it.
chapter. So good to see you, Nino. Oh, I just wanted to mention, because I forgot yesterday, and I felt bad about it. When we were doing the chapter 27, all of those fish pictures were courtesy of Nino. Thank you, Nino, for sending me all of those fish
Oh, they were the
pictures.
best. They're so good.
Okay, so let's talk about what this chapter was, because it was horrible. Oh my gosh, it was horrible. The first draft of this was literally so bad that I blocked it out. I don't remember what was on there. It was nothing that I bothered to keep in my mind. It was so bad. The second draft of this was Oscar trying to insinuate that him being like kind of an asshole to John the whole time was equally damning as John nearly killing Oscar. And it fell kind of flat because that's just not true. In no world would Oscar being a little bit of an ass totally deserve his head being pummeled into the concrete. So every time I read over it, I was like, well, I don't know if anyone's going to believe this one because I'm certainly not believing it. I did have Oscar ruminate a bit more on his assault on Arthur, but I actually had him get into religious talk. So he and Arthur had this whole back and forth about what God wants for Oscar. And Arthur was saying, I can't believe your God wants you to have a black eye and a broken nose. And Oscar saying things like, no, he wants what's best for me. That's why he put me in this situation. And it was just so it
I don't
felt so
know.
unnecessary. Yeah, exactly. You see what I mean? First draft of this fic blew. I'm saying. No one would like this fic if I posted it weekly. I'm just saying. Yeah, and so it felt incredibly unnecessary. It felt like wayward. Like it felt like we were going nowhere, and there was no reason for them to bring up religion. Oscar is really the only one of the four of them that has a deep connection to it. So having a debate over it, like that's not gonna. I don't know. I thought it was really stupid. It wasn't gonna change anybody's mind on anything. So I had to scrap all of that too. So
Nesty
I
just
want to
said
tell you.
Arthur when there's another guy knowing him with God.
Oh my God, so true. Matt says chapter 32 first draft isn't real. Chapter 32 first draft can't hurt you. Bro, I'm saying I don't even remember what it said. I have no memories. I got nothing. I also had at the end of like the second draft of this one, the ending was so bad. The ending was so like it felt like you were watching a sitcom and everybody was saying, I forgive you because blah blah blah, and I won't do this again. Well, I forgive you because blah blah blah, and I won't do this again. And I forgive you, and it was so annoying. That's actually why I have Charlie butt in at the end and be like, no, 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 we're not doing any more apologies.
I love him
That's why.
so much. You forgive
Me
you,
too.
you forgive you, you forgive you. We're done.
Done.
Roll the credits.
Exactly. Roll the credits. That's what this needed. That's what this needed because it felt so corny. It felt so cheesy and it felt so disingenuous because no one like speaks like that. You know what I mean? No one sits there and go, I forgive you for all the times you did this and I promise that I won't do this in the future. Like it sounds like you're a child having to like apologize to your friend because your mom is standing right there telling you to apologize to them. Like just terrible. Just absolutely so bad. So I want you all to know that over the course of 2 weeks, I scrapped entirely over 3,000 words. And I can't even tell you how many total because those are just the ones that I put into a separate file. There were so many words that I typed out, reread, hated it, scrapped that, and tried again. If I were to give you an estimate, I would say I probably scrapped over 6,000 words for this in the span of 2 weeks. That is a long chapter. That is so many words. And even the file that has all of the saved stuff, I usually, if I'm going to scrap like big chunks of something, I'll save it just in case I want to come back and like maybe pick a line or two later if I liked the phrasing or something. And that is 14 pages long of scrapped material that I didn't use. Oh my God. Debilitating, you guys. Debilitating. Wait, in the chat, Shellac says Lily forced them to apologize to each other. Yeah. Eureka says, listen, art demands sacrifice, and sometimes it's 14 pages worth of material. You're so right, because what we have come up with now, the real chapter 32, I wouldn't change a thing. Yeah. Mads says, I fear you are just like me. Handshake emoji, Mads. Handshake emoji. One of the things that was most painful about doing all of this scrapping is that I would always come into it confident that when I did the reread, I knew that whatever I wrote wasn't the trajectory, but I know what the trajectory needs to be now. So I write out what I think it needs to be now, and then I do a really good job writing it, and then I read it again, and I'm like, no, that's not it. So all of that like good job I did writing it, all of those cool scenes that I wrote, all of these really neat metaphors and interesting ways of describing things, I would put so much of my heart and soul and time into them. And then I would just hit the backspace button and watch them all vanish before my eyes. You guys, these 2 weeks were insane. I would work on this chapter every single night when I got home until I went to bed. I would go to work the next morning and use my entire hour-long lunch break to work on this chapter, and then I'd do it again for 2 straight weeks.
Was this the weeks? I think I remember this where I was like, you know, if you need to like say that you need to postpone it, but then you were like, I don't want everything to be off.
Yes.
Was
Yeah,
that? Oh, that was that week. Yeah. Ooh.
Yep.
I remember that.
Yep.
I remember how
That's right.
I felt
Yeah, I
so
was telling
bad
her.
because you were always talking about how you're having trouble, and I'm like, oh, I just wish I could do something.
Yeah. Well, you did. You did help me in the long run.
If you squint,
Mad
it just
says,
means that I made you delete an entire
but it was worth
thing
it.
and start from scratch. But
yeah, it was worth it. Mad says, you wrote still. That's what matters in the end. Absolutely. I'm glad that I continued to write. You know, I'm glad that I
yes.
wrote those 6,000 words because those are what led me to these words. And I felt genuinely like this whole process of writing this chapter was like, I don't know if you've ever heard the phrase like the statue is already in the marble. You just have to find it. I can't remember who says that, but it really, really did feel like I was just endlessly chipping away and being like, nope, not there yet. Gotta keep going. Nope, not there yet. Gotta keep going. And I could only keep going when I knew for certain what wasn't the statue. The moment that I reread the words and I could tell myself that certainly is not what needs to happen, I would now know the more correct direction of where to go. So I had to write all 6,000 of these words because they were the ones that pointed me in this direction. So learning gratitude. Am I right, everybody? Learning gratitude. But I do want to just mention there was one really cool scene that I wrote that I thought was going to be so cool, and then I scrapped it. But I just wanted to share it with everyone so you could hear how cool I was for a little while there. So when I first had Charlie come out and witness like the horror that was happening, John has Oscar by the throat. Originally, I was going to write Charlie running out, shoulder checking John, grabbing Oscar and throwing him over his shoulder, and that was going to trigger a panic attack that reminded him of carrying Noel to the field hospital.
Oh no.
And it was so cool, you guys. It was so cool. I wrote some really cool shit for that. I really did. But then I realized that completely erases the impact of his first panic attack. And also, we already had a panic attack about Noel. And also, Charlie got himself out of the first panic attack by remembering his need to help Oscar. He can't just dissolve back into it when Oscar's there because he's made a choice. This is him working on himself. This is him working through his coping skills, is believing that he's going to be there for his friend and he needs to be there for his friend. And so it completely was so unthematic.
Yeah.
And I scrapped probably 600 words out of it. Yeah. Okay, let me check the chat. Okay, I missed a little bit. Shellac says, sometimes a bit of perfectionism is a good thing to get the result in the end. Yep, I agree with you there. It's not always the best thing, but just a little bit sometimes. Inky says, I don't know what it is yet, but I know what it's not. I'm saying that is exactly right. That is exactly the mentality. And if you know what it's not, then you can, erase all of that. Continue on the opposite direction. It's so helpful. Matt says, it's the strength of a good writer to be able to tell when something isn't in the line with the story you need to tell and choosing that story over the comfort of not discarding the work. You are a phenomenal writer. Oh, that is so sweet. Thank you. Really appreciate that. And yeah, the feeling of needing to scrap this really cool scene because it would have ruined all of my themes. It needed to happen, even though I pouted about it for a while. Yeah. Telescope said the darling had to die. Inky says, I'm glad you scrapped that because I would have not survived. Yeah. But I really do think that had everybody read it, yes, maybe it would have hit you emotionally. But then also you would look back at that first panic attack that was so cool with all of the format fuckery. And then you'd be like, well, this one doesn't really matter because he's just going to have another one soon. So it's not like getting out of this one stopped him from having another one. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't have hit, but it sure was fucking cool at the time.
I hope the grays worked out, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Oh man, those were awesome.
Good.
Were awesome, Marix. Those were so cool. Yeah, the first time that Marix read this one, I commended him heavily because he was able to somehow make all of the grays sound the same and different from the other poem that he's reading, because that is technically a poem. And that really pulled through here too. It was super exciting.
Good. I wanted to make sure.
Yes, super exciting. Okay, let's keep going. I actually remember at one point, it was like 10 p.m. on like a Thursday or something, and I was playing a board game with my friend just for a little bit, just for a break from the writing. I just needed a break from the writing. And I looked at him and I was like, I gotta go back to the writing now. I gotta do this. And he's like, Hauntie, you don't have to do this. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. Yes, I do. Yes, I do need to do this because I know that at the end of this, I will be so proud of it. And right now, I'm not proud of it, and I want to be. And that's more important than anything to me. And I went back to writing, and I am so fucking proud of this chapter.
As you should be.
Chapter, yeah, thank you. This chapter feels like flowers from ash, truly. This chapter feels like the epitome of all of my stress and anxiety over this entire fic condensed down into a 2-week period and just triumph rising from the dust and rubble of the garbage that was the previous edit. When I hear this chapter now, I genuinely feel like a hero.
Oh.
So, one more time, thank you, Marix Moon. This would not have happened without you.
Aw, you're welcome. I'm glad I accidentally helped.
But just in the future, have these big revelations like
Oh,
at
okay,
least a
okay,
19 difference.
sorry. I'll be on your schedule next time.
Thank you, thank you. Really quickly, I wanted to talk about the Charlie panic attack. I actually wrote this one at the same time that I wrote the fireworks one at the 4th of July. And I wrote this one first, and I loved the format for it. I thought it was so fun. I loved the poem for it. I thought it was so fun. And then I was like, oh no, man, I gotta think of something even cooler for these fireworks one. But it worked out. I think it was cool. I think it worked out. But this, I thought that this was going to be like really, really easy to just plug in to AO3. This took me over 2 hours to format. Just this part, 2 full hours of just editing, because the spacing on Google Docs is not the same spacing as AO3, as the editor of AO3, and the editor of AO3 is not the same spacing as the final desktop draft of AO3.
Oh,
And
no.
that is not the same spacing as the mobile final draft of AO3.
No.
You guys, this was unreal. I thought I was losing my mind. So I had to finagle every single gray in there one spacebar hit at a time because the tab button doesn't work on AO3. So then when I realized that mobile and desktop were going to be different and they were going to look different than what I was seeing on my Google Docs, I realized that I needed to make a choice. I was either going to have my desktop version look like really, really solid and have the mobile version look like complete gibberish. Like sometimes the word gray was cut in half, sometimes there would be 3 grays back to back. It didn't look like that atmospheric gray cloud. It just looked like a mistake, is what it looked like. Or I could choose to prioritize mobile, but it would look like the desktop was all kind of curving to the left. And I hated both of these, but I chose the latter because at least you still kind of get the effect on desktop a little bit. And I figured that way more people would be reading on mobile than they would be reading on the desktop. So that was the choice I made. I don't know if it was the right one, but you can see in the beginning of this chapter, I ask everyone to read on the landscape mode of their mobile, because guess what? If you're reading on the portrait mode of your mobile, it looks bad too. There was no escape. This was horrible. This was horrible. Okay,
I respect the commitment.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh my goodness. Oh, Eureka says a screenshot image wasn't an option. To be honest with you, Eureka, I've never embedded an image, and I don't know if it would have taken us out of like the format, because it would have been like distinctly an image and not, you know how like AO3 can kind of have like a gray background sometimes. It's like grayer than normal white. Either way. It worked out. It's okay. Matt says I already ranted to you about how awesome it is. Thank you. That was a great chat. I appreciate all of your kudos. I really appreciate it. Raph says, yeah, I feel you, man. My fic formatting is all fucked up. Ugh. Shellac says, shakes fist at formatting. You got me. But I did it. Yes, thank you, Eureka. And more importantly, we got that ending of the chapter where literally Charlie's window of vision is opening and everything is center aligned and gradually funneling open until we get back into the present. So that's all that matters. If you give them a strong ending, they'll remember that. That's all that matters. Alrighty, let me see anything else I want to say about this one. I wrote in my live stream notes a bunch of things that I liked in this chapter, mostly because I was writing my live stream notes the day that I posted this, and I knew that if I didn't do it at that instant, I would never do it, and I would shoot myself in the foot, because after I posted this chapter, I never wanted to see it ever again. The very, very first bullet point in this live stream note says, if I never see this chapter again in my life, it will be too soon. It was horrible to see this so many times. So I forced myself to give myself a few compliments on what worked out well, just so that I could remind myself of how far it's come. But so I was able to post this on time, barely. I barely made it posting it on time. Stress, big stress right there. And then I threw my phone onto my bed and I passed out. And when I woke up the next morning, the reception to this chapter in the comments brought me to tears
Aw.
immediately because everyone was telling me how much this chapter meant to them and how much they loved it and how cinematic it was to them and how they loved to see John and Oscar's arcs finally colliding and how it was just clearly so wrought with effort. And I just can't even begin to tell you how incredibly wonderful that was for me to know that all of the hours that I spent in my life on this one goddamn chapter led to this. And people to this day still tell me that it's their favorite chapter. And
Aw.
genuinely, like, oh my God, I'm gonna start crying. That you guys have no idea how much this stressed me out for so long. I wanted it to be so good, and I'm so glad that it all worked. I'm so fucking glad. Yeah, thank you everyone in the chat saying it was good, it was worth it. Thank you. Oh my God. Blood, sweat, and tears, you guys. Blood, sweat, and tears went into this one. I really, really appreciate you reading and all of the kind words. Thank you so, so much. The last thing that I wanted to say about this chapter was that in the previous week, up and coming to this one, there was like a fun little discussion some of the patrons had in the Discord where they were like, wouldn't it be funny if they all, like, if all the boys got together and they were all just looking at each other and they were like, I'm not homophobic. Are you homophobic? No, no, I'm not homophobic. Cool. Good to know that we're all not homophobic. Awesome. And then everyone backs away slowly with their hands raised. And I was like, y'all have no idea how close you are. Y'all have no idea. When y'all were talking, I was so quiet. I was like, oh, I'm gonna get you with that line. Because I knew that one line. I knew that one line was gonna get you. I knew it.
It's so good. We've been a
That
bunch of
was
fucking queers this whole time.
I know. That was actually when I was writing the outline, I would go through some of my paragraphs and just type in like little quips that I wanted Charlie to say because I was getting really excited about his voice, and then also I didn't want to forget the jokes later. So that line was in the outline. So that line was written before I even started chapter 1. I was really excited for that the whole time. It was so great. Mad says, if you're queer and I'm queer, then who's driving this plane?
Oh no!
Oh no. Oh my gosh. The very last bullet point of my live stream notes says, in all caps, okay, finally this fucking experience is over. I can go die now. Bye.
I'm glad that did not happen.
I was a little dramatic. It was just a little dramatic.
Just a little, just a twinge.
A little dramatic.
All right.
And then really quickly, I hope that everyone has gotten a little something from this soapbox moment. I do highly recommend you take these practices into your life. I've already heard from people that it's started to change how they view their emotions and how they sit with them. And I'm just trying to spread a little bit of my therapy. I paid for therapy so that you don't have to. That's what we're doing here. Shellac says, them discovering they were all queer has to be one of my fave parts in the whole fic. Thank you so much. I knew that everyone was going to love that. I write for an audience that I know because y'all like what I like, so it works out really well. You know what I mean? All right, I think that's everything. Marix, do you want to say anything else about this chapter?
No, I'm ready to push on.
Let's keep going. 33.
Previously on To Live Two Lives. Oscar attempted to kiss Arthur in the back alley. Content warnings. Explicit discussions of violence and gore. Men crying, tally 7. Oscar. Charlie slides a tall glass of water over to Oscar, who sighs a small thanks as Charlie joins him on the bar stools. They both sip their drinks as they listen to the calm silence of the bar. The quiet is, honestly, it's a welcome blessing. Charlie takes another sip, and then he smirks, tilting his bottle in Oscar's direction. You know, I'm kinda surprised the hangover hadn't started by now. Believe me. Oscar presses his cold glass to his forehead. It has. Charlie grimaces. Ah, well, drink up, it'll help. Thank you. They sit for another moment in the quiet. Oscar never thought he'd become familiar with the sight and sound of this bar when it's empty, but here he is, becoming oddly used to it, in fact. He finds that he doesn't entirely mind that thought. Charlie clears his throat, setting down his beer on the counter. Well? Charlie pulls his lips to one side. You ain't gonna like what I'm about to say. Oscar exhales miserably, closing his eyes. I know. Hey, look at me. Oscar peers up at Charlie, and he's met with a sympathetic frown. Oscar didn't even know that Charlie could frown. I'm doing this 'cause I'm your friend, right? 'Cause we're looking after each other, right? Aye. Alright, well, let's get down to it then. Charlie huffs. I'm calling you out on your bullshit, Oscar, and you did a lot of it tonight. Oscar takes a sip of water. Aye. You got plastered before you even came in tonight? Charlie says with disbelief. And you really thought I was gonna give you more? No. Oscar fiddles with his empty sleeve. No, I didn't think you would. I saw to it that you wouldn't need to. Charlie scoffs in response. I didn't come for the liquor, Charlie. Charlie's face goes flat. You came for Lester. What the fuck happened, Oscar? After you came in, before you came in, I mean... Charlie squeezes the bridge of his eyes. What the fuck happened the whole day? Oscar runs his hands through his hair, but it flops back in front of his face. I don't know where to begin. Tell me about the word assault, Charlie says gravely. Explain to me what the fuck that's supposed to mean. Oscar feels a churning nausea in his stomach that threatens to erupt out of his throat. He swallows shakily and whispers, I tried to kiss him. Charlie turns a ghostly white. You didn't. I did. And why the fuck would you do that? Oscar's breath quivers as he inhales. I needed something drastic to take my mind off what I nearly did hours before. Charlie blinks at him. For fuck's sake. He wipes a hand down his face. Alright, we'll come back to whatever that means in a second. I take it Lester wasn't keen on the advance? You know he wasn't. But you tried your hand anyway. Oscar is sure he's going to vomit. That's why I used the word assault. Fuck. Charlie takes a long drink from his beer. And the fucker forgave you, imagine that. It surprised me as much as it did you, Oscar mutters. But his forgiveness certainly didn't absolve me. Charlie narrows his eyes. Absolve? Oscar struggles to collect himself, feeling disgust roil in his veins. I nearly broke my vow of celibacy, Charlie. I can't believe I'm mortified. Oscar hugs his own shoulder. I vowed my life to the Lord, Charlie, and now Mercy, I can't believe... I never thought I'd be this kind of priest. Charlie looks Oscar deeply for a moment, his stern look of reprehension wilting into a guilty sympathy. Didn't think you ever crossed your own lines? Never, Oscar whimpers. But I feel like... I hardly even remember crossing them. Like I was just suddenly there. Miles past any moral questioning that could have stood in the way. Charlie finishes Oscar's exact thought. Oscar doesn't have it in him to be surprised anymore. Oscar says instead, scrubbing his eyes. I pretended for so long that these fantasies of mine, of Alexander, were harmless. Silly, innocent things that would take my mind off the anger, that could never taint my vows. So long as I never acted on them, God would not find an issue. Oscar presses harder until he sees disorienting colors. But the definition of harmless is so brittle when you only have yourself to persuade. And over time I gradually ate away at the boundaries of what I thought was acceptable until I finally chewed through to the other side. Oscar feels his throat tighten around the words. Suddenly unable to tell the difference from where I started. He finally releases the pressure from his eye sockets, leaving behind a dull ache. I'm ashamed, Charlie. The corners of Charlie's mouth twitch downward, and then he quickly shakes his head and gives a cartoonish whistle. Sounds like one hell of a confession to me. Don't do that, Oscar bites. Don't joke with me. Alright, fuck, alright. Charlie wipes his face again, looking adequately sheepish. I'm sorry, really. What I was trying to say was... He scratches the back of his head. It sounds like you know why you were wrong, at least. Don't sound like you're planning on a take two tomorrow, neither, and, well, I don't know shit about God, but that probably ain't nothing to him. Oscar sighs, shrugging one shoulder. God is forgiving, Charlie. He forgives us all for our sins, so long as we truly regret them. He bows his head. I just don't know if I forgive myself. Yeah, Charlie breathes in slowly. No, I get it. Oscar takes another drink from his glass as Charlie does from his bottle. The bar returns to a peaceful quiet, but Oscar doesn't feel the same solace this time. He knows they're not finished tonight. As if on cue, Charlie says, So, something happened before you came in tonight. It somehow still feels like a knife to the gut. Oscar mumbles. Hey, Charlie taps him with the cold bottom of his bottle. You might as well just get it all out now. Oscar looks down at his lap, and then at his short arm, and then back to Charlie. He says darkly, All of it goes much further back than earlier today, Charlie. Well, Charlie sips his beer. Better start talking then. Oscar huffs, almost wishing that he could find humor in Charlie's words, but there is no humor here, and certainly not in the story he's about to tell. Charlie, I'm no saint. Oscar feels his jaw set. Drunken escapades are not my only sins. Charlie opens his mouth to quip, but then he snaps it shut, blessedly. Something happened earlier today. Oscar continues, remembering the infuriating sight of Father Daniel condescending to him, looking down at Oscar from beneath his glasses. Something that triggered a turbulent memory, and it was a very distressing and very firm reminder that he tries to relax his jaw to no avail. That I have always justified violence as I see fit. That I have continued to justify violence if nothing stops me. His voice deepens, and I find very little regret in the fact that my hands have never been clean. Charlie eyes him with an open curiosity, and then he scrunches his brow. You said hands. They both look down at Oscar's shorter arm. Oscar stares at him levelly. I did. Charlie considers him for a moment, looking between Oscar's arm and his eyes. Eventually, Charlie holds Oscar's gaze again, his face setting into something cold and serious. How'd you lose the arm, Oscar? Oscar instinctively grips onto his partial arm, warning. Gruesomely. Yeah, I've been through war. Charlie smirks, but there's an eerie deadness in his eyes. Try me. A deadness that Oscar's sure is mirrored in his own eyes. All right. Oscar picks up his glass of water, finishing it in 2 gulps. It was torn off. Charlie swallows down his reaction. How? A hammer. The claw side. Who? Father McKenna. A priest from my orphanage. Why? Oscar takes a long inhale. Because I turned the hammer on him first. Charlie can't hide the surprise in his expression, and he stares at Oscar with no reply. He was abusing Alexander. Oscar growls with all the hatred in his soul. Charlie's face finally falls. He beat him, Charlie. Tortured him, starved him. Oscar tries to hush his voice, but he can't. Left him for dead. Shoved him behind the wall in the bell tower. Fuck. Charlie exhales, running his fingers through his hair. He was waiting for me there. He knew I'd come. He thought he could do away with me the same way he did to Alexander. Oscar feels that old familiar pride singing out in his chest. But he didn't expect me to bring a weapon. Charlie drags a hand down his cheek roughly. As I said, Oscar huffs. Gruesome. I didn't doubt you, Charlie exhales heavily again. He's dead then, McKenna? Oscar turns to look out the window, seeing McKenna's pulpy face in the reflection. I'm not sure. What does that mean? I bludgeoned him with all the strength that a 16-year-old could have. Oscar's voice is hollow. I went for his eyes. I tore through everything in my way. Oscar shrugs his left arm, feeling that phantom fist clench and unclench as it always does. But he still managed to snatch the hammer from me at some point. He took my arm before I got the hammer back. Oscar closes his eyes, but it only clarifies the memory of twitching, wet flesh smeared across the bell tower floor. I passed out long before I could find out how good of a job I'd done to him. Oscar could almost be convinced that, by the look on Charlie's face, the man is somehow picturing that exact same image. Oscar sighs out the rest. Father Jameson found us all covered in gore before I could bleed out. He threw me into an ambulance, patched me up, and then shipped me to America as quickly as possible before the Scottish authorities could find me. And Alexander? Charlie asked quietly. Oscar shakes his head slowly, feeling his eyes start to sting. I don't know that either. Charlie takes a moment to sit with his thoughts, tapping on his beer bottle rhythmically with his fingernails. Oscar waits, feeling a dull burn in his stomach, one that he has sat with for so many years. Eventually, Charlie's eyebrows quirk upward. Father McKenna knew. Oscar huffs, still burning. Always burning. Aye. Why Alexander? Why not come for you first? I wasn't as vocal. Alexander made his beliefs known. Then Oscar spits. Beliefs that McKenna saw as atrocities. Charlie nods slowly. Huh. Well. Oscar feels himself holding his breath as Charlie mulls over his next words. Oscar feels every bitter defense and justification readying on his back of his tongue. He braces himself for an onslaught of reprimands, of consolations, of words of advice. But after Charlie clears his throat, he says very slowly, I appreciate that. You telling me, I mean. Oscar chokes on his breath out, feeling strangely off balance. Charlie follows timidly with, Can I ask you something else? Oscar blinks. No reprimands, no consolations, not a single word of advice. I. Charlie runs his tongue over his teeth, and then he asks, Why did you still become a priest after all this? Oscar feels suddenly hollow, his fiery resentments reduced to wisps of smoke. His lip starts to tremble as he's catapulted back to the moment when he finally, painfully opened his bleary eyes in the sterile white hospital bed, dazed and disorientated and smelling of acrid chemical cleaner, and then suddenly awake, horrified and panicked about what he'd just done. All the rasp in Oscar's voice fades away as he murmurs, In the 24 hours after I tried to murder McKenna, I lost contact with everyone I knew. I was shipped halfway across the globe, I lost my fucking arm, and I was left alone to debate what in the world a 16-year-old boy was going to do with the rest of his life. Oscar grimps his partial arm again, swiping his thumb over his shirt sleeve to trace the seam in his skin. Father Jameson was American, and still had connections with the church in the States. Blessedly, the priests here were quick to make me a new home. At St. John Baptist? Charlie nods to the window. Aye. Oscar nods too, looking out the barely visible church across the street. It wasn't perfect, but I realized that God had gifted me a chance to right my violent wrongs. He showed me a path of how to become the teacher that Alexander and I had needed. The teacher who spoke the truth about God's love. Who worked to create a parish that was safe, tolerant, loving. He stutters on his inhale. A place that would never allow what happened to Alexander to ever happen again. So, you wanted to be vocal, Charlie murmurs back. Oscar's breath hitches. In his name, I. Huh. Charlie eyes him with something that Oscar would almost dare to call admiration. This is my calling, Oscar whispers. This is my purpose. Charlie eyes him a little longer, and then he quickly knocks back the rest of his beer. You know, Oscar, he wipes his lower lip with his sleeve. Really are more alike than we thought. Oscar looks at the bar logo that hangs in the window. I suppose that's true. Yeah, that. Charlie waves a hand in that direction. But not just that. I mean the violence, Oscar, the justification. The bluntness in his tone gives Oscar a startling pause. Oh? Yep. Charlie toasts his empty bottle. Biggest difference is, I'm certain I've killed people. Oscar scowls at his lackadaisical tone. Charlie, what did I say about joking? This ain't a fucking joke. Charlie fixes him with a steely gaze. I figured, if we're airing out our baggage tonight, I might as well toss the rest of mine onto the pile. Oscar blinks a few times at him, entirely caught off guard. The look Charlie gives him is grimly serious and also uncomfortably vulnerable. Like he's terrified that he'll burst open if he doesn't get the words out. Mercy. This is what they wanted, isn't it? This is handling their shit. All right. Oscar nods. After you, then. Charlie sets down his empty bottle, and then he turns to lean back on his counter. Couldn't tell you how many people I've killed, Oscar. They don't keep tallies in the war. Oscar watches him, noticing the way that raw vulnerability doesn't know where to sit on his face. When you said you cut loose on McKenna for what he did to your friend, he gives a quick tilt of his head. Yeah, I definitely get that. No, Oscar purses his lips. He died in the war, you said. Sure did. Bullet straight through the jaw, right in front of my very eyes. Oscar holds his stomach. Mercy. Never found out who did it, you know? 'Cause of the whole Italian thing? Charlie crosses his legs. So I cut loose too, Oscar. but I cut loose on every fucking German soldier that had the tragic misfortune to look in my way. Charlie's eyes have gone gray and unfocused. You know, the military actually encourages that kind of mindless, rage-fueled killing. And they certainly don't sit you down afterward to talk about moral justifications. He huffs. Nah, gotta do that shit yourself, back in the trenches, after you finish stacking enough bodies to your heart's content. Oscar shudders, but he tries not to let it show. Charlie, he whispers. I'm sorry. Charlie deadpans. Aren't we all? He switches the crossing of his legs. You know when you were talking about regret? How God forgives you for something if you really regret it enough? Aye. Charlie's expression falters, that vulnerability still trying to find purchase on his face. I've been thinking about those days for damn near 2 decades now, Oscar. He swallows thickly. And I still can't decide if I regret them. Oscar watches Charlie's eyes look through 1,000 lenses, each of them increasingly unpleasant. I regret the lives I ended. Fucking course I do. No scared shitless kid on the battlefield deserved that kind of fate, and their families didn't deserve that kind of burial neither. Charlie takes a wobbly inhale. I regret seeing that shit, Oscar. Seeing my friends and comrades die one by one, two by two, half of them being one big fucking grenade explosion all at once. Seeing it in every fucking dream, every fucking daydream, every fucking time anyone even remotely reminds me of that fucking hell I lived through. Charlie covers his mouth with his hand, breathing unsteadily. His face is a splotchy mix of red and sickly pale. Oscar reaches up to hold Charlie's shoulder, and Charlie nearly collapses into his touch. Fuck, Charlie grits out. Oscar doesn't give an inch. Take your time. Charlie takes a few more breaths, blinking away the moisture in his eyes. He places both his hands on his knees, his grip is white-knuckled. I regret all of that. Yeah, course I do. Charlie's voice shakes uncontrollably. But also. Oscar waits as he rubs his nose on his shirt cuff. But also. I'm alive because of what I did, Oscar, he says. And then like a bizarre verbal sleight of hand, Charlie's thick New York accent thins out and flattens to just a whisper of what it was before. To an entirely new voice that Oscar had never heard before. The moment Noel died in front of me, I had a choice. I could either lay down in the bloody dirt next to him, waiting for my fucking turn. He blinks faster, but the tears won't stop bleeding. Or I could survive. I could weather the rest of the war, make it back to New York, and start the fucking life that Noel wanted us to have. Tears start to fall freely down his face. Every person I killed was someone who didn't kill me, Oscar. Every person I killed didn't kill my comrades who were covering my ass. He looks around the bar, at the sign in the window, at the bottles on the shelf, and every stool and table. I chose to live. I chose to keep Noel's spirit alive. He turns to Oscar with a devastating look that makes Oscar weak. I chose to be here with you, today. And I sure as shit don't regret that. Oscar stares as he listens, watching the man in front of him unfold completely. He squeezes Charlie's shoulder just in case it holds them together. Charlie takes another quick breath in. When you told John that you deserved to see your own anger and hatred and violence looking back at you with all of its fucking monstrosity. Charlie's eyes are thoroughly bloodshot. Yeah, pal, I think I understand that too. Oscar holds back a sob, for on Charlie's last word, Oscar feels something within him slot in place. Impulsively, he skates a hand down Charlie's arm and he grips Charlie's hand with all the strength he has. Charlie jumps at the movement, but then he stares at their clasped hands. Charlie blinks over and over, gradually threading his fingers through Oscar's until their hands are entirely entwined. Oscar tries to push past the tremble in his voice as he says, You know what? Fuck all of this. I don't know what either of us deserve. What anyone deserves. He scoffs. Who says it's even for us to decide? Charlie looks at him wide-eyed. I answer to the Lord and the Lord alone. Oscar brings their hands to his chest. Because God has faith in me, Charlie, despite everything. He loves me, and he'll do anything he can to help me when I need him. Charlie furrows his brow. What are you saying? I'm saying. Oscar grips his hand tighter still. That, regardless of what I've done, what I might continue to do, God is still with me, ever pointing me toward a better life. And today, and all these days for the last few months, God has pointed me to you. Charlie chokes back a gasp. The only thing I'm certain of is that I need you, Charlie Dowd. Oscar's voice barely has enough breath to finish. Because you will be my better life. Charlie gives a weak sob before throwing his arms around Oscar, crushing them together in a tear-filled embrace. It nearly knocks the wind from Oscar's lungs, but Oscar doesn't care in the slightest. I'm gonna help you. Charlie weeps into his shoulder. I swear on my fucking life I'm gonna help you. And I'll help you the same. Oscar echoes. I swear it. They cling to each other, soaking tears through the other's shirt, grasping at each other like they'll fall to pieces without the secure hold of the other's arms. Oscar loses track of time as every bit of grief, agony, shame, fury, sorrow, regret, indignation, resentment, and harrowing empathy for his dear friend disgorges out of him in a painful, unending spate. His body feels like it's being wrung out tighter and tighter, like the Lord himself is pulling out every single strand of pain-rotted connective tissue that's threaded through his muscles. But with each strand pulled, Oscar feels freer. The bar around them disappears, and Oscar sees his entire life playing chronologically in his mind, connecting every single cause and effect, every single instant that has led to every single choice, to every consequence, to every reaction, to this exact moment right now. This moment that would never have happened if even a single detail had been changed. That would never have happened had he not made all of his mistakes. That would never have happened if he had given up hope at any point. And now, in this moment, held in the arms of one Charlie Dowd, he is assured that there is a better life ahead for him. After some nebulous amount of time passes, after all of Oscar's emotions have been fully evacuated from his body and onto Charlie's shirt, after Oscar goes through several rounds of emotional dry heaving, he finally tries to settle his breathing. And he finally feels himself syncing his breath with Charlie's. Charlie, who has long since calmed himself, but who still clings as tightly as ever. Oscar nearly weeps again with gratitude. Minutes continue to pass, or is it hours, until Oscar feels in desperate need of a stretch. He takes in a long breath before gently patting Charlie's back, and Charlie reluctantly lets up. They take a moment to wipe their faces and unstick their wet clothing from their skin, and then Charlie stands. I'll get us some water, he grimaces as he drenched shoulder. And some napkins. Oscar nods, thinking he should feel more self-conscious than he does, but dismissing the idea once Charlie returns with supplies. They go through half a stack of napkins before they even touch their drinks, and then they guzzle their water like desert-stranded men. And, as promised, Charlie has served Oscar the finest glass of water that he's ever tasted. Fuck. Charlie breaks the silence eventually after gulping down his water. He pants. I needed that. Oscar gives a lopsided smile. We've lost a lot of fluid. Charlie tries to laugh, but his throat's too dry. Actually, He pushes his glass away from him. I meant everything else. Oh. Oscar suppresses another swell of emotion. I needed that too. Charlie nods, staring at his hands. He flexes his fingers one at a time. Oscar looks over to his friend, seeing the same bone-deep exhaustion on his face that Oscar feels on his own. Curiosity eventually bests him, and he asks, Charlie. Charlie looks up, arching an eyebrow. About your... Oscar scratches his shorter arm. Your accent. I know. Charlie looks back to his hands, sighing roughly. It's so weird to hear his voice so flat, so devoid of life. It's just... I can't let him go, Oscar. I have to keep him with me somehow. Oscar hums. I understand. Yeah. Charlie gives him a half smile. You would. But you don't... Oscar shrugs slyly. You don't have to pretend if you don't want to. Softer, he adds, not around me. Charlie's hands go limp. I don't know who I am without him, Oscar, not anymore. Oscar exhales, feeling his body ache all over. I don't know if I... Charlie's face pinches with doubt. I don't know. Oscar lays his hand back on Charlie's shoulder, promising with every bit of sincerity in his heart. I'll still be here, either way. Charlie covers Oscar's hand with his own, and he looks at Oscar with a sort of openness that still leaves Oscar in awe. I know you will. Then Charlie pulls Oscar back into his arms, and Oscar goes willingly.
Oh, Marix. Don't cry, Marix. You got me on that one.
I almost did. It almost got me. I was fighting so hard.
No.
Strongest soldier over here.
That gives his toughest battles to the strongest soldiers. Yeah, I heard your voice well, and I was like, no, I'm gonna cry. Don't do it. I'm gonna cry. Don't you do this. Oh my gosh, we desperately need some decompression fan art. Here we go from, oh my god, fucking Starbeans has gifted us. Oh, has gifted us amazing fan art. Raph made an amazing, hilarious scene. Marix made a great scene here. Oh my goodness. I love this
John
fan
and
art.
Arthur's expression in Raph's art gets me every time.
Yeah, it's so funny.
I can't
Telescope
decide if I
says,
like Oscar better with a mustache going into his beard or with just like the beard. I haven't decided yet. One day I'll make up my mind. One day I'll make up my mind.
I favor just the beard, but that's because I'm potato lord brained. Telescope said, I don't know who I am without fill in the blank. Always gets me. Man, me too. Me too, dude. That gets me every time. Oh my gosh. This chapter means so much. Inky says Potato Lord's Oscar is my canon. Dude, Potato Lord's everything is my canon. Mostly for Charlie and Oscar. I will say that Growing Dark, that one usually ends up in my mind for Arthur. And then I've got my own John that no one else in the world sees. Nobody else sees my John, and that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's why, I don't write like John's skin tone color. I don't write how long his hair is, and I don't write like his face shape or anything like that because I know that I'm an outlier on these things. So I just let everybody have what they want. You know what I mean? But I am going to force Ginger Arthur on you because that one just straight up is canon. Like you can't even argue. He just is a ginger and has been since day one. So here we go. Ooh, Inky says so does Kane is my favorite Kane. Ooh, that is a good one. And Inky says Growing Dark has such a good Arthur and John. Ugh. Growing Dark's Arthur makes me sick. It's the hands, okay? It's the fingers. The way that Growing Dark draws Arthur's fingers. Nothing could say pianist fingers better than that. It is the perfect embodiment of pianist fingers. The best I've seen in my whole life. I love them. Matt says, someone draw Arthur as Ed Sheeran. Don't you dare. Sammy says, I really love Sam Glyph's Arthur. Oh, you're so right. Especially Sam's like New York flair Arthur. I know that Sam prefers their like ratty Arthur, like the Dreamlands Arthur, where he's got like the messy hair. And listen, I like him too. But the way that Sammy draws Arthur's like coiffed hair in his New York era, oh, beautiful. I just love him. My goodness. Okay. Shout out all of your favorite fan artists here. Maybe one day those people will listen to this and then they'll be like, oh, wow, I didn't know. Let me not get my hopes up. They're all famous. Okay, let's talk about this chapter. No soapbox for this one. Okay, so we can just get right into it. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. What a chapter. This one does really make me tear up every time. These boys are so special to me. I can't believe how far I've come with this. I can't believe that I used to not be a holy ghoster. Like how my life was so bleak. What was I doing? My life was so lacking whimsy before Holy Ghost. So shout out to Potato Lord for making me want to do this. Okay, first thing, this is hilarious. Charlie in the last chapter says, let's go have a drink, let's go celebrate. And John and Arthur say no, and Oscar's like, okay, I'll come with you. So the second they get in, Charlie's like, okay, so I said it was party time, but actually I'm calling you out on your bullshit. Like, poor Oscar. He was so duped. Oh my gosh, poor guy. I didn't even realize that until I had already posted the chapter. And then I did a little back reading and I was like, oh, that was mean.
Look, it would have been a party if Arthur and John had come. If
Yes.
but like, because they didn't, he's like, well, plan changed, so.
Yeah, right. Yeah, absolutely. That's canon for sure. They would have. But Inky says, party banner falls off to reveal therapy banner. Sammy says, Charlie, you activated my trap car. Hilarious. So, poor Oscar, poor guy. Okay, I want to talk about labeling what Oscar did to Arthur as assault. This was really, really important to me because I think that it's really easy to hand wave stuff like this in fic because part of fan fiction is that your readers are coming in with the love of these characters already. So anything that they do, anything that the characters do, the fans are already willing to forgive them because we already have so much love for them. And I know that there are going to be a few people that are like, oh man, if only all of them could kiss all the time, you know? Like if only Oscar and Arthur did make up and they could kiss. And like I get it. Like the audience wants the polycule ship, the audience wants the Arthur, they want that. But in this moment, we got to recognize how bad that was, dude. We got to recognize that was really fucked up. And Arthur would not have appreciated that had it actually happened. And he certainly didn't appreciate it as it was happening. He like violently thrusted Oscar away from him because he was protecting himself. He was about to be literally assaulted by this person. And the ability for Arthur to have that kind of empathy for Oscar, knowing where Oscar comes from, knowing what it's like to be an alcoholic, knowing what it's like to make countless reprehensible mistakes. Like, that is just an Arthur thing. That is exclusively Arthur. And Arthur's ability to find forgiveness for Oscar speaks to Arthur's character. It speaks to Arthur's past. It speaks to Arthur's grief and everything. But had that been anyone else, that would have been inexcusable and Oscar would not have been forgiven. And I really wanted to hone in on that because it's so, I don't want to like throw that under the rug. I know that like, I mean, come on, assault is terrifying. It's absolutely so scary. So I just wanted people that have the same fears that I do about this kind of thing to know that I wasn't willing to just hand wave it as this is drama for the sake of drama. And I wanted Oscar to feel so bad about that. I wanted him to feel terrible. And even we hear in this chapter, when Charlie says, I can't believe Arthur forgave you. And Oscar says, like, yeah, me too. I can't believe he forgave me either. Like, what I did was so horrible. And of course, this also ties into Oscar's guilt about, breaking his vows to celibacy. But first and foremost, I wanted the audience to know that Oscar recognizes that this was the wrong thing to do and that it isn't just like the cute ship that everyone loves between blind faith. This was something that needed to be treated really seriously. So I just wanted to cover that briefly. Let me check in on the chat. Yeah, Telescope says absolutely terrifying from Arthur's POV, especially as a blind man, having this person encroaching on your space further and further. Raph said, never related to John so hard. Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh my gosh, how justified it was for John to view this as assault. Like, that's exactly what it was. Of course, John would be furious. And, maybe violence isn't the answer, but his level of disbelief and anger was so valid in what he was seeing. No matter how much we love Oscar, John was absolutely correct in how angry he should be. Mad says, not to mention, Arthur was already in an awful headspace. Oh, yeah, great point. Arthur was already swimming in the eating disordered behavior. To throw this on him was so unfair. So, yeah, I just wanted to tackle a little bit of that, and I wanted to make sure that hopefully everyone sees the intention of not trying to just dismiss that as just something for drama. It's something that I think Oscar learns from and forces him to be a better person. And, it's so Arthur to find empathy and forgiveness before he finds a grudge for the guy. Okay, Shellac says, that's John's person right there, so no wonder he panicked. Sammy says, John's spider senses were tingling and he knew he needed to be there. That's right. Absolutely. We do love protective John, even if he nearly smashes someone's head into the concrete. But of course, also, Oscar forgives him. There's so much forgiveness in that chapter that feels, to me at least, and hopefully to you, so rooted in true understanding and true empathy, and not just like, well, if we all want to learn from this, we got to forgive each other. It comes from something so much deeper. Eureka says, did not know how much more moral thought went into this chapter. Oh, bro, we just started. Mad says, honestly, even if John and Arthur weren't together, the anger would have been understandable. Yeah. Absolutely. Sammy says, even when you almost, oh yeah, even when you almost smashed his head into the concrete, truth, baby. Raph says the amount of restraint John had for not launching on the spot. Oh, Raph. And you know what? That's a great point, Raph. I think that speaks to just a little bit of John trying to get better on his own, you know? Oh my gosh, interestingly, I didn't bring this up. In that last chapter, in 32, I actually had a moment that I scrapped where John was, you know, being so beating up on himself for doing this, I mean, genuinely kind of bad act. And in that moment, I had Arthur tell John to recite the words that Jack had told him in part one. The no matter how many setbacks, we can always be better, that kind of thing. Unfortunately, it didn't really work with the pacing, and the sentiment like wasn't strong enough for it to feel like it landed super hard. But John is sort of working through this. He was able somehow to find more restraint this time than the last time he nearly smashed somebody's head into the concrete. The last time he lifted that person in the air. This time he didn't. So I think that's just a little bit of John getting better within himself to not act on those violent impulses as quickly. Yeah, okay, awesome. Let's keep going. I think that was everything else in the chat. Okay. Let's talk about Charlie falling into old joking coping habits. The fact that Oscar has to reprimand Charlie. Oh, really quickly, Raph said one more thing. Like, I spent so much of my life taking care of a profoundly blind person, and the thought of a situation even close to this, I would have gone to jail. Yeah, Raph, that's really valid. That's really valid. I think that speaks to the amount of love in our hearts that we are willing to sacrifice so much, just because of how much love we feel for these people. Sammy says, I feel like what scared John so much about this time was because he planned to do far worse this time around. Could be. Could be. Yeah, could be. Thank you for everybody who contributed to that. So let's keep going. We'll talk about Charlie going into those old joking habits. This is another kind of callback to Jack's message in part one about saying that you're gonna make mistakes. You know, you're not gonna be able to just decide that you have a coping skill and then use it every time immediately. That's just not gonna happen. You have to practice your coping skills. You have to learn how to use them in the moment, and you have to learn that sometimes whatever you think is going to be a good coping skill when you're not feeling heavy emotions might not actually be a good coping skill by the time you get to those heavy emotions. There have been so many times where I'm like, okay, anytime I'm really, really angry, I'm just going to paint. And then when I'm really angry, I don't even think about painting. Doesn't even come to mind. I have too many other things going on in my head. I don't even think about it. And if someone were to ask me, do you want to paint? I'd probably say no. So like, that's just not a coping skill that's going to work for me in that time. And I need to find another one. But you can only ever find your coping skills through this process of practicing and process of elimination too. Eureka says coping skills can change over time. Yeah, especially, and I hope that they do. You know, I hope that they continue to change in a positive direction to fit you more comfortably whenever you need them. You know what I mean? So the amount of times that we hear Charlie still continuing to joke, and we hear Oscar say, don't do that with me. Don't do that. This is the practicing. This is Charlie trying to work on this coping skill of not relying on jokes, of just being present and being vulnerable in the moment. So super, super, super important to me that it takes him a while. It takes him a while. Okay, let's see. Something about Oscar's backstory. This was a tricky tightrope to walk. Oscar's backstory, because especially with fan fiction, the audience has as much knowledge of canon as you do. So if you want to surprise them, you have to adjust things like very subtly or go in a completely different route. And I still want to be able to surprise my readers, despite the fact that my readers know that in canon, Oscar certainly had some sort of bloody ordeal with McKenna. I still wanted there to be just a little bit of a surprise somehow. So having McKenna be the one to take Oscar's arm was my way of just giving just a little bit of surprise, despite everyone kind of knowing where the story was going. And it still feels like something that hits a little harder, even if, you and I have the same knowledge of what happens in canon.
Mhm.
And I really like someone, I think this was Ellie who pointed this out. The idea of Oscar having his arm torn off by a hammer insinuates like a hacking motion, as opposed to the canon's axing motion. And arguably, I think the hammer's worse. I
Yeah,
think it's
no, 100%.
way more disgusting, way more disgusting. And that is the reason that I say he rubs his finger over the seams in his arm, plural seams in his arm. It did not heal very well. So I was very excited for that because clearly I was holding back something for so long, and the reveal did hit, and people were really excited to see what had happened. So yeah, I can't believe that worked out. Shellac says, really like this version of Oscar's backstory. It was definitely a twist on how he lost it. Yeah. I'm so glad. I was super proud. Okay. Just a little bit about Father Jameson. I decided that he was American, kind of like last minute. And he shipped Oscar over to one of his old haunts back over in America, to like get him away from the Scottish authorities. And this really is like the shoe drop of why Oscar thought that all of his former friends and priests would want to avoid him at all possibilities, because after what happened, all of his friends and former priests probably thought, maybe besides Jameson, probably thought he was a deranged murderer, or worse, homosexual, right? Because if McKenna made it out alive, what do you think McKenna would say about Oscar to his following? He's a priest, he has a parish, and he has a parish of people that likely think more like he does than think like Oscar does. This was a very homophobic time. So Oscar likely has been completely and totally vilified by everyone that he used to know back in Scotland. And that's why he couldn't return to ever see Alexander again, because who knows who he would run into, and who knows what would have happened to Alexander. I'm not sure. Okay, let me check the chat. Ooh, Sammy said, did not heal well, and it was the 30s. Yeah, true. Yeah. Really quickly, the word pulpy to describe McKenna's face. I love that. It's so gross. I really, really like this one. And I was actually inspired by, I don't know if anyone's ever heard of this band. Has anyone heard of Bad Religion before? They are a punk band. I think that they were most
Feel
popular
like I have.
Yeah, they are fantastic. They've got kind of like the classic punk style, but the lyrics, oh, the lyrics, honey, they are written by a philosophy teacher. And you can tell they are so, wait, philosophy? Hold on. It might not be philosophy. It is a professor of some kind. I think it's either philosophy. No, it's politics. Oh, it's written by, yeah, a political science teacher. That's what it is. Oh my God, they are so gripping. I went to go see them in concert with my friend, and I was reading along to the lyrics as I was listening to the music because I'm just so enthralled by their lyricism. And they used the word pulpy to describe like a sack of meat. And I was like, hold on one second, I need to go edit my fic really fast. Yes. American Jesus. That's right, Sammy. Yeah, American Jesus was one of the ones I saw live. Super cool. Super cool song. Yeah, so I was editing my fic at a concert that night. My friend was not happy with me. Okay, continuing on. Okay, I like this idea that Oscar does not know whether or not, like, McKenna is alive. I like that. Hold on one second, just because I don't want to say anything that I'm not meant to be saying. When did we learn? Okay, I don't know that either. Okay, I wanted to make sure that I'd already said that both Alexander and McKenna were dead, just in case. Okay. Yeah, so I like this idea that Oscar doesn't know the current state of McKenna nor Alexander, because I think that that says so much about him, what he would choose to believe. Like, whatever he chooses to believe, that's going to say something very telling about him. So if he believes that Alexander is alive, it seems like some sort of maybe desperate hope that Alexander did save him, and maybe that Oscar might even find him again someday. If he believes that Alexander is dead, it makes him seem even crazier that these last few months he's been pretending his dead friend at the bar is performing. If he believes that McKenna is alive, it would stoke his anger that he never finished the job, that it still holds that fire in him. If he believes that McKenna is dead, it gives him that sort of guilty pride for killing a man, which obviously has its own internal conflicts and cognitive dissonance. And then if he switches between all of these beliefs on either of any given day, that says a lot about where he is mentally at the moment. And it says a lot about how easily he can flip between them and what triggers him to flip between them. And so, in conclusion, I think it's so much more fascinating to have Oscar never get closure on whether or not both McKenna and Alexander are alive or dead, because it forces him to reconcile with what he wants to get out of this world and what he wants to get out of his past. And oh, there's just so much. He's a bug. I'm just holding up my magnifying glass to my favorite bug. It's so exciting. Let me check the chat. Sammy says you've sacrificed so much for this series. Yeah, those concert tickets were expensive too. At a punk concert, nonetheless. Yeah. Anyway, so just delicious, delicious cognitive dissonance for Oscar to live with for the rest of his life. And I just love that for him. I love that. Okay. Anything else? Oh, just the fact that I just love Charlie. I had another one of those moments where I started writing and my subconscious took over. And I didn't realize that I thought what I thought until I read it back. And that was happening during those times where Oscar was talking about like the friends that he had to leave behind on the battlefield, when he was talking about how, you know, the military encourages you to do that mindless, rage-fueled killing, and that you are the only one who gets to sit and process what you've done when you come back because they don't talk any therapy with you while you're there. The fact that he has to reconcile that all of these people that he's killed, he's not just killed individual people, he's killed part of a family. He's killed the lives that have affected other lives. And now those other lives are distraught and grieving because of him. And he has to sit with these nightmares all of the time of all of these horrific thoughts constantly. And when I wrote that out, it just sounded right in the moment. And then I read it back and I was like, yeah, oh, this guy's going through a lot worse than I thought he had been before. So that one really, really hurt. Oh, let me check the chat. Sammy says, well, and most of the time trauma is never resolved like that. There's no concrete conclusion to it. That's what makes it hard to work through, the lack of an end. Precisely. That is exactly what I'm going for here. The fact that cognitive dissonance goes on forever. You can't just erase it sometimes. You have to just live with it. And that is living, is finding ways to manage it because it ain't going away. Inky says, Charlie out here traumatizing you back. That is, yeah, I really felt that. I really felt that. But of course, I was the most excited ever to have Charlie drop his accent. Oh my God, you guys. I was just shaking getting to this part with excitement because I had said so many times previously how often Charlie cranked up Noel's accent. And did anyone ever consider that he would crank it down? Did that even come up in anybody's mind?
I don't think anyone saw it coming.
Congrats to you if you're listening to the VOD and it came up to you. Congratulations. But I personally have not heard a single person tell me that they expected that. That's crazy. Which maybe I didn't set it up well enough, but also whatever. I don't give a fuck. It's a fun surprise. It's a fun. It's fun. I love it. And oh my goodness, just it hits me every time when he bears his actual soul for the first time, not only to Oscar, but to us too. He has been talking with Noel's accent the entire time that we've known him. And the moment that he drops the accent, it feels like we too are seeing Charlie, who he is, for the very first time. And I think that's why it's so gutting, is because we have been held back. We thought this whole time that we knew everybody's dilemmas and we knew everyone's traumas and how deep they went. And then in this moment, even we are surprised that there was more to Charlie than we could have thought. Really quick check in the chat. Shellac says, the fact that Charlie and Oscar have such similar trauma of losing someone they love and living with the guilt, them working through it together, makes me gnaw on the bars of my enclosure. Me too, me too. They are so similar in so many ways, despite going through, like, wow, what different backstories they have. And yet they can find all of this common ground. Oh, I love them. I love them so much. And then I also really appreciate just like how Charlie reflects on his time in the war and how morally gray that makes him. Sorry for the pun. Very
wow. 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 Straight to jail.
Straight to jail. Lock me up. But Charlie is right here. Killing other people did mean his own survival. That is the only reason why he's here with Oscar, is because he had to kill. And that doesn't make it justified, but it's understandable. And to insinuate that no one should ever kill in a war is to be completely ignorant to the concept of war, and also ignorant to the concept of, like, human tendencies. Humans can be real fucking assholes sometimes, let me tell you. And so to believe that Charlie would go into war and not kill, that's like ridiculous. That's a fantasy right there. That is what he has been programmed and instructed to do. Like he must do that. And like the amount of killing that Charlie did was probably reprehensible and gratuitous, because he said he fucking let loose. Like he said that he did not hold back. But also, all war is reprehensible and gratuitous. He wasn't doing something worse than the other soldiers. He was doing exactly what war wanted him to do. So he was just like surviving. And yes, he's done horrible, horrible things, but look at the position that he was in as well. It's so morally gray. It's so, like, you can't find yourself strictly on one side or the other. And that is cognitive dissonance, baby. You have to live in the middle of it. You can only live in the gray. And there we go. Now we have gone full circle on another reason why I chose gray as the color for Charlie's PTSD. Let me check the chat. Gray is what I'm seeing. Inky says he wasn't doing war crimes, he was doing war. Yeah, surviving war, more like. Absolutely, yes. He was doing strictly what he was asked to do, and he was asked to survive. And he was surviving for Noel, too, that whole time. Don't forget about that. Don't forget
Don't talk about it too much, because I will start crying.
Okay. Let's move on. Hand holding, that's the next bullet point. Very nice little change of pace. My next two bullet points say, hand holding, let's go, the only thing I ever care about. The most Arrow Ace author coming at you with the most important hand holding.
The most relatable bullet point.
Yeah. But okay, another thing I wanted to talk about was my characters losing track of time. I know that this happens a lot, and this will happen a lot more. We've got like 3 other instances where characters lose track of time, and I hope that it doesn't feel like too repetitive. But this is my way of making my readers sit with their emotions. The moment that I make my characters lose track of time and just think for a little while, I am forcing them and I am forcing you to sit in this shit. You cannot escape it. You must keep reading, and therefore you must keep sitting with it. So going back to that little soapbox moment, the fact that everyone has sat through this, has sat through all of the losing track of time moments in this fic, that really is you sitting with the emotions. That is you forcing yourself to hear them out to the end. And yeah, we're gonna have many more times where where time feels fluid around the characters because I just wanted them to revel in the emotion. I need them to not think about how much time they were spending, just dedicating all of their thought processes to just being in it. You know what I mean? Okay, I think I've got two more. Let's see. Oh, yeah, of course. Oscar having that revelation. This is what was choking Marix up a little bit. I was holding on for dear life over here. Oscar is like the scientific experiment of all of his past actions. You know, Oscar goes through that whole bit of being like, every single instant of every single moment has led to this one right now. All of his mistakes and all of his triumphs have made him the person that he is currently. And yes, of course, we all have regrets, but if you went back in time to not do the things that you regret, you would inherently be a different person than the one you are today. And so, if you want to be grateful for the person that you are and how far you've come in your life, you must be grateful for everything that you've been through, for every action that you've taken. And that one is really, really, really hard to grasp for me, and I'm sure for a lot of people, because god damn it, if I just knew that I was asexual like 12 years ago, my life would be so different. But alas, I am who I am because of my experiences. And so I must be grateful for everything that I went through. That was horrible, but has gotten me here today. So, oh.
It's one of my favorite sentiments, and anytime it gets brought up, it will get me emotional.
Yeah, let me check the chat. Shellac says, Johnson's with the hello, John. Apologies for the deception statement. When we couldn't stop reading. Yeah. And this was even worse because you definitely couldn't stop Marix reading. He was going. Sammy says the ace signs were in my face, and yet, bro, handshake emoji. Oh my God. The ace flag was just right in front of my eyes, just waving at me. And I was like, that's probably not me. Oh, yeah. You know how it goes. Telescope says so true. Man, my audience sure is hella ace, aren't we all? You know my people. Okay. Oh, you know what? I think that's great. I think that'll do for this commentary section. Max, do you want to add anything before we move on?
Nope. I'm good.
Ready to go. We are on to chapter 34. Where are we?
34.
34. All right, take it away.
Previously on To Live Two Lives. John couldn't help Arthur with his eating disorder. Content warnings. Explicit discussions of eating disordered thoughts and behaviors. Really, really, really awful anachronisms, but hear me out. I found out that this thing was from the 70s long after I'd already planned out the whole scene, and I just couldn't let go of it, okay? It's funny, okay? So everyone just pretend it's all from the 30s and forgive me unconditionally. On a more serious note, to all my readers who have been skipping this chapters involving ED, we finally made it to the one that I'm hoping you'll feel courageous enough to read. This chapter is heavy, but I think the final message is worth it. This chapter is also 10k words, Jesus fucking Christ, strap in. John. John twists the flimsy phone cord between his fingers impatiently. He tries to focus on something other than the shrill ringing on the line, so he looks at the budding basil leaves in the windowsill. They're beautiful little things, plump, waxy leaves that shine a bright yellow-green in the sunlight, thin enough to see the veins in the tips of the leaves, fragrant like tea and soil, and god fucking damn it, the ringing is so nerve-wracking. John hates phone calls to Daniel. Why couldn't Arthur have done this? This is his father. John growls under his breath. Just remember what Arthur said. He'll appreciate you reaching out. John turns toward the mint plant for comfort, but all he could see in front of him is a reel of the 100 different times that Arthur has smiled encouragingly at him, assuring, This is how we build a relationship. And for the 101st time, John is still unsure about it. The ringing abruptly stops, and so does John's heart. John hears the man on the line clear his throat before answering formally through the tinny receiver. Saltzman speaking. Daniel. John starts, and shit, his voice is already quivering. He's supposed to start cool and collected. He coughs roughly, composing himself. Daniel, this is John Doe, Arthur's aide. John, Daniel says with what might be an air of amusement or an air of judgment. I can assure you that I know who you are by now. Right. Fuck, just stay focused. John came prepared with a script. As long as he keeps to it, it's going to be fine. He coughs again. I'll be away tomorrow on a trip, and I was wondering if you might keep Arthur company in my absence. Oh? Daniel's voice turns concerned. Is Arthur still ill? John breathes steadily. He's entirely, completely, totally composed. He's collected, and this conversation is going to be frictionless. He's mostly fine, but he could probably use some company tomorrow because mostly, Daniel interrupts, throwing John wildly off course. Good grief, it's been another week now. Has he not been back to the doctor's? John feels his heart start to pick up. He scrambles back to the topic at hand. He's much better now, actually, but he's still. Certainly 2 weeks is more than enough time to see a specialist. Daniel huffs. Oh god, this is not where the conversation is supposed to go. Please tell him that I strongly advise that he's recovered. He's no longer ill. John says far too exasperatedly. Shit, there's no way Daniel didn't catch that. John instinctively starts to pace around the small kitchen as far as the phone cord will allow. He could just use some company. That's all. Company, Daniel says suspiciously. God damn it. He knows John is hiding something. Yes, John swallows. Just for the afternoon. I'll be coming back in the evening. There's a silence on the line that John hates every second of. The only thing he could hear is the tapping of the phone cord between his fingers, and he desperately hopes that Daniel doesn't hear that too. Finally, Daniel gives a long sigh. John, he says with either impatience or anger or sadness or something else or all the above. What is the real reason you'd like him to visit me tomorrow? Fuck. Why couldn't he have just agreed to the damn plans? Doesn't he want to spend time with his son? Why does he have to watch John squirm beneath the ever-slipping mask of normal that John can barely wear in the first place? John stops his pacing, taking as deep breaths as he can. He can do this. He can keep the mask from falling. I think Arthur could use... John strains to keep his voice level. Someone to talk to. Another silence. One that feels somehow worse than the last. One that also feels twice as fucking long, too. And the silence is just so fucking nerve-wracking, and John hates phone calls, and John feels like he's about to leap out of his skin if someone doesn't say something in the next goddamn second. Please. John breaks. Arthur he needs help. He needs some advice, or perspective, or something. I don't know. Fuck, he was supposed to let Arthur say that part, but he can't stop talking. I don't know anything about what he's going through, but he can't keep going like this. John can't tell if it's the silence on the line, is 1 second or infinite, but his anxiety takes complete control of his tongue either way. It's not good for Arthur to... I think he knows it's not good, but he can't... And I've tried everything I could think of to help, but it's not... I don't know what else to do about... I understand, John. Daniel says suddenly, his voice resolute and full of concern. I understand completely. John blinks at the wooden kitchen floor. He does? I know Arthur has been faced with many challenges recently. Daniel continues sympathetically. But I believe I can offer him precisely what he needs. John stumbles, unable to keep the relief out of his voice. You can? I will. There's a small waver in his voice when he says, and I'm honored, John, that you've trusted in me to help. John turns back to the budding plants on the windowsill, and he smiles at them. Thank you. Arthur could... You don't know how much I appreciate you. I should be thanking you, John, Daniel says, making maybe even through a smile of his own. For your commitment, for seeking every path possible to help my son. Quieter, he finishes, You are truly a remarkable caregiver. John blushes deeply, and he finds himself rather grateful for phone calls all of a sudden. Of course. Shit, his voice is too sentimental. He clears his throat and tries again, flatter this time. It's my job. Daniel hums through the line. Well, pencil me into his schedule for tomorrow. I'll be waiting eagerly to see him again. Right. Daniel thinks that John is also Arthur's secretary, too. John walks over to the fridge to pretend he's writing on a calendar. All right, you're on his schedule. I'll let him know. Thank you, John, Daniel says with emphasis. Did John manage to avoid fucking this up entirely?
Thank you. Of course. John coughs one last time. Enjoy your time with Arthur tomorrow. And,
a sternness takes over Daniel's tone.
You'll be joining us in the future again, I'm sure. Yes,
John says quickly. Whether the sternness is playful kindness or passive aggression, John's not sure he'll ever be able to tell.
Very good. Well then, Daniel says with finality. Take care, and God bless. Take care.
The line goes dead, and then John breathes out raggedly until he feels his lungs collapse on themselves. Will he ever have an easy phone call with Daniel? Or is this just the rest of his fucking life now? He clacks the phone back onto its hooks, half hopes that the thing spontaneously self-destructs, and then he turns back to the rest of the kitchen. A sudden quiet has taken over the room, almost like the house itself is holding a moment of silence for all of John's wit ends. It feels a bit needless, though. His wits ends died out long ago.
Lily,
John moans as he starts to pad over to the living room.
Do you think I can get away with never speaking to Daniel ever again?
She nibbles on one of the Java ferns as he approaches her.
It just feels so precarious, so disingenuous. Like I have to prune all of my thoughts for the sake of his precious fucking social decorum.
He hums, looking down at her through the top of the bowl.
Is it really that insulting to tell someone that they make you incredibly uncomfortable because they're impossible to read, save for the obvious ruthless judgment that they carry throughout every conversation?
Lily bubbles at him. He blinks back at her.
Well, now that I hear it aloud,
John grumbles, falling into his seat on the couch. John hears the front door open just then, and Arthur steps in, calling, "John?"
"With Lily, Arthur,"
John mutters. Arthur nods, taking off his shoes and resting his stick against the wall. He seems to be doing okay today. His mustache is groomed, there are no obvious signs of dizziness, and he only walked for about 25 minutes total. His bones still protrude from underneath his skin, but John counts his blessings anyway. "Well, John, how did it go?" Arthur asks anxiously. He hangs his hat on the rack before walking over to the couch.
I don't know.
John grimaces as he makes room for Arthur, immediately pulling the man close once he's seated.
He thanked me for reaching out to him, but...
But? Arthur settles easily into John's grip as if he'd never spent a month away from John's arms. John counts another blessing.
I don't know, Arthur. I can never tell what he's thinking.
John mumbles. He presses his face into Arthur's citrus-scented hair, and Arthur hums. Well, he thanked you. That's something positive.
And he invited me to lunch again soon.
Also positive? John grumbles again.
But it might have been a snide comment about how I haven't seen him in fucking months.
Well... Arthur frowns like he's considering the same.
He's just so hard to read, John whines. It feels like his words he says never match the way he says them, and I can't get a grasp on either of those things.
Listen, Arthur says gently as he wings their fingers together. You both don't understand each other yet. I'm sure he feels that it's equally challenging to read you, especially considering... Arthur stops short of finishing that sentence, but they both know what he means. Especially considering the masks. John bows his head, pressing further into Arthur.
This relationship feels impossible.
It isn't, Arthur says strictly. He squeezes John's fingers tighter. It's going to take time, but it isn't impossible. If Daniel and I can do it after... Arthur's throat clicks as he chooses his words more delicately. After everything, then you and he can do it too. John sighs, hoping instead that the couch would just gradually swallow him whole.
Right.
Daniel will come around to you, John, just as you will to him. Arthur gives him a small peck on the knuckle. I'm certain of it.
Come around,
John frowns.
You've said that a few times now.
Have I? Arthur blinks. I didn't realize... Well, actually. He gives John a wistful smile. That's what Bella used to say. Anytime I worried about my relationship with Daniel, about her relationship with Daniel, those were the first words out of her mouth. He'll come around. John hums, watching the way Arthur's cloudy eyes glaze over further in memory.
She was optimistic.
She always was, yes. Arthur clears his throat, pulling himself out of his emotions so he can flick John playfully. Maybe you could learn a thing or two from her. John grunts. Come now, John. Arthur smiles wider. There's plenty of room for optimism here. Daniel will surely love you in no time. His lips tilt flirtatiously. It's impossible not to. John scoffs, but he's unable to stop himself from wrapping his arms further around Arthur.
All right.
All right, then. Arthur nods primly.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And...
John shifts in his seat, starting to feel his nerves flutter to life again in his stomach.
I Sort of told him that you could use some advice. Arthur tenses beneath him. What? I'm sorry. I know you said that you wanted to talk to him. I really didn't mean to. Every word from his mouth tastes so bitter. But I just couldn't. He wouldn't say anything, and John. Arthur hushes, but his voice is breathy with disappointment. It's all right. I'm sorry. I know, it's. Arthur shrugs, waving a hand. It's fine. It's probably best that you did. He shrugs again. A part of me honestly believes that I wouldn't have been able to bring it up on my own anyway. John isn't relieved by this at all. No? No, Arthur huffs at himself. I'm so in my head about it all. So full of doubt. I feel like I don't know how to judge a single thought in my mind as of late, and... Arthur cuts himself off, his hands slowly coming up to rub his arms. He grumbles out the rest of his breath, and John feels himself automatically pulling Arthur further into his embrace. It's just... Arthur scoffs weakly. I mean, who's to say that this isn't all entirely pointless? How much could Daniel even understand about this kind of thing? The man has clearly never had a problem with eating, you've seen him. But he has been alive for nearly twice as long as you have, John says gently as he settles them together deeper in the sofa. There's a chance he's been privy to something like that in his years. Maybe. Arthur allows John's hands to wind around his middle. John counts a third blessing. But what if he just goes, Our Father this, and Lord that, and praise God for whom all the bullshit flows? Then you'll deal with it as you usually do, John says firmly. That's just part of the relationship, right? Arthur lets out a long, painful sigh, one that makes Arthur shrink in John's arms. No, I know, you're right, He gives a very sad laugh. God, just listen to me, eh? I'm coming up with every sorry excuse in the book at this point. What do you mean? I'm just dancing around the fact that... Arthur swallows, his voice going quiet. I'm scared he'll be ashamed of me, John, just like he was. John feels his heart slump over. Arthur, I'm scared he'll think I'm weak, pathetic. His voice goes even quieter still. Embarrassing. John squeezes his friend harder, as hard as he dares handle those fragile bones. That was then, Arthur. He's come a long way since. And you said that yourself just a minute ago. Arthur gives an unconvinced hum as he presses his face into John's neck. John instinctively cradles the back of Arthur's head. He seemed eager to help, too. Of course. Arthur breathes shakily. Because he loves you, first and foremost. He does. Arthur nods. He does. And if he says he's willing to help, then I should take it. Right. Arthur hooks an ankle over John's. The friction between their socks is the loudest thing in the room. I just wish I wasn't so nervous. John huffs, knowing exactly how he feels. Maybe it'll feel different once you get there. Maybe. Arthur pinches his lips. Still, I wish you could come with me. John's shoulders start to tense up with guilt. I would, Arthur, but no, it's all right, John. Arthur smiles lightly. I know you're excited to see them again. I really am. John feels his own lips tilt upward. I wish you could come with me. Yes, I believe that'd be a much more pleasant conversation. Arthur chuckles. Well, with any luck, we'll both come back with brilliant stories and whopping smiles. Fingers crossed. You'll give them my regards, won't you? If you'll give Daniel mine. Yes. And in the meantime, Arthur takes a long, deep breath, humming on his exhale. I think we could both do with a little rest and repose this afternoon, don't you? What did you have in mind? Arthur drags them both down to lay flat across the cushions, and then he snuggles up close. How about a nice, relaxing 30 to 45-minute nap? John laughs, kissing the top of Arthur's head and counting 1,000 more blessings for good measure. I think that sounds just fine. To another year! Jack cheers as the three of them clink their champagne glasses. Sharon kicks her feet excitedly under her chair, rustling her dress. Happy anniversary, hun, she says sweetly, getting red lipstick on the lip of her glass. Happy anniversary, doll. Congratulations to both of you, John adds, sipping his champagne. It's ice cold and bubbly and the perfect way to celebrate. How many years is it today? Gee, doll, what is it now? Jack swirls his wine. 41? Sharon tisks. 42 if you count the year we dated. Man, Jack wheezes. Are we old or what? And happier every year, Sharon nods. That's the truth. John can't help the giddiness ruffling in his chest as he takes in the sight of his beloved family once again. The overwhelming joy threatens to pop his lungs like an overfilled balloon. You know, I keep forgetting I'm 66. Jack nudges John's arm. Imagine my surprise every time I look in the mirror. Hun, you don't look a day over 80. Sharon blows him a kiss and John snickers. John sees their age more prominently now that he only visits once a month. Of course, they still have all the vitality that they've always had in their gestures and their laughs, but he sees their age unfolding in the smaller details of their faces, which John had seen too regularly to notice before. Jack's hair has receded another inch. Sharon's smile lines are deeper now. It makes John yearn for the days when they aged alongside him instead of without him. John clears his tightening throat before he says, Well, thank you for inviting me to your celebration today. Sharon grabs his upper arm and squeezes lovingly. It wasn't even a question, sweetie. Doll's right. Jack lifts his glass again. Of course you gotta be here. It's a family event. Even so. John smiles. I'm honored. Sweetie, we're honored to have you. Bless, we ain't leaving you out of the big surprise. You helped with the gift, after all. Jack waggles his eyebrows at Sharon, who instantly beams. A gift? She gasps, covering her mouth with her fingers. Ever the dramatic. Oh, boys, it's not even my birthday. You shouldn't have. Miss Sharon, we do this every year. And this one's a doozy. Jack jumps up from his seat. Okay, doll, close your eyes. Sharon immediately squeezes her eyes shut, her feet kicking faster. Jack quickly reaches into his back pocket, pulling out a thin, slightly set-on envelope, which he presses into her hands. Sharon's eager smile falters, and she runs her fingers along the perimeter of the envelope, having the gall to look almost disappointed. Oh, she says, her eyes still closed. She gives a weak laugh. I guess there's no misses for the Baron this year, huh? Jack huffs a bit impatiently. Doll, I keep telling you, we ain't got room in the bed for the 4 of us. Sharon pouts. We could get a larger bed. Enough stalling, doll. Open your eyes. She does, and she looks at the little envelope curiously. She slides her finger through the seal, and then she pulls out a small, square, blue card. Her red lips twist as she reads. John tries to peer over her shoulder. What does it say, Miss Sharon? Oh, sorry, sweetie, she says, placing the envelope on the table and holding up the card higher. There's a picture of a carousel on the front. It says, Our marriage is like a merry-go-round. She opens the card. After all these years, you still make me dizzy. Jack is grinning at her with a downright manic smile. Sharon blinks a few times at the card, and then she looks back to her husband. Hun, she says lightly through a forced smile. How sweet of you. What do you think, doll? Jack drums his fist on the table. It's... Sharon barely conceals her confusion with her smile. Very clever. Clever? Jack's grin drops off instantly. That's it? Sharon blinks again, looking back to the card. Yes? Doll, did you even read the card? Hun, I read it aloud. Then why aren't you jumping with delight? Yes, hun, it's a very sweet card. Actually, John clears his throat, pushing the envelope closer to Sharon. I think you might be missing the other part of the gift. Ah, whoops. Jack titters as he scratches the back of his neck. Those was supposed to stay inside the card. Sharon's eyes light up once again. Oh, thank goodness. You boys had me worried for a moment there, she says, and John rolls his eyes. Only Sharon could demand a better gift. And only the 2 men next to her would be stupid enough to enable her. She snatches up the envelope from the table and peeks inside. Her eyes suddenly blow wide. Hun, are these? There we go. Jack nods arrogantly. Much better. Oh my gosh! Sharon whispers, yanking out the twin tickets and holding them up to the light. Are these tickets to Daddy's amusement park? Jack dusts off his shoulders, clearly impressed with himself. I know you've been wanting to go since it opened. Oh my gosh! Sharon squeals, flapping the tickets to fan her face. Oh my gosh, hon, I'm so excited! She wraps her arms around the smaller man and squeezes him until her face turns pink. Or pinker than usual. Thank you, thank you, thank you! Anything from my gal. Jack chuckles as his balding head is painted in red lipstick. John smiles at the sight of his family, as joyful as they have ever been. He tries to speak before his lungs actually pop. Miss Sharon, Jack promised that he'd try one of the roller coasters if I helped him buy the tickets. Jack's face goes paper white. Sharon's jaw drops as she said, He did not! Kid, Jack hisses. I told you I'd think about going on a... Hun, we have to ride the rip-roaring rampage! Sharon hollers as she shakes Jack's shoulders. The poor man is already looking green. We have to! And I want to ride in the front row. Christ, doll, Jack whines, wiping the sweat from his brow. Don't you think we ought to start with something easier on the stomach? He points to her card. How about the merry-go-round? Yes, we'll get to that too. Sharon dismisses as she shakes him more. But we have to ride the rip-roaring rampage, hun. It's supposed to be the fastest coaster on the Eastern Shore. Jesus, Jack moans into his hand. You see what you did to me, kid? John hasn't stopped grinning this entire time. I'm sure you two will have a great day. Sharon looks back to her tickets with a frown. Wait, sweetie, you're not coming with us? No. John shakes his hands frantically. I'm not one for thrill rides. Jack grumbles. How come he gets an out? Are you sure, sweetie? They're very exciting once you give them a try. Really? John insists. I'll let you two enjoy it. It's your anniversary, after all. Sharon pulls her lips to the left, looking at John with those doll-like round eyes. Then she gives him a small smile, patting his forearm twice. We'll get you next year, sweetie. No, you don't have to. Let him be, doll. Jack flaps a hand at John. Kid's taller than the rides anyway. Wouldn't be nothing for him. It's the principle of the matter, Sharon harumphs, clapping her hands properly in front of her. We're going as a family next year, and that's that. Both of the men groan, and Sharon giggles gleefully. And speaking of family, Sharon rests her hands over John's. Did you ever hear back from the publishing company about your poem? Oh. John feels disappointment abruptly contort his face, and he quickly looks to his lap. Yes. Jack and Sharon wordlessly exchange a long, knowing glance across the table. It makes John's spine curl with shame. Eventually, Jack huffs in disbelief. That publishing company don't know shit about poetry. I'm inclined to agree. Sharon strokes a tender thumb over the back of John's hand. Did they even read it? Jack mutters. Do they even know how to read? John sighs, his spine curling further. They're the most prestigious publishing company in New York City. One would hope so. Pfft, pretentious is more like it. Jack gripes as he sips more champagne. John shrugs helplessly. This is the 4th poem they've rejected. He opens his palm to Sharon, comparatively petite one, and she clasps them together. Perhaps I'm just not— Stop that! Sharon interrupts sharply. Nuh-uh, kid. Jack crosses his arms. No way. John blinks at both of them. What? I'm sorry, sweetie. Sharon wags a free finger at him. But we'll have absolutely none of that in this house. What are you talking about? Kid, you were gonna go off about being not good enough or too amateur or some shit, weren't you? John absolutely was. I mean... Sharon tuts at him. Sweetie, your quality as a poet is not determined by what one publisher thinks about you. Tell him straight, Jack whoops like a cheerleader on the sidelines. But Miss Sharon, they're... And furthermore... Her bobbed hair swishes around her chin as she disapprovingly shakes her head. Your poems, featured or not, do not determine your value as a person. Yeah, get him, doll. Jack punches the air. I don't... John stammers. I didn't say that. You didn't need to, sweetie. Jack flaps a hand at him again. You ain't a hard book to read, kid. John feels his blood sprint to his cheeks. Well, he huffs loudly. What am I supposed to think when the esteemed New York Times Poetry Collective says that my work is mediocre 4 times in a row? Sharon stares him down. Did they say your work was mediocre? Well, no, but she narrows her eyes. Did they give you any feedback whatsoever? John frowns. They didn't exactly. How do you know they didn't like your poetry? Psh! Doll, who even gives a shit about what they think? Jack tosses a hand. They don't even know how to read. Sharon has the audacity to nod sagely like Jack make a compelling point. They rejected my work, John scoffs. Is that not evidence enough? Sharon shakes her head again. The only thing that tells you, sweetie, is that they didn't choose those particular poems for those particular months. That could mean 1 million things. Could have been a close race, too. You don't know. Jack adds. Well, John sinks in his chair, oozing off the edges. It's still disheartening that they haven't featured me. I was so proud of In Search of Family. Sweetie, why would you stop being proud? Sharon asked, much gentler. This is what we mean. The poem is no less beautiful because the New York Times didn't print it in May's catalog. Yeah, kid, it still matters for us. Jack gestures to the 3 of them. And we're the ones you wrote the fucking thing for. He sits back in his chair haughtily. I, for one, think that our opinions count much more than the crap taste of Mr. New York Times. John pulls his hands beneath the table so he can wring them between his knees. I suppose. Sharon asks softly. What have you written since the poem, sweetie? Nothing. John swallows. Kid. Jack shakes his head slowly. That's tragic. I haven't... John feels a shameful defensiveness worming its way into his voice. I haven't been inspired since then. You're saying that you have nothing inspiring in your life? Sharon raises a stern, thin eyebrow. For any kind of poetry? John pulls the lip to one side. Reading you like a book, kid. John huffs. Alright, fine, I do. But everything I write it's all wrong. It's all bland and cliché and distinctly uncreative. Nothing that could be published. See? Jack rolls his eyes. There it is. John scowls. There what is?
Sweetie, you're writing for an audience that you don't know anything about. Sharon's hand comes to rest on his shoulder.
Exactly,
John complains.
That's what's making this so difficult. The only thing I know about the publishers is that they've rejected all my work so far, even when I think my poems are better than the ones they feature.
She's saying that you ain't supposed to be writing for them, kid. Jack holds onto John's other shoulder. Don't you get it? John suddenly feels like he'll helplessly float away without the two of them tethering him down. Sweetie, these publishers aren't part of your life. Not with any significance. Why are people that you've never even met so deserving of your craft? Or your time, or your passion, or your love?
But
John shrugs against the lead-heavy weight of their hands.
They're directly responsible for my poetry career. That sounds like significance to me.
No, Sharon tuts. They can aid in your poetry career, but you're already a poet. You already have a poetry career.
John grumbles. Not a very lucrative one.
That's why you started writing? Jack laughs sardonically, putting his fists on his hips. To make money off of poetry? You planning on living in a cardboard box next year?
No, obviously,
John stumbles, finding himself tripping over his own argument and landing squarely on theirs.
I wanted to write. Want to write. That's why I started.
I disagree, Sharon says primly. You need to write, sweetie. It's your center of balance. You're one of those creative kids, kid.
Then why can't I? John groans. I've been staring at blank pages of my notebooks for months now.
Because. Sharon takes her hand away to sip her wine, and John misses her warmth immediately. You're writing for people you don't love. Jack smirks. You ain't never been told the secret in a secret recipe? John glares at the old man, which just makes him smirk more. He's right, you know. Sharon tips her glass towards John. Why do you think In Search of Family was so special? John shifts in his seat.
It was easy to write.
Course it was. Jack toasts his champagne again. We're very easy to love. Sharon nods sagely again, and John's fairly sure that it's just to rile him up. Sweetie, you need to stop writing for the publishers. Sharon sets down her glass decisively. Write for the people you love. Write for yourself. Write because you need to in order to live. And kid, truth be told, Jack shakes him roughly on the arm. You ain't never gonna love a publisher. Not even when you work for him. Sharon continues her nodding, but John silently admits that Jack actually has a good point. For once.
All right.
John exhales slowly.
I hear what you're saying.
We're always right, kid. When are you gonna learn that? Jack shakes him again, and John kicks back under the table. Hey! John collects himself with a big breath.
So, even if the publishers also don't like a single thing I wrote when I wrote for myself.
Jack interrupts. And even if the pretentious motherfuckers never listen to a single thing you write ever. Sharon cuts off Jack with a hand over his mouth, but she gives John a warm smile. Then at least you'll still be writing, sweetie.
Right.
John does actually feel a bit of hope burrowing somewhere in his chest.
At least I'll be writing.
So then, Sharon claps her hands. I expect a new poem the next time we see you. John feels himself starting to smile in return.
All right. You'll have it.
Attaboy, kid. John unties his hands from between his knees, and that little bit of hope makes him sit up a little straighter. Well, Sharon gives Jack a sly look. Hun, don't you think this is the perfect timing for some more celebration? Yeah, Jack grins, leaping up from his seat and nearly knocking the thing backward. Now we're talking. Let me get the cake. John's stomach turns inside out.
Oh, no.
Jack scurries off into the kitchen while Sharon gaily collects a set of small plates and silverware from the china cabinet. John gives Sharon his meanest frown. What? She asks innocently, passing out the plates. John snarls at her.
What the fuck did he make this time?
Sharon sips her champagne in lieu of a response. Jack's footsteps storm back over, far sooner than John had hoped, and he drops a gargantuan plate of something in the center of the table. It's hideous, of course. It's about the size of a large pumpkin, and it looks twice as heavy. It's covered entirely by thick, chalky blue frosting, which reminds John eerily of concrete, and that frosting looks like it was smeared on with a fork. The thing has the most bizarre smell that John can't even begin to place.
Jack.
John backs away in his seat slowly. This right here? Jack's face is full of teary parental pride. This is my magnum opus. Just look at it.
It takes up half of the table, and it's the only thing to look at. John grouses. And what exactly is it? Jack's smile splits his face directly in half. Alright, stay with me here. You guys ever heard of turducken? Sharon grins. John glowers. A what? Turducken, Jack says zealously. You know, a chicken stuffed inside a duck stuffed inside a turkey. Some of the frosting cracks off and thuds onto the table. John peers into the hole that the frosting left, but everything about this piece is so incomprehensible. Layers, then. You got it. John can't believe he's asking follow-up questions. And how many desserts are in this thing? Sharon gasps in delight. Should we take bets? Knowing Jack, John grunts. It's probably far more than 3. Jack's face twists in confusion. What? Oh! Sharon taps her feet excitedly. Try to guess, sweetie. Jack wipes a hand down his face. Why is he entertaining this? I don't know. 5, maybe. Gingerbread shoved inside tiramisu, shoved inside 3 different flavors of Jell-O. Ooh, very good guess, Sharon coos. What? Jack says like he's somehow offended. First of all, that sounds gross, kid. Nobody would want to eat that. John's eye twitches. And second of all, I already told you guys what's in it. Both John and Sharon stare blankly at him. Jack scoffs, gesturing to the thing on the table like he's going to say something obvious. It's turducken. Unbelievable. Sharon can barely fucking contain herself. John would balk, but at this point he can't even be surprised. Jack poses flamboyantly with the thing. Turducken cake, that is. Frosted chicken inside a frosted duck inside a frosted turkey. It's dinner and dessert, all in one. Jack. John crumples, completely defeated. He shoves his head in his hands. You've really outdone yourself this time. There are literal tears falling from Sharon's eyes as she holds her breath to stop herself from laughing. I told ya. Jack puffs out his chest. Magnum opus. Thank you so much, hon. Sharon sniffles, pretending that her tears are from emotional affection. This is the perfect anniversary meal. Anything for my doll. Jack squeezes her hand lovingly before reaching for a fucking butcher's knife. Well, hey, let's dig in, shall we? Oh, no, John says quickly. This is your anniversary. I wouldn't want to encroach. Kid. Jack points the sharp end of the knife at him. If you don't eat this with us, I'm tossing you out of the family. Sharon fucking nods sagely. Fine. John grits out. Just a small piece, please. Nonsense. Jack starts hacking, bits of frosting flying everywhere. You're a grown boy, and this is a lot of fucking food anyway, so... Jack pops a heaping pile of steaming meat layered with rock-solid frosting onto a plate, and then he slides it in front of John. It smells like gamey sugar. He serves Sharon a slightly smaller portion, and then he blushes bright pink when she kisses his nose. Alright, yous guys, tell me how it is. Jack rubs his hands together. John mutters. You could try it for yourself. Jack shakes his head easily. I'm watching my sodium, kid. Now would you hurry up and take a bite? John tries to keep the growl out of his breath as he stabs a piece of blue-encrusted, multi-textured meat onto his fork. At least it's fully cooked. John lifts the fork to his mouth, his friends waiting with sparkling eyes, and then he takes an incredibly unenthusiastic bite. Oh, fucking hell. John is completely unprepared for how cloying the concrete frosting is in comparison to the heavily salted poultry. It scrapes his throat as it shreds when he swallows. Well? Jack motions for him to go on. It's... John glares at Sharon, whose hand is physically stopping the laughing from escaping her lips. Staggering. Jack whoops. What a compliment! Sharon stuffs her cheeks full of turducken cake, and then she gives a rousing thumbs up before quickly covering her mouth to make sure it all stays inside. Nothing makes me happier, Jack says tenderheartedly, than sharing my cooking with my family. And we love you for it, hon, Sharon says after she chokes down another forkful. Right, sweetie? John looks at Jack, whose face is just brimming with heartfelt emotion. Yes, John sighs. Jack grins again, pulling each of them into a pseudo-embrace. What a lucky guy I am. Sweetie, Sharon smiles wickedly, would you like to take some dessert home for Arthur? You really ought to try it too. John pauses, every emotion inside of him going still. Why would he take some dessert home for Arthur? Arthur's not going to eat it. Arthur hasn't eaten any dessert in almost 3 months. A man who could eat 4 whole tins of jammy Dodgers has refused every bite of cookie that John has offered. The man who once had an insatiable sweet tooth has consistently turned his nose to every treat in the market, all for the sake of some twisted image of health. Arthur has hardly eaten anything, really, in almost 3 consecutive months. Both of his friends' faces fall in a matter of seconds, and John thinks that they might be reading him again. Something up with Lester? Jack says worriedly, confirming all of John's suspicions. Is that why he didn't come? No, John scratches his arm. He had a dinner date scheduled with his father. He sends his regards, though. Sharon presses. But is something wrong? John feels squeamish, unsure of how much he should say on Arthur's behalf. He hasn't been in the mood for cake recently. There's something that passes over Sharon's eyes as she continues to search John's face. It's concern, of course, but it almost looks more like recognition. Surprisingly, Jack shares the same expression, though he looks toward Sharon instead. He ain't been in the mood for nothing, has he? Jack says it like a statement. He reaches for Sharon's hand and she looks down at her lap, her face absolutely distraught. John stammers, bewildered by what he just caused. Sorry, what? Jack finally turns to John again, his face set, showing every bit of his age. Lester. He ain't eaten? John looks between the two of them, knowing that he doesn't need to respond. Jack scoots himself closer to Sharon so that he can wrap his arm around her waist. She sighs sorrowfully, pressing her hand deeper into her stomach, slightly squishing at the weight she still carries there. This been going on for a while, kid? Jack asks quietly as he laces their fingers together. John knows he shouldn't be talking about Arthur's business without his permission, and he also knows that he's stepping clumsily on all of Sharon's feelings right now, but he also can't stop the desperate need to talk that vomits out of his voice box. A few months now. Christ. Jack shakes his head, and Sharon's lips press into a thin line, nearly hiding all of her red lipstick. I'm sorry, Miss Sharon. John flinches. I don't know what I've...
It's okay, sweetie.
She gives him a sad, lifeless smile.
It's nothing about you.
Memories, kid. Jack says softly. Not good ones, neither. John tries to clamp his mouth shut, but his words slip out anyway. What do you...
Sweetie, you're talking to a woman who was in the modeling industry for a decade.
She looks toward the ceiling like she's holding back tears.
I know how Arthur's feeling far too well.
Oh. John turns to stone. I'm so sorry. Dolls made it out the other side, thank God. Jack squeezes her tighter. But it wasn't easy. How? John blurts. I mean, I don't know anything about this. And Arthur. Jack gives a cheerless laugh. You want to help, but you got no fucking clue how? Yes, John breathes. Yeah, kid, join the club.
You do help, hun.
Sharon gives a small kiss to the top of Jack's head.
More than you know.
Jack rests his cheek on her shoulder. It don't always feel that way, though. Exactly. John agrees vehemently. It never does for me. Sharon's red lips twist as she turns back to John.
Sweetie, don't underestimate the necessity of someone who loves you unconditionally. It's one of the only reasons why I've made it this far.
But my love for Arthur can only do so much, John says, distressed. He's still having so much trouble, and I can't... I don't know what... How did you start eating again? His voice turns frantic. How did you solve the problem? What...
Hold on. Sharon cuts in, and John bites his tongue. First and foremost, sweetie.
She places her fingers firmly on the table.
You can't solve the problem. Not like what you're thinking.
John feels his heart shrivel. What? But you said you made it out on the other side. What did you... Jack scoffs. The other side don't mean problem-free, kid. What does it mean, then?
It means... Sharon takes a long breath. I'm maintaining.
John watches her find her composure, tucking her hair behind her ears and dabbing a fingertip beneath her eyes. Jack holds her until she's ready to face John again.
This problem, sweetie.
Her round eyes are misty, but less than before.
It's not like a rash or a broken bone. There's no simple solutions to help you heal back to normal.
John's shoulders droop. What is it, then? Gravely, she answers.
Honestly, sweetie, it's closer to an addiction. And it becomes your new normal.
Jack breathes slowly with her, rubbing small circles into her back. John watches them sit together quietly for a minute as he tries to process her words. Arthur isn't consuming anything addictive. In fact, he's been consuming less of everything. How could he be addicted to nothing? When Sharon finally speaks again, her voice is slightly stronger.
Addiction is something you live with, sweetie. Forever.
She shakes her head sadly.
You never finish being addicted to something, you just maintain your sobriety.
Jack pushes some of Sharon's fallen hair out of her face. Doll hasn't looked at a scale in over 30 years. Damn proud of her I am for that. Sharon nods, trying to smile.
Sobriety, it's easier for some people than it is for others. For my sister, all it took was a change in scenery. A new job in Colorado and a mountainside house with a boyfriend.
John creases his brow. But for you. Her lips settle into a straight line.
For me, sobriety is a daily, active effort.
Doll's a fighter, kid. Jack nods slowly. John aches all over as he remembers the gut-wrenching sight of Arthur sitting across from him at the kitchen table, struggling through every bite of food. It doesn't seem easy for Arthur, either, John murmurs.
Sweetie, by the look on your face,
Sharon says dolefully.
I assume that he hasn't even made it to sobriety yet.
John feels his posture flagging. He's eating, at least, more than he had been before. He's going on fewer walks, too, and I've told him that I'm not reading out the scale anymore, which... John grimaces. That was a challenging conversation. Sharon and Jack agree in unison. But he's still blatantly unhappy with himself. John continues sorely. He's eating, but not for his own sake. He's doing it for mine. And that's not... I want him to do it for himself.
Of course.
Sharon silently asks for Jack's head again, and he gives it to her readily.
This addiction, this disease, sweetie. It's sort of ironic, actually.
She shrugs one shoulder.
For me, it's never even been about food. It's about something much more personal, much more deep-seated.
She grips Jack's hand harder.
Lack of control, and a latent self-hatred, too.
John goes cold as he remembers the way Arthur pinched his body like he wanted to rip off one chunk at a time. When Sharon squeezes her trembling lips together, Jack takes over for her. And that ain't all of it, neither. Modeling's cutthroat, kid. If you want to pay your bills, then you better be thinner and prettier than the gal next to you. Sharon wipes her eyes gently.
Modeling tied my weight inextricably to my worth, and, well, to my self-worth, too.
That sounds familiar. John feels so empty. But Arthur's not a model. The only person telling Arthur that he needs to be thin is himself.
Sweetie, this kind of thing isn't logical.
Sharon nods understandingly.
It's a disease of the mind, an inability to think logically. This instinctive, rabid need to be thin and watch what you eat to lose weight. Of course, it all becomes illogical eventually, but by that point, it's already tricked you into thinking that it's actually
healthy. John hears his voice crack on the word.
Yes,
Sharon says weightedly.
And more, that it's necessary, that it's keeping you safe. It tells you that you'll be happy in the future just as long as you lose another pound, or that you'll have control over something in your life when everything else is always out of your hands.
Jack adds, or that you'll be sure you get a paying gig next week.
Precisely.
Sharon sighs forcefully.
You don't see the harm you're causing yourself because you just can't anymore. Because you're only focused on feeding the thing that's keeping your fears at bay. And that's another thing about addictions, sweetie.
She brings her hands together, steepling her fingers.
They are gratifying.
John remembers the frenetic joy on Arthur's face as he told John how many miles he'd walked, as he planned out the perfect amount of calories for his meal, as he scheduled his life into small, quickly achievable goals. John shudders. This is terrifying, Miss Sharon. Jack gives Sharon a reassuring kiss on the knuckle. It's fucking insidious, kid. And Arthur will have to live with this every day? For the rest of his life? John nearly cries, fear rippling across his ribs. Just because I said one fucking thing about his stomach? Kid. John feels himself coming undone. I started all of this. If I had just kept my fucking mouth shut.
Sweetie, this isn't your fault.
It is my fault. I brought attention to it, and then it spiraled out of control immediately. Hey! Jack stomps, rattling the table and silverware. John startles, recoiling in his seat. Kid, you won't believe how fucking unhelpful all that shit is. But what you gonna do, huh? Jack flicks a hand at John. Go back in time and say something else? Suck all your words back into your mouth? Tell Lester to just forget it?
He's right, sweetie. Sharon crosses her arms. How is any of that helping you or Arthur?
John slides down his chair, his lower spine nearly touching his seat.
And more importantly,
Sharon continues with a tired huff,
something else could have started this a day later, 2 days later, a year later, you just don't know.
Ticking time bombs, some people are. Jack looks at Sharon meaningfully, and she returns every bit. John holds his own arms tightly, like a shield from the hopelessness that is trying to seep under his skin. Then, what helps, Miss Sharon? What helped you?
Like I said,
she smiles at Jack.
People who care about you. People who will stubbornly encourage you to thrive.
Jack winks. Like a mule I am. But also, Sharon takes another deep breath. I learned the difference between thinking and listening. John frowns. What? This disease has you constantly thinking. Sharon shakes her head slowly. Thinking about counting calories, timing exercises, measuring inches, planning ahead, anticipating every next meal, every next option, every next consequence, every next moment. She huffs. It's exhausting. And it's unsustainable, fated to break. Sharon looks deeply at John again. For me, when it finally broke, all I wanted to do was stop thinking about it all. Stop thinking, stop planning, stop calculating. And then her lips waver into a smile. So my only option was to start listening. To what? To my body, sweetie, she says passionately. My body talks to me every day. It tells me exactly what it needs when it needs it. She lists on her fingers. It tells me when I'm hungry, thirsty, tired, in pain, allergic to something, digesting poorly, cold, hot, nauseated, anxious. My body wants me to be healthy. It spent its whole life telling me how to care for it. John mulls this over, rubbing his lips. Arthur was dizzy and delirious for nearly an entire month, he muses, but he adamantly chose to ignore it. Jack mumbles to the side. Maybe because he was delirious. Sharon lightly shoves him. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Arthur cared about his schedules and numbers and thinking more than he cared about anything that his body was trying to tell him. Thinking that you could live on 1,000 calories a day and actually living on 1,000 calories a day is a very different situation when your body gets a say in the matter. John breathes out till his shoulders slouch. I don't know how to convince Arthur to listen to his body. It's like he hates it. Sharon nods solemnly. Yes, well, like I said. So, how are you supposed to get over that? I suppose. Sharon tilts her head. It ultimately comes down to finding self-respect. Though, that makes it seem easy, which, for people like me and Arthur, it might just be the furthest thing from it. John grumbles. I believe that. But it is possible to find it again, she says ardently. It just takes practice. John furrows his brow. Practice what? Self-respect? Well, that's a bit abstract, isn't it? Sharon twirls her hand in the air, considering her words. Think of it this way. It's practice of finding gratitude. Gratitude. John frowns, chewing on the word. Jack smirks. Tell your boy he's got homework. John feels a tug in his mind, one that tells him to take notes, one that begs him to record this conversation so that he could dig into it again later, sort out all his thoughts, and have it organized and documented and analyzed. And, almost like involuntary muscle memory, John starts to pull out his yellow notebook from his back pocket. So, John says, placing lead to paper. What do you do? Sharon's eyes flick down to his hands, but she answers strongly. You recognize, sweetie. Recognize everything that your body does for you. And I don't mean the basics, like telling you it's hungry. I mean everything. I'll show you. Sharon stands up suddenly, pulling up the bottom of her billowy floral dress so that her knees are exposed. See my knees, sweetie? John blinks, having no idea what's happening in front of him. My knees were one of my biggest insecurities. Look how they turn in towards each other slightly. Sharon bends and straightens them to show off their shape. John stares at her knees, trying to decipher what she's talking about. Your knees look normal to me, Miss Sharon. Look closely, sweetie. He squints, and he starts to see the most subtle inward angling of her kneecap. Her knees don't look painful or misshapen, but they do look very, very slightly different than his own. It's almost unnoticeable, Miss Sharon. She gives a short laugh. To you, I'm sure that's true. But this was devastating to me, sweetie. It's all part of the disease. I thought my knees looked hideous, and I thought that the fat and muscle along the sides of my legs made them look even worse. She looks at her knees with what John can only describe as sympathy. Of course, you know the solution I chose. John butts in. You said you thought they were hideous. Do you still think that? Kid. Jack shakes his head. You're walking right into the pitfall. What? Sweetie, that's just what I was talking about. Oddly, Sharon smiles. It doesn't matter what I think about the shape of my knees. Okay. She rubs an affectionate thumb over the ridge of her kneecap. What matters is that I'm grateful for them. She starts hopping all of a sudden, her flowy dress falling back to her ankles and dancing along with her. Look at me, sweetie. I'm 67 this year, and I can still hop like a bunny. She lunges and squats, all while smiling brightly. Look at how strong my knees can be. I'm lucky enough to even be standing at this age. How could I not be grateful for these things? John's pencil starts to scribble furiously. I can dance because of my knees. Sharon does a small turn. I can walk around the park on a beautiful summer day because of my knees. I can decorate every wall of my house because of my knees. Jack wheezes. She can reach shit on top of the fridge for me because of her knees. So many things that I love to do, sweetie. I can do because of my knees. She sits back down at the table, rubbing her kneecaps again with both hands. And it's practice of gratitude to remember that every single day. Her smile fades a bit. It's not always easy, of course. Sometimes it's hard to find compassion for our bodies when they're not doing what we want them to. She nods to herself. But even on the days where my arthritis gets the best of me, when my knees struggle to get me out of bed, I still find ways to be grateful for them. Sharon's voice becomes tender and soft. Even on my worst days, sweetie, my knees still circulate my blood back to my heart. They still bend my legs so I can rest in my favorite chair. They still prop my feet up so I can paint my toenails every color of the rainbow. Then, like prayer, she says, and I will do everything I can to take care of them, because they take care of me. John struggles to write and talk at the same time. Yes, And it took some time, sweetie. Gosh, it took time. Sharon straightens her dress over her legs. It took years to find any kind of appreciation for these parts of my body. She looks towards her knees again. Especially the ones I spent so many years hating. Decades. Jack pats her arm gently. And counting, Sharon agrees. To this day, I still find myself relapsing from time to time, slipping back into the addiction, into old habits, old thinking. She mumbles the last word. An old hatred. John bites his lip to finish writing a thought, and then he rushes to continue. To this day? I told you, sweetie. Sobriety is a daily, active effort for me. Sharon shrugs. Slipping is just part of it. Falling is too. Jack grips her shoulder tightly. But she's always back on her feet in no time. A real fighter. Sharon places her hand on top of his. This is what helped me. This is how I made it out on the other side. Her eyes are wide with sincerity. And whenever I slip, whenever I fall, I find gratitude at the end of it somehow. She sits up as tall as she can. I have a goal, sweetie. A personal one. A goal that I might never achieve. A goal that might very well be unachievable. But a goal that I'll strive toward every damn day of my life regardless. John pauses his writing, struck by her confidence. One day, she says reverently, my gratitude will be my default thinking. My gratitude will be my old habit, my instinctual response. Her hands find a way back to her knees again. One day, sweetie, I will be so unwaveringly grateful for every single inch of my body. She squeezes her knees as tightly as she can. That there will simply not be an inch left for me to hate ever again. Jack gives her a sappy grin, and then he crashes into her with a suffocating hug. That's my doll. She giggles as Jack kisses her cheek over and over. John smiles, so entranced by her glowing pride. She is effulgent. So, sweetie? Sharon shakes herself out and then arches her eyebrow at John. I noticed that you've been writing. John joggles his head, quickly jotting down the end of a thought. This is good information, Miss Sharon. I want to make sure I don't forget any of it when I talk to Arthur later. Jack also raises an eyebrow at him. Page don't look so blank to me no more. John looks down at 2 full pages of wild chicken scratch, arrows, underlines, and numbered lists. 2 full pages of writing. For the first time in almost 3 months. Oh, John breathes, stunned. Sharon says nonchalantly, Lots of material you have there. Jack whistles lowly. Be ashamed not to use it. Yes, John says, seeing the words already starting to connect together in rhythmic strings, seeing the colors start to shift and gather into pictures, seeing pictures move fluidly into films. Yes, it would. Sharon winks. Something to keep you busy for the train ride home. Ain't you glad you came to visit, kid? Jack wheezes. John looks up from his book to give them the warmest smile he's capable of. You have absolutely no idea. Aw, sweetie. Sharon blows him a kiss. We love you too. Really? John says, feeling tears start to prick the corners of his eyes as he looks over the words scribbled in his book. I think this will help. I really think this will help. Jack chuckles. You will, Lester. Both. Damn, doll, 2 for 1. Jack cheers, tickling Sharon's ribs and sending her giggling again. I tell you, kid, Doll's a smart gal. That she is. John says quietly.
Thank you, Miss Sharon.
Anything for you, sweetie, she says behind a lingering laugh, and then she looks at John lovingly. Anything for you and your boy. And you know what else is for you guys? Jack says, a wild smile reaching both of his ears once more. He gestures extravagantly to the center table again. This turducken cake! You guys got a lot left to finish, so you better get started. John groans, but Sharon hastily picks up her fork again. Oh yes, how could we forget, hun? Sharon pierces her now cold meat and blue frosting onto her fork, and then she holds it up as if John is supposed to toast it like a fucking champagne. John gives her the flattest look he can manage, but she just wiggles her fork at him expectantly. John rolls his eyes, muttering, Right. You guys are the best, you know that? Jack sniffs. John takes his fork too, and Sharon whispers to John, The things we do for love, huh? John curses under his breath, stabbing turducken cake onto his fork and toasting it with Sharon's like it'll make confetti spring from the ceiling. She smiles giddily, taking a massive bite, and John mentally prepares himself to do the same. Apparently, there isn't anything he wouldn't do. On the train ride home, John reclines in his plush seat, settling into the gentle jostling and peaceful quiet of the train car. He pulls out his notebook from his back pocket again, and he starts to read through the 2 full pages of slightly smudged notes. All of the inspiration comes flooding back to him. The rhymes, the rhythms, the feelings, the flow. And he begins to create. Not for the publishers, not for the magazine, not for a couple of pennies, but for Arthur, and for his love of creating.
Oh.
Oh god, I'm gonna cry at the very end. I held it together for the whole thing.
You held it in so well. You held it in so well. Oh my gosh, that was so great. Okay. Oh my God. This one gets me every time. This one really gets me.
I need a minute after that one. Hopefully, I'm sure you have a lot to say.
I have a
which
lot
is good.
to say. I have a lot to say. Take your time. That was probably an hour of reading. So
Okay.
you sit back and relax. I'll cover it from here. So of course we have amazing fan art that we need to talk about. Starry did that really insane red one. Oh my gosh. Rav back even more art. In this one, Ray actually started writing poetry for this fic, which is just fucking insane. So make sure that you take some time and go back and read some of Ray's poetry. And just because I was so flattered, I had John and Lily analyze Ray's poetry. So there's a little bit of extra content in theirs too. Okay, let me check the chat. Inky says Marix is our true strongest soldier. Nina says the amount of times this fic has made me cry is illegal, actually. Lock me up in jail. Jazzy says, so proud of Marix for holding up strong in these chapters. Oh my gosh. Yes. Holy moly. Dude, there's so many times I was tearing up. I was like, how do you do this?
Oh, I was on the struggle bus. I was like, no, I gotta hold it together.
Oh my gosh. Just really, really wonderful. Such a fantastic read, Marix. Thank you. Okay, so this one, of course, it's a heavy chapter. It does have a soapbox moment. So I'm going to read our soapbox moment for this one. We've got a few more after this.
Oh god, I'm going to cry again. I know what this soapbox is.
Yeah,
Fuck.
yeah. But this time you won't have to say anything, so you're allowed to.
Okay, good.
Okay, so here's our soapbox moment for this chapter. Gratitude has been, by far, the most impactful thing that I've learned in my 6 years of ED therapy. It is the sole thing that has finally pushed me into that maintenance phase of change, into that sobriety. And it's something that I rely on every single day of my life. As I touched on in chapter 24, I often find that media about eating disorders, that I've seen anyway, rarely talks about the recovery process of the disorder. It often seems instead to follow one of a few trends. A, the story cuts off just after the character discovers that they have an eating disorder, and then we're left to just assume that they get better somehow, probably. B, the character gets over their eating disorder because someone else in their lives tells them that they're valuable and beautiful. And C, the character gets over their eating disorder by finding, quote unquote, body positivity. And while the last one seems to be the most well-intentioned of the three, I can say with certainty that it has never helped me when I was struggling. And in fact, it made it a lot worse. Because the story never told me how to find body positivity. When I was deep in my eating disorder, I was convinced that body positivity meant doing good things for my body. Body positivity meant only eating low-calorie foods and skipping dessert every day. Body positivity meant forcing myself to run on the treadmill every day after work. Body positivity meant drinking exactly one full 24-ounce bottle of water at every single meal. And so all of those extremely restrictive and rigid, quote unquote, objectively healthy choices that I was making for my body were just suddenly categorized under a sparkly new name. Years later, when I finally made my first appointment with my therapist, I explained to her that I didn't really know what it meant to have body positivity. And more often than not, my idea of body positivity felt way more like self-punishment for just hating my body. Fortunately, my therapist is a very good therapist. She understands my disorder in such a profound way, and she's been able to open my eyes to all of the logical fallacies that have been dictating everything in my life. And during that first appointment with my therapist, she told me that body positivity was not an achievable goal for me. She told me that with my disorder, I will probably never be truly happy with the body that I have. I probably won't ever reach a point where I don't care what my body looks like. And I almost certainly won't ever believe that my body is beautiful. Instead, she told me that my goal was to reach body neutrality, where I impartially accept my body for everything that it is, and where I am simply grateful for what it does for me. And in turn, I treat my body the way that it asks to be treated. Every week for 5 years, we talked about how I needed to find more self-compassion, how I needed to find more gratitude. We talked about all the ways that my body was trying to speak to me and all the ways that I was not listening. It was the mirror exercise that changed me. I had been telling my therapist about how much I hated the way my knees looked, and she asked me to stand in my shorts next to my mirror. And for the rest of the session, I stood there, crying to my reflection, listening to my therapist tell me how my knees have never once failed me, how my knees have always worked flawlessly, flexibly, strongly, without any pain, how my knees have helped me get out of bed every morning, helped me get back in bed every night, helped me accomplish everything I've ever done in my entire fucking life. And how fucking lucky I am to have them when not everyone could say the same about their own knees. And when my therapist asked me how my knees would feel if they knew how much I hated them after everything that they've done, I finally understood gratitude. This practice of gratitude has been life-altering. I have been able to find so much compassion, understanding, and empathy for all of these parts of my body that I used to despise. And even on the days when my body isn't working the way that I want it to. Like I said in the closing notes, there's more to say later. We'll get there when we do. But I hope that you've been able to take something from this that maybe you hadn't thought of before. And I hope that this is the start of meaningful change for any of you who might need it. Until next time. So that's our soapbox for this one. Oh, oh goodness, that one shakes me to my core.
I think you held up better than me somehow.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I practiced. Okay, so let's go through all my notes. We're going to start from the top, just so we can have a little breather from that for a moment. Just a little breather. Heart emojis and hug emojis to everyone in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so I think what I want to start with was that In this chapter, Marix Moon acquired 10 profit points because 5 months before the drop of this chapter, Marix said to me, "Hey, isn't Sharon like a model? Wouldn't she have gone through eating disordered stuff as a model in her youth? Maybe she would have some insights for John." And I was like, "Fuck you, man. Come on." I was so ready to get everyone because if y'all remember in For What You Are, there is literally one line that says that Sharon is a model. And I was so ready to come out swinging and tell everybody, you remember this from back then? Bet you didn't think of that. And 5 months before, Marix gets it. Marix strikes again. That's what Eureka says.
To be fair, I think that's only right, the person who's read For What You Are as much as I have.
Yeah, true. Marix has read For What You Are more than I have, and I edited that. So, oh my god. And at that time, I didn't tell Marix exactly what, but Marix had made a few more predictions, and I told him, at some point, you will acquire 10 profit points. And I'm excited for when we get there. And this was the week. Applause. Absolute
Man,
applause.
literally, okay, there was a lot of theories that I had about To Live Two Lives that I would go into, like, the voice chat and chat with people about to get others' opinions, but this one, lips sealed. I didn't say shit about this theory, because I was like, I want to see if anyone else comes to this conclusion without me saying anything.
Oh my god, you were the only one that I heard of. I wonder if there would be any more, maybe in the VOD. But
are we keeping tally of the profit points because Marix might be crashing the economy?
We have been keeping tally of the profit points. Marix, how many profit points do you have?
Hold on, I got you. Where's my profile? I am currently at... Oh. Streamer mode is enabled, so I can't... Wait, let me check my phone.
Shellac says Marix is being struck by Apollo in real time. Nina says, can you cash those in for a cool eraser?
Alright, I got 37. Yeah, let me know what I can cash these in for.
You'll see later. Alright, so there we go. Congratulations to Marix for ruining my big surprise.
I didn't ruin shit.
No, you certainly did that. And, I mean, I've said this once, I'll say it again. I love about 50-50. Half of the people knowing what's going to happen, half of the people not knowing what's going to happen. Because, for this moment, I can't even imagine how validating that was for you.
It was very validating. I felt great. It's a good day. Good week. Good week for profit. Okay, let's get into the meat of this chapter a little bit. This one was definitely a stressful lead up to the end. It went through 4 full edits the week before it dropped, and I was editing up until 10 minutes before midnight, the release. Stress. The reason why I was editing so much is because I have been told once before that sometimes my writing can be a little clinical. And this makes sense. I am a clinician as my job, and I am in therapy talking clinically with my therapist. So there were many times where I would go back and see something that Sharon said, and it's just not how people talk. That's not how people talk. Like that, no one sits there and says, you need to be able to process your loss, because the idea of the analytical brain takes over as soon as you get into the maintenance phase of change. Like, no one talks about that. And especially, they probably didn't talk about that in the 1930s. So I had to do so many edits just to make it sound like some layman was talking. And then also, that's so much better for my audience to be able to hear it in the layman's terms so that you don't have to hear it through all of the clinician vocabulary that you may or may not have studied in school. So that was a little stressful, but that's okay. I'm very, very proud of the chapter, and I'm happy the way that it turned out. Okay, going all the way back to the top, we're talking about Daniel again. I know, so sorry, chat, so sorry. But I really like, once again, in this
in this conversation with Daniel and John, we see all the things that we've always been seeing this whole time. But in this one in particular, I like that Daniel, in the last face-to-face meeting that he had with Arthur, he blatantly saw Arthur reject the capital G, capital A God approach the last time that they talked. Like, Arthur was setting clear boundaries that he did not want to talk about this. Sammy in the chat says, am I the only one who's excited about this? Yeah. You're Daniel's #1 and only fan. Yeah, so Daniel sees firm evidence that Arthur doesn't want to talk about this. He doesn't want the God approach. But because now that Daniel believes John is pushing for this, Daniel truly believes that John wants Arthur to hear Daniel's God approach. Daniel's like, oh, okay, well, I mean, I have to try again now. I can just ignore all of the boundaries that Arthur set because John thinks I'm right, and therefore I really have been right all along. And it's just awful. It's just awful for what that sets up. But, just a little bit more dramatic irony of John not being able to dictate what he wants to say because he doesn't know how to talk about it, and he's been told not to talk about it. It just absolutely backfires. I love miscommunication. Okay, speaking of Daniel still, you're welcome, Sammy, and no one else. Daniel's coming around. To no one's surprise, this is something that I added after after the first draft of everything. I was like, ooh, if I want Arthur to say this, I kind of want it to hit a little bit. So I went back and added a few more times that Arthur says, Daniel will come around, Daniel will come around. And I think that this is so nice that we get to hear just a little bit more of like Bella's own words so that she can have some sort of semblance of her own character, even though we're still hearing it through a man's perspective. But I love that Bella just continues to work as a foil to Arthur in the way that Arthur would be waspish and snappy and snippy with Daniel and be so pissed off about the whole praise God for whom all bullshit flows. She was constantly optimistic and she was constantly believing that maybe one day her father would come around. And I think that's nice that that was a gift that he was given from her. That was a lasting impact that Bella had on him. And I just want that for her story. I want her to have something that is all of her own that she's able to give because Daniel has done such a wonderful job of trying to rewrite her story for what he wants to have. So that's why I really like that. Let me check up on the chat. Sammy says he's got such a weird ego, strange man. Inky put a little tomato emoji, tomato in the chat for Daniel. Jalak says his character fascinates me, yet I'm unable to put down my pitchfork while I study him. Sammy says Bella continues to haunt the narrative. No, same. I am with the pitchforks, but I want to know everything about this man. Inky says pin him like a bug. Yeah, he's just he's so fascinating. Just love him. And yeah, and I got a pitchfork too. I just want to talk about Arthur's reservations that he has, not just about Daniel, but about himself. He says, I feel like I don't know how to judge a single thought in my mind as of late. And this is crucial to the space that he's in right now, that kind of cognitively dissonant and not having the resources to know how to move forward. Because you have just been told and you have accepted that all of the thoughts in your brain cannot be relied upon. And yet you still need to have thoughts. You still need to make judgment calls. You still need to think through your options in order to make a choice. And that feeling of never knowing what is the true meaning of each of your thoughts and why you want to lean toward one or the other, not knowing whether or not something is harmful anymore. I really, really feel that so bad. We can tell that Arthur is still, he's clearly in this wanting to change phase, but he's so rooted in just not having any idea how. It's really, really sucks. It just passes on to everything in your life. I hate it. Let me check up on the chat again. Telescope says, dissecting the character, and it's really interesting and cool, but also making the dissection hurt. That's so funny. No numbing ointment before you just start scalpeling into him. Oh my gosh. Mad says, came back from making myself food to hear Daniel and I lost my appetite. Oh my god. The Daniel slander is so funny. Okay, continuing on. I also appreciate that John says to Arthur, just because Daniel has never had an eating disorder doesn't mean that he might not have insight. And ultimately, even though we do end up hearing from a character who has had an eating disorder, I don't want to dismiss this idea that you can only understand ED if you've had ED. People who have OCD are going to relate to me more than they could possibly know. People with PTSD, the same. And if I were to sit down with a person with OCD or PTSD, I might genuinely learn something incredibly helpful that I hadn't thought of before, simply because we share some things in common, and they might just have insights that I never considered. So, yeah, and also just the fact that John says, Daniel's been around for 65 years. Like, there's probably a chance that he has had some sort of interaction with this because that's a pretty long lifespan. So this is just me one more time saying, yeah, you should make friends with older people. They're really fucking great. They've had a lot in their lives and you never know what they'll be full of. And I also hope that as I become, so if I make it to 65, if I'm lucky enough to make it to 65, I hope that I too will be able to make some meaningful changes and give some wonderful insights to people much, much younger than I. Okay, keep going. Take the chat. Inky says, judgy interaction since it's Daniel. I say the word Daniel and everyone just starts screaming. Okay, all right. Oh, this is so funny. Okay. Yay, Arthur gets to take a nap. He deserves it. It's not really fixing anything, but it's technically progress that he's allowing himself to have the things that he enjoys that aren't related to exercising and food. He's allowing to just enjoy those moments of himself where he doesn't have to think about those things because he'll just enjoy a nice little nap. But there is a super funny story in this. So in one of the later chapters of the chapter, I knew that I wanted Arthur to request a nap. And so I originally wrote that Arthur pushed John down onto the sofa to lay with him. And then I was like, what is that going to be construed as sexual? I don't know. That's not really the vibe I'm going for right now. So I was like, okay, let's not say pushed, let's say dragged. And I think that would be a lot less sexual. I think that would be fine. And then during the read of this, Raph, of all people, the most airways person, the most airways monkey on this planet, said, "What's up with the homoerotic napping?" Raph was like, dragged? And I was like, I literally debated this. You of all people. Thank you for Raph. Anyone should say it.
I think there's only one person being dragged, and it's you through the mud by Raph.
So true. Nina says, sleeps gaily. Oh my gosh.
Hey. If naps are for old men, then I'm fucking ancient, man. I love my naps. I'm with Arthur. Oh man, I love me a good nap. I can take a nap right now. Good night, guys.
I guess I gotta finish out the rest of these.
No, it's okay. I'll sleep read.
Yeah, nice. You probably have it memorized by now.
Yeah.
Okay. So I was also very excited to see everyone immediately pick up on who Arthur was talking about when Arthur said, I know you're excited to see them. It was so fun to see people just immediately know who was coming up in this chapter.
I was so excited! I've been waiting for this moment! I'm so normal.
Yes. I was so excited to see that line work so well because I didn't want to say Jack and Sharon. I just wanted to see, just test the water, see if anyone would get it, and everybody fucking nailed it, and it was awesome. Which is so bizarre.
Nino said my tail started wagging. I'm like, say.
That's so funny. Oh my gosh, Telescope says, whenever I wake up from a nap, I feel like I've had my organs harvested. Jesus. I think that you got to take a different kind of nap. Okay, real talk right now. Let me help you out. I got some advice for you. Let me help you out. There is a type of nap that I do that feels more like a meditative process. It's called semi-supine. It's something that I learned in my Alexander technique class, which is something that all musicians needed to take when I was in college. And semi-supine is when you lay with your back on the ground, having just something really small underneath your head. Think of like the size of like a small book, or maybe like a really like a folded up towel would be enough. And then as you're laying on your back, your knees are going to be pointing toward the ceiling, and your feet will be like tucked in close to you. So your knees kind of make like a 90-degree angle with your body. So as your knees are separated, so your knees are not touching, they're just separated and they're parallel, as long as your brain is functioning and keeping your knees from slouching and tipping together and keeping them upright, you cannot actually sleep. You cannot sleep if your brain is still working on like holding your body in place. And that is what you're doing in this. You are holding your body up. So if you stay here in this position for like 15 minutes and just let your eyes close, what will happen, to me at least, and I hope this happens with you, you will just fall into this liminal space of semi-dreaming, semi-awakeness, where you are letting your brain just kind of go through all of the things that it wants to say, basically as quickly as it wants to. You're not really giving anything and like too much attention. You're just kind of letting it all happen, play out in your head, while you're still technically awake. And I swear to you, this is the most restful nap that I have ever had in my life. And oftentimes, when I'm in semi-supine, I'll set my alarm for like maybe 15, 20 minutes of this, and I genuinely will feel rested and awake, and my eyes will open on their own before my alarm goes off, most of the time. Okay, so there you go. Take some of that, see if it works for you. And again, the point is to not shut down your brain. The point is to let your brain just kind of have a field day. Just let all of the thoughts just happen around you. Don't give them too much mind. Just let them happen. And oh my gosh, I really think that it'll help. So give it a try. Give it a try. Yeah, do that the next time that you hear nap. Oh, Raph, welcome back. Yes, we were talking about the homoerotic nap. Nino says, just letting my brain say whatever it wants sounds dangerous. Okay, here's the thing though. Here's the thing. No matter what your brain says, doesn't really matter. Because it's not about listening to the brain. It's just about letting the brain ramble. And it'll say literally whatever it wants to say, and it couldn't matter less because you're not speaking the words aloud, you're not communicating with anyone. You're just letting the brain go and just let it have at itself until literally your brain will wear itself out, and then you'll feel really well rested. So give it a try. Give it a try. Mad says, I switched my phone to 24-hour time because otherwise I forget what dimension I'm in post-nap. That's so funny. Okay. I just realized that I probably should have gotten some water before I started this. So give me like 30 seconds. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get some water. Marix, take over.
All right. Look at this art. Ooh, jingle jangle. What chapter were we on? Fucking. There. Look at this. It's Charlie. Oh, it's John with a bunch of arms. Wow.
Excellent work, Marix. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Nailed it.
Inky says, anyone go losing audio?
I have hydrated. I did get water. Sorry, I got distracted.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Inky, I hope that you're able to reload. Let me know if anybody else is having trouble with the stream. Okay. Alrighty, so let's keep going. We finally got to Jack and Sharon, and it's so wonderful to see them. They're so happy to see them. It's really funny to me because when I was writing for What You Are, I was so certain that no one would care about my OCs because, not to sound mean, I tend not to favor OCs. In a story about John and Arthur, in a story about like my Blorbos, the OCs are really not what I'm there for. And so I wanted Jack and Sharon in For What You Are to have significant impact on the story. Just because I just couldn't write a story with just two people in it. It needed more world building. But I never expected anyone to actually care about them. But then after the overwhelmingly positive feelings that everyone had for Jack and Sharon in For What You Are, I was like, okay, if I am going to write this sequel, they need one cameo. I'm not going to overdo it because we have other stuff to talk about, but they need one cameo because everyone I know wants them back. I knew it in my heart.
I'm so glad you did. I missed them so dearly, and I was waiting for so long.
That is what everyone was saying. Every time John had a problem, people were like, where the hell is Sharon? Why is she not fixing this problem? Oh my gosh. So let me check up on the chat. Shellac says, holds up my I love Jack and Sharon banner like a football fan. Nino says, I like them better than Jarther, and I need a whole book of Jack and Sharon. Inky says, same Hauntie, the OCs are distracting a lot of the time for me. That is exactly how I feel too. And that is no shame on anybody who writes with OCs. Clearly, I am a person who writes with OCs. And if you are a person who writes with OCs, you should continue to do so. What the fuck does my opinion matter? You write what you want to write. Have at it. Go off, King. Mad says, Jack and Sherry love story spinoff now. Good Lord. Nina says, we really were in the VC every week being like, I wish Jack and Sharon were here. They'd know what to do. They have, unfortunately, I couldn't offer them until the end. Otherwise, this whole TLTL would have been 3 chapters long if I introduced them in chapter 2. Oh my gosh. Nina says their ship name could be Shark. I'm a shark. Sorry, that got me. Matt says mom and dad fix everything.
It's amazing. I approve. Everyone must spread the word of gospel. Their ship name is Shark.
Their ship name is Shark. Is it a ship if they've been married for 40 years?
Hey! You can yes.
Okay.
Why did I low-key slip into, like, a Marie kind of vibe? Yes, they can still be a ship at their age!
Amazing. Okay, so anyway, when we get to Jack and Sharon, I knew that this was going to be a long chapter because of everything that I had to say from Sharon's point of view, but also just because I just couldn't help myself. I was having such a good time. I wanted to do a little callback to, like, you know, a celebration because that's the first time that we see them in For What You Are. So I wanted that to feel like a lovely callback. And then I was like, well, I mean, I can't not give her a gift. Sharon deserves a gift. We gave her the Baron last time. She deserves something new here. And then I was like, well, what would I give myself if I wanted another gift? Because if you do not know, I do own a 7-foot tall teddy bear.
Oh my god. I love him so much. I think I have a video of me with him. He's so big.
Yeah, we do. Yes. Marix knows my teddy bear intimately.
I forgot I slept on him.
You slept on him? Yes. I do.
How can I forget? Oh.
Yep, I do own a 7-foot tall teddy bear. He was not from Costco. I actually don't know where he was from. My friends pitched in to get him for me. He was like over $200.
Bro, he was so comfy. He was so comfy.
Yeah, no, Marek slept on him twice.
And I would do it again. I want to fly out just to sleep on him again. I miss him.
Very funnily, one of my friends who helped gift me the bear wanted to name him the Baron. So that's why he's named the Baron in For What You Are. But my teddy bear is named Charmin Ultra Sized. I like that better.
I miss Charmin.
Yeah, my Charmin, he sits on my couch. I have not used my couch in years because all my stuffy's on it. It's occupied. So anyway, I wanted to give Sharon another gift. What could I give her? But of course, an amusement park ticket, my favorite, of course. I just have to project constantly. And so when I was thinking about writing out the whole gift giving thing, I was talking to my friends and I was like, this chapter is already 8,000 words. Do I really want to put the whole amusement park in there? It's going to be 9,000 words. And my friend was like, You must. And I was like, that's all I needed to hear. Yeah, you're right. Inky says, couch? No. Stuffy display piece? Yes. It's exactly right. It's exactly right. Okay. So I was so excited to have them. Plus, we just needed a little fluff. We needed a little niceness. We needed to not cry tears of sadness for just a little while. So we needed to have that conversation with them. Also, this is important to me. When Jack says, "Are we old or what?" and Sharon says, "Happier every year." This is a reminder to me because, again, I'm going to say this a million times. I work with old people and I love working with old people. And my experience in working with old people has just been so fantastic because it has proven to me that no matter what age I am, no matter how much of my body I have access to, my spirit, my energy, my smile, my passion, my enthusiasm will not change. I work with some of the most effulgent people. I work with people that are so exciting to be around, who are so full of life. And, even though their circumstances are not the best, they still manage to wake up every day and try and make me smile. And I'm so grateful for that reminder that I can continue to be myself until the end of all days. And I just love that so much. So, when Jack and Sharon, I made them 60 years old because so many people in my life are 60 and are so meaningful to me. Oh my goodness, Kronos! You're here! Hi, Kronos! It's good to have you. Thank you so much for joining. Oh my gosh, and that is an amazing name. Oh, what is it? Oh, Telescope says, my friends have joint custody of a white teddy bear called, oh no, I'm gonna fuck this up. Bear Noir Blanc. That's pretty good. Kronos, thank you so much. It's so great to have you. We've been seeing some of your artwork around. Thank you for making that. Okay. I also wanted to talk about the part where John says that he yearns for the days where his family aged alongside him instead of without him. And this was actually this is like, a sad sentiment, but also important because it makes us remember gratitude. But this was inspired by the first time that I came home from college, and it had really only been a few months since I'd left. College is like a semester's like what, 3-4 months? But I had been used to seeing almost exclusively the faces of people who were like around my age, say for my professors. And then when I saw my parents again the first time, I remember having the thought that they looked so much older than I remembered them looking, just because I hadn't seen them for 3 months. And that really struck me that my parents were continuing to age, whether or not I was there to see it. And, I had no means have a terrible relationship with them. My parents are incredibly loving. I'm incredibly grateful to have them. I'm a little bit of a snarky child sometimes, but they are really beautiful influences in my life and great sources of inspiration and happiness. But yeah, I remember being like, I think that I need to appreciate this time with them just a little bit more, knowing that their age it's going to come to an end at some point. So I gotta appreciate that. Tea time. Eureka says, so nice those folks make your job nicer to be at. Yeah, not a lot of people get like that. Right. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Eureka, because I really do think that, all right, we're gonna go on a whole nother tangent. Look at me go. I really do think that, especially in America, again, that is where I live, we hate old people here. Ageism is so bad. Nursing homes can be so horrible. People just decide that, after you've made it past your 20s, you're probably a worthless part of society. And if you have wrinkles on your face, then you're disgusting and ugly and get out. And I hate that so much. I hate that so much. And I just want to do as much as I can to promote the opposite, to lift up all of these older people that have so much to give to this world. And also, I want to encourage all of my older people to believe that they are not all of those things that they've been told that they are. So when I'm at work, I do everything that I can to be spunky and silly and spontaneous and whimsical, to draw that out of themselves too, and just remind them that, like, adults need playtime too, okay? Recess should never have been taken away from us. We deserve to keep doing all of that silly imagination play. We deserve to be wild and we deserve to be ridiculous and a little childish. And yeah, so there. That's my opinion on that. No one asked for it, but I'm giving it. Shellac says, give adults playtime. That's what I'm saying. That's what I do at work. Give adults playtime. We deserve it. And that counts for all you too. I bet none of you are 60, but you deserve playtime. I think that's why D&D has taken off so huge, especially in these last few years. Like, I think that people are really starting to understand that adults deserve to have that, theater of imagination play still in their lives. So if you're a D&D fan, you fucking keep going, man. Keep doing D&D. Telescope says they should make playgrounds for grown-ups. Baby, that's called a theme park. Why do you think I go there every month? Though what they really should make, and I'm dead ass, they really should make those Chuck E. Cheese tubes for adults. I want ones that my body can fit in. I want to go through the tubes. I want to go down slides. I need that. So get on it, everyone. Get on it. Matt says you got to pay for theme parks. That's true, but listen, if you skirt the system and you buy all of the theme park passes, if you get the ones that cover multiple parks in and out of your country, then it really starts to pay for itself. I'm just saying that when I went to Canada's Wonderland with Marix, I did not pay to get in. I paid for parking, but I did not pay for my ticket. So I'm just saying, that scared the system.
That was freaking phenomenal, by the way. That was such a fun day.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, we need to go again.
We need to go again. Sammy says Chuck E. Cheese tubes. You know, the ones that are like plastic and colorful and you can walk through the tubes or crawl through them practically. Okay, we gotta move on. We gotta move on. I got stuff to do. We gotta move on. Okay, so Sharon's pep talk to John about writing is, of course, a pep talk to me. That's who that was for. That wasn't even for John. Sharon was just talking to me personally. And when we get to the part where Sharon says, write because you need to in order to live. This is what I did realize in writing all of this fic. And this is what I realized in talking with my therapist, is that I am a neurodivergent person. And I didn't realize that I was a neurodivergent person for a really, really long time. And one of the reasons why I didn't realize that is because I never needed what I considered to be accommodations for myself. So when I thought of all of the people in my classes in college and in, even middle school who were neurodivergent that needed accommodations such as extra time on a test, or a sitter to be with them to help them stay focused, or, medication is another one. I didn't need any of these accommodations, and therefore, my stupid neurodivergent brain was like, oh, we must not be neurodivergent then. And when I told Carla, my therapist, that, she was like, Hauntie, you have accommodations all the time. Your accommodations are your creative projects. You cannot live without creating something. You cannot process your emotions without creating something. You cannot feel the depths of your feelings without putting it into song. You cannot explain to everyone exactly your thought process without writing it out first. Like, your accommodations are your creativity. And also stimming. I'm a slime boy. And she's absolutely right. And I never considered it because I thought it was just fun. I thought it was just play. I thought it was just, me having a romp of a time just for the sake of having a romp. But she is right. I cannot go without creative projects in my life because when I don't have any, I feel aimless. I feel listless. I feel like I have nothing going for me in my life. And ever since I started writing The Bartender AU, I have had such a profound desire to live most of the time, minus all of those bad parts earlier. Don't worry about that. But most of the time, I am so excited to be alive and awake every single day because I get to work on these projects that I'm so excited about. So when Sharon says, right, because you need to in order to live, that's what I'm talking about. And she's so right. And John is the same. Everyone should just continue to create because it is, what else would be the point? You know what I'm saying? Inky says, and also stimming. Yeah, dude, I make my own slime, okay? I'm just saying that I'm good at it too. I'm good
It
at
is
making
pretty good, I won't lie.
good slime. So I'm just having the greatest time over here doing my slime ASMR and writing trauma. My favorite. Okay, let's see what else I want to talk about. Oh yeah, I wanted to say this because Inky said a long time ago, I think it was Inky. I just keep blaming everything on Inky. I hope it's Inky. They said that Jack was acting like he was at like a boxing match, or he was like trying to get Sharon to like knock John dead with all of her logic and reasoning when John was trying to say, the publishers didn't like my stuff. I know it for a fact. And she's like, are you sure? How do you know that? Where's the evidence? And Jack is just in the background like, yeah, get him, doll. Hit him upside the head. Clock him. I wrote the exact same thing in my notes. So you read my mind there. You read my mind. Oh my goodness, that was Inky. That was not Inky. I don't know. Okay, fess up. Fess up if it were you. Fess up. Okay, because I feel like I did that last stream too. I just assigned everything to Inky. Well, whoever it was, you read my mind. That's exactly what I want to talk about. I just think it's funny just to see this really, really short guy in the background with like his cheerleading pom-poms. Get him, doll. So
I
sweet.
fucking love Jack. I love them both so dearly.
You're so sweet. Sammy says, nod sagely. I love that shit. I love that Sharon can be just a little bit of a bitch sometimes too. I love that. Telescopes. I think it was you. I think it was you. You and Inky both have been making me laugh a lot recently. So it's all coming into a conglomeration in my head. Alrighty. Okay, so let's see what else I got. Center of balance. Okay, yes. Okay, yeah. So Sharon talking about John being a poet without being published. This is something that has also recently been incredibly important to me because I have a gripe with the world that in order to be a writer, a poet, an artist, a voice actor, a composer, a creative, they have to be fucking knighted to you. They have to require a degree or a publishing record or some sort of monetary lucrative career. That's bullshit. That is such bullshit. If you write, you're a writer. Everybody else, shut up. Like, I hate that so much. I will tell everyone on this earth that I am a writer. I will tell them that I am a poet. I'll tell them that I am a composer. I will tell them that I am a songwriter just because I do those things. I don't make money off of doing any of those things, and who the fuck cares? I am what I am. Just let me live that life. And I hate it when people are like, oh, well, you're a writer? Let me see all the books you've published. And I'm like, you want to read my 144,000 word fan fiction? Because it took me a lot of fucking time and effort and it's good. How about that? So if you're in my chat right now and you're like, oh, I'm like not really a writer. I just like to write sometimes, but just on my own. Fuck you, you're a writer. I'm back to being aggressively supportive. If you write one poem, you're a poet. I don't give a fuck. So, and I think that these labels are important because if you embrace them, you feel more inspired to continue to do that. If you say to yourself, well, like, I'm not a poet, but like, I wrote like one poem and it was really fun and I had a good time, but like, I'm not like a poet or anything, so I probably shouldn't keep writing poetry. Fuck you, you're a poet, keep writing poetry. And more importantly, you're a poet, so you should write poetry. How about that? You should do that because you are a poet. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying over here? Okay, Nino says, nodding my head so hard. Absolutely. Sammy says, even when you are published / accomplished, some people will poo-poo you too. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that happens anyway. Yeah, fuck all them people. Everybody in here, all of my incredible fan artists that have been doing the insane fan art for this whole fucking thing, you guys are artists. You are artists. Eureka says, Hauntie, knife emoji. Listen, you are insert hobby profession. Oh, Matt says, Hauntie, you're out here making me cry with aggressive support. Good. Cry. That's important too. We were just talking about sitting with your emotions. Good. If you feel like you want to cry, you should do that because your body needs it probably. So good. Okay, anyway. So, and this is also in response to whoever it was last time that said that they had trouble calling themselves a creative. Today and from now on, you are a creative, and you're going to tell yourself that. And you will create simply because you are a creative. Whew. Okay. All right. That's enough of that, I think. I think I made my point. Okay. Really quickly, we're not going to talk too much about the turducken cake, but holy hell, that was so funny to watch the chat during the turducken cake. Oh my god, that was so funny. That was so hilarious. Chat was popping off with all like, oh no, this is a crime. This is disgusting. Holy hell, that was hilarious. And Marix, the way that you read is my magnum opus. Oh my god, I was in tears.
I can't wait to listen back. It's my favorite thing. It might be one of my favorite lines in the whole thing. It's just Jack is so fucking proud. I could see the dramatic tear going down his face.
Yeah.
It's my magnum opus.
Magnum opus. It's so funny. Oh my god. Okay, I'm coming back to the chat really fast. Oh, Inky says, oh, that one was me. Okay, good. I attributed one correct thing to you. Eureka says, we came here for the story and somehow got a complimentary therapy session and emotional growth. That's right, baby. That's what we're here to do today. I paid for therapy, so you don't have to. Woo! All right. Yeah, anyway, cake time. Very funny. I had a great time with that. Alrighty. Let's get down into the thick of it, everybody. Let's get down, going back into talking about eating disorder stuff. I feel like a lot of what I wanted to talk about I've covered in the soapbox. So, you know, just go back and reread that if you want any more like emotional support on that thing. But I also wanted to talk about social prioritizing and valuing the mind over the body. I actually took like a whole course on this for one of my conferences that I needed to do for my job. And this is a plague. Not to be dramatic, but this is a plague. We always hear how the go-getters and the successful people in all of the world they're logical. They're thinking instead of feeling. They're logic over emotion. They're able to tackle the hard tasks in life because they solve problems instead of feeling bad about problems. And this has been used for evil. This has been used to justify misogyny because women are considered to be weaker because they're more likely to be guided by feeling as opposed to men who never have feelings at all. And that's also terrible for masculinity because then men who do have feelings, which is all men, suddenly feel like they can't have feelings lest they be disgusting and feminine. So then that leads to a bunch of male self-hatred. This is terrible. This is terrible. Our bodies communicate with us all of the time, every single day. And especially with eating disorders, I cannot trust my logic anymore. I cannot trust my thinking anymore. I must only trust my feeling because that has so much factual information in it that I can learn from that no one ever wants to talk about. So that feeling of being hungry, you don't just think that you're hungry, you feel hungry. That feeling of being in pain, that feeling of dread in your stomach when someone is trying to tell you to join their multi-level marketing, but you're not sure if you should, but everything that they're saying sounds really logical and convincing, but that feeling in your gut is saying maybe this isn't a great idea. Maybe we should trust our feelings more. Maybe we should live in our bodies more. This is tying back to the whole diet culture and not wanting to be part of your body, wanting your body to be a thing that you sculpt so that your brain can be happy. I hate all of this. Hate that. We should live in our bodies because they are us. It is not us versus our body. Our bodies are, our body and mind they're entwined. You cannot take them away from each other. So sitting with your feelings, sitting with your emotions, sitting with all of the physiological responses that you have, that's so important. Listen to your body. and stop believing that logic is the one thing that will save us all, because it's not. Gosh, I'm just getting so angry. I need to get so angry in this last third, but getting passionate. Okay. Chat looking good. All right, let's keep going. All right, quick sip, a fortifying sip of water. There you go.
Oh, let's go! I think that's the first time you've ever said that.
Just for you on the live stream.
Thank you. I will listen to it over and over. I'll set it as my little notification sound.
No,
every time I get a text, fortifying sip, fortifying sip, fortifying.
Don't flip me. That's so funny. That's so funny. Okay, let's talk about the line. For me, sobriety is a daily active effort. This is true. This is coming from me. This is coming from the heart. This is exactly how I feel. And relapse for me is also common. Relapse is part of sobriety. Sobriety is not something that you reach and then you just get the award and then you're fixed for the rest of your life. Sobriety is something that you must always work toward. And sometimes you're going to slip up because that's life, you know? Sometimes you're going to make the same mistakes that you made 100 times, and that's life. And you just have to be able to come back from them faster than you did before. So relapse is really, really common for me. And I've had to learn how to find compassion for what I like to call my pendulum swing. So everything about my eating disorder will fluctuate. Because I'm a person and everything has a spectrum and everything is different day to day and my emotions are different day to day and my circumstances are. So everything fluctuates. And when I'm really, really, really stressed out, I tend not to eat. And it just is what it is. It's part of, you know, my inherent coping skills that I've relied on for so many years of my life. It's part of that feeling of wanting control back. It's part of that feeling of letting my thinking brain think for too long and then I genuinely forget to eat. It's all part of it. It's all part of it. And when I find myself doing this, when I find myself restricting my eating or when I find myself forgetting to eat, I used to just immediately turn on myself and go, why are you doing this? You're failing. This is not what Carla taught you. Feel bad, feel bad, feel bad. And guess what? That didn't help. Of course it didn't. And what I've come to realize is that all of the times that I forget to eat or that I start restricting my eating again, the pendulum swings that direction. And then eventually it always comes back around. Never have I been in a state where I have pendulum swung so far in the wrong direction and then the pendulum just hung there for another 2 years. Never has that happened. Anytime the pendulum swings one direction, it will eventually swing the other. And I have to have compassion for myself, knowing that I'm doing the best I can with what I have. I'm working against an eating disorder that will never leave me. I just have to understand that sometimes I'm going to relapse, but I have faith and trust in myself that I will eventually come back around. And this happens with my appetite too. I noticed that some parts of the month I'm very, very, very hungry and I will eat so much. Of course, the eating disorder brain doesn't like that, but it's what my body needs, so I do it. And then also the next week, it might swing the other way and I might just not really be that hungry. And on the days where I'm really genuinely not that hungry, I've learned to find compassion for my body that it's telling me it's not that hungry today. We're allowed to be not that hungry. My body will let me know when it's hungry again. And I just have to go with the flow. I just have to listen to whatever my body is trying to tell me and just hope that I can do it justice for what it's asking for. So if you feel like you are a person who's relapsing in whatever it is, the qualm that you're having with yourself, know that it literally cannot just be that forever anymore. You have the faith that the pendulum will come back around. I believe a really good man said, "This too shall pass." You know, I can't remember who it was. Really smart guy. I think I've heard that phrase once or twice before. But understanding my life as a pendulum swing has always given me a little bit of hope, knowing that I will find a center eventually. Okay, one more thing. John wanting Arthur to eat for himself and not for John. This is in response to that second bullet point in my soapbox about all of the eating disorder media that preaches that sentiment that if you just have someone who loves you so much for who you are, then your eating disorder is cured. If you just have a really great boyfriend who loves you even when you're wearing sweatpants, then you can live a happy life. And I just can't handle that. That's my least favorite of all of them. I would prefer any of the other two to that one. Because that is just firmly rooting your own self-worth in somebody else's judgment. How is that helpful for anything? Why would I be cured if my boyfriend tells me that I look really beautiful? Because the next day, if my boyfriend breaks up with me, am I just back to where I started? He no longer thinks that I'm beautiful now, so now I just have to start over and find a new person to tell me that I'm beautiful. What the fuck is that? What is that? So I wanted John specifically to be the person that Arthur would have in his life to call him beautiful. And I wanted John to be like, I can't be this for him. I refuse to be this for him. It will not help him. This will not cure him. And even in the beginning of this fic, I saw a lot of people in the comments saying like, oh, don't worry, like Arthur, like you just need to love yourself. John will help you. John will love you. And I would say to them, John's love will not save him. It never will. No matter how much John loves Arthur, it will not stop the eating disorder. Arthur must fix it another way. So I just wanted John to be on my side. Let me check the chat really fast. Shellac says, love the pendulum metaphor. Works so well for so many things. Yeah, I hope that you take it with you, because that's genuinely given me so much peace of mind, knowing that, things fluctuate. It's going to be what it's going to be.
I did want to tag on a little bit,
Please
because
do.
with the subject of like self-love and self-worth and all that, obviously that's something I personally struggled with for a long time. But one of my favorite things to tell myself whenever I start getting back into the way of thinking, whenever I fall back to that, is like a lot of times people will say, treat other people the way you want to be treated. And I have twisted that to be treat myself the way I would treat other people. Because a
Aww.
lot of the times I'm a lot harder on myself than I would be if it was someone else. And I'm like, okay, if I was someone else, would I be mad or upset, or would I, like let this go? Is it not a big deal? And if it wouldn't be that big a deal, like to me for someone else, I'm like, why should it be a big deal for myself? Why should I be so hard on myself if I wouldn't be so hard on another person? And it helps me a lot.
That is, yeah, what a great point. I'm so glad that you brought that up. Because that is one of the things that I've been thinking of for eating disorders for a while that I hadn't even considered to write down. But let's talk about it. So one of the things specifically in eating disorders, that horrible chatter in the back that's telling you you're so fat, you're so ugly, your body looks distended, everything's wrong with you. So many times my therapist has asked me for all of the words, all of the names, all of the descriptions that are negative that I have said to myself, would I say that to my friend? And of course, the answer is no. Oh my God. I would never call my friends like disgusting and chubby and malformed. I would never call them odd looking. I would never call them like irregular, nasty, gross to look at. That is horrible. That is so horrible. And so why would I say that to me? Why do I not deserve that kind of horrible talk? Why do I deserve it, but they don't? And then the only answer to that is because I'm letting myself say that to me. I should not, because I know that that's horrible. I know that would. Great point, Marix. Thank you so much for bringing that up. Okay, let's keep going. Oh yeah, let's talk about this. Okay, this is crazy. So weeks and weeks and weeks after I wrote draft one of this, I was just, mulling over all of these ideas in my mind and how I wanted to edit them. And I realized that I had been talking about Sharon's knees the whole time. And I'd been talking about how she's able to dance and how she's able to walk and how she's able to reach into the top of the fridge to get something for Jack. And I never considered what would happen if she did not have access to her knees anymore? Because I'm an able-bodied person, and I have had, very fortunately, great knees all of my life. And I was looking at my chapter and realizing that it looked a little ableist, in that I was saying that your limbs and all of the parts of your body are only worth being grateful for if they work.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh my God, I can't do that. No. Oh my God, that's horrible. Why would I say that? That's disgusting. And of course, this is from just an able-bodied, like, ignorance that I was writing through. And I was like, okay, well, I need to wipe that from my slate. I need to start over. And then that made me think, what would I be grateful for if my knees were not working that day? And I genuinely really needed to think about it. This is not something I've ever experienced. My knees have always been healthy. And so the things that I came up with, this feeling that like my knees will still allow me to prop up my legs so I can paint my toes, that's something that would matter so much to me if I didn't have access to my lower limbs. It would matter so much to me that they still pump my fucking blood just because your knees aren't, it just in case that my knees weren't able to be used, like they're still part of the vein system in my body. They're still making sure that my heart is getting blood to every part of me. They're still working for me. They're still part of my body, even if they're not being used at the moment. And that was actually incredibly helpful to me because just a few months later, I was diagnosed with carpal tunnel. And I'm a musician. I do music every single day of my life. I do music for my job. I rely on my hands to literally make me money every single day. Suddenly, my thumbs and my fingers were not cooperating with me the way that they used to. And immediately I spiraled into a panic and I started to get angry at them because they were in pain and they were making it so hard for me to do my job. And it was so hard for me to drive and I was in pain constantly. And how could my thumbs betray me like this? How could they do this to me? Don't they know that we have a career to uphold? What is wrong with my body? And then I remembered the bit about the knees. And it put so much into perspective about my thumbs and about my fingers that when they are suffering from the pain of carpal tunnel, they are in pain because they are trying to tell me that they need help. That is why they are in pain. They are not in pain because they want to be. They're not in pain because they want to make me upset or to smite me. They're not in pain because they don't want me to play the piano. They're in pain because something's wrong and I need to fix it. It's my body. It's my job to help solve the problem. They're crying out for my help. That's what that is. That's what pain is. So when I went to the occupational therapist to help with my carpal tunnel, my therapist gave me these like arm stretches, these wrist stretches, these finger stretches. And it was through this act of moving my body that I have been able to manage my carpal tunnel in such a profound way. And this is very fortunate for me. Of course, I'm so, so lucky that I did not, lose access to my thumbs. I can still use them. But it really struck a chord with me that the act of moving my own body, massaging my own body, stretching my own body, all of this self-love is what has helped my thumbs feel better. It wasn't like a pill that I had to take. It wasn't a surgery that I had to do. I just needed to physically show love to my body to help it. And it fucking worked. And now, anytime that my thumbs flare up with my carpal tunnel, I refuse to believe that they're betraying me. I refuse to believe that they're giving me a hard time. And I tell myself that my thumbs need love right now. They need my help. They need my love. And I will do my exercises every single day to make sure that they know that I'm looking out for them because my thumbs have done everything for me. I'm a musician, you know, I use my hands constantly. So maybe there might be a day when I'm 65 and the carpal tunnel has just kind of taken over. And if I lose access to my thumbs or if I lose access to my fingers in a way that makes it challenging to play piano or to play guitar, I will think back to all of those moments where my thumbs have done so much for me and how they are still a part of my body and how I will still love them for being me, no matter what they are capable of. And I will do everything in my power to keep them as healthy as I can for as long as I can. So it's my little carpal tunnel story. And I have done my carpal tunnel exercises twice already during this stream because my thumbs needed a little bit of love. They were starting to feel whiny. So I hope for if anybody out there listening has maybe limited access to their body parts or maybe has chronic pain, I really implore you to find ways to be grateful for those parts of your body despite the inconvenience and despite any qualms that you might have, because there is always something to be grateful for. It is you, after all. It's not your thumbs are you. My friend says, I am thumb. I am my thumb. That is still me. It's not anything other than you. So genuinely writing this fic and writing out my thoughts, my accommodations for all of my processing of emotions has only continued to help my recovery of my eating disorder. It has only continued to help my recovery of just my terrible perspective that I held in my brain for so long. So even though this fic has given me hell, even though I was so anxious and so full of dread and terror and exhaustion for so long, I have nothing but the deepest gratitude for all of the words on the page. I have nothing but the deepest gratitude for myself for persevering, and I feel like I am a better person now than I was even at the start of writing this, which is, wow, 1 year ago. I feel like I have grown so much in a year thanks to this story, and I'm just so fucking grateful for it. Let me check the chat really fast. Sammy says growth can come from so many different places. That's absolutely true. Eureka says Hauntie's level of thinking is on another plane, playing 40. I'm telling you, therapy. This is why I pitch therapy so hard, is because you learn things that you just can't conceive of on your own. Your goldfish doesn't have all the answers, you know? You need someone who has had more experience in this than you. You need the help of others in order to be a better person. And so that's what I'm hoping that I can do for all of you, is share what I have learned and what has made me a happier person. Okay, let's keep going. All right. Talking a little bit more about, we already talked about body dysmorphia. Let's go on like a happier thing. Sharon's saying that her goal may not be achievable, but it's one that she'll strive for every single day. I think that this was really inspired by the lighting of the fire moment in season 5 of Malevolent, and how Arthur says that, yeah, the fire may go out eventually, but I lit it anyway because I wanted to sit with it. I think that wormed its way into my heart somewhere and that manifested as this. So what if I never reach that goal? So what? I will get really, really close maybe. And it'll probably do a lot of really great things for me along the way if I try anyway. And you know what? We all die incomplete. Somebody said that too. I'm getting all of these philosophical moments from somewhere. I just can't remember where it's from. Maybe I will die incomplete of never achieving the goal of being so fucking grateful for every part of my body that I can't hate it. But god damn it, I'm gonna fucking try anyway. I have to. I owe it to my body. It's done so much for me. Okay, I guess the last thing that I wanted to say for this chapter, I've probably been talking for an hour, was that I got such lovely comments on this chapter of people expressing how they were really able to take their advice to heart that advice to heart, and they were able to see a perspective that they hadn't thought of before, and that it has like changed them or changed their thought process or opened their eyes to something that they hadn't considered. And that was just so, so, so beautiful. And I'm so grateful for everyone who has told me that this fic has helped them, because that is the whole reason why I wrote it. And I'm so endlessly grateful if you have told that to me. And then after people told me that, this moment really stuck with them, everybody wished for Daniel's death, as usual. So back on track with that one. Okay, wow, I think we did it. I think I got to the end of all my notes. Marix, would you like to add anything else? Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you if you said anything. Did you
I
want to
didn't
add
hear
anything?
you if you said anything. What'd you say?
Okay. Did you want to add anything else before we move on?
No, I think I'm good. I'm ready to push on.
Keep doing it. Up to you.
Previously on To Live Two Lives. John asked for Daniel's help with Arthur's eating disorder. Content warnings, religious homophobia, discussions of eating disorder thoughts and behaviors, men crying, retaliate. Daniel. Daniel paces slowly around his foyer, peering through the front door window every so often. 6 minutes have passed since their meeting time, and there's still no sign of his son. One would think, Daniel grumbles as he pulls out his pocket watch, flipping it open to reveal Bella's photo, that for a man in dire need of help, he'd err on the side of early rather than late. Bella looks back at him with those wide eyes of hers, listening attentively, as she always did at that age. Back when she was young, impressionable, trustful of her father's words. Perhaps I'm just anxious, my dear. He sighs as they both watch the second hand on the clock face continue to tick. John implied that Arthur was troubled over the phone. I'd hate for him to be in such a state. He squints at the window to see, once again, an empty street. He continues with a grunt. I am grateful, however, to be chosen as his confidant. He closes his pocket watch and places her back in his pocket. I will continue to do everything in my power for him, as I always have. He walks one full lap around the foyer again, but his nerves and his feet simply won't settle. Reflex forces him to peer through the windows yet again. John failed to specify the nature of Arthur's troubles over the phone, but given our previous discussion, Daniel's voice deepens. I have a suspicion. He tugs on his jacket and begins walking the other direction, tucking his hand into his pocket and holding his dollar in his palm. I won't deny the relief I feel now that Arthur may be finally willing to confront the dangers that he faces. He rubs his thumb over the engraving in the metal. But I would never revel in his anguish. I have much sympathy for him to be caught in such a limbo. Daniel sees an empty street. Again. On one hand, he must be quite uncomfortable with the treatment that he's received, but on the other, he might be unsure of how to correct it. Perhaps even unsure of how to justify the need to correct it. He shakes his head sadly. Well, my dear, I hope that today I can provide solace for him. A solution to his concerns. Finally, Daniel hears a familiar clicking outside. He strides to the window, and all of his lingering irritation about Arthur's tardiness is instantly mollified by the sight of his son, upright and walking with ease. All urgent signs of illness seem to be blessedly left in the past. Before Arthur can climb the final stair to the landing, Daniel flings the door open eagerly, startling Arthur so terribly that the man nearly falls back down the flight with a yelp. Oh dear! Daniel grimaces as Arthur finds his balance again. Forgive me, my son, I didn't mean to frighten you. Fuck, Daniel! Arthur puffs. It's all right, I was just... He waves a hand aimlessly. Lost in thought, I suppose. Arthur's forehead is glistening with sweat, probably from the exhausting heat outside, and he breathes heavily from the start that Daniel gave him. Arthur's hands also seem to shake slightly. Is he still ill after all? Come, my son. Daniel steps further back into the chill of the air conditioning. You look weary from the walk. A bit of cool air will help. Right. Arthur heaves a breath to make up the final stairs, and then he follows Daniel inside. Once behind closed doors, Arthur hardly seems to be refreshed by the air. The sweat that he wipes from his hairline reappears within seconds. He even startles again at the squeeze of Daniel's hand around his shoulder. Tell me, Arthur, are you still unwell? Daniel questions, observing him closely. You don't seem fully recovered yet. Well, Arthur scratches his cheek. I'm doing a bit better. I don't feel quite as, dizzy. Today, at least. Have you been able to keep down any food? Arthur purses his lips. More or less. Well, Daniel says decisively. I planned for us to have some tea today, just in case. How does that sound? Arthur's face doesn't change, but he nods. That sounds fine, Dad. Daniel nods in return, turning toward the reading room. Come then. Arthur follows behind Daniel at a distance, and he seems to jitter the entire way. His face is still gaunt and pale, and his expression grows more uncertain with every step he takes. By the time they make it to the reading room entrance, Arthur looks positively sick. He stands in the doorway, clutching his cane, one foot pointed into the room and the other poised to flee. Arthur? Daniel prompts as he moves toward his chair. Are you sure you're all right? Arthur seems to snap himself out of his thoughts with a quick breath. Yes, I'm... He slowly places both feet through the threshold of the doorway, takes another breath, and then nods to himself as he attempts a confident walk to his own chair. I will be. I will. Patricia has left your usual for you on the end table. Daniel sits deep into his chair, reaching for his own cup. Help yourself as you like. Thank you. Arthur settles in similarly. The creases on his forehead start to smooth over. And please tell Patricia I said thank you as well. Daniel hums, taking a sip. He watches Arthur stir his tea with a trembling hand, and he hears the man take measured, regimented breaths through his nose. Daniel waits for him to bring up the reason for his visit today, but instead, Daniel receives, So, how are you, Dad? Said in between breaths. Pleased to have you here with me once again. Daniel answers sincerely, though he can't deny that he'd rather like to get to the point. Daniel has been asked to help, and Daniel can help. Why bother with stalling? Arthur gives him a timid smile, though it rings genuine. The trembling in his hands starts to lessen slightly. Yes, I'm glad to be here as well. Arthur continues to stir as a silence passes over the room. It appears that Daniel will need to be the one to bring up the subject at hand. No matter. Well, my son, John mentioned that you could use some company today. I was wondering what... Do you love me? Arthur blurts suddenly, his stirring hand coming to a halt. Daniel blinks, completely caught off guard by Arthur's tone. Arthur stammers. Would you love me, rather, if... Love me still, I suppose, if I didn't... If... His throat clicks when he swallows, and then his words stop completely. Daniel takes in a long inhale as he sets down his tea. He folds his hands over his stomach, waiting. Daniel knows the words must be challenging to say. Something is... Arthur tries again, abandoning his tea to wring his hands. Something's wrong with me. Daniel pauses for a moment to watch Arthur mentally debate on delving deeper, but the man seems trapped between those words. Arthur chews at his lip, perhaps waiting for a response. So, then, the conversation will be slow, but Daniel will help him through it. He loves Arthur, and he will help him. Daniel clears his throat, shaking his head in disagreement. My son, this is not the place to start. What? Arthur gives him a puzzled, fearful look. Arthur. Daniel sits himself at the edge of his chair. There is nothing wrong with you. Viewing your troubles from this perspective is destructive. This is not how we should start this conversation. Arthur's posture seems to waver between relief and uncertainty. Oh, well, I don't... Something has happened to you, Daniel states conclusively, and we will talk about how you've navigated through it. Oh, all right. Arthur's shoulders drop slightly, more relieved than uncertain. I appreciate that. There are some things in our lives that are out of our control, my son. Our responsibilities lie solely within how we react. Arthur tilts his head as if contemplating. I suppose some things in my life have... He scratches his neck. Slipped through my notice a few months ago or so. Daniel hums innocent. And I've reacted... Arthur scowls at himself. Not ideally. Vague, admittedly, but it'll do. Daniel will help him find the specifics. And now you've found the courage to ask for help. Yes, Arthur nods. It took me a while to admit that I needed it. I know that was no easy task. Arthur chuckles embarrassingly at himself. That's an understatement. And I understand that John aided you in this discovery? Yes, Arthur resumes stirring his tea. He said you might have that you've lived a life's worth of experience, that you'd likely have insight on one of my life's hardships. Smart man. Arthur huffs, tucking away a smile. He is. That smile. It sends a weary prickle down Daniel's neck, but he quashes the feeling with a gruff exhale. There is nothing to worry about. Arthur is here for Daniel's help on the problem, and he came at John's request. There is nothing to worry about. Well, Daniel straightens his suit jacket. I am very grateful that you've come to me, my son. I assure you I love you deeply, regardless of your troubles, and I will do everything I can to help. Arthur pulls his teacup to his lips, but he pauses to smile endearingly at Daniel. A calmness finally relaxes his entire body. Thank you, Dad, Arthur whispers. Thank you. Now, Daniel sips his tea. I know you've been struggling with this for a while. Arthur's eyes widen, and then he gives a guilty look. I didn't realize it was so obvious. The obvious is saved for everyone but ourselves, I've found. Daniel huffs into his cup. Though I am curious as to why John didn't bring you to me sooner. Arthur hides his face briefly behind his tea. I think he was hopeful that he could help me on his own. Daniel places his teacup onto the table and reclines further into his chair. This is why we have many people in our family, isn't it? Arthur titters. Reminds me of a poem. Daniel tries not to let them get sidetracked. So, when did you both finally realize your reality? I think... Arthur sets down his tea as well, discomfort starting to creep his face. I think it started to trickle in during one of my... a sort of disconcerting performance. Daniel can imagine it perfectly. How vile it must have been having those sinful eyes on him, not knowing how to react while in the middle of a performance. That does make the most sense. John had to sit me down afterward, and Arthur looks towards his lap. Well, he told me that I couldn't just tolerate this anymore. I couldn't ignore it. It had gone too far, and Arthur runs a hand through his hair. And the more he said that night, the less I could refute. John folds his hands over his stomach again. And now you feel stuck. Desperately wanting change, but not knowing how to make it? Arthur snaps his head upward, nearly meeting Daniel's eye. He starts to nod quickly. Yes, that's exactly how I feel. Well, my son. Daniel nods slowly. You've come to the right person. Arthur breaks into a smile, almost laughing. I had no idea you... I really can't thank you enough, Dad. How did you even... I have easy contact with Father Oscar at the church, Daniel says simply. I'll be sure to speak with him myself about this, and believe me when I say I'll have no issues bringing force. Arthur's smile falls, and a look of bewilderment stiffens his posture. Father Oscar? Yes, the man at your performances is a priest at St. John Baptiste. Did you know that? Daniel scoffs under his breath, disgusted. Not that he acts as one, as you've seen. Arthur's brow continues to furrow deeper. Wait, Oscar? Daniel, I'm confused. Daniel raises an eyebrow. I know he's been causing you a lot of strife. This is why you came to me today, is it not? Strife! Arthur's face blanches as he reels back. What are you talking about? Who? I have it on good authority from the members of the parish that Father Oscar has been overindulging during your performances at the bar. Daniel feels his upper lip curling. And they agree that his behavior toward you is reprehensible. Arthur stammers, very suddenly looking like he once again liked to run. Who saw that? He didn't... Nothing happened, Daniel. I am here to promise you, my son, Daniel says with utmost sincerity, that I will keep him far away from you at any cost. I will never allow Oscar to tarnish your thoughts. Daniel places a hand over his heart. He will not lead you from God's light, Arthur, and I will constantly be here to guide you back. Arthur's face immediately drops. Daniel frowns in return. Perhaps the man doesn't understand the completeness of Daniel's offering yet. He simply needs to consider the... Tarnish my thoughts! Arthur spits. And what is that supposed to mean? Daniel feels a surge of defensiveness rise in his throat. I've told you, Arthur, that there are dangers all around you. Arthur grits under his breath. How many fucking people in my life are going to tell me that Oscar's a danger? He is for now, my son, but he won't be for long. Daniel adds reassuringly. Not if I can help. It's no reassurance, apparently, as Arthur growls darkly. Danger, Daniel emphasizes. Yes, my son. Tell me what kind of danger Oscar is. Arthur, you know what. Arthur balls his fist. No. I want to hear you say it. Tell me what's so dangerous about him. You came to me. I said say it. I'm offering to help. Fucking say it, Daniel! Daniel roars. If Oscar's having a crisis of homosexuality, I will not let him drag you down with him. There's a silence that follows. And in that silence, Arthur's face turns a dark crimson. But my son, you are safe in my hands, Daniel pleads. In the Lord's hands. Another silence. Arthur's eyes shift subtly like he's calculating. Arthur? As quietly as possible, Arthur asks, You think I came to you because of a crisis of homosexuality? Oscar's crisis, Daniel says sternly. But trust in me, Arthur, that I will not let you have your own. Arthur stares past Daniel, his fingers starting to shake once more. He sits quietly for half a minute, gradually growing redder, gradually growing shakier, gradually losing grip of his composure, until suddenly, Arthur breaks into a screeching, horrible laugh that pierces the air. Daniel flinches back in shock. Arthur! The laugh turns instantly into manic sobs as Arthur throws his head into his hands, his whole body convulsing with rapid movement. Arthur! Arthur bolts his head upward to face Daniel again, and he yells, I can't eat, Daniel! Daniel is nearly flattened into the back of his chair with the force of Arthur's words. What? I can't fucking eat! Arthur's wails ricochet throughout the small room. I've lost over 30 pounds, I fainted on stage during a performance, and I fucked up my food intake so badly that I can't remember how to feed myself anymore. Daniel tries to process Arthur's words, but Arthur barrels on. That's why I came for your help today. Because I'm fucking starving myself, and I need help. Arthur returns to sobbing, running his hands frantically over his face. Over his gaunt, pale face. Jesus fucking! And you thought I was worried about homosexuality? Arthur weeps. It's you who's worried about homosexuality. Something that couldn't be further from a life-threatening problem. John finds his voice somewhere inside him. Now, Arthur, this problem is not just life-threatening. It's afterlife-threatening as well. Don't you fucking dare! Arthur stands suddenly, all of his anger like a blinding spotlight directly in Daniel's eyes. Don't you fucking dare tell me that homosexuality is a problem. That is a sin, or an abomination, or an unholy act of the devil, or whatever your fucking book pisses on about. Daniel feels his own face engulfed in flame. This is not my opinion, Arthur. This is Mosaic law. Fuck all of that! Arthur throws his arms above his head. That fucking book was written by people, Daniel, not some fucking supreme being, and it was written by bigoted assholes, no less. Daniel gnarls. The scripture is the Lord's word, Arthur, regardless of who— Jesus fucking Christ! Arthur wails again, collapsing back into his chair. He pulls at his hair painfully. Oh my God! He sobs. I can't believe I was so fucking stupid to think you would! Oh my God! Daniel feels himself start to panic. Father Oscar's influence has already slithered its way deep into Arthur's soul. He needs help. He needs Daniel to— Oh my God! Arthur moans, throwing himself against the back of the chair. This is just fucking Bella all over again, isn't it? All of Daniel's thoughts come to an abrupt stop. Bella? Jesus fucking Christ! Arthur whimpers. Jesus fucking— What about Bella? Daniel's voice is booming and dark, ripping itself out from the depths of his lungs. Arthur sits up again, and he has the gall to give Daniel the wildest look. All of your fucking lessons and prayers! You don't remember? How could you not remember? Daniel feels his own fingers start to tremble. Of course I remember our lessons. What about them? God fucking— Arthur mops his wet face. You were so fucking scared she'd turn out to be a homosexual. You begged her to stay moral and pure, to stay away from Susie, and— Daniel feels his toes tremble as well. Why are you bringing up my daughter? Fucking hell, Daniel! Arthur groans, absolutely exasperated. You can't stand the idea of your child being queer, and yet— Yet? You still refuse to accept that Bella was a queer the whole time! Daniel goes cold. Even in her death! Arthur scoffs behind a sob. You still can't accept her for what she was! You— Daniel's vision starts to gray around the periphery, tunneling closer to his point of focus. You're lying. Arthur snarls. I'm not fucking lying, Daniel! She married you. She married a man. It was her cover-up! Arthur's voice tears again, laden with grief. I kept her secret, so that she could live. So that she could thrive. He laughs acibilically. So that her father would love her, despite what she was. Daniel feels every lining of his organs tearing in two. But that never happened, did it? Arthur howls. You never loved her, because you refused to ever know her. You refused to see her for what she was. You only loved some delusion that you created, devoid of all acceptance and reality. Now you listen here, Daniel barks. She was a devout Catholic ever since she could hold a book, and— Oh my God! Arthur's tears flow down his neck and into his shirt. This was— Jesus Christ, Daniel, this was a dying fucking wish. The one thing she wanted more than anything in her life was to— What? What did he— He didn't. Daniel didn't know that Bella had a dying wish. Arthur breaks in to heave another wail. Jesus fucking! Right before Faro, Daniel, we sat in the hospital waiting for Faro. We waited. Arthur scrubs his face. And I asked her what would happen if Faro was... Dear God, if Faro had turned out to be queer, what would we... Arthur sobs into his hands. And she said that one day, someday, you'd come around. You'd look past all of the hatred in your heart, and you'd love them both. You'd love them for everything they've always been. You'd love them. She was so sure that one day you would love them. Bella chose Arthur to be with her in the surgery room, not Daniel. Daniel didn't hear his daughter's last words. And here you are! Arthur throws a hand in Daniel's direction. Years after she fucking died, and you still refuse to accept it. You still won't grant her dying wish. You still won't make her proud. Arthur shudders as more tears cascade down his cheeks. And now you've passed all of this onto me. To make sure that one of your children turns out right. To make sure it's not just Bella all over again. Arthur stands in a hurry, grabbing his cane from against the chair. But it is, Daniel. It's exactly the same, all over again. He points to the end of the cane towards Daniel's chest. Because you know, Daniel. Deep in your fucking heart, you know. Daniel cannot brace himself. That John has never been my aide. Daniel goes catatonic. I can't believe I thought you could help me. Arthur whimpers as he sweeps his cane toward the exit. You can't help me, Daniel, because you don't love me. He pauses before he passes through the door. And I was a fool to think that one day you could. And then Arthur leaves, the sound of the front door opening and closing somewhere so far off in the distance that Daniel barely hears it. Daniel sits in his chair, completely numb. Time no longer moves around him, and his thoughts are an endless cycle that runs in either direction. Was she really? But Daniel tried to. How could Daniel? She died thinking that Daniel didn't love her? The words repeat in a canon in his mind, overlapping and chanting and growing louder, over and over and over and over. She died thinking that he wouldn't love Faro? She died, and to this day, Daniel has not made her proud. He sits up somehow, his body being pulled by invisible strings, and he faces her portrait that stands on the end table, the one taken when she was older in her life. And Daniel sees, for the first time, an incredible sadness in her eyes in this portrait. She stopped smiling for pictures in her later years. How could Daniel not have seen it? His fingers feel along his chest until they make contact with the crucifix just beneath his dress shirt. He clutches it so tightly that he nearly rips the fabric. His eyes turn toward the ceiling, and he tries to pray. He needs to pray. If he prays, then God will give him the guidance that he needs to. God will have an answer to this. He must. God always answers his... Daniel starts to sob. The only sound that escapes from his mouth are huge, racking keens that clench every muscle down his back, through his abdomen to his feet. He yowls through his tears, crumpling over himself, nearly tipping onto the floor. He bawls with the pain of a man who has just lost his daughter. He bawls with the pain of a man who has just lost his daughter again. Daniel sees black.
Man, another round of applause for Marix's voice acting. Every time you do Angry Arthur, I'm just so inspired.
He's my favorite. Oh my god! We got Rocky Art! Sorry, I got excited.
Rocky Art. Oh my goodness. This was
And
so exciting to read through all of these comments. Y'all were popping off. It was so fun. That mic drop moment always gets them.
God should hit Daniel with a car.
They're always like this. They're all like this. Okay. What have we got for fan art? We got Ray. They made another wonderful poem, so make sure you go back, click on that and read it. And of course, John and Lily analyzed it, so make sure you go back and read Ray's poem. Then we have Rap Art here, and we got Rocky Art here. Oh my goodness. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you, guys. Okay. Oof. Arthur ate, man. Arthur left no crumbs.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so proud of him for this. I was so
All right,
looking
I do
forward
want
to
to
this
give a little tidbit. We have, okay, I just finished that. So we have 5 more chapters to go and 4 more hours to do them in.
Ooh, okay. All right, so we're gonna kind of breeze through this one because I want to say more things about other things later.
Yeah.
Alrighty, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Keep me on track. Okay, so yeah, let's breeze through these. We got some lovely cognitive dissonance in the dramatic irony space for when Daniel offers tea to Arthur. Arthur has a really hard time deciding whether or not that's a good thing. Because on one hand, it'll be easier for Arthur to have tea than really rich food when he's nervous as hell. He did puke last time. But also, Arthur should probably eat more and have more than just tea. But also, he doesn't want to have anything because he doesn't want to eat, so tea would be preferred. But then also, he shouldn't be thinking that because he should want to eat because it's good for him, and that not wanting to eat will feed into the disorder. Do you see the cycle? That's everything that's going through Arthur's head while Daniel is just asking him if he wants tea.
Yeah,
Horrible.
I thought about that, but I was like, it doesn't seem like he has much of a reaction, so I was like, maybe he's just too distracted by the fact that he's got to talk to Daniel to even care right now.
Yeah. He's trying to stay more focused in the present and not in his head. But know that that is absolutely going through there. Absolutely.
All right. Good to know.
All right.
Definitely
Yeah.
doesn't. I love knowing things that bring me pain.
I really this chapter was probably 1,000 words less before all of my edits because I just wanted to draw out the conversation before we have the mic drop moment where we see that Daniel and Arthur are not talking, they're not having the same conversation. We all know that. As the readers, we know that this is happening. And so the only kind of tension that I can give is not telling you when it's going to happen and making everybody wait. I was seeing such incredible stuff in the comments being like, they're not having the same conversation. I think Sammy was like, bro, they're on different sides of the library reading different books. Yeah, so oh my gosh, that entire conversation used to be shorter, and then I was like, you know what I should do? Make it longer, just for funsies, Let me just real quick check on the chat. Sammy says Philip and Patricia behind the door like, ooh. Absolutely. They were waiting for that. Okay. I do like this idea of Daniel saying, something has happened to you and we need to talk about how you reacted to it. Because I think it's pretty destructive to just go into a conversation saying that you're an incurable monster and everything is bad because you made it bad. We do need to recognize that we are the products of our environments. And our reactions to our environments are in our controls, but some things are not in our controls. So I just wanted to point out that Arthur didn't choose to have an eating disorder, but he has to work with that. You know, he has to work through all of these thoughts. Oscar may have definitely chosen to murder McKenna, but he was also indoctrinated into an extremely homophobic theology. He was expected to force his students to follow the same. He was kind of pushed up against the wall when Alexander, his beloved, was tortured by the lead priest. You know, all of these things feed into choices. You know what I mean? John can be held responsible for his violence as both an adult and an adolescence, but also he's built real fucking big. His ability to be violent with less energy than it would take others to be violent, sorta kinda, is leaning into why he's caused so much pain. And Charlie was in the fucking war. So I'm not saying these things to dismiss anyone's actions and certainly not to excuse them, but rather as a way to look at what led to these actions and just having compassion for that in the beginning. Just knowing that there were causes to these effects, and hopefully in the future, our characters can understand and recognize these causes way faster than they allow the effects to happen. That's the whole point about learning from your mistakes, is being able to recognize when you feel like you're in a situation that is priming you to make a specific choice that is probably not a helpful choice. So have a little bit of compassion for yourselves. It always comes back to compassion and gratitude. Have some compassion that when you've made a choice that was maybe regrettable, maybe you shouldn't have done that, can you also be compassionate for why you made that choice without excusing yourself for doing that? Just knowing that there were causes to your effects, and in the future, when those causes happen again, can you teach yourself to make a different choice? in the future. So cool. Let me check the chat. Ray says they can't control how things happened, but they gotta live with it. Yeah, he's built like a damn tank. So true. Sammy says Daniel puts only external factors onto Arthur because God forbid his son be sinful. Sorry, that was a weird word. Yes, very true. Eureka says Daniel is a product of a super prejudiced environment. Yes, he was. White, male, wealthy, grew up in super wealthy and like prosperous neighborhood. Is the leader of a church. People look to him for guidance. Oh my God, he's in the 1930s. His religion tells him to be homophobic. Holy moly. His is probably like the worst stacked against him. Yeah, so just, again, not an excuse, not a hand waving, but an acknowledgement of how these things happened. The part where Arthur says reminds me of a poem. That could have been a moment, man.
Yeah.
That could have been a moment.
Yep.
Could have been a moment between Daniel and Arthur where they had to talk about John and his poetry and what family means to him. That could have been really beautiful. And what did Daniel say? Can't be off track. Can't let ourselves get off track. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. That sucks so hard. Inky says Daniel out here ruining all the moments. That's exactly right. Ray says just the fact that they're men and the responsibilities placed on them by the religion. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. The misogyny and the patriarchy that falls into it as well. Really quickly, I just like how many times Arthur takes the Lord's name in vain in front of Daniel.
Right?
It seems like a bitch move, and I'm happy for that.
Bro doesn't care. Bro is not focused on watching his language right now.
Correct.
I'm surprised Daniel didn't say anything. I mean, he was probably too flabbergasted by the time that Arthur really got into it, so.
Yeah, that's probably true. Okay, I needed to do a little bit of research for this one because I needed a reason that Daniel was not with Bella when she died, but Arthur was. And what I discovered is that it's really common for women who have C-sections to only be allowed one family member with them in the surgery room due to like infection control and honestly lack of space because there's a bunch of people in there the whole time. So Bella needs to have a C-section, or she chooses to, whatever is in your head. I didn't make that canon. And so she needs to make a choice. Would she rather have the father of her daughter, or would she rather have her father? And she chose Arthur so that she could have that conversation with Arthur about what happens if Perot turns out queer. Daniel did not get to hear this, and he did not get to be chosen because he cannot refute that Bella trusted Arthur far more than she trusted him, because Bella believed that Arthur loved her far more than her father did. And that is too much for Daniel to refute. That is like the thing that hits him so hard, is that he cannot say that those were not her dying words because she did not give him her dying words. She gave those to Arthur instead, a man who loves her for everything that she is.
Aww.
I am seeing Marix say big brain over here. What were you responding to?
Oh no, I was talking to so what is it? The author artist was like, he has lost inhibition, and I was like, me and Sammy both responded with the lyrics, just like, release your inhibitions, feel the rain
on your skin, no one else can feel it for you. Absolutely. That's hilarious. Oh, Shalak, it was great to have you. Thank you so much for coming. We will see you at chapter 40. We will see it. Oh, Ray says, come on, my heart. Yeah, I know it hurts, but we gotta say it. We gotta say it. And then let's see, just a few more things. God, why do I write so much? Why do I have so much to talk about?
Why do I write so much? Why are we here? Guys, can you remind me why we're here? Who created this 40 chapter fic?
What idiot would do this to us? Oh, really quickly. At one point, Marix asked me why Daniel blamed Arthur for the death of Bella. And it was a few things. We hear this in part 1. Arthur tells John that Daniel blamed Arthur. So Arthur was the last to see her. So Daniel believes that maybe had Daniel been in the surgery room, he would have been able to stop her from dying through prayer or something, probably. That's like one of those, like, I obviously would have been able to help my daughter. You wouldn't have. And it's baseless and it means nothing. It's just him being arrogant. But it's something that he would think. Also, Arthur got her pregnant in the first place. So, like, if the birth killed her, like, who got her pregnant, that kind of thing. And then also, Daniel is absolutely the kind of religious that uses scapegoats for all of the bad things in the world. Anything bad is a sin, anything bad is the devil, anything good is God. So Daniel just needs to have something to blame for the misfortune, and Arthur is an obvious target. He's right there.
And he clearly has not come far since blaming Arthur for Bella, with the fact that he just blamed Oscar for Arthur getting upset at him with...
Yep.
Hello?
What the fuck?
The self-awareness, where is it?
Where is it? We've never heard of that. Not in this household. Oh my gosh. Okay. Real quick, 2 more things. Okay, really fast. When Arthur does the mic drop moment, bitch, John has never been my aide. That has been in my head before I started writing. I knew that that was the culmination of their arc together, and I've been so excited to write it for so long. But one of the reasons why it matters so much to me is this is just another way that Arthur is able to show his, like, inherent love for John, is that Arthur does not say, John is my boyfriend, John is my husband, John is my lover, John is my partner. He never says any of those words because Arthur knows that John sees him as a friend. That's part of their queer platonic relationship. John loves him, and John loves him differently than he loves all of his other friends, but John does see him as a friend. However, clearly something is there. Clearly something that is different than just a regular platonic relationship. Something is far more queer about it. And Arthur wants to be incredibly respectful of that. So he says in the roundabout way, John has never been my aide, which implies something without having to put a label on it, because Arthur respects John's aromanticism. That's another reason why the fucking line hits so hard. Ray says, I ruined the soundproof/noise canceling thing in one of my earbuds so I can multitask with my sister on my right earbud in. Jeez, good luck. I cannot multitask. Good for you. Ray says they're deeply caring secret third thing. That's what I'm saying. And then I just wanted to give a little bit of perspective to everybody. The amount of, like, life-shattering news this is for Daniel, I think that sometimes we refuse to kind of empathize with because we hate Daniel. We want him dead, apparently. And we need to consider just exactly how world-shattering this is for him. So imagine all of us are cool with the queers, Like, obviously, you guys are here for the queers. I'm a queer. You might be a queer. We're here for the queers. And then imagine one day someone says something that makes you truly and fundamentally believe that actually queer people don't deserve rights. Queer people are not human. Queer people deserve to be punished. And you find that this evidence is inarguable. How do you go on in your life with your relationship to the queer community if you have been given inarguable evidence that everything that you believe is false? This is the kind of world shattering that I'm talking about with him. And yeah, we want that for him because we don't like his perspective, but consider what this must feel like. Because I genuinely cannot. I do not know what a world would look like when I am in the wrong about being myself, about being queer. So sit with that for a little bit and have some of the pain that Daniel is having. You might have a little bit of empathy for him after that one. Even though no one wants that, we just all want him dead with hit by a car. Jesus. Okay, I did it. I did everything quickly, hopefully.
You did.
All right, let's keep going. Do you have anything else you want to say, Marix?
Nope, I'm ready.
Let's rock and roll.
Right. Previously on To Live Two Lives, Arthur and Daniel had a falling out. Content warnings, discussion of eating disorder and behavior and thoughts, discussions of religious homophobia, men crying, tally 9. Arthur. Arthur drops another tear-soaked tissue into the bin next to his feet. He's sure the bin is overflowing by now. He hasn't bothered to check. He snatches a new tissue from the box and lays it flat on the couch again, resuming where he's left off. He's surprised that he still has this much fluid left in his body. Christ knows he hasn't drunk enough water to compensate. But the tears and snot continue to flow out of him like a leaking hose. He doesn't even feel his body purging them anymore. The fluids just seem to violently push themselves out of his body. No need for assistance. But the occasional shuddering sobs help anyway. How many hours has it been? Arthur stopped caring to count them a while ago. His mind has been running the same conversation on loop for so long that Arthur's forgotten the meaning of time entirely. All he knows for certain right now is that when the loop starts again from the top, he's in for a long fucking episode. He's been through every phase of grief at this point, except acceptance doesn't mean the end. It simply means, have we considered all the things that we need to accept, and then the opening credits starts once more. He does tend to linger in the anger phase every time, though. How could he be so naive? It's frankly ridiculous how many times he's asked himself in this last however many hours, almost as ridiculous as him being so naive in the first place. Daniel would never and will never be able to part with his fucking faith, and God will always take precedence over Arthur, over everyone. God is sacrosanct, while Arthur and the rest of the world's schmucks are sacrilegious. Daniel was never going to come around on anything that challenges his faith, and Arthur is downright idiotic to think that he might one day. How could Arthur have been so fucking naive? Arthur tots his drenched tissue onto the floor. Or maybe the bin. To be honest, he'd just kind of been assuming that the bin was next to his feet, but he doesn't actually remember exactly where he put it. He reaches for another tissue in the box, but his hand just meets empty cardboard. He half considers mopping his face with the box itself, but then he decides that he's been quite pitiful enough. He'll just use a sleeve. Christ, it's been so long since Arthur has thought about that night with Bella. Her last night on Earth. Bringing up all of her memories was something that Arthur was laughably unprepared for, and now he feels like he's grieving the death of 2 relationships at once. 3 if he counts Furrow, which he always does. And it turns out grief compounds, and there is no threshold, and the grief he feels for each person in his life is completely different from each other's, and there is no bundle and save on this deal. His shirt sleeve is soaked immediately. The sound of the door flying open would scare the life out of Arthur if he had any energy left in him. Instead, he barely flinches as the door bangs against the wall and John's thundering footsteps clamber into the room. Arthur! Lily! I'm back! I have something to... All noise stops. Arthur? Arthur counts the 3 steps it takes for John to stride over to the couch. He's faster than usual today, to no one's surprise, given the absolute wreck that Arthur must look like. Arthur, Jesus fucking Christ. John kneels beside him, brushing the wet hair out of Arthur's face. What the fuck happened? Considering that Arthur's voice will absolutely come out as a sniveling mess when he speaks, he chooses as few words as possible. I think we've been disowned, John. What? John fumbles with the bin, and likely all the tissue surrounding it. Then there's a sound of metal scraping as he scoots the bin away, making room for himself to come closer. What are you talking about? John sits Arthur up slightly so that he could join him on the couch. He cradles Arthur's head into his lap, and Arthur melts helplessly into him. Daniel thought I was... Arthur shudders through another wave of tears. He thought I was having a crisis of homosexuality, John. Arthur can feel John tense beneath him. Why? He knew about Oscar. Arthur whimpers. I don't know how, but he knew about Oscar, and... Arthur feels another sob being yanked out of him. His body coils as if drawstring had scrunched him taut. John wraps Arthur up in his thick, warm arms, but John can't hide his own shivering fear. Daniel said Oscar was going to tarnish my thoughts, John. Arthur presses his face into John's chest. He said he wouldn't let Oscar drag me down with him. John tries to squeeze Arthur with consoling confidence, but his voice betrays him immediately. Well, what did you say? I broke down. Arthur clings, twisting his fingers into the back of John's shirt. I was so angry, John, I couldn't stop myself. What did you say, Arthur? The fear in John's tone makes Arthur sick to his stomach. Guilt eats at him from the inside out. I told him about Bella, Arthur whispers. I was so angry that he never fucking learned, John, so I told him. I wanted him to know. I wanted him to know how he had failed her. John's teeth chatter subtly. And? Arthur sighs. There's no avoiding this. He whispers even quieter. And I told him about us. Fuck. John breathes, his skin prickling with goose flesh as a chill shakes his body. Fuck, Arthur, I couldn't. Arthur pleads, guilt tasting like tar on his tongue. He doesn't love us, John. He proved it to me, and I couldn't. I can't go on thinking that he'll change, that he'll come around. Not after that. There's no. An overdue bout of sobs escapes from his throat. John huddles them closer together still, burying his face in Arthur's hair. I wanted him to know who I am, John. Arthur soaks the front of John's shirt. Who you are, who Bella was. I wanted him to. If he's going to choose his fucking god over every goddamn person in his life, I wanted him to know everyone he's forfeiting. John finds a tissue from somewhere and begins to dab Arthur's face. Arthur wants to tell him that it's fruitless, that there's no stopping this torrent, but maybe that's just how he feels in general. Everything seems fruitless right now. Jesus Christ. John curses as he pulls back Arthur to him, as Arthur goes limp in his arms. Nothing is going to be solved in John's warm, close embrace that smells a bit oddly like meat, but fuck him if it doesn't help a little. Arthur settles deeper, though his breasts still hitch at their ends. So I think we're disowned. He didn't. John struggles. Did he say? He didn't say it outright, but. Arthur hopes his silence is telling. John gives him a fleeting kiss on his temple, which is just as telling. Arthur can hear John's mind whirling, spinning full tilt, racing to find any solution that Arthur has long since considered and dismissed. The truth is, there's no coming back from this. There never is when God is involved. Will he tell anyone? John says under his breath, grasping Arthur tighter. Are we in danger? I don't know, John. Arthur shrugs, sniffling. He managed not to gossip with the whole town after Thoreau. But this just isn't about us. Oscar is a priest at his church. Arthur scowls. And in my experience, parishes tend to be close-knit, for better or for worse. And usually for worse. Arthur feels John turning his head, likely looking toward Lily. He must watch her for a moment before asking, Do you think we should move again? The thought immediately springs more tears to Arthur's eyes. Move again. Uproot their lives again, pack up all their little secrets and regrets into boxes and hope that no one finds them on the next go-around. Leave behind all their dreams of a life in New York City at the doorstep of a place they used to call home. John hushes him softly and murmurs, A thought for another time, then. I'm sorry, Arthur says reflexively. He doesn't have the breath to name everything that he's sorry for, so he hopes John just gets the point. It's all right, Arthur, John says next to his ear. We'll be all right. Arthur tries not to huff with doubt. You think so? John seems to do the same. I don't know. They sit together, waiting for Arthur's breathing to finally calm, waiting for the feeling to finally pass, waiting for a fucking brilliant, glimmering, bang-up idea about how to save their family to shine out of fucking nowhere. But when Arthur manages to level his breathing, everything seems just as dark as before. Well, John, I hope your trip went better than mine. Arthur attempts to joke, but his delivery is honestly pathetic. Yes, John replies flatly, though the bar seems low. Arthur almost laughs. Keen choice of words. Arthur exhales, running his fingers along the ridge of John's long shoulder blade, feeling the way his cotton shirt is starting to pill. It's rough and bumpy, but it's also cozy at the same time. It's lived in. Arthur doesn't know why people don't like pilled shirts. People who complain about that sort of thing are snobbish. Wait, what the fuck is he talking about? Actually, no. Sue him for wanting a fucking break from the devastation, from the fucking despondency. He's been waiting in a pool of mourning for who fucking knows how long, and then he's been wrung out to dry for even longer. And frankly, he's goddamn exhausted from it all. So maybe some levity and a little high horse attitude is exactly what he needs. He just wants to feel normal for one fucking second, and then he can go back to bloodletting later. He just wants to hear about the shenanigans that Jack got up to at the anniversary celebration, and he just wants his stomach to hurt from laughing instead of crying. And also, people who complain about pilled shirts are shallow. John, Arthur says, gathering himself. How are Jack and Sharon? Oh, Confusion sends John's voice climbing. Arthur, you don't— John, Arthur shakes his head, smushing it into John's chest further. I've been sitting with all this for hours now. I could really use anything else at the moment. Okay. John wriggles uncomfortably, clearly not entirely convinced. But if you do need to— For fuck's sake. What did Jack bake for the celebration? John pauses. And then he lets out a tremendous, exasperated sigh. Much fucking better. This ought to be very good, too, based on the length of that sigh. John speaks through a deep, deep scowl. He made a turducken cake. Arthur hums, interested. Turducken cake? Like he made 3 desserts served inside of each other? Another humongous sigh. No. Arthur blinks. Then the pieces slot together, and Arthur barks a laugh that borders on insane. He completely breaks apart into a cackle that has him crying all over again as he imagines John's face when he was served a plate of multiple cooked birds for dessert, and god damn it feels fucking good to finally be smiling. Oh my god, John! Arthur laughs, throwing his head back. I thought you smelled strange when you walked in! John deadpans. I'm glad you're finding this funny. Which just makes Arthur laugh harder. Oh, come on, John, that's... Arthur wipes his face again with his dry sleeve, still giggling. Oh, what I wouldn't have done to see your face when you took a bite. How did it taste? You won't have to wonder, John says with a sudden mischief. I brought you a slice. Oh, no. Arthur covers his mouth to hide a smile. No, that's quite all right, John. If I had to eat it, Arthur, you'll be eating it too. No, John! Arthur gasped, perhaps a bit melodramatically. I'm allergic to turkey. I've sworn off poultry for Lent. I'm vegetarian now. John pats his cheek consolingly. I'll warm it up for you later tomorrow. After all, it's dinner and dessert all in one. No! Arthur can't stop his laughter anymore, and he lets himself be swept away in it. Even if he's lost one side of his family, he still has the other. Arthur, Jack will want to know your thoughts. John continues, ever so seriously. So I'll need a detailed review of how you found each of the types of meat and how they paired with the royal blue frosting. For fuck's sake! Arthur settles himself, but he still smiles broadly. Does Jack accept constructive criticism? Absolutely not. Rightly so. John kisses his forehead, and Arthur sighs blissfully into his chest, taking in the bizarre smell of sickly sweet poultry. It's unsettling, but it's mostly endearing. And how's Sharon doing? She's well. Actually, There's a growing smile in John's voice, and Arthur swears that it's a balm on his fucking soul. I never fail to learn something from her. Hmm? Arthur prompts, trailing his fingers along John's peeled shirt, wherever Arthur can reach. John stretches appreciatively with the touch. She put a lot of things into perspective for me today, as she often does, it seems. Is that so? John takes in a long inhale. Helped me start writing again. Arthur pauses his trailing hand, his eyebrows raising. Did she now? Yes. And? Arthur sits up to face John more directly. What did she say? John breathes out slowly. She made me realize I was writing for the wrong audience, and in doing so, I'd forgotten what compels me to write at all. The wrong audience, meaning? The publishers, John says emphatically. I was so desperate to please an audience that I know nothing about, and who knows nothing about me. There's no connection between us, no love involved, and I don't know how to write without it. Arthur hums, inching his fingers up the thick muscles of John's neck. And so you started writing again today? On the train ride home. And you wrote for whom then? John smiles beneath Arthur's fingertips. For you. Oh? All of Arthur's breath escapes him at once. And I suppose a bit for me. And for Sharon, and Jack too, honestly. Arthur chuckles. Must be full of love, then. It is. What's it about? John pulls Arthur's hand from his face to knit their fingers together. Eating problems. A flash of fear shoots through Arthur's stomach. What? Actually, Sharon had a lot of insight on this, Arthur. John pays Arthur's hand on his wide chest, just over his heart. She's been through the same thing you have. What? The fear in Arthur's stomach is replaced by an odd, blooming feeling. Really? She's been dealing with it for years, apparently, John says sympathetically. But she's been dealing with it, successfully. The blooming feeling climbs up Arthur's throat. I figured... John lets go of Arthur's hand as he reaches somewhere behind him. The sudden sound of flipping pages sparks within Arthur a nearly overwhelming feeling of excitement. I learned so much from what she told me of her experiences, from her advice. I wanted to be able to encapsulate everything that she said to me so that you could learn from her too. And the flipping of pages stops. I figured that this would be a decent way to fill a blank page. Arthur cracks a small smile. A poem, then? Yes. Decent indeed. Can I read it for you? Arthur nods enthusiastically. Yes, please. It's called... John clears his throat, and Arthur tunes all of his focus to the rich, reverberating sound of John's signature reading voice. Your body does. John allows the sound to enter the room, to still for a moment before he asks softly, "Are you ready?" "Yes, John." Arthur giggles, getting himself comfortable next to the giant man. "I'm ready." John starts again. "Your body does. If your beauty isn't written on your shapely silhouette, if your beauty isn't hidden underneath the pounds you've shed, if it's not a wistful memory of what your body was, then your beauty finds itself in all the things your body does. For your shoulders aren't the models posed in tailor shop displays. They're the wide and open stretch that fits your hands behind my waist. They're the strength that lifts your arm to reach the high piano keys. They're the warm, consoling pillow for my tear-encrusted cheeks. And your arms aren't up for auction, pinched and prodded and appraised. They're the animated gestures that conduct your every phrase. They're the playful, joking nudges that you sink into my ribs. They're the keen and skillful eyes you need to guide your walking stick. And your chest is not the perfect origami rose and thorns. It's the dazzling puff of confidence you flaunt when you perform. It's the rocking, gentle cradle for your sweetest, dreamy sighs. It's the loving press of warmth when you align your heart with mine. And your stomach's not a trend of numbers measured on a graph. It's the bouncing, lively amplifier deepening your laughs. It's the blanket round my middle when I need to fall asleep. It's the reason we can share a bite of jammy British sweets. And your legs are not a shameful scar to cover and dismiss. They're the swagger and flirtation in the swinging of your hips. They're the nimble rolling wheels that let you stroll along the street. They're the power and endurance that has kept you on your feet. Can you love your body solely for the things it does for you? Can you find your beauty in the love your body gives to you? John ends with a slow exhale, and Arthur is frozen by the sensation of every single hair on his skin standing upright. Arthur tries to move. He tries to speak, but he feels like every cell in his body is reorganizing itself, rearranging itself amongst the others, and finally clicking itself into a place where it needed to be all along. He shivers at the feeling of sudden clarity sizzling over his entire being. "Read it to me again," Arthur whispers. John does, and Arthur loses himself in the depths of John's voice, the easy, flowing cadence of his speech, the love that he imparts on every word. Again. Arthur drenches himself in the poem's bright imagery, the movement and sound, color and emotion. Again. Arthur feels the words, their meanings, latching onto his skin, burrowing deeply into every pore of his body, winding through the muscles to sticking to his bones, rooting themselves into the marrow. Again. John obeys every time with no less passion, no less emotion, no less love in his voice. Instead, he reads it over again with more of each. John makes it to the final couplet once more, and Arthur's hands shoot up to John's face as if to hold the words in the air before they dissipate. John pauses, gently sinking into Arthur's palms. "Read this to me," Arthur says softly, speaking through the quiver at the edge of his voice. "Every morning when I wake up, every night before we fall asleep, every mealtime and every tea." His words turn rough with sincerity. "And at each and every moment that you see me faltering, losing my way." John nods beneath his hands. "I will. Never let me forget these words, John. I won't. And never let me go a day without repeating them back to you." John swallows. So you like it?" Arthur chuckles suddenly, a burst of inspired gaiety in his chest that he nearly forgot he was capable of. Of course it would be John to bring it out of him. Arthur smiles, bringing their foreheads together and brushing their noses. "How can I make it more obvious for you?" John hums, high-pitched, clearly in a daze. Arthur will never not be proud of how quickly he can rile up this man. He ghosts his lips over John's just to hear the man gasp. "Really, John?" Arthur backs away slightly, trying not to let them both get sidetracked. John lets Arthur go in a way that Arthur might comically describe as begrudgingly. This poem means more to me than you could possibly know." "Do you think it will help?" "I know it will." Arthur nods fervently. I don't think I have ever reached that conclusion of my own. I'm always so busy hating my body for not being exactly what I think it should be, but I'd never stopped to consider how my body feels about me." Arthur pulls his lips to the side. "How it feels about the way I've been treating it." "Your body does so much for you, Arthur," John agrees. "So much for everyone you love, too." "Yes, Arthur runs his thumb along his waistline of his pants. It's tighter than he wants it to be, but looser than it probably should be. But that's not how he should look at it, is it? The rise and fall of his stomach helped push out all the grief and agony that burned inside of him after his visit to Daniel's. The little fat that still remains there made it possible for Arthur to walk back home without fainting on the street. The rustling butterflies that flittered there when his lips caressed John reminded him of how deeply in love he is with the man before him. Yes, Arthur says, choking up for the umpteenth time today. Yes, my body does. John cups Arthur's cheek in a large, callous palm. Sharon says that the addiction never really goes away. She says it's something you'll have to navigate for the rest of your life. Arthur hums wearily. No free lunches, of course. But you'll manage, John says quickly. You'll maintain. You'll have your easy days and you'll have your hard days, and you'll learn what you need to get through both. Right, that's right. Arthur takes a long breath. That blooming feeling in his chest returns, and he realizes that he has a name for it. Hope. You'll slip sometimes, Arthur, John says seriously, bringing Arthur into his burly arms again. And sometimes you'll fall, but maybe not as hard and maybe not as often. And you'll be there for me when I do, Arthur says, not being able to keep the question out of his tone. Every time, Arthur. Thank you, John, Arthur sniffs. Thank you so much. John nuzzles his face into Arthur's neck, his burgeoning stubble almost tickling Arthur's skin. Of course, Arthur. And I'll have to thank Sharon, too, at some point, Arthur titters. She'd love to see you. Right, yes. Arthur nods, feeling his stomach muscles starting to ready themselves again. Right. And, as if on cue, the tears that dribble from his lashes become a downpour, and he starts to weep again in earnest. His shoulders start to shake with the force of his stomach emptying out the rest of his feelings, and he lets himself be pulled into the current of another episode. It's all right, though. It's what his body needs.
Oh my god. How you can make it through that last line without just completely falling apart is impressive.
Honestly, it's not the line that gets me personally. The last line, anyway.
What's the line that gets you?
Let me see.
You look for that. I'm going to introduce fan art to everybody. We have Nestie's beautiful art. We have art from Jo and her sister Truly. Jo did the outlines and Truly did the coloring. Starry is back with even more lilies. And Theo also made some beautiful fan art this week. Such good ones this week. Oh my gosh.
Alright, I
okay.
think the part that gets me is the aftermath of the poem.
Yeah.
And the poem itself.
Yeah.
Dude, when you listen back, after the poem ends, I have a bigger gap than normal because I had to tuck it back in. I was like, if I start the next line now, I'm gonna freaking cry.
I really, really, really appreciate how much space you left there. It was such a beautiful breath that really, it encapsulated everything that John uses at the end of his readings.
Mm-hmm.
You know how I've always said that John will leave like a lot of space after a poem to kind of let it settle.
I would like to say that it was a choice.
Well, it came through either way. I was reveling in that space. That silence is exactly what I needed. Oh my gosh. Yeah. The moment that Arthur says, read this to me, I can't. I just start crumbling.
Aww.
I just start falling apart. Okay, this one has a soapbox moment. I actually think that the soapbox moment explains the majority of what I want to say in this. I only have a few other things to say. So we'll get through the soapbox moment and then we'll tackle those. Okay, here we go. Soapbox moment. It starts with a wow. That took no time at all, did it? All right, so this one's going to be a little shorter, I think, because most of y'all are already probably familiar with the notion that some feelings are too big, too strong, and too wily to dissipate within a few hours of crying. So this conversation will be about distraction instead. Sitting with our feelings, as Arthur can attest, is fucking exhausting. And moreover, we can get sucked into it way past any point of benefit if we're not careful. We need to honor our feelings, but we can't wallow in them. When I finally grasped the idea of how to truly sit with my feelings, I, as I want to do, took it way too far immediately. Sitting with became ruminating. Ruminating became wallowing. And wallowing became ignoring the rest of my life for the sake of wrapping up this shit all in one go so that I never have to think about these feelings ever again. And, well, too big, too strong, too wily, and all that. Obviously, I needed time away from the setting, but I was so convinced that any form of distraction was just the gateway drug that would send me right back to my escapist fantasy and my emotional avoidance, which would inevitably undo all of my progress. So what is the difference between distraction and avoidance? My therapist, of course, had the answer. The difference lies in a promise to myself, an honest promise to return to my feelings again soon. In making this promise, and crucially, in following through with this promise, I've not only learned how to moderate my bouts of sitting, but I've built a solid groundwork of self-trust. I've built an interpersonal relationship founded on respect for my feelings as well as respect for the rest of my life. I've built a list of priorities where my priorities are not ordered by importance, but in terms of time. Self-respect, in a way. Sharon would be so proud. So if you're anything like me, easily burnt out from the tendency to constantly oversit, try this. Promise yourself that you'll return to your feelings after you've had your distraction. And frankly, promise yourself that you'll have another distraction ready after you've sat with your feelings again. Also, many thanks to my therapist for helping me finally define what moderation means. Of course, that wasn't quite as short as I expected, but that's about par for the course, isn't it? How else could we have ended up on chapter 36 with 120,000 words? Until next time. All right, so there's our soapbox for this one. Consider distraction, and consider that pilled shirts are actually kind of comfortable. Okay, I just have a few things that I want to say for this one. Okay, starting with Daniel, actually. Sorry, everyone, except for Sammy. Starry actually sent me an incredibly interesting comment on Daniel right after this one was released. And Starry pointed out that Daniel, despite Arthur absolutely ripping him to shreds in the last chapter, Daniel still holds so much fucking power over him. Even though Arthur set the record straight for him, and even though Arthur finally made the man own up to all the pain and suffering that he's caused to his children, Daniel has every bit of strength to absolutely wipe Arthur and John off the face of New York City. He could ruin their lives by telling everyone their secret. He's got a massive following in the parish that would listen to him. The parish is probably the majority of the community around there, and they're likely to listen to this man that they've trusted. Arthur and John would have no defense against it, because why would they not believe this man? And there's nothing that they could say. There's nothing that they could rival, and there's nothing that they could say that would to the parish that could be equal to the damningness that is being homosexual, especially in the 1930s. So even in Daniel's darkest moment, he holds so many cards, and that's fucking horrible. Oh, when Starry wrote that out, I was like, this is big brain. This is insane. No wonder Arthur's bitchy. Am I right? So, wow, I just wanted to share that. Thank you, Starry, for that. That was incredible. I remember, actually, hey, Marix, guess where we were when this chapter was happening?
Oh,
We were at conference. What a good time. I could talk about conference for 4 hours, and then we'll never get to the rest of the LTL. But I remember, like, running out of the bedroom, and Marix was sitting on the couch, and I was like, Marix, listen to what Starry said. That was such a fun time. What a fun time, Marix. I'm so glad we did that.
oh, me too. We gotta do it again.
Gotta do it again. Let me check the chat. Ray says, Hauntie, I do hope you realize I submitted some poetry to an online poetry forum thing because of inspiration. I'm so proud of you. Oh my goodness. That's awesome. Congratulations for having the audacity to do that. Congratulations for just having the fun and the joy and the power to do that. I'm so happy for you. Inky says conference was so fun. Inky, we must have met. We must have met. What you were wearing. I might remember what your face looks like. That's so cool. Yay, we've met. Oh my goodness.
Dude, Inky, I appreciate you sending me more of those little Arthur cards, by the way. I love them so much. I keep them in my wallet, so if I ever want to pretend like I'm Arthur Lester.
Oh my gosh, that's so sweet. Oh, you were handing out like the private investigator cards?
I did!
Oh my gosh, that's so cool. That's so cool. Oh, Ray says I got in, by the way. Congratulations, Ray. Congratulations. Oh my
Yay!
gosh, I'm so happy for you. I'm going to be real. I said everything that I said without the asterisks of whether or not you get in. I didn't say, I hope you get in. I didn't say that I hope they like your poetry. I just said, I'm so proud of you for the audacity. And now that I hear that you got into it, congratulations on that. But the important thing was that you tried. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
Preach.
That's what I'm saying. But congratulations. I'm so happy for you. That's really awesome. Wonderful. Okay, and then Sammy says it's so telling of his privilege that even at his bedrock, he still holds power in his hands. That's what I'm saying, Sammy. I knew, Sammy, that you would particularly appreciate that. I knew that you would like that comment. It was just so striking to me. Okay, let's keep going. Just like Marix said, Arthur's reaction to the poem was everything to me. I needed everyone to like sit in the feelings of the poem for a long time because of course I have to. And I was trying to think of like how can I draw this out without just having everyone go back and read it again? Like that's not, I didn't want to just post it a few times. So I had Arthur like make John read it over and over and over so that hopefully as Arthur is letting the poem sink into his body, my readers are letting the poem sink into their body. That was the ideal on that.
Big brain, big brain.
Big brain, big brain. And then finally ending this chapter on the phrase, it's what his body needs. That was actually a line that was in like the middle of a paragraph at one point. And after I wrote it and read it back, I was like, that's the end. Because nothing could concisely summarize the entire sentiment of what I want to show everyone in this eating disorder process is that all that matters is what your body needs from you and how you can continue to show love to your body in every way. So I will continue to choke up at this line. I choked up when I read it for everybody after or right before conference, and it hits squarely in my heart. It means so much to me. This entire chapter means so much to me. And actually, I wrote this poem before I started writing the chapters themselves.
It's such a freaking amazing poem, dude. It's perfect. It's beginning to end perfect.
Thank you so much. I'm so proud of it. I really
should
am.
be.
Yeah. And I told myself if I could not write the poem for this, then I would not write the fic. So I forced myself to just like wade through it. And I did a lot of different drafts of this poem. I actually started with parts where John was talking about the way that Arthur looks. And so many of those old lines of like, Arthur, you look withered, like your skin looks gray, your muscles look like frayed twine. As you further stray from food, I fear you eat yourself alive. Even that part about like trampling hooves, all of that came from the early versions of this poem. And there were some things that I wanted to keep that I did like, and then there are some things that I didn't like and needed to discard. But I allowed myself this open space of creativity where I just worked through it and wrote more and more and more until I found the words that I needed. And of course, I edited the whole time. There's so many changes that I made to the poem in the week leading up to its release. But that creative space of just allowing myself to chip away at that marble really helped me there. And I needed to come back to that when I had lost my way. But it's so important to me now when I remember back to just allowing myself to be free with this poem until I found the right words. And also I learned that I didn't want to start on a negative note. I didn't want to start with talking about how bad Arthur looked. I didn't want to start by talking about the detriment to what he would do to his body. I wanted to start exactly where John starts. That's where I found myself starting. That you have beauty, you have it, you haven't found it yet, but you have it and have had it this whole time.
So good.
Okay. My goodness. So let me check the chat. Sammy says, I really like that comment. Yeah, me too. And Ray says, it was fun, so fun to go through the process. I'm really glad that you enjoyed going through the process. I sometimes get very anxious for things like that. But I'm glad that you had fun, top to bottom. That's really awesome. I hope that you continue to submit to poetry places. And just for the hell of it, just for the sake of sharing your work. All right, Marix, how do you think we're doing on time?
We're doing good.
You think so?
Yeah, because we
What do
have
we have?
3 hours and we're
4
on
chapters.
3 chapters. So
3 more chapters? 4
yeah,
more
3 more
chapters.
chapters. We're on 4. 37,
4.
38, 39, 40. 4. Yeah.
Well, we better get to it.
All right.
Here we go.
Previously on To Live Two Lives, Oscar discovered a means to help his anger. Content warnings, discussion of alcoholism, religious homophobia, men crying, tally 10. Oscar. And Oscar presses, following Charlie as he walks toward the register. How did it go? Charlie shrugs half-heartedly, popping out the register drawer and starting to count the change. Wasn't a jolly good time, I'll tell you that. Charlie, Oscar warns. He takes a seat at the bar and gives Charlie a reprimanding glare. Oscar made a promise. A promise to call Charlie out on his bullshit, a promise to hold him accountable for all of his slip-ups. And Oscar will not fail him. Charlie sighs guiltily, divvying up the pennies into piles of 5. All right. His accent flattens just a little. It was fucking miserable. I guess I didn't realize. The tallies pile up before dumping them back into the slot. I didn't realize how much I don't believe it, you know? Oscar nods, saying the words that he thinks he'll say to Charlie 1,000 times more. I do know. Just saying his death date. Just saying how many years it's been since he... Charlie huffs roughly, moving to the nickels. It was overwhelming. I'm so used to talking to him in the present tense, I'm so used to... His accent drops entirely. I'm so used to him being in the present tense. You've managed to live multiple lives in one. Oscar empathizes as he watches Charlie collect the nickels again. But never the life of Noel is truly gone. You know, Charlie smirks, counting the dimes. I almost wish I did believe in that afterlife of yours. Maybe it'd give me something to look forward to. Oscar stares at him. If it helped in the way you think it does, Charlie, do you think I'd be where I am? Charlie pauses, looking back at Oscar deeply. He reaches out to squeeze Oscar's fingers. I'm sorry. Oscar gives a soft exhale, tilting his head toward God. We earn our seat in heaven, Charlie. He faces Charlie again, squeezing back briefly before letting the man resume his task. We earn it by living, and enduring what comes with. Yeah, enduring sounds about right, Charlie mutters, writing down the register's final tally and forcefully pushing the dresser back into its slot. Enduring is a fucking slog, you know that? As well as you do. Yeah, well, how did your bedtime stories go for you? Oscar grimaces, remembering how the hands on the clock grew fuzzier as he watches them tick into early morning. Equally painful. Yeah? Charlie starts wiping the counter as he eyes Oscar with the now familiar look of his, the one that says, tell me more. Oscar sighs slowly, preparing himself once again to delve into the world that he's hid for so long. Charlie, I still don't even know whether or not Alexander's alive. Oscar moves his arm so that Charlie can scrub beneath. I can't just decide that he's dead for the sake of sitting with my loss, especially when every nerve in my body is screaming that things feel far more ambivalent. Charlie pauses his scrubbing, and he whispers, because you keep telling yourself that you're going to see him again someday? Oscar nods, as he always. The weight of Oscar's pain feels a lot lighter when it's slung over 2 sets of shoulders. But to be honest with you, it's the anger that's the hardest to face. It's so immediate and so strong. Oscar tightens the tie in his sleeve as he grimaces again. And it was strong last night. Charlie wrings out his rag, humming lowly with the look of his. Did you drink? Oscar shifts uncomfortably in his seat, feeling both Charlie's and God's eyes upon him. Oscar? He mutters with shame. Hey! Charlie snaps in front of his face, and Oscar opens his eyes, which he didn't even realize he had closed. Hey, this is part of it, right? Fucking up? Oscar shrugs, resigned. Right. We ain't gonna give one nasty look to our demons and scare 'em away for good. Not at this point. Some of Noel's accent creeps back into his voice. And they've learned pretty fucking well how to stick around, right? Right. Oscar repeats with a little more confidence as he dodges Charlie's wagging finger. We just gotta keep trying, Charlie says passionately. That's what we said, right? That's what we agreed on? Mercy. Oscar didn't think he'd be one for a pep talk, but he has to admit that it does feel inspiring. Right. So, we do it again tonight. Charlie crosses his arms with finality. Sit with the shit every night till we kill it with kindness, yeah? You still with me on this? Oscar feels the corners of his mouth start to turn upward. I am. Good. Charlie gives a curt nod, and then he starts to refill the napkins. 'Cause I ain't putting up with an hour-long pity party every goddamn night only to learn that you are off regular partying without me. I'd much rather be soused to. Oscar huffs, almost like a chuckle. Charlie. What? Your accent. Charlie stops, blinking twice, and then he drops his head. Ah, shit. Oscar does chuckle at this time. We're fucking up, right? We're fucking up. Charlie agrees. When he catches Oscar's eye, he smiles gently. But the bar's almost open anyway. Gonna need his help to make it through the shift. Especially after the night I had. You might need it for a while after Steel. Oscar smiles back. Yeah. Charlie's gaze lingers on him for a moment, and the slight flush red crosses his cheeks. Yeah. Oscar can't look away. The sight of his friend, so open and vulnerable with him in a way that he isn't with the rest of the world, looking at Oscar with a fondness that speaks of profound, unbreakable trust. It raises the blood to Oscar's own cheeks when he finally finds the words to describe this feeling. It's intimate. It's intimate, but not in a way that Oscar's ever felt before. Not in a way that encroaches on his vows to God, and not in a way that he could feel with any other person he knows. It's just right. Charlie coughs behind his hand as his face turns his red face back to the napkins, and it genuinely makes Oscar want to giggle. Well, Charlie points at the clock on the wall, now striking noon. Ain't you got priestly duties to attend to? Ah, Oscar nods as he undoes the knot in his sleeve, letting the fabric hang loose to conceal his arm. Thank you. I believe you're also supposed to be busy at the moment. Just you wait. Charlie grins, white as ever. Customers are going to be rolling in any second. Better dash now before the herd starts to stampede. Aye, Oscar laughs, standing up from his stool. Well, take care, Charlie. See you tomorrow? Charlie says almost meekly, giving a small wave. Aye, Oscar says with every bit of tenderness in his heart. Until tomorrow. The travel bag with the communion supplies is gone. Of course it is. Father McKinley has them, and he's out visiting Miss Pallon at the moment, as he's going to do every week, since it's no longer Oscar's responsibility. Oscar breathes measuredly, trying to ignore the way his blood hurtles through his veins. But it's infuriating. Father Daniel's seniority somehow trumps all others' say in the matter? The parish member's preferences are irrelevant to the opinions of the priest who's not even involved in the decisions that he makes. The entire community must simply bow to the choices of one deeply hateful man. Oscar's blood hurtles faster, careening, flying, sprinting, galloping. He's galloping. No, his anger is galloping, furious and strong and persuasive as ever, loud and clear as it beats madly in his ears, as it tenses the muscles above his knees. And mercy does he want to act, to follow, to chase, to let his mind go blank and his body run free with this all-encompassing, violent rage. But no, he's not. He's supposed to. He's supposed to be sitting with this, listening to it, sympathizing with it, killing it with kindness. He feels his hand already trembling, already clenching like it's springing to attack. He watches his hand shake on its own accord. He watches it wind tighter as it pales at the knuckles. He watches the freckles on his skin blur with the movement. He watches it spasm and contract with the leap of his blood. And he watches. And he watches. And he watches. And Oscar realizes that he's watching his hand shake. He's not feeling it shake, or rather, he's not overcome by the burning fury that makes it shake. He's watching. He's watching the anger flow through him. He's watching his body react to his anger, manifest his anger, liberate his anger, until suddenly, the shaking starts to ease. Oscar watches his hand lose all of its energy, all of its tension. He watches until his hand stills completely, not a trace of a tremble left in it. He watches intensely until his eyes feel dry and strained, and then he blinks, finding himself 2 steps to the right of his body, observing from the outside. He sees himself exhale one long, slow breath, and then not a single muscle within him moves at all. He blinks again, back inside his body, where a calm quiet seems to reside. Mercy. A loud door slams, and Oscar yelps in surprise. He spins around to face the sound. He sees a tall, broad figure walking down the nave.
Father Oscar?
The sound of Father Daniel's voice, shockingly, doesn't immediately ignite Oscar's anger as it normally would. Instead, Oscar is far more wrapped with confusion as to what he sees in front of him. Father Daniel isn't dressed in his cassock. He wears an uncharacteristically humble dress shirt and slacks instead, and there's a peculiar foreign hesitance in Father Daniel's gait as he walks up the aisle, and even more still, there's an absolutely alien shyness in the priest's tone, one that robs Oscar of reply. And as the priest finally meets him at the crossing, Oscar is somehow further stunned beyond words. Father Daniel stands like a man who's terrified of taking up space. His shoulders are drawn inward slightly, his head is ducked to avoid height that he used to flaunt. He clasps his hands in front of him, not with his familiar impatience, but with a smallness that speaks of self-doubt.
Forgive me, Father Oscar, are you busy?
Father Daniel says with a furrowed brow, one that is strangely more timid than irritated. Oscar finds himself taking a step backward, wholly unsure of how to react to the stranger in front of him.
Father,
the priest asks again, even quieter.
I
Oscar forces himself to speak, though he barely knows what to say.
I was just...
He instinctively looks toward the communion bag on the shelf. Or, rather, toward where the bag would have been if it were Oscar's responsibility to see Miss Pallon today. But before Oscar can feel the stir of anger in his gut again, he notices Father Daniel look toward the shelf too, only to then quickly turn his head away. Is that embarrassment on his face?
Father Oscar, I would actually like to ask for a moment of your time.
Father Daniel clears his throat, though it lacks all the command that it usually has.
If you would be so kind.
Oscar studies Father Daniel, still expecting the priest to corner him, loom over him, talk down to him like a scolded child, do anything that would tell Oscar in no uncertain terms that Father Daniel disapproves of him in every way. But Father Daniel just stands at a respectful distance, waiting for Oscar's answer. Oscar looks around quickly, noticing the quickest path to exit, just in case.
What is this about?
Well, Father Daniel takes a long inhale, not quite meeting Oscar's eyes.
I was hoping I could speak with you.
Oscar narrows his eyes at him suspiciously, repeating,
What about?
Could we sit? Daniel gestures to the pew.
Say what you need to say, Father.
Oscar takes another precautious step backward, finally feeling his anger rousing.
Here.
There's a disappointment that crosses the priest's face, though. For once it doesn't seem like it's directed at Oscar.
All right.
Father Daniel shuffles his feet subtly.
I believe, Father.
His voice softens further.
That I owe you an apology.
Oscar balks. What is this? A trick?
For what?
The priest huffs, almost a laugh, and oddly, almost a cry.
I am certain that there are many, many things.
Father Daniel finally does make eye contact, and Oscar is, astonishingly, even more thrown. Oscar has never seen this sort of sadness in the priest's eyes. It makes his facial wrinkles look deeper, his posture look weaker. For the first time since Oscar met him, the man looks completely disarmed. Oscar freezes in place.
Please.
Father Daniel beckons Oscar to follow him to the pews.
Come sit.
The priest turns, finding his own seat on the first pew, and gestures at the spot next to him with a nervous but sincere invitation. Oscar blinks at the man, realizing that he's never heard Father Daniel stutter before.
Please,
the priest repeats softly. Oscar's gaze flits between the exit and the pew, between the safety of his cottage and the danger of brushing against his rage again. And it's not too late for Oscar to leave. He could flee from these sparks of anger before they flare. He could douse their embers with a cold splash of gin. He could avoid this awful man before he will inevitably stoke Oscar's rage until it blazes. Or Oscar could seize this opportunity before him. An opportunity that Oscar made a promise to take. An opportunity that, without a doubt, God has gifted to him in his time of need. Oscar could, both figuratively and literally, sit with his anger. Well. Oscar swallows, feeling his feet move toward this man that he has despised for years. This man who has spit his bigotry onto the congregation during every mass and every sermon. This man who has condemned Oscar unjustly over and over. This man who has brought Oscar to the brink of violence time and time again. Oscar sits next to Father Daniel, and he hears the priest sigh in relief.
Thank you, Father.
Father Daniel says with hardly any breath.
I know that. It must be challenging for you to sit here with me, and I deeply appreciate that you have.
Oscar says nothing in return. He keeps a cautious, stern face as he watches the priest collect his thoughts. I must apologize to you, Father Oscar. Father Daniel's voice is rife with uncertainty, but not for the act of apologizing. No, for that he seems certain. Last night, I've recently come to realize that for years I've held a part of you accountable for all of my own insecurities that have plagued me since my daughter's day. Oscar frowns. He knew Father Daniel had a son, but he hadn't heard about a daughter. And certainly not a daughter of the past tense. Father Daniel takes out his pocket watch, clicking it open to reveal a small picture of a young girl. When my wife passed in childbirth, Father, I devoted my entire life to God. I swore to raise my daughter, as well as myself, to live the holiest of lives in the hopes that one day, he strokes the girl's face, we would meet my wife again in the kingdom of heaven. We would live together for eternity in his kingdom as a family, as the family that we had lost. The picture is clearly worn from the number of times that Father Daniel has rubbed his thumb across it. The black and white has faded to a dull shade of gray over time, but the priest still looks at it with nothing but love. To describe my parenting as strict would be a severe understatement, he continues, adjusting his glasses. I was determined that we would do no wrong in the eyes of God. I snuffed out any small flicker of insubordination as I would a lit candlewick between my fingers. The man heaves a hefty breath, which drops his shoulders nearly to the bench. At once, Oscar finds himself sitting startlingly taller than the mountainous priest beside him. I know the matter of homosexuality is a rather fraught subject between you and I, Father Oscar. Father Daniel says quietly, but not unkindly. But please, bear with me. Oscar feels an immediate defensiveness tightening his throat, but Oscar doesn't force the knot to loosen. He breathes with it instead, as much as he will allow. Father Daniel goes on. The Church has a long-standing history of disagreements with homosexuality. In fact, Father, that's not even you can deny. He pauses, closing his eyes. And so, in my blind ambition to bring my family together when our times came, I wore this disagreement, this intolerance, like a second skin. And I forced Bella to wear it too. Oscar scowls involuntarily, but Oscar can't disregard the honesty that he hears. Father Daniel catches his breath. The priest looks up into the distance, his mind far from the present moment. I forced it on her, Father Oscar. I forced her to recite the words to me, never once asking how they made her feel, never once welcoming questions, never once allowing an opposing argument to be heard in my house. Father Daniel's posture folds further. Never giving her a chance. Oscar keeps expecting to hear Father Daniel's signature condescension in his words, but all Oscar hears instead is the man's pained perseverance. And severely painful it must be, for Oscar realizes, you think she would have argued, given the chance. The priest's gaze snaps to Oscar, a fearful look in his eyes. But this fear isn't directed toward Oscar. This is a fear of understanding, of confronting. Father Daniel exhales, and he quivers as he nods, and then he turns his eyes toward his lap. I learned recently, Father, that she would have. His breath hitches again. Or rather, I accepted, as I believe that I've always truly known. Oscar finds himself unable to maintain the sternness of his expression. He feels the tension gradually easing out of his lips, his cheeks, his jaw, and when the strain in his eyes finally fades too, Oscar begins to see Father Daniel through a new lens entirely. The man before him is no longer the same overly confident, hypercritical man that Oscar has come to loathe. The man before him is something else entirely. Someone unsure, scared, humbled, someone lost. My daughter died, thinking that I did not love her, Father Oscar. Father Daniel whispers like he can barely stand to hear his words himself. And now, in death, I cannot change her mind. Mercy. Oscar feels in the pit of his stomach, with God as his witness, a sincere pang of sympathy for the man. At this moment, Father Oscar. Father Daniel sounds terrified. As I am with you now, I feel as if I'm losing my grasp on myself, distorting inescapably into someone whom I don't know. Father Daniel reaches a trembling hand for the crucifix beneath his dress shirt. The man whom I'd believed myself to be would have been unwavering in his faith, despite this knowledge. He would have chosen to forsake his pride for his daughter, his love for his daughter, in favor of the loyalty that he had years since promised to God. He would have learned to dispose of his guilt so to lead a life that would take him to his kingdom, to his heavenly wife at the end of his days. His lips quiver. He would have disposed of his guilt, father, as he would have disposed of Bella herself. Every word sounds like torture to the priest. But I'm losing this man, father. I am losing him and his faith, and as I try desperately to cling to him still, I am being ripped in two. His jaw locks in place as if to dam his next words, but the flood pushes through anyway. Because I cannot stop this, I am distorting, irreversibly distorting into a man who would turn his back on his faith, a man who would turn his back on everything that he had preached for the last 30 years, a man who would never dare disappoint of his fucking daughter. His grip on his crucifix starts to tremble. No, I would rather dispose of everything that I have ever sworn to uphold, to condemn, to teach, to sermonize. His voice turns manic. Everything that has defined my upbringing, my perspective of the world, my morals, my character, my relationships to my family, my relationships to all others, my sense of reality. He gasps for breath, gulping down air. The man's full body shakes with every inhale. But Oscar waits patiently for him, waits for the redness to leave his face, waits for his breathing to even. When Father Daniel finally settles himself, his voice barely sounds. I would dispose of all of that, Father. I would dispose of it so easily for the chance that one day I may find her again. He sniffs. I may join my daughter in death with open, loving arms. Then, almost unintelligibly, wherever she may be. Father Daniel's eyes grow misty, and he scrubs them roughly. When he rests his hand back on his lap, Oscar reaches for it without thinking. The man startles, but Oscar holds firm. Father Daniel's hand is calloused, large and sturdy, and it dwarfs Oscar's. It feels strange to hold a hand like this, and stranger still to hold a hand of this man in particular. But when Father Daniel locks eyes with him, the gratitude that Oscar sees in the priest's gaze is worth it all. Father Daniel grips their hands tighter together. I am distorting, Father, because what I have learned cannot be unlearned. What I have seen cannot be unseen. Tighter still. And I have seen, Father, finally and horrifyingly, the pain that I have caused. To my daughter. And to you. Oscar's eyes blow wide as Daniel says intensely, I have seen the pain that you have endured to sit with me today. The pain that Bella took to her grave. The priest places his other hand on top of Oscar's, his voice rattling with agony. My deepest regret, Father, is that I have long since missed my chance to beg for Bella's forgiveness. She is gone. She is gone, and I am frightfully uncertain if I will ever find her again beyond in this life. Father Daniel takes another shuddering inhale. But, Father Oscar, at this moment, as I am with you now, the priest can barely manage the words. I can still beg for yours. Oscar looks rapidly between Father Daniel's eyes, stricken with disbelief. It is a terrifying sight to see the man's soul completely on display, naked and writhing as it's held into light, vulnerable and unshielded from judgment. And it's even more terrifying still to be handed the soul with the plea to judge of its worthiness, with the plea to forgive it, even after it's done unforgivable things. But Oscar, too, has done unforgivable things, and God will still offer his forgiveness to them both, so long as they ask for it. So long as they are vocal. So long as Oscar works every day of his life to share the truth of God's love for all of his children, to create an environment for the scared, lost people to feel safe in God's hands, to preach against the bigoted hatred of the world and instead grow a community that finds appreciation for each person's individuality. So long as Oscar can find compassion for this man, find compassion for all of Oscar's feelings toward him, and then make good on them both. You are forgiven, Oscar says without a hesitation. Father Daniel gapes. Are you... Father, this is no simple matter. You are forgiven. Daniel gasps helplessly, staring at his hands. How could you? Because I will teach you, Father. Oscar releases their hands to clutch his own crucifix. I will teach you all the ways that God loves those of us like your daughter. Those of us like myself. Father Daniel blinks, and then he nods quickly. Yes. I will teach you how to live as both versions of yourself, Oscar says, brimming with conviction. A man who is equally devout to his daughter as he is to his faith. Father Daniel sucks in a sharp breath. A man, Father Daniel. Oscar holds the priest's cheek firmly in his hand. Who will make your daughter proud? Father Daniel nearly collapses into Oscar's arms, his sizable weight almost toppling them both off the pew, but Oscar strains to hold them upright. Oscar will fail no one today. Thank you, Father Daniel whispers in between unsteady breaths. This is my calling, Father. Oscar nods. This is my purpose. The priest lets himself weep. He takes his time on Oscar's shoulder, alternating between sobbing and collecting himself and sobbing again. Oscar rides through the waves with him, giving him all the time that he needs. Over time, the longer breaths become more frequent than the shorter ones. Father Daniel eventually gives a tap on Oscar's shoulder, unclasps himself from the embrace, and self-consciously straightens his posture. He takes another long moment, cleaning his glasses on his shirt, before he finally clears his throat. Thank you, His lips purse for a second. Actually, Father, I have a request. Oh? I was hoping that perhaps you would. The priest puts his glasses back on. Invite me to join one of your home visits to Miss Pilon. Oscar's eyebrows leap upward. Miss Pilon? Yes, well, I should never have tried to keep you from her. Father Daniel shakes his head. She clearly values you, Father, more than I could know. Oscar holds back the tears in his own eyes. We value each other. That is quite evident. Father Daniel's eyes flick toward the ground. So, would you? Of course. Aye, Father. Oscar smiles, feeling a certain joy that Oscar would have never expected to share with the man in front of him. You would be welcome to join us. I think I could learn something from you both. Father Daniel smiles back shyly. Aye, you will. Well, the priest stands, dusting his pants a bit awkwardly. Perhaps we should set a date, then. Oscar stands as well, looking back toward the empty shelf. Oh, well, Father McKinley has already seen to her once this week, so I'm sure she won't mind doing us both this favor, Father Daniel says gruffly. So, whenever you'd prefer, I'll clear my schedule for it. Oscar finds himself starting to chuckle. We'll go tomorrow, then? The priest nods vigorously. I look forward to it. All right, then. Oscar breathes deeply, feeling the atmosphere grow warm around them. As do I. Right. Father Daniel formally sticks out his left hand for a shake, and then he coughs quickly and switches to his right hand. Oscar takes it with an earnest smile. See you tomorrow, then, Father. Tomorrow. And thank you again. Oscar nods as Father Daniel turns to leave. They both give a small wave goodbye, and soon the door to the church closes behind the tall man. And Oscar tilts his head back, looking up to God in heaven, beaming brightly.
Oh man. Oh my god.
I love that one. Oh no, now we're getting hit with the art. Stop, no, wait. I'm not ready.
Sammy says, also Miss Pilon is going to be so confused. Like the last time Father Daniel was with her, she was being interrogated.
Bro, she would be so confused, especially if Daniel steps up there first. Like, imagine opening the door, and then seeing Daniel, and then seeing Oscar peek up from behind him.
Oh, it's funny. Let's recognize some of these incredible artists. Rab, of course. Uline, Oranges, and Starry. Oh, Oranges is new in here. We just got some stuff from Oranges. Such beautiful art. Such beautiful art. Oh my gosh, I love it.
I know why God sent me the Hunky Boys magazine.
Oh
I've
my
been
God.
playing for this for a while.
The Hunky Boys. The Hunky Boys. Okay, I actually don't have too much for this one. And this one doesn't have a soapbox moment. So I think we're going to be able to get right back on track after this one. We're going to have plenty of time. All I really care about is that chapter 40 is released before midnight. That's all I really care about.
Yeah, we're definitely
released...
on schedule for that. And we'll have plenty of time to talk afterward, I'm sure. I'm going to go grab some granola bars. I will be back.
Okay. Yeah, if we release chapter 40 at like 11:59, I'll be a happy man. I'll be fine. All right, team. Yeah, Sasha. Marix has just been killing it this whole time. Have you believed that Marix has been given his all for 30 fucking hours? It's crazy. I'm so proud of him. Okay, let's get into it, fellas. We're going to start with the Daniel stuff, I think, and then we'll go back and do the Oscar stuff later. Okay, so All right, let's talk about Daniel admitting that he'd rather change the course of his afterlife to find Bella wherever she may be, as opposed to the thing that he had been working his whole 65 fucking years toward. That is insane. That is an insane, huge change. Oh my gosh, Soup Sandwich! I'm so happy you're back. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Oh my gosh. So happy to have you. Yeah, the fact that Daniel can turn his entire perspective around, and I mean, he has no idea where Bella is. If Bella has ended up in the worst place that his afterlife offers, and he's still willing to chase her there, holy fuck. That's insane. This man, 65 years, has had this plan to go meet his wife with his daughter in this kingdom where he's already decided that they're all going, and just, oh my God, just he scraps all of it. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's fiction. Not to be a downer, but listen, we've been through so much, y'all. We've been through so much. We deserve just a little bit of hope at the end here. We deserve it. Okay, let me just check on chat because I'm seeing it go so fast. Oh, thank you, Ray. Thank you for telling me I'm a talented writer. I really appreciate that. Sasha says, I want someone to love me that much. I know, right? I do, Sasha. Okay, hopium time. There we go. Absolutely. Okay, we'll keep reading. We'll keep reading. Also, Daniel cussing. Ugh. Ugh. That means something to me. Oh, also I see a new person in the chat. Sam, yes, that's Sam. Hello, welcome. Thank you for
We
joining
have
us.
so many Sams.
I know. How many possible Sams could we have? Well, you are Sam now. We've got Sammy, and then there was another Sammy a while ago. So we're gonna call you Sam, just to keep it straight in our minds. Thank you so much for being here. So Daniel cussing. Oh my God, this man has never cussed. Never cussed in his whole fucking life. Never fucking cussed. Oh my God. And today he does it. Today he's coming in with not his cassock on, not his proper prim clothing, not his expensive soup. Sorry, I said soup. Suit. I've been looking at the chat and everyone's talking about soup for some reason. He's not coming in his expensive suit. He's not wearing his, like, he's probably got like rings and those cufflinks. He's not wearing any of that. He's coming in such humble clothing that Oscar nearly didn't recognize him, and he drops the F-bomb. Who is this man? He doesn't know. He doesn't know either. That is the symbolism.
I think this isn't Daniel, and Oscar needs to use he needs to put that exorcism into effect.
He's possessed. The real Daniel doubled down. Yeah, not his expensive suit and not with his expensive soup. Absolutely. The not Daniel. That's hilarious. So many Magnus references here. This is who we are. This is the fandom. Yeah, so having Daniel say my fucking daughter, I really think that is just, first of all, like the most intense verbal escalation for him in particular. He's never even said like, oh my God. He said, oh my word. He said all of the fancy things. He's never cussed. And then today, he literally doesn't feel like he knows who he is anymore. So he fucking drops the F-bomb, and I'm so happy that he did that. I'm so happy for him. He deserves that. Oh my gosh. Also, Oscar saying to him that I will help you make your daughter proud without knowing what those words meant to Daniel. The make your daughter proud, the thing that Daniel has been chanting these last 37 chapters, that must have felt like a true sign to Daniel. Like that must have felt like he did it. He found the right place. He found exactly where he needed to go. And I can't imagine like what kind of holy experience that must have been like for him. And immediately after Oscar says that, Daniel breaks apart and he hugs Oscar, and he just feels finally like he's found a path for him being so lost. Oh, just oh. Ray says sugar in the wounds instead of salt. That's funny. Also, oh yeah, symbolism of dressing. Okay, the only other thing that I wanted to talk about here was a very short story about, oh, right, really quick, Sammy said, I mean, he's condemned his entire world, his family, for so many years. He's been shoving aside these obvious thoughts in order to preserve his power and privilege. Yes, he has. The ignorance of it all. And ignorance as in, like the, what's it called? The one where you do it and you do it on purpose. The on purpose ignorance. It's too late. It's too late for me to be thinking about words right now. Whatever that one is. Okay, yeah, absolutely. Totally, Sammy, I agree with you there. Okay, so Oscar and his shaking fist. This entire scene was born out of a real life thing that happened to me, where I, for the first time in my life, experienced sitting with my feelings as an observer. This was the first time. So I told, thank you, Sasha, willful ignorance. Oh, I appreciate that. So I've expressed before that I had a real big problem with vomiting my whole life. Trigger warning, by the way. But you should have known by now. I've been scared of vomiting for my whole life. And I recently learned that that fear is rooted in, of course, a lack of control. Because when your body needs to vomit, that ain't up to you. It ain't up to you when that's happening. That's coming out whenever it's coming out, and you just have to deal with the consequences. That is what was terrifying to me. That is what I learned through the course of my therapy, is this lack of control, of course, because my OCD-like eating disorder brain just needs to control every part of my being, and vomiting is one of the things that I cannot control about my body when my body decides that it's time to happen. So I figured that out, hooray. And I remember doing yoga one day, and usually I wait like 30 minutes after eating before I do any kind of like physical activity, just to let my tummy settle. But I forgot to do that this day. I didn't wait the full 30. And immediately I was in downward facing dog, and my body was like, whoa, like, what are we doing? We cannot be upside down right now. That's terrible. We just ate. And of course, my body let me know that this was a mistake by giving me nausea. And so I went into a panic attack, because I do. I have been trained to. That's just how my body and my mind really respond to nausea. And I recognized for the first time ever that I was having a panic attack based on this fear. And I recognized even more that my body was shaking, like physically trembling so much. I was watching my stomach, and I saw my stomach like quivering and bouncing in a way that I had never seen it before, because usually I've just been in the panic. And it was so unusual to me. It was so new to me that I just immediately went into this observation phase, and I just watched my entire body basically convulse for like a solid minute. And I was just watching it shake, and I was so dumbfounded that I wasn't really feeling overwhelmed with the panic as much as my body was feeling overwhelmed with the panic. And I just kept watching until my body stopped shaking so aggressively. It got less and less intense. It started to calm down. And then eventually I was just staring at myself completely still, sitting on my yoga mat. And I was in total shock of what happened. I couldn't believe what was in front of me, because I realized that I just let my body feel out the emotions until it was done feeling them. And that was it. And suddenly my panic attack was over. I wasn't even feeling nauseous anymore. I was just sitting comfortably as all of these emotions coursed through me violently and exited as they needed to. I was so blown away. I couldn't believe it. So I had therapy that week, and immediately I told Carla, I was like, I had this whole experience, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe what just happened. And Carla was like, your body processes your emotions through movement, through action. Why do you think that we cry? Why do you think that our teeth chatter when we're in fear? Why do you think that we shake when we're having a panic attack? Because that is the body expressing these emotions in its own way in order to move through them. And so it all clicked for me that day that sitting with emotions is letting your body feel them however the body feels them. Most of the time, for me, that's crying. I cry a lot. I think it's just part of who I am. I'll cry at anything. But that is an active effort of your body to express the emotions through so we can get it out of our systems. So being able to recognize when you're having these panic attacks or when you're having any feeling, basically being able to recognize the physical symptoms of what you're feeling and then observing those physical symptoms is an incredible way to be that observer, be that honest witness, and allow your body to feel what it needs to feel in order to move on from those emotions. So whether that be fist clenching, fist shaking, body trembling, heart racing, palms sweating, knee bouncing, teeth chattering, whatever it is that your body needs in order to process these emotions, sit with those and observe those. And that's how we can get through this together. That's how we can sit with our emotions, do just as Oscar does, and watch his hand shake until it no longer needs to. And of course, always keeping in mind that sometimes you're going to need some distraction. Sometimes you won't be able to handle it all in one go. Sometimes you're going to need some breaks. But that is a great place to start. Let me check the chat really quick. Ray says, I think this fic hits hard because I do have similar anxiety around food and stuff. And yeah, I think it genuinely helped me get slightly better with food. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy to hear that, Ray. I'm so glad I could provide you just a different perspective, just something else to think about. And then you interpret it as you need it. And I'm so glad that I can be here to help. Raph said arm spaghetti. Classic Raph. And Inky says, oh, Inky was talking about, people were talking about sugar. I'm going to let that one sit. Okay, so I think that's all I wanted to say on that one, I think. Raph said, I also said the Hunky Boys comic was out of order. Oh, they're randomly assigned, I think, Raph. Like, I think when Marix pulls up the slideshow, they just kind of go on random. Alrighty. Okay, I think that's good. Do you want to add anything else, Marix, before we keep going?
Nope.
All right, what are we on now?
38.
38. Oh, Sammy says, thank you for the Daniel chapter. Oh, Sammy, it ain't over yet, pal. It ain't over yet.
What does that mean? I don't like this.
I'll find out.
Squinting. Previously on To Live Two Lives. Charlie promised Oscar that he'd sit with his grief. Content warnings, explicit war flashbacks, and gore. Charlie. The low rumble of tanks approaches. Dust sweeps through the air, covering every surface with a suffocating, dismal gray. Bullets rain from the sky, sideways and vertical and sideways again. And Charlie's face is between Noel's hands, splattered for the 1000th time with hot, jammy blood. What's wrong, Charlie? Noel's jaw slips from its hinges, hanging down off his face unevenly, swaying. Don't tell me it loves me not. Charlie wakes up mid-scream, the image of Noel's red, disfigured face still vivid behind his eyelids. Charlie bolts upright in bed, holds his breath, and snaps his gaze to the clock. 7:15. 15 minutes later than yesterday. He exhales raggedly, and then Charlie, as part of his routine now, lets himself cry. He sobs into his knees as he curls into a ball, and he gives himself 20 minutes to recover. That's about what he needed yesterday. Maybe someday in the future he'll only need 10. You died on September 29th, 1918, he whispers, hugging himself tighter. And I've fucking missed you every goddamn day of my life since. Those 20 minutes pass, and Charlie feels the tears on his face start to dry into crusty lines. He smears them across his cheek with his palm as he wetly sniffs all the snot back into his head. No one said he had to grieve pretty. He tears back the covers from his bed, feeling that emptiness in his chest. Not the bad kind, though. Not the emptiness that makes him feel like flimsy, de-stuffed stuffed bear. The good emptiness. The kind that makes him feel like he's cleared out all the gunk out of his pipes. The kind that makes him feel lighter. He walks to his bathroom, facing his mirror immediately. He looks rough. Of course he does. Nightmares will do that to anybody. But he also looks awake. He looks alive, invigorated, and excited. He's seeing his friends today. Charlie takes his time shaving with his new razor, and he gets dressed, styling his hair and plucking his eyebrows. So what if there's no real occasion for it? Maybe he just got inspired to look real nice today. Maybe a man can get all gussied up for himself every once in a while. And for someone else, too. The apples of his cheeks turn as red as, well. He shoos the thought away for now and finishes tying Noel's tie around his neck. He chooses not to give this one up. He likes carrying around a piece of Noel, something that's real. Something that keeps Noel close to his heart without it being a detriment to his psyche. Plus, it's a good color on him. He gives himself a final once-over in the mirror, and then he smiles. Not a wicked sneer, not a shark-toothed smirk, not a plastic grin to desperately hide all of his bad feelings, but a genuine, gentle smile. One that's finally starting to feel a little familiar on his lips. Good shit ahead, right, pal? Noel's thick New York accent slips off his tongue by habit, and Charlie laughs quietly to himself. We'll work on that later. We got time. Charlie whistles as he grabs his hat and heads out his front door, holding his breath briefly against the rancid smell of city garbage. Yeah, some delusions are easier to shake than others. This place really does smell like a shithole. But the outside air is fresher and crisper, and the sun is already outside beaming, and Charlie's got friends to see. And honestly, what could be better, really? Charlie walks up the sidewalk to the lot of brownstone buildings, spying a colorful floral wreath amongst a sea of boring brown and stone. Marie really put the rest of her neighbors to shame. Call him biased, but Marie's got quite the eye for the little old lady variety of decor. Ugh! Charlie coughs, trying to get the wind back into his lungs. Shit, sorry, pal, I didn't see you there. No, it was my fault. The tall man in a damn fight suit waves his hands apologetically. Forgive me, I was lost in thought. Huh. The man looks like he's been sobbing. His eyes are red and glistening, and his nose is swollen like a balloon. He heaves one hell of a sigh, and then he gives Charlie a kind smile from underneath his huge mustache. Hell, maybe he's facing his nightmares too. Well, the older man tugs on his suit jacket, which, holy fuck, that does look expensive, and he nods once. Have a good day, sir. Yeah, you too, pal. Charlie watches the man walk away, feeling weirdly like something important just happened, but having absolutely no clue what. He shrugs and makes it the rest of the way to Marie's steps. Honey, I'm home, Charlie calls as he lets himself into her house. Christ almighty, how is the woman not blind from these fucking walls? Charles, Marie says from the kitchen, and well, is that almost excitement he hears in her voice? Did you forget about little old me? Charlie teases as he kicks off his shoes. Sorry for being late, I was getting my beauty sleep. He strolls into the kitchen. Plus I had to do a little trimming up for my sweetheart, as usual. He stops dead in his tracks. Marie sits at an already set table, a cup of tea in her hands, and a suspiciously anticipatory look on her face. Damn, Muffin! Charlie tisks at her. You didn't even wait for me? Her small eyes dart toward a platter of semi-touched cheese and crackers, and then toward the other kitchen exit, and then back to Charlie. She says nothing. Hey! You ate most of the Swiss! He scoffs, pointing a finger at her. That's grounds for divorce. Her eyes linger on a cup of tea waiting in the opposite empty seat. Ah. Charlie scratches his chin sheepishly. All right, you love me too. Thank you for the tea. He's about to take the kettle from the table and place it back on the stovetop for her, but there's no kettle on the table. It's already back on the stovetop. She must have carried it herself. Weird. Maybe her joints are feeling particularly strong today. He shrugs, turning instead toward the fridge. Hey, you got any milk, babes? I'm feeling a little celebratory today, and I could use something special in my tea. He opens the fridge to find his prize on the top shelf. He snags it quickly and starts to close the door with his elbow. So, what's up with you being so quiet, Toots? Charlie says as the door latches. Usually you're giving me hell for something at this point. He stops deader in his tracks. Right there, right next to the fridge handle, buried among the 40 billion photos and postcards tacked onto the woman's refrigerator, is a sure-as-shit picture of Oscar. What? Charlie whispers, taking the photo out from beneath the pile. It's an old photo, clearly. The man looks half a decade younger, thinner in frame and beard. And Oscar's arm is wrapped around a half-decade younger Marie. Holy hell, has this been here the whole time? Charlie, says the photo of Oscar, and Charlie gasps, dropping the thing, and almost dropping the milk, onto the ground. Young Oscar looks back at him from the floor, his lips parted in a toothy smile. Son of a... Charlie says breathlessly, his heart going a mile a minute. He picks up the photo and spins around to face his gal. Damn, Marie, do all your photos talk like this one does, or... Charlie stops dead and a few extra ers for the hell of it. Oscar, in the flesh, stands before him, looking at Charlie with a most delighted and slightly confused smile on his face. And, of course, Marie continues to say absolutely nothing. "Charlie," Oscar says again, blinking like he doesn't believe his sight. Marie looks between the men with curious eyes as wide as her glasses. "Whoa," Charlie gives a wobbly smile. Fancy seeing you here." Oscar chuckles in return, and God does Charlie love to see it. "Well, I guess, Charlie holds up the photo. "I guess this thing wasn't talking to me, was it?" Oscar covers his mouth slightly with his hand. "Probably not." "Yeah." Charlie huffs a laugh, feeling his cheeks warm. "Probably." There's a short moment where the two of them just smile at each other, and while Charlie definitely wouldn't mind making a short moment a longer moment, Oscar's eyes flick back to their overly attentive audience member. Oscar clears his throat awkwardly, places Charlie's milk on the table, and stutters, I didn't realize you knew Miss Pillon." Yeah, probably best to change the subjects for both their dignity's sake. "Who the heck is Miss Pillon?" Charlie grins as he walks over to his gal and drops his arm over her shoulder. She huffs at him sourly, as if she doesn't love the attention. "You talking about my sweetheart, Marie?" Oscar looks amused. "Your sweetheart?" "That's right." Charlie winks at her. "Me and my sugar plum have been married for years now." "Have you now?" Oscar snickers, raising his eyebrow at the lady nibbling on her salt of her cracker. "Tell him, babe." Charlie jostles her playfully, and she pushes him away with the strength of a duck. The rubber variety. "How long's it been?" Marie rolls her eyes, landing them on Oscar. "Charles grew up as my neighbor, Oscar, and he's been a pest ever since." "That's my gal." Charlie kisses the top of her head, and she bats at him. Okay, ow, that actually had some strength. "How comes you never told me, Oscar, about me, huh? I'm wounded." Oscar mews. "I'm actually surprised we made it this long without meeting here coincidentally. I've known Miss Pillon for years as well." Charlie looks again at the picture still in hand. "Yeah, I can see that. What's it been, a decade?" Oscar smiles at the picture too. "Around there." "And how comes you never saw my picture on the fridge?" Charlie huffs. "There I am, top left corner, behind the 1929 newspaper clipping." Charlie walks over to the fridge that has so many damn things tacked onto it that he's surprised the thing hasn't face planted into the floor by now. He points at his old photo with an arrogant emphasis. My apologies," Oscar says, and Oscar eyes the entire mess, chuckling. "I don't know how I could have missed it." "You ain't as astute as I am." Charlie shrugs. Reveling in the way, Oscar rolls his eyes at him. Then Charlie sticks Oscar's old picture next to Charlie's, and Charlie privately considers how good they look side by side. Oscar smiles bashfully when he sees Charlie's work, and while that definitely goes straight to Charlie's ego, Charlie would really rather not blush in front of the peanut gallery. "Anyways," Charlie turns a sharp glare to the guilty lady at the table. "What gives, Marie? Why you been keeping us in secret this whole time?" Marie looks between them again, and she hides her face behind her teacup. "Miss Pillon?" Oscar squints at her. "It's nothing!" Marie's face turns pink. "Oh, that ain't nothing." Charlie comes back to the table, grabbing himself a chair. "Spill, Toots." Her eyes dart wildly, and then she sets down her teacup with a dramatic sigh. "Fine, fine." She clears her throat primly. "I was hoping you two would meet like this someday." "Like what?" Oscar asks. She tosses a hand in the air. "By happenstance. On a whim. After you became friends." "Yeah, but why?" Charlie presses. Marie sucks on her lips. "Babe, just say it." "Because it's a good story, boy." She sticks up her nose, crossing her arms. "It's dramatic. It's narratively rich. Can you really blame me?" Oscar scoffs. "A good story?" "Yes," she harumphs. "Two troubled people, more similar than not, finding each other out of necessity. Strangers through and through, they discover that their lack of history and expectations for each other make the other the perfect candidate for a truly new friendship, one that helps them redirect the trajectory of their lives, growing together into the people that they want to be." She sniffs pompously. "It's the best drama at the bar since Ginny and Mike got together." Charlie looks at Oscar, and Oscar looks at Charlie, and neither of them are safe from blushing now. "And," Marie says into her tea, "you should have seen the shock on both of your faces." She takes a sip. "It was funny." Oscar's cheeks look like tomatoes at this point. Charlie tries to sigh disapprovingly at Marie, but it actually just comes out as a tired, shallow laugh. But that makes Oscar snort, and they both break a little bit, and then... Fuck it, it is kind of funny. "Oscar, don't listen to her." Charlie snickers as he points a thumb to the old woman. "I think we all know the real reason that Marie didn't give up all this time." All eyes turn to Marie, who once again hides behind her cup. She mumbles, I do also like to meddle. There it is, Charlie grins. That's my gal. Mercy, Miss Pilon, Oscar says, fondly exasperated. Well, I hope you enjoyed the show. Charlie grabs a couple crackers for himself. He pauses before trying to toss them into his mouth. Ah, shit. Did you guys already do the rat-a-tat? What? Oscar gasped. You know about that? Know about it? Charlie huffs as Marie takes a long sip of her tea. I made it up. Oscar's jaw nearly sits in his lap. You're kidding. She didn't tell you about that neither, huh? Charlie pops a cracker into his mouth, glaring at the old woman who's currently kicking her feet like a schoolgirl. You've been passing off my work as your own, eh? That's a legal offense, you know. She said it was a family tradition. Oscar also glares. She wouldn't tell me who the family was, though. Charlie continues through another mouthful of cracker. Yeah, I cooked that one up when I was real young. Early tweens, maybe. I always thought that her grace was kind of boring. No offense, I guess. So I rattled that one off instead. Charlie remembers the day, and he beams. Swear on my life, Oscar, that was the first and only time the woman's ever genuinely laughed. Oscar gives him a curious, conspiratorial smile. She did not. Cackled like a hyena. Oscar covers his smile with his palm, and they both look at Marie. See? Marie says snootily. This is funny. Aye, all right. Oscar chuckles, wiping his face. You and your gossip, Miss Pilon. Mercy. Insufferable, ain't she? Charlie winks at her, and she humps in reply. Try being married to her. Anyways, Charlie grabs a few slices of cheese. Oscar, are you, sticking around? Oh. Oscar gives a little surprised jump, and then he looks toward Marie, tilting his head. Is that all right with you, Miss Pilon? Oh, yes. Marie waves a tiny hand at him. You two have much to catch up on. Mercy, there's more? There is, boy. Fuck's sake, Marie, Charlie says with cheese stuffed in his cheeks. What else you been hiding? So much, she snickers maniacally to herself as she takes another nibble on what must be the same cracker she started eating an hour ago. Oscar doesn't even know that Arthur is Father Daniel's son. Oscar's face goes bleach white. What? Do I know a Father Daniel? Charlie reclines in his chair to get a better view of Oscar, who's panically curling his entire body into the crook of his elbow. And Christ alive, Charlie might also start to enjoy this show. Marie gives the most impish little smile. Oh, boys. She takes another sip of her tea. I have quite the story to tell you. See you, baby doll. Charlie waves as he starts to descend the steps. The summer is still alive and bright and shimmering, just the way he likes it. Oscar says behind him, God bless, Miss Pilon. Take care, boys, Marie calls back before shutting the door. Charlie waits at the end of the staircase for Oscar to catch up, and then they both start to walk back down the sidewalk, both of them letting out a quiet sigh. What a fucking ride that was. What a fucking ride this all has been. Kind of fitting, though, ain't it? Recounting everything they've been through together, how the relationship has changed and grown, how they as people have changed and grown. And now, with just the two of them, it's the perfect time. Charlie's gonna take his chance. He's a bit nervous about it, but, well, that's to be expected. And ain't that all part of the fun? Say, Oscar. Charlie starts, scratching his cheek as their footsteps fall in sync. Hmm? Oscar half replies, seeming to be focused on enjoying the sunlight on his face. Charlie clears his throat. Okay, turns out nerves are actually not that fun. I want to tell you something. Oscar raises an eyebrow. I'm listening. Right. Well, I've been thinking, and Charlie takes a deep breath, leaving Noel's accent on his exhale. I was thinking about how different my life is going to be now, with everything we're trying to do for ourselves, with everything we're doing together, with... He swallows. Oscar looks at him openly. Go on. Things are different for me, and for the first time in a really long time, I think things are better. And they're going to keep getting better, and that's really... Christ, he really thought he was smoother than this. Heartening, Oscar says gently. Yeah, Charlie snaps. Yeah, exactly that. Oscar smiles, looking ahead again. I know the feeling. You would. Charlie chuckles, and then he bites his cheek. So, anyways, I just wanted to tell you that I couldn't do this without you, alright? Oscar says with feeling. And you. Right, well, there's more. Charlie swallows again. Oh? Jesus, are his hands usually this sweaty? So, I was thinking about our friendship, and, well, something feels different with you. Fuck, wait. I mean in a good way, Oscar starts to slow down his pace, furrowing his brow. Not exactly inspiring. And, I'm not trying to... I know about your vows that you took when you became a priest. Charlie feels like he's speaking a mile a minute. But I just wanted to say that our friendship means a lot to me, okay? And it's not like... I'm not trying to say that... I just mean I feel like it's different from Charlie. Oscar grabs Charlie's shoulder, halting him in place. His eyes are wide and brilliant and everything that Charlie could get lost in if given the time. Huh? I know exactly what you mean, Oscar says with a frankly scary intensity, shaking Charlie's shoulder slightly. I feel the same way. Tiny little butterflies dance in Charlie's stomach. Christ. You do? I was just... It's so surreal that you're telling me this now, but... Oscar stops himself, and then he breaks into a downright dopey smile. Charlie, you are exceptionally unique to me, unlike anyone else. The way I feel about you is so new to me. Something about you is so... I've never felt this for anybody, what I feel for you. Oscar chuckles on an exhale. The only way I can describe it is that you're right for me. He squeezes Charlie's upper arm. Charlie Dowd, you are right for me. Charlie blinks once, then twice, then thrice. You just put my whole confession to shame, you know that? Oscar grins. I did a bit, didn't I? Kinda rude, if I'm being honest, but those damn butterflies are having a fucking field day in Charlie's stomach right now. I'll tell you what. You can make it up to me. Oh? Oscar says like he's trying not to be too excited, but Charlie knows how to read the man by now. And how's that? Charlie slings an arm over Oscar's shoulder, and he begins to walk them forward. You're taking me out today, my friend. My whole day is clear, and you're going to be feeling it. Oscar laughs, falling in step with Charlie and leaning inconspicuously into his side. And where is it I'm taking you? Who the fuck cares? Charlie says, maybe a bit too vulnerably. The situation calls for it. As long as you're with me. Aye then. Oscar answers in kind. We'll find out when we get there. Charlie blinks back a tear from his eye, and he can tell Oscar does the same. Yeah, they'll find out when they get there.
Oh, everyone in the comments has just been having a field day with this one. Oh,
They're so cute.
They're so sweet.
It's illegal. Someone arrest these two.
It's illegal. Okay, I forgot that I needed to make a Tumblr post. Whoopsie. Let me just add that real fast. Go ahead and talk about who's in the fan arts this week.
Oh, we got me and who else was it? Let me see. Ray. I think this. Yeah, art by Ray. Nice. Whoop whoop. Both look so good.
Oh my gosh. How are we dating? Okay, Malevolent tag post. Okay, and then I'm going to post the...
Hey,
the
wait.
Mm-mm.
We're on 38. 39 is next.
39 is next, yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure you weren't posting the last chapter.
No,
what are you doing?
I am. I'm gonna post the one that says the final is releasing soon, so that it gives like plenty of time for people to come around.
Okay.
Yeah. Post. Okay.
Oh, you're posting about the... Okay, got it.
Yeah,
I thought you were posting the chapter itself.
Soon.
I was like, why?
Yeah. No, just saying like it's coming soon. Come join us, just to give everybody plenty of time in case they want to come join. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me go back read. People saying I need to kiss them on the forehead. I'm passing away. Sammy says, don't pass away. There's more Holy Ghosts out there. Ray says, when we get there. Oh, Ray says, this was my favorite chapter to write fic for. Oh, thank you. Or poetry, they say. Okay, yeah. Oh my goodness. Yay! Okay, I'm so glad that everyone loved it. I had such a fun time with this chapter. It was so nice to write like fluff, you guys. It was so nice. One of the hardest things of like trying to get myself to keep writing when I was in the trenches of it, when it was still chapter 22 and I had almost the entire last half of the fic to go, like one of the hardest things is that it was all so depressing. It was all so rooted in trauma. It was all so rooted in these really hard feelings that were not just hard for my characters, but hard for me too. Like, I had to relive so much of my life that I had tried to put into the past. I had to like look really deep within myself to find all of this other trauma to conjure for the rest of them. It was really excruciating. And when I finally got here, yeah, I was burnt out. Yeah, but also it made it just a little easier to write something happy, to write something fluffy. And it was so lovely. Oh, Ref says fluff gets me through every day. I know. Oh my gosh. Soup Sandwich says, Your Honor, I'm rotating them in my head microwave style. Yeah, totally. Okay, so I mean, obviously, you guys know that Marie is the best. Marie, she was the schemer behind the scenes the whole time. She was there. Ugh. She was hiding things from them and each other. She never told Oscar about the rat-a-tat-tat. Oh my gosh. She never pointed out their photos on the fridge, despite them being there the entire time. She was waiting. She was playing the long game. She was. Inky says it's so nice to finally have almost everybody on the same page. You're telling me. Mad says walking down the hill is always easier than up the hill. That is definitely how it felt. Soup Sandwich says, Marie, she's been here the whole time. Oh my goodness. She was the original Holy Ghoster. Yeah, she was. Yeah, she was. That's true. She's known both of them since they were young. She definitely knew Charlie since he was a young kid, and then she met Oscar when he was in his 20s. So,
Oh my gosh, she really is in for the long haul.
long haul, baby. The long haul. I'm so proud of her. She got exactly what she wanted. All right. We're so good on time right now.
Yeah.
We're so good on time. Oh my gosh. Wow, we caught up. We're great. Cool. Then yeah, why not? Let's go through all the parallels. The start of Charlie's chapter in comparison to where he was back in chapter 4. All the way back in chapter 4. Do you guys even remember chapter 4? That was so long ago. It was so many hours ago. Wait, Mad says Marie is like those teachers who sit their students next to each other because she sits them and wants to force proximity. That's so funny. All right, so the parallels, looking at Charlie's life now in comparison to how it was. They both, of course, start with the nightmares. Noel says, don't tell me it's loves me not. Charlie screams when he wakes up. They get chewed through by the tanks. But then, nowadays, he sleeps a little bit later than normal. It's 6:45 as opposed to 5:30. And it's even later than it was yesterday. So he's making progress there. He cries instead of forcing himself to just get over it as quickly as possible. He talks to Noel in the past tense instead of the present now. He cleans the gunks out of his pipes. Okay, actually, we do have time for this. This is so funny. Because I'm a Potato Lord fan, I did read Going Postal from the Discord series. And there is a character in Discworld who constantly tells the main character that he needs to keep his tubes clear. And he'll do anything, any regimen that seems like outlandish, he'll do it if just to keep his tubes clear. And we as the audience are like, this guy's fucking wild. Like, what the hell is up with this guy? And then by the end of it, like, that character survives a fucking fire, and the paramedics are like, his tubes were just so clear. It was really really good.
I don't know what Discworld is, but I love whatever character this is.
Yeah, it's so funny. Read Going Postal if you haven't read it. It's very, very funny.
You should send it to me.
So cleaning the gunk out of his pipes was a little subtle reference to keeping his tubes clear. Really quickly, Sammy says how he puts the Knoll mask on versus now not needing as much. And it's still there, of course, but he's using the mask more as reassurance than a crutch. Absolutely. You get it. Other things that he does that are in parallel, he looks into the mirror immediately without having to pause and gather his strength. He admits that he looks terrible, but he has compassion for himself. Who wouldn't look terrible after a nightmare? He has hope inherently for the day instead of just forcing himself to believe that surely it's going to be a hopeful day. He looks forward to seeing his friends instead of just getting ready for work in 6 hours. He got a new razor. He's taking time to look nice for the hell of it instead of taking time to cover up a bruise. He wears Noel's tie with the recognition that he's not trying to become Noel. He just wants to keep the memory of Noel close to his heart, like literally, physically close to his heart. He's smiling genuinely. He recognizes his work on needing to, not immediately start with the accent, but he gives himself compassion over there. He admits that the place smells like shit that he lives. And the very last line says, honestly, what could be better? Because this time he is honest about it. So we've come so far. I'm so proud of him. I'm so proud of Charlie. I love him so much. Oh my gosh. People, mostly Sasha, sobbing in the chat. Sasha, you better be hydrating. Better be hydrating over there.
Everyone hydrate right now. I need to go grab water. Wait, do I have time? Can I go grab water?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
Go grab some water. Yes. Inky says we also get the better shit line instead of the bad shit. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, yeah, everybody. Oh my gosh, Matt says hydrate or die straight. I would never die straight. Okay, so Marie's explanation of why their story is so interesting. First of all, it's so funny. I think that's really hilarious. But second of all, I think that this shows like two things. Number one, this is a really great parallel. Do you guys remember all the way back in chapter 30 fucking something when Charlie and Oscar were becoming friends for like the first time. And Charlie's like making Oscar laugh and Oscar's making Charlie laugh. And then Charlie breaks into that scene where he's like, coming this summer, enemies to lovers, come see it now. And he's doing this big dramatic like exposition of their story. This is Marie now doing that, but she has a way better grasp on it. Okay, Ray said, Hauntie, I don't mean to bother, but I don't think the poem for 38 got linked to 39. Can you expand on that? Not quite sure what you mean. And then Inky says, Maria's been playing the long con for plus or minus a decade, and honestly, mad respect. Absolutely. Yeah, respect that girl. So I just think that that's a super, super fun parallel there. And then also, I think that this is important because for many, many weeks, so many people were saying, I want a Marie chapter. I want a Marie chapter. I want to hear Marie's perspective. And I did not write a Marie chapter, and I never was going to, because I don't think that stories are interesting when your narrator knows everything. And Marie has, since the beginning, known everything. She has been plotting and scheming, and she knows like the deeper meanings of everything. And when she's talking with Daniel, she knows all of the intricacies of what he's trying to say and what she needs to avoid. And it's just not as fun when you're just gifted all of the knowledge that either you already know and she's explaining it back to you, or sorry, I'm just seeing in the chat, like the poem I had written based off of 38 didn't get put in the links at the start of 39. Okay, right. Thank you for telling me that. I want to make sure that I fix that, and I will do so when Marix starts the next read. Thank you. I appreciate it. And also, sorry about that. I thought that I had done that. So I will make sure I make that correction.
Hauntie's just too famous now.
Too famous. No. Yeah, so just sorry for everyone who wanted a Marie chapter, but I don't think that you would have found it interesting to just be told all of the information that you know, or just be given all of the answers. That's not very exciting. I only wanted the dumbest characters to have POVs. Sammy says she's not lost in the plot, she is the plot. Let's go. Yeah, so we get to see just a little bit of Marie's perspective, and it's hilarious, and I love that for her. I was so surprised that not a single person brought up to me the pictures on the fridge up until this moment. I really thought that so many people were going to be like, Charlie's going to find Oscar's picture on the fridge. Oscar's going to find Charlie's picture on the fridge. I thought I'd done a good job of setting it up. I did not, I guess. No one said anything. But I was like,
did
go
Charlie
ahead.
ever mention seeing his own picture on the fridge earlier, or Oscar seeing his own?
They never see their own, but they do know where they are.
Yeah, but
we also,
did they ever say it?
did they ever say it? No, but we do see Marie look toward the fridge when she's talking with Daniel when thinking about Noel. So we know that Noel is definitely on there.
Smart. It's very, very vague, though. I'm too
Yeah.
stupid.
It might have just honestly not been set up very well. But alas, oh well. I think it came across cool when people were like, oh, wow, that's exciting. Wow. Raph says they imply it. Yeah, I mean, Marie implies it. Subtly, though. Very subtly. But they also just say, like, I mean, when Oscar turns toward the fridge at one point and he's really down on himself, he says, like, all of Marie's friends and family posted on the fridge, all of the people who care for her. Why would he not be on there? You know, he's one of the people that she cares for. Okay, let me go back and check the chat. Inky says no one can find anything on that fridge. That's the real problem. Yeah, that's definitely the real problem. Sammy says Marie looks at the fridge when Daniel's over. Yeah. If you go back into the footnotes, there are multiple times that the fridge is referenced, but that's okay. It was still really fun to be like, to see all the people be like, oh my God, they're in the fridge the whole time. It's really cute. And we got some good fan art out of it. So fuck me, I guess, but that's fine. Okay. At one point when Marie says, I have quite the story to tell you, I actually changed that line. And the original line that I had her say was, this is a very good story. And the reason why I wrote that line is because I was on draft 1 of this chapter. All of the previous chapters were on draft 1, and this was not a good story. And I needed Marie's pep talk so badly. I needed her to tell me that it was good and that I should keep writing and that I could make it to the end.
Hauntie, this is a good story. You should keep writing.
Thank you. I needed her to tell me that it was worth it because I only had 2 chapters left after this. I was so fucking close. I was so close to the end that I was like, I just need Marie to say something. And I had already agreed with myself that when I released this chapter, in the closing notes, I was going to say something along the lines of like, I realize this is a bit masturbatory, but listen, I needed the pep talk. But then by the time I reached here again and was ready to post it on week 38, I was confident. I was super confident in the story. I was so happy with it. And so I changed it to this is quite the story, just so I'm not as egotistical as I was before. But I really relied on Sharon. I really relied on Marie as much as all of these boys have relied on them for just getting me through this. I
love them so dearly.
I needed her so badly. And I just wanted to point out, the women in this fic are the ones that have their shit together. I just want to put that out. That all the women are the ones that are coming through with good shit. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
Jack's like, hey, I had that one line. Remember when I cheered on Sharon?
Yeah, that's right. No, you get a good one, Jack.
Yo, listen, remember the Tadekin?
Yeah,
that was my magnum opus.
Okay,
don't forget.
All right, just slow your roll.
Okay.
Matt says maternal figure that gives motivation. That's what she was for me. That's what I needed her for. My goodness. Okay. Okay. Marix and I were talking about this when Marix was over here and we were about to go to the conference. One of the reasons that Charlie cares so much for Oscar is that Oscar gives it back to him the same way that Charlie dishes it out. Charlie is constantly cracking these jokes and hoping that someone will respond with the same energy. And when he's with Arthur and John, they banter at each other, and it's super cute, and Charlie wants to be a part of that, but they never really banter with Charlie. And Charlie has a deep-seated respect for Marie because she'll give it back to him every once in a while. She's a little pushy sometimes, but she'll give it back to him every once in a while. But the moment that Oscar said, surprise me, the moment that Oscar said, you thought the leprechaun was a winner, like, the moment that Oscar said to him, like, I can't even count the number of times that you've said Jesus fucking Christ in front of me, I think that Charlie found a deep-seated respect for Oscar in this commonality that they share of just this playful teasing banter as a love language. And I think that's why they love each other so much. And we see that a little bit here too. You know, when Charlie is like, oh, I guess, so you mean like the photo wasn't talking to me? And Oscar's like, probably not, you fucking idiot. You know what I mean? Yeah. And at the end, when Charlie says, like, you just blew my whole confession out of the water. Did you know that? And Oscar's like, yeah, I did. I did do that, didn't I? I did totally mop the floor with your confession. The moment that, like, Charlie says he blinks once, twice, thrice, that's just Charlie falling harder in love with this man in front of him.
They're so cute! Stop it! It's illegal! Someone arrest them!
I know. I love them so much. So I think that's like one of the reasons, not just the trauma bonding that they share, not just the commonalities in their grief and their grieving process, but I feel like Charlie really thinks that he's found a person that matches that same energy that he's giving out into the world. And I'm just so happy for him. Sammy says his heart grew 3 sizes that day. Absolutely. Yeah. So I'm just so happy for them. They found he found his person. Oh,
I'm so happy for both of them. Finally,
yeah.
Oscar. Oscar, you took a while to open up, but once you did, it was game over for both of you. Come on.
That's right.
They're so fucking cute.
That's right. Ray says this is why Holy Ghost got a grip on me. Me too, man. Me too. Me too. I'm so glad I made you a Holy Ghoster. We all deserve this. We all deserve this. And then finally, the last thing I wanted to say on this one is that the last sentiment is incredibly important to me. The whole, we'll find out when we get there. Because this is, I think, the epitome of acceptance and open invitation for curiosity, for wonder, for whimsy, flexibility, just this open invitation with, we don't have to define what our relationship is. We don't have to, decide even where we're going tonight. We don't have to face anything right now. We'll face it when we get there. We don't have to detail out every single moment of our lives. We're just going to exist together and we'll tackle things as they come together. And all that matters is that they are together. And I love that. I love that so much. And also, I think that all of us could stand to just have more curiosity in our lives and to not be afraid of, like, well, I mean, we can be afraid, that's fine. But just allowing things to happen around us as they will. We have no control over everything around us. And if we try to control everything around us, we're going to get eating disorders, and that's a problem. So just believing that things will come and things will go, and just being curious to see what comes up tomorrow.
Embrace the chaos.
Embrace the chaos.
Chaos!
Decisions do not need to be made right away. Totally, I agree. Ray says, I'm heading to church tomorrow. That's exciting. I hope that you have a good time. Sasha says they don't need to know anything. They just have to be together. Correct. Yes, I'm so happy for them. Oh my God. My boys, I'm so happy for them. They've come so far. I love them. Okay, let's see. Oh, wait, Sasha says, I need clawing at the walls of my enclosure. Happy hand stimming is not enough. That's how I feel about them too. I have been pacing this entire chapter. I have been pacing. Okay, well, let's see. Marix, do you have anything else that you would like to say before we keep going?
I don't think so. I think I'm ready.
Alrighty, then I'm gonna fix the stuff that Ray was talking about and make sure that those are linked where they need to be, and I'll let you take it away.
All right, thank you. Previously on to Live Two Lives. John's poem gave Arthur hope. Content warnings, men crying, tally 11. John. F sharp, John. God fucking damn it. It's all right, Arthur chuckles, rubbing John's shoulder sympathetically. Though at this point I'm half convinced that you're doing it on purpose. John pouts, wiping a speck of something off the keys. I like flat keys better. Which is why we're playing a B. Arthur laughs again, the sound dampening quickly in the small second bedroom. To get you out of your comfort zone. John pettily rolls his eyes. 5 sharps feels excessive. Oh, you sourpuss. The modulation from minor to major is triumphant. It wouldn't feel the same if we switched to any other key. Now, Arthur claps once. Let's take it from the repeat sign, yes? Mind your sharps, but also mind the staccatos, John. They could be a bit bouncier. Think like bouncing ping-pong balls. All right, here we go. Oh, Arthur. John notices the clock on the wall hit the hour. Wait, it's noontime. We need to stop for lunch. Arthur smirks. Are you just saying that to get out of playing all the sharps? I'm saying that because I'm hungry. John snaps. And then more pitifully, and also to get out of playing all the sharps. Arthur cackles, tossing his head back. All right, love, we can stop for today. B major will be waiting for you when you return. Great, John mutters. He helps Arthur up from the bench, and then he closes the lid over the piano keys. He'll need to dust again soon. Their little upright is starting to look a bit feathery. Well, he says as Arthur takes his arm. Oh, sorry. Well, he says as Arthur takes his arm. What would you like for lunch, Arthur? Arthur pushes his lips to one side as they walk, the now familiar look of conflicted reluctance appearing once again on his face, as it does before every meal. And yet, he continues to have every meal. He continues to manage. Just whatever you'd like, John. Arthur answers quietly as they exit the second bedroom and head toward the kitchen. Your choice. Salami? John pulls out a chair for Arthur at the table. Arthur gives him a weak smile before taking his seat. That sounds fine, John. Arthur, John says, hovering about him. Would you like me to... Arthur swallows, running his thumb underneath his pants waistline, and then he nods. Yes, please. John takes a seat next to him, reaching for Arthur's hand as he retrieves his yellow notebook from his back pocket. He clears his throat, finds his page, and then he begins to recite his poem for Arthur with as much encouragement as he can muster. As he does before every meal. Thank you, John, Arthur says after a small moment of silence that John always allows at the end of the poem. Arthur gives him a chaste peck on his lips. I suppose my body does feel a bit hungry. Best if I feed it. John returns a much deeper kiss, which makes Arthur smile beneath him. Best indeed. John steals one more kiss from his chuckling Arthur before he heads into the kitchen to start collecting ingredients. As he begins to lay out the sandwich supplies, Arthur pipes up. Oh, John? John spreads a bit of mustard onto 2 slices of bread. There's a strange quality in Arthur's voice that John can't quite name. I have something for you? John gives Arthur's sandwich an extra slice of salami. Oh? Yes, John turns to find Arthur suppressing a smile. Is this giddiness? I have it here, actually. John finishes stacking their sandwiches, and he brings the plates to the table. He sees in front of Arthur a tri-folded piece of paper. What is it? John asks as he slides Arthur's plate in front of him. Arthur bites his lip excitedly, pushing the paper forward. Read it and find out. John raises his eyebrows. He nudges his own plate to the side and reaches for the paper, and when he opens it, all of his organs flip upside down. The logo for New York Times Poetry Collective sits at the top left corner of the page. Arthur chuckles sheepishly. Actually, Lily might want to hear this too. John stares in a trance at the paper. He doesn't move a muscle. Come on, John, come show her! Arthur smiles, tugging on his arm. John lets himself be guided, feeling like his legs are moving entirely on their own, pulling him into the living room, but his eyes never leave that rich blue logo. When he makes it to Lily, he sees her out of the corner of his eye, curiously peering up at him. Arthur coughs once. I know you wrote your latest poem for me, John, but I figured. Arthur laid a hand on the small of John's back, his voice going scratchy. I'm not the only one who's going through this sort of thing. Who's going through this, and I couldn't help but think that there might be someone else, far off in the world, who might need to hear your poem as much as I did. Lily bubbles at John, wiggling her tail to encourage him to read aloud. So, John starts, his voice wavering. Dear John Doe. Arthur continues quietly. It was a bit of a challenge to get it transcribed and mailed, of course. Thank you kindly for your submission to New York Times Poetry Collective's monthly magazine. but Sharon was very willing to assist me in getting it to the publishers. We have reviewed your poem, Your Body Does, for potential promotion in next month's catalog, and I figured if the poem were rejected, then it would be no harm, no foul, and after careful deliberation. But as it turns out, we have elected to... John feels himself start to hyperventilate. To include your poem in the next month's featured authors section. Congrats, and thank you again for your submission, signed... John leaps in place, nearly bursting through the ceiling. Oh my god, Arthur! Lily, I... Congratulations, love! Arthur smiles, moonstruck. John throws the paper onto the couch and sweeps Arthur into his arms, spinning them both around as fast as he can. Christ, John! Arthur laughs, holding on for dear life against the centripetal force. Oh my god, Arthur! John feels his cheeks start to hurt from how widely he's smiling. I'm going to be published! I'm going to be published! John, please! Arthur squeaks as John spins faster and faster. People are going to know my name, my poetry. John! Published in New York Times. John! Published Arthur. John, too tight! Oh. John stops abruptly, almost flinging Arthur directly out of his arms. Sorry, Arthur. Arthur pants until his face looses his purplish hue, and then he starts to giggle. When he gets more breath, his giggles turn to chuckles, and then those turn to cackles, and then he's beating on John's back with immeasurable joy. John feels himself being pulled into the laughter too. Arthur, I can't believe it. John chuckles with wonder, holding Arthur further upwards so the man can wrap his legs around John's waist. I can't believe I'm going to be published. I can! Arthur laughs, resting his elbows on John's shoulders. I always knew this day would come. John gives one more laugh before kissing Arthur again and again, unable to stop the outpour of vivacious exhilaration. He feels lightheaded in the best way. Thank you, Arthur, John says, coming up for air. Thank you so much, Arthur cuts him off with a particularly heady kiss. I'm so proud of you, John. John feels his entire body turn squishy. Well, Arthur giggles. How should we celebrate? I don't know, John beams, spinning them around once more for his own sake. What do you think? Arthur hums, sending a set of fingers through John's hair. I think I have an idea. Let's hear it. So I know you just made lunch. Yes. And as appreciative as I am of your loving efforts, yes. Arthur lifts a cheeky eyebrow. What if we put something else on the menu? What, Arthur? Arthur nods his head toward the refrigerator. How about the rest of those jammy Dodgers I bought? John's heart fumbles, and he nearly drops the man. The cookies? Biscuits, John! Jesus! John stares up with astonishment at this amazingly beautiful man above him. This strong-willed man, this unstoppable man, this man who will never give up his zest for life, who will maintain until the end of all days. This fighter. John? Arthur smiles bashfully. What do you say? Their mouths are too occupied for biscuits for a while. Arthur rubs his stomach, groaning as he lays on top of John's lap. Do you think we'll ever learn our lesson? John sprawls him over on the back of the couch, trying to make more room in his body somehow. The prospects are not favorable. We shouldn't have eaten those sandwiches, Arthur mutters, hiccuping. Yes, that's what did us in. They were so filling. We never had a chance of finishing the tins unscathed. John moans in chorus with his stomach. We didn't have to finish all the boxes, Arthur. Psh! Arthur flaps a hand at him. Jammy Dodgers are supposed to be eaten by the tin. We had 6 left. We were celebrating! Arthur scoffs, and then he immediately regrets it. Christ, lay this way, Arthur. John pushes at the man to get the pressure away from his stomach, and Arthur squirms. John, I will vomit on you. Would you stop threatening me with that every damn time? John, stop, I'm serious. John gives Arthur a hearty shove to the left, forcing the two of them to lay side by side, and they both groan as they sink into the new permanent residencies. Arthur grumbles. Thank God the bar is closed today. As he goes completely limp. John nods, which is a mistake. Agreed. What's the occasion again? None in particular. John swallows down his rising nausea. Charlie's been trying to take more breaks for himself. He didn't give much further explanation. The man does work nearly every day. For far longer than I do, too. Well, good for him. Arthur rolls onto his other side, whining at the effort. And good for us. I think we could use a break as well. We've had a lot of excitement recently. Of all varieties. At least tonight should be rather stress-free. Well then, I think a little rest and relaxation is in order. Arthur takes a long, deep breath. And I know just the thing. John breathes too, snuggling up closer to Arthur. And what's that? How about a nice, peaceful, refreshing, Arthur grins, 30 to 45-minute nap? John cranes his neck to look at the man. Arthur, do you actually just like being awake? The sudden thundering noise sends them both, the men flying off their seat cushions with a chorale of shouts, and then they tumble onto the floor. Jesus fucking Christ! Arthur scrambles onto his hands and knees. Who is... I don't know. John tries to find up again. Are you expecting anyone? No! Arthur rights himself, dusting off his pants. Are you? No! John wobbles back to standing. Shit, coming! John dashes to the door as another knock begins, and he swings the door open with force. Hello? Oh. John's mouth goes dry. John? Arthur calls, walking toward him. Who is it? John, Daniel says timidly, lowering his knocking hand. He clears his throat. Arthur, good afternoon. Arthur freezes in place, and John feels equally rooted. John stutters, watching Daniel avoid his eyes. The man looks absolutely pained. Good afternoon. Daniel, Arthur says guardedly, still unmoving. What are you doing here? Daniel fiddles with the cuff of his expensive, stormy gray suit. John blinks at him, studying the peculiar discomfort that's written across Daniel's posture. I have been doing my rounds this morning, and I thought it best to stop by. Rounds of what? Arthur narrows his eyes, finally walking up next to John to stand by with him defensively. Daniel watches Arthur's movements, his thick eyebrows pinched with what looks like sorrow. Everything about the man is nothing like how John remembers him. My rounds of apologies. Daniel closes his eyes briefly, moving to fiddle with his other cuff. As I have needed to give out many as of late. Arthur's brow shoots upward, and John looks nervously between the two men. And I believe, Arthur, Daniel gazes towards his shoes, that I owe you quite a lengthy one. Arthur's bottom lip trembles briefly. He turns to face John with a questioning look in his eyes. John does not want to have the final say in whether or not they hear the man out. It's up to you, Arthur. Arthur takes a long moment to stare toward his father-in-law, listening intently. Daniel shifts between his feet, unable to look at John nor Arthur. Then Arthur takes a brusque, stilling inhale, and he gives himself a nod. All right, Daniel, he says curtly. Come in, then. Arthur turns his back to the man to navigate himself to the table, so John awkwardly ushers Daniel in. The moment the door latches behind them, John suddenly feels an overwhelming insecurity at the state of their home. Daniel lives in an ornate, nearly spotless mansion filled with butlers and cleaners and paintings that cost more than John could make in a year. John and Arthur's home is lived in. There's still some dirty dishes left on the counter from lunch, and the table still has a few crumb-filled tins of biscuits scattered on it. The windows are open, making the room brizzy but noticeably warm, and the couch cushions are a total mess from just a minute ago. The windowsill plants are dropping soil on the counter, and there's a cobweb in the corner, and the house just looks overall like it could use a little tidying, especially since... Is that cinnamon? Daniel says, immediately sniffing. John says, his nerves strangling any attempt for speech. He points to the cinnamon sticks on the end table. Daniel hums, not unkindly. They're nice. Homey. Oh, John replies. Here, Daniel. Arthur interrupts, pulling out a chair from the kitchen table. Did you want some tea, or... No. Daniel waves a hand, taking a seat. Thank you, but I've already had some today. Right. Arthur physically pulls John over to him and sits them both down together. John is immediately grateful for the contact, if a bit nervous to be displaying it so openly in front of another person, in front of Daniel, even though Daniel already knows. Daniel eyes the two of them, a shade of red embarrassment creeping onto his face. He looks away quickly. So, Arthur says, crossing his arms. John can't tell if it's meant to keep Daniel from getting too close, or if it's just meant to hold himself together. What did you come here to say? Daniel sighs, hurt. Yes, I suppose there's no sense in beating around the bush. He formally adjusts his glasses on his nose. To be honest with you, Arthur, Daniel stops, blinking a few times at himself. John gives a worried nudge to Arthur, but Arthur just raises his eyebrow, listening. Actually, Daniel sighs again, quieter. I should ask you how you're doing. With a bowed head, he has to look up to see Arthur. How are your eating problems? Arthur's stony face falls into surprise for a moment, but then he quickly puts his mask back on. He huffs. I'm Managing. There's a hint of relief in Daniel's eyes. You've found help. Yes, Arthur says curtly. Good. Daniel nods, mostly to himself. Good. Arthur doesn't reply this time, and Daniel sighs once again. Perhaps, he murmurs. My apologies should start there, then. Daniel straightens himself in his seat slightly, and it looks like his body fights him the entire way. I'm terribly sorry, Arthur, for being dismissive of you when you spoke about your sincerely troubling matter, for not giving you the help that you had asked of me. Arthur's posture doesn't change. Daniel continues tortuously. I don't believe that I've ever had the knowledge or experience to help with that particular problem, but when you came to me for assistance, I regret that I didn't bother to try. Daniel doesn't wait for Arthur to react this time, as he clearly knows that Arthur won't. Instead, he goes on. I was too focused on the matter that I cared about, on a matter that was entirely irrelevant to what you needed to discuss, and I stole your opportunity to seek aid for your problems by forcing you to aid in mine. Daniel can't seem to keep himself upright any longer. He slouches with a great weight, muttering, I have had much time to think, Arthur, since you and I last met. Much time to review my life, to examine the choices I've made. While Arthur's expression continues to give nothing away, John is an obvious worried wreck, and Daniel can absolutely tell. But mercifully, Daniel doesn't seem to mind every time John dodges his eye contact. In doing so, Arthur, I realize now that I don't like what I've seen in this life review. I don't like what I've done. Choices that I have convinced myself were for the greater good or for the benefit of others now seem to me nothing but, he struggles through the words, selfish and wholly unsympathetic, distinctly close-minded to the people that I love and even to reality itself. Arthur gives a flat-toned hum. Daniel looks back at him almost helplessly. Perhaps I should be a bit more specific. Daniel coughs quickly as he fuddles with his cuff again. You were right about me, Arthur. You were right about my intentions. About my treatment of Bella, my treatment of Father Oscar, my treatment of you. His thick mustache hides his lips, but John can see the frown that creases his cheeks. About my constant decisions to deny the plain truth in front of me in order to avoid facing what terrified me. Arthur stifles a reaction, but John holds Arthur's knee under the table for comfort anyway. Though at this point it's mostly for John's sake. But the utmost truth of the matter, my son. Daniel's voice cracks on his last word. What you were supremely right about is that there is nothing for me to fear. There is no danger that threatens you, no deceitful friends, and while I will always be a fretting father, constantly scouring for any harm in my children's path. He coughs again through a strained throat. I realize now that I have been looking in all the wrong places. Arthur's bottom lip quivers again, just once. John's does too. John squeezes Arthur's knee harder. Father Oscar is a good man, you know. Daniel takes a long inhale, steadying himself. I found him after you left, Arthur. I told him of the crisis of faith I was having. The inability to reconcile the religious teachings that I held dear to my heart with the overwhelming desire to abandon them altogether for the love of my children. He shakes his head sadly. I was so lost. Arthur's flinty expression starts to wither away, and Daniel's composure withers with it. I spent the morning with him today. Daniel's voice breaks down. As I will each week for the foreseeable future. As I said, Arthur, he is a good man. He could have chosen to cast me out of his life, to refuse to speak a word to me that wasn't strictly business, but... Daniel takes off his small, circular glasses to rub his eyes. But he welcomed me to attend his home visits. He welcomed me to hear his teachings. Daniel speaks with more assertion. And in these teachings, my son, Father Oscar will show me the truth of God's love. He will teach me how to embrace it, how to relearn it, and how to share it. Daniel pauses, looking directly into Arthur's eyes with vehemence. He will teach me to love you, my son, in the way that I should have loved you all along. Arthur gasps for breath, covering his mouth with his hand. John squeezes Arthur's knee even tighter, which is probably painful at this point. Today, Daniel tries to press on. He told me something very important, Arthur. Something that I wouldn't have considered without his aid. Something that I absolutely cannot refute. He collects himself, taking a low breath. God is our guide, Arthur. He walks with us throughout our lives, whether we acknowledge him or not. He points us towards the past that will help us grow, and he sends us the tools that we need to thrive. And I realize now, my son." Daniel suddenly turns full body to face John, who goes numb beneath his gaze. "That God has sent you John, this miraculously caring and benevolent man. God has sent him to help you grow, to help you thrive, to love you in ways that God intended." Arthur chokes behind his hand. Daniel brings his palm to his heart. "This love has never been a sin. This love has only ever been a blessing." He fists his shirt. "God has gifted you this love because he believes that you need it. He believes that this love is right for you." Daniel's voice is threadbare. "And if I am to be the father that you deserve, Arthur, then I must believe the same." Arthur flies up from his seat, crashing into Daniel's arms, his sobs instantly muffled by Daniel's shoulder. John watches Daniel fight back his tears, desperately holding his son as only a father could. And then John, too, begins to cry. "John." Daniel strokes Arthur's back as he turns his gaze toward John again. "I cannot thank you enough for what you have done for my son." John doesn't have the words to reply, but Daniel goes on anyway. "I may not know you deeply, John, nor do I know about your history with Arthur." He softly shushes Arthur's crying. "But I can confidently say that I have always known how much you care for my boy, and how much you have cared for my boy." John can only nod, his throat far too clogged. Arthur's body convulses, so Daniel continues to stroke. "I hope, John, that today I may be allowed to call you son as well." John joins them, wrapping both of them in an embrace as tears flow down his cheeks. The three of them sit together, hugging so tightly, and it fills John's heart to the brim with aching happiness. Arthur eventually pushes himself away, scrubbing his smiling face. "Dad!" Arthur laughs wetly. "Oh my God, Dad!" John instinctively pulls Arthur close to him, wiping a tear on his cheek. "Thank you," John manages, trying his hardest to look Daniel in the eyes. "Thank you, Dad." Daniel gives a smile so warmly at them. At his family. "My sons, God has sent me both of you. May I never again fail to appreciate the gifts he gives." Arthur laughs again, the most beautiful laugh that John has ever heard. Arthur nuzzles his face into John's palm. "Well, John," he giggles, "aren't you lucky? 2 dads." "Yes," John says from every corner of his heart. "Incredibly lucky." "Stiff competition, Daniel," Arthur teases. "Jack is quite the guy." Daniel nods. "I should hope to meet him someday, then." John feels floaty, like he's been tied to 1,000 balloons. "Actually," Daniel turns to John once more. "If you wouldn't mind the company today, there is much I'd like to know about you, John. There is much I'd like to learn." "Oh," John stutters, looking to Arthur out of habit. "Oh, Dad, he is a very interesting man." Arthur pinches John's flaming red cheek. "You're in for quite the treat." "I must agree." Daniel almost laughs. "First and foremost, I would very much like to hear from you, John, about how you met my son." John swallows. "Yes, go on, John." Arthur's hand finds John's chest, and he sits them both back down. "Tell him! Describe it to him!" Right," John says, letting himself be seated. It's quite a long story, actually." Daniel replies gently. "I have time if you do." "We do." Arthur finds John's hand and grasps it with both of his own. "Don't we, John?" Yes." John blushes harder. "Of course, Arthur." Daniel says, "From the beginning, then, if you would." He leans back into his chair and folds his hands over his stomach. "Well," John clears his throat and puts on his reading voice, and Arthur beams. "Arthur was the star performer for Jack's Bar back in Arkham about half a decade ago."
Oh my God. Oh my God. We're caught up. We're caught up.
I don't even know how to feel right now.
We're caught up. There's only one more chapter. Oh my gosh. We're caught up. Watching the chat has been such a delight. Such a delight. Y'all are, oh my God, rabid over there, and I'm here for it. Yeah, Ray, if you want to write a fic of this fic, I highly encourage you. Please do it. I would love it if people would engage in this silly little universe with me. Oh my God, there's only one more. There's only one more. I'm gonna pass away too. All right, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. let's not get ahead of ourselves. I gotta point out some amazing fan art. Mads, great fan art on here. Marix is back again. Dari is back again. And Ray, I did realize that you're right. I completely forgot to do the tanks rumbling poem. So I have added that now. So it's in there. So everybody make sure that you go look at Ray's poem when we're all finished too. Okay, and then there's also a small soapbox moment at the end of this one. So we're gonna do this one too. Okay, so here's our soapbox moment. It comes from this scene, and I'll try to read it with like all of the Marix inspiration that I could have. Okay, here we go. Arthur coughs once. I know that you wrote your latest poem for me, John, but I figured. Arthur lays a hand on the small of John's back, his voice going scratchy. Not the only one who's gone through this sort of thing, who's going through this. And I couldn't help but think that there might be someone else, far off in the world, who might need to hear your poem as much as I did. You're right, Arthur. There are bound to be a few readers of John's poem who have gone through the same thing that you and I have. And those same readers are probably reading my words right now, too. Arthur's ED arc, it was the catalyst for this entire fic. Every moment that I suffered through writing this fic, and believe me, I suffered, the one thing that propelled me forward was my desire to write specifically Arthur's story to the end. Documenting my own path through ED was important for my own therapy, but I was also counting on it being important to someone else too. I wanted to share this story on the whim that at least one of my readers needed to hear Sharon's message as much as I did. So if you are struggling with disordered eating, body dysmorphia, or any kind of self-hatred to your body, then you are the person that I have written this for. You are my someone else far off in the world, and I hope that you found some benefit from this. I hope that you learn to practice gratitude and compassion, and I hope that you'll meet me in sobriety one day, where we'll live out the rest of our lives together. And we'll slip sometimes, and we'll fall sometimes, but I'd like to believe that we'll always make it back to each other, more grateful for ourselves than we were before. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna cry even more too. Hi. Sammy says, Kai, okay, cheers. Aw, Sasha, I'm hugging you too. I'm hugging all of you. Okay. Well, let's get through my notes. Let's get through my notes before we get to it. And we have so much time. We have so much time. So we're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay. Okay. Oh my goodness, I have a lot of notes, and I'm just gonna read through so many of them because we got time. We don't got to be in a rush anymore. First of all, crazy coincidence, so fun. Marix read out this chapter on Father's Day in America. That was so exciting. I didn't plan that, but it was such a fun little quirk. That was really, really, I was so happy about that. What a wonderful way to honor all the fathers. Also, the beginning of this chapter, I know, right? Totally wild. The beginning of this chapter, listen. We gotta have a little piano. I didn't want to write more piano scenes throughout the fic because I did 88,000 words of that in For What You Are, but we gotta have one callback. And of course it has to be F sharp. Obviously, it has to be. Obviously. So I'm so happy that they're still continuing to play together, and I wanted to remind everyone that it's still happening. John is still learning. He's still working on being his very own pianist, and I'm so proud of him. Also, I just wanted to throw in some more fun musical stuff. The phrase bouncing ping pong balls to represent staccatos is actually something that so many of my band teachers used to tell me growing up. So I was like, that might as well be a little nostalgic for my old school band stuff. So now, if anyone's playing and wants to play staccato, consider bouncing ping pong balls. There we go. Okay, I do think it's really important that Arthur has reluctance still before he eats lunch. I think that Arthur will have reluctance for a while and maybe the rest of his life. And that's okay because he chooses every time to persevere. And he will live with this cognitive dissonance forever, and he will constantly make that pendulum swing the other way again someday and come back and keep eating, no matter what. And I'm so proud of him for that. Okay, also, and speaking of cognitive dissonance, John getting published. Of course, he's got to be published. Everyone knew he was going to be published. But I thought that it would be a really nice sentiment that John did not send this one to the publishers. I wanted John to write this one solely for the sake of John writing. And I wanted Arthur to be the one to submit it for publishing because of his desire to share his story with everyone else in the world too. And then of course Sharon's got to be in there to help because she's so important. And Arthur probably needed help with like the writing of it all. And so I'm so happy that like the rest of his family helped him get this accomplishment for him. I feel like that's so important to John, to just be relying on his family for so many things in his life. I think it's so important for Arthur to be able to own up to what he's gone through and admit that he has made some really terrible mistakes and admit that he is so proud of his own change. And I could weep. It's such a beautiful moment. And then the moment where John just like picks him up and spins him around. It just fills my heart with aching joy. And of course, Lily had to be there to hear it too. And I love that Arthur was the one saying, Lily's got to listen. Because as we talked about before, Arthur loves that John loves her. And he wants John to share all of his family with this, or he wants to share this publishing letter with all of his family. And that, of course, includes Lily. So just another moment of Arthur being such a good person, such a good friend.
I love him so much.
And then, oh, sorry, say it in there.
I was saying I love him so much. I love Arthur.
Oh my God, I love Arthur. Okay. So John, despite being published, I also think is very important. John is not free of cognitive dissonance just because he was published. He still believes that In Search of Family is his best work, or at the very least, he doesn't say that he believes Your Body Does is his best work. So as far as we know, In Search of Family is still what he believes is his best work. And the New York Times won't publish it. They just won't. They won't ever. He missed the opportunity for that one. And he still has to live with this dissonance of believing that's his best work, being told that it's not worthy of publication, and just having to sit with that and learn how to move through it. And so here we see John recognizing that, yeah, maybe In Search of Family is his favorite poem and it didn't get published, and that's just the way it's got to be. But he continues on. He will get published eventually. Maybe it's not that poem, even if he wants it to be, but he continues to live on. He keeps striving for that better life. You know what I mean? So I'm so happy that he got published. But yeah, cognitive dissonance until the end, everybody. The theme of this is absolutely not how to cure your dissonance. It is how to live with it healthfully, because it ain't ever going away. Okay, what else? Oh, the Jammy Dodger scene. Oh, I just love it. I just love it so much. Oh my God. I love full circle callbacks, you guys. Everybody has been saying full circle. It's my favorite. It's my favorite way to have like a little bow tied up on the end of all of this. I fucking love full circle. Plus, as I said before, say it again, write anything twice. And people will be like, you're a good writer. Wow. Ray says, persisting in spite of it all. That's exactly right. Persisting in spite. In spite. Cognitive dissonance can't hold me back. I will persist. Sammy says, no, I really do like that he still thinks of his family poem as his best work. It's one of those bittersweet moments. Yeah. I mean, you know, we said it in the beginning, there was so much love in that poem. Why would he not love it? And then also, like we were talking about before, his creativity does not have to be linear. So what if he thinks that In Search of Family is his best work and his latest one isn't his best work? So what? He can be happy with both of them. Okay, let's see what else we got. Napping, really great. We love naps for Arthur. Okay, John's, you actually dislike being awake. So funny to me. Oh, Inky says there's also so much love in this new poem. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. So much love. So much self-love, too. Okay, let's talk about the knocks. Marix Moon, everyone. Claps in chat from Marix Moon. Coming up with knocks on the spot. People thought that you had a soundboard for that.
Nah,
People
I just
were
have my
super
desk,
mad.
bro.
Yeah. It was so immersive. So
I'm
much
glad.
fun. So exciting. And I'm so glad the like capitalized uppercase, knocks were actually added just a few days before I published this one. I was just saying like he knocks on the door 3 times. But I was like, it'd be so much more fun. Onomatopoeias. I
yeah.
love those. And I also think that the constant knocking just really speaks to Daniel's impatience that he's had this entire time.
And also, I feel like for me, it's not just impatience, but he's like knocking because he's like, okay, I gotta just do this. I gotta do this and do this fast because if I just
Yeah. You know what? I love that. Wow, I love that interpretation that the fear was getting to him.
Mhm.
And he was like, I must do this. Please help me get it over with quickly.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. I love that. Oh my gosh. Sammy says, it shocked me, I almost fell out of my seat. Sasha says, I checked for someone at the door. That's so funny. Inky says, I gotta get in there before he chickens out. I love that interpretation. That's so exciting. Okay, that's canon now. Thank you. More clothing symbolism. Daniel is back to wearing his expensive suits for 2 reasons. One, I needed him to be immediately recognizable in the previous chapter when Charlie bumps into him, which everyone seemed to recognize pretty fast, so it was very exciting. And 2, this is the symbolic merging of his 2 lives. When he was with Oscar and he was so lost, he was wearing the clothes that were humbling. He was wearing the clothes that didn't represent his normal style or grace or flair or faith. And he told Oscar how lost he was. But now he's coming in with everything that Oscar has taught him, and he's coming in with the clothing that makes him feel comfortable. He is trying so hard to comfortably fit into both lives that he has. And I'm so proud of him for that. Oh, Sasha, when I get you. Thank you. Yeah, I do love symbolism. I do love it. I do love it. This is funny. I wrote, he comes in to apologize to Arthur in his normal clothes because he's learned a lesson about his homophobia, but is also still the man that he believed himself to be, who is devout to God and devout to money, baby. Yeah, Ray says the merging of his 2 lives. Yay! Yay! Title drop. Okay, this is another important one. It's so important to me that everyone is so unsure of Daniel when they hear him out. It takes Arthur and Oscar a really long time before they start to believe the words that Daniel is saying. They hold their guard up for such a long amount of time because, honestly, come on, look at his track record. He deserves a little bit of wariness like that. Yeah, for sure. But I think that we can see that in a really interesting way, specifically with Arthur here. So we can see in the beginning, Arthur, when Daniel says I need to apologize to you, Arthur's lip quivers. He's like, oh my God, really? And then he shuts himself down. He's like, I'm not getting my hopes up. I cannot. I've been burned by this man before. Yeah. So he immediately puts the mask on and he says, I will listen to you, but I'm not coming at it with any investment. Because the last time that he came at it with investment, Daniel was like, I'll talk to Father Oscar for you and stop him from being gay in your direction. So Arthur just immediately shuts down. Then when they do finally sit down, we can see Arthur's mind warring a little bit as Daniel talks about being lost, because Arthur has felt lost in his time before. Arthur has felt directionless. And let me see where this one goes. Hold on one second. Okay, yeah, okay. So I'm so sorry. My live stream notes are fucking crazy. Okay. Oh, yeah. And then before we get to the last part, Daniel immediately, he's about to start to launch into it about the whole sexuality spiel. And then he realizes he did not ask Arthur about how he was feeling about his eating disorder problem, like he should have before. And this actually, I added that the week before because people were like, if he doesn't apologize for that, then I'm going to be so mad. And I was like, oh shit. You better add that.
Slowly raise his hand.
Yeah, right. Thank you, Marix Moon, for changing it.
You can always rely on me to be pissed at Daniel.
That's right. So he starts with that, and I think it's really important that when Daniel says, like, you found help, Arthur's just like, yep, yes, I have. Because Arthur knows that John is the one who has helped him. And in their previous conversations, Arthur had admitted that John couldn't help even though he thought he could. It's really it's too much to get into, but more importantly, he's still guarded and he's still protective of John because he knows that they're both at risk here being outed as homosexuals. So he's still super guarded. And then exactly when he apologizes for being dismissive of Arthur and for asking Arthur to take care of his problems. We can see Arthur's still holding it together, but every once in a while his face might fall. Like when John grips Arthur's knee. Arthur has a brief moment of letting the mask slip and then he comes back together. Okay. And then after that, why are these live stream notes so crazy? What have I done to myself?
It's okay. We're doing good, decent on time, at least.
Yes, I'm not freaking out too much. Okay. At one point, whatever Daniel says, where Arthur gives him that flat-toned hum. What a bitch move. I love that for him. Okay, it says, when Daniel says, selfish and wholly unsympathetic, distinctly closed-minded to the people that I love, and even to reality itself, and Arthur's like,
Yeah. Ooh. That was a big one for Daniel, too. But you know what? Right. Daniel spent so long giving some big digs. Man, he deserves to have, an actual apology. Get
Yeah.
As karma.
Yeah, absolutely. The moment that Arthur gives him that hum, Daniel looks at him like, oh, Jesus, helplessly, oh, okay, this is going to be harder than I thought it was.
Yeah. Good. As it should be.
Grovel. Yeah. Fucking grovel. You should be like this. I mean, that also just speaks to Arthur's character for who he is. But I was like, yes, Arthur. Be a bitch, Arthur. We deserve it. We see Arthur start to crack again the moment that Daniel starts calling him my son again. Up until that point, he had only said Arthur the whole time. Yeah, the whole time he had only said Arthur because Daniel wasn't sure if he was still allowed to call Arthur his son before giving an apology. But then once the apology starts, Daniel feels like he can't hold back because he needs to convey how much this apology means to him. And I think that Arthur picks up on that. And Arthur, when he finally hears from Daniel's mouth that Arthur isn't a danger, and what started all of their arguments in the first place about this sin, this danger, this crisis, only then does Arthur really start to break down. Does he really start to give in and feel like Daniel is truly apologizing in the way that he wants to hear it? And then Daniel admitting that he was having a crisis of faith as a parallel to when Daniel was saying that Arthur was having a crisis of homosexuality or was in danger of having it. Finally, Daniel admitting that he was, in fact, projecting all of his problems onto Arthur. I think Arthur starts to hear that too, and he starts to gasp, and he starts to hold his mouth over his hand. Daniel says that he was lost. Arthur felt so lost. He chokes. He gets emotional over it. But only when Daniel says that if he wants to be a good father to Arthur, that he must support everything that Arthur is and the relationship that he's in. Only then does Arthur finally fully forgive him. And he waits until the last fucking moment to get there. And then he's like, okay, you've done it. You've checked all the boxes. And they're able to be father and son again.
And then you had to add on to the psychic damage with the next part about Daniel and John.
And then to add on for Daniel to call John his son too.
Exactly. And then John calling him dad.
Mm.
Stop!
The tears. I actually want to talk about the part about John where Daniel says God has sent you, John. So I was actually struggling with this chapter because I was struggling with every chapter. And I remember writing out all of the pieces up until that point, up until the point that he says that God has sent you, John. And I remember not knowing where else to go with it, but feeling like that was wholly unsatisfying because everything up until that point is basically what we heard Daniel tell Oscar and what we heard Oscar tell Daniel. So none of that was like necessarily new information to us as the readers. It was new information to Arthur, clearly, and he needed to hear it, but it wasn't new to us. And then I was like, I gotta have something else, but I don't know what it was. So I went back to Google. Why do the Catholics like gays, actually, is what I was typing in. And I found this really beautiful YouTube video where this woman was explaining that she had been Catholic her whole life and she knew from the jump that God would send her the woman that she needed to help her grow and to help her thrive. And I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, that's it. That's it. Oh my God, John was sent by God to Arthur. That's how we're gonna play it in. And I was so excited. And I was like, oh my God, this is so great. I can't believe I finally figured it out. I wrote it all out. I was so thrilled. And then like in the week leading up to this, I was like, oh, that's the same message that I had Oscar say to Charlie like not too long ago. Am I an idiot?
Oh, wow.
Well,
They both hit.
They did, yeah. Yeah, they did. But I was like, I mean, I guess it's a nice tie-in that, of course, the lesson that Daniel learns from Oscar is the lesson that we hear in chapter 33 or whatever it was. I guess that's a nice tie-in. But I kind of panicked too hard about that, man. I feel like I'm taking a step back on all the anxiety on that one. But whatever, it's great, and I'm so happy with it. And I also just love, the parallels, that's what I'm saying. I also just love that moment where Daniel turns like full body to face John, and John is just like, why are you looking at me?
Oh, no, look away.
I hate attention. But just having Daniel admit that he's always seen the love that John gives to Arthur, as we have seen the whole time in all of those phone calls, is so nice for him to admit it. And also so nice for Daniel to accept all of the eye contact breaking that John does here.
Yes.
Daniel was so judgmental of John never looking at him, but this time, every time John breaks eye contact, which he will for the rest of his life, Daniel he gives him grace for it, which is so so nice. Everyone in the chat is like the horrifying ordeal of being perceived. That's right. Sasha said he really went correct. Yes, he did. Okay. Oh my goodness. And then I also love when Arthur says, John, aren't you so lucky to have two dads? I really, in my head, I see John, who is just this like usually monotone, usually resting bitch face, 6'9", 300-pound man, just pouring love out of his words, saying incredibly lucky. Just this neurodivergent man that has so much trouble in the universe, just being so overcome and just saying that he's incredibly lucky to have the people who he is. I just love John. I just love him. I love him so much. Oh my God. Inky says John went from no family to so many family. You're so correct. I love him. And then, of course, having John basically start up the beginning of For What You Are is such a trope that I love and adore. I love the recognition of looking back at how far you've come and being able to just sit in my brain and go over every fucking thing that happened and for what you are, and then every fucking thing that happened in To Live Two Lives to catch me back up. That's so much. That's so much. What a fucking odyssey that we've been on. This is crazy. That's so much. I was really inspired by, of course, the Magnus Archives. That one Magnus episode where Basira and John are about to go to the other side of the world together. And at one point, Basira tells him, she's like, things have changed. We've all changed. And in that moment, I remember looking back on the past 4 seasons of the Magnus Archives and being like, I can't even conceive of how much change has happened. I just love that ability to put into perspective where we started and where we are now. And I feel like that's really true too. This experience in working through my therapy and my eating disorder, being able to take the time to go all the way back to the beginning for me and recognize just how far I've come is overwhelming. I'm completely, entirely overcome by it. And I'm so happy that I am where I am today. And I feel very grateful for that. So, Sasha says he's a natural storyteller. That's so true. Sammy says adventure is real. Matt said, how did you guys meet? John remembering all the insensitive blind comments he made. That's true. But that's part of their past. They wouldn't be where they are today without it.
Yeah, I actually, I tossed around the idea before. I'm like, I wonder if they got to that part, if Arthur would be like, you could skip that part. You don't have to, but I want to tell the full story, Arthur. Like, I think John would obviously not be proud of it, but he would want to own it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then Arthur would be like, no, just tell him the good parts.
Yeah, John would definitely own it. I mean, he did that with Lily. He owned it. Yeah.
Mhm.
And I think that, I mean, it's so important to their story. It is literally how they met. So
I just like the
Okay.
idea that John will want to talk about the bad parts, quote unquote. And I do imagine when he gets to the bad parts about like what Arthur went through during that time, John or Daniel reaching a hand across to hold Arthur's hand, and then just like, and they're just
Oh, he's supporting his son. Sammy says John is a natural storyteller and each story has to have its ups and downs or else it wouldn't be a story. Am I right? This is me saying that we have to earn the fluff, okay? This is what I've been saying this since day one. You don't get your fluff until you've suffered enough for it. It's not a story if there's no tension. There's not a story if there's no dissonance, okay? It's just fluff. So if we're going to get our fluff, this fluff would not feel as delicious as it does had we not worked through the hell of the last 130,000 words. Hauntie says, eat your veggies. That's what I'm saying. You can't have any pudding if you don't eat your meat. That's a Pink Floyd reference. As Pink Floyd. I don't know if anyone knows Pink Floyd.
I do not, but it's funny.
It's a good one. Great song. Great song. Okay. That's everything. That's all I had.
All right.
For this one.
Well.
That's all I had. Oh my gosh.
All right, let's pike up, guys. That's the end, I guess.
I just had the hugest wave of anxiety. I think we've made it. I think we're finally here.
Yep.
I think we did it. Okay. What I need is just a little bit of grace for everybody. I need to post the final chapter and then I need to add a few links. So it's just going to take me a little bit of time. So just give me a little bit of grace.
All right, I'm going to
go through.
I'm going to do a quick, I'll just start from the beginning of the galleries.
Yeah, please.
Go on a little.
Oh no, I'm gonna die. Oh my god, how I'm still exceeding all of the fucking characters of this goddamn. Forgive me, Andrew. I'm gonna need a little more grease.
No, it's all good. We're starting from chapter 1. We're only on chapter 9 gallery now, so we're taking it slow. We're good. Doing a little flashback.
Oh, forgive me, everyone. I just have the worst luck with AO3 being like, don't worry, Hauntie. You have like a solid 200 characters left. You used 70 of them? Okay, that's too many. You can't do that. You have to go back and erase something. Ugh. Okay, really quickly before we get started, let me look through this chat because a lot's been going on and I want to see it. Okay, we got the punching bags, yeah. So glad Marix and Hauntie have been able to do the live streams. Me too, man. This has been, I'll talk about that later. What else we got? Missed the first day, so really excited to go back. It's been a ride. Glad to have experienced this all with you. Oh my gosh, yes, thank you so much. It's been
Thank
such
you
a fun
guys so
time.
much for showing up. It's
Yeah,
really
it's been
meant a lot.
crazy. Wow, up to 16 people watching. That's so many people. I can't believe it. So glad I found all this fun creations. Inspired me to pick up stuff. Oh, I'm so happy, Ray. Steve Sandwich says I binged these so quickly. Oh, I'm so happy that they gave you a little, that you were able to just tear through them. It's so fun. What an accomplishment. Oh my gosh. Okay, rereading stuff, downloading the VODs, yay. Okay. I think, yeah. All right, I think I'm caught up. And I'm ready to roll if you are, Marix.
Alrighty. I will say check my messages to you. It's not too important, but I just want you to answer a question real quick. But
Okay, sure.
other than that,
Oh,
alright.
yeah, that's the one I sent you. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I got the name right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mhm.
Okay. Alright. Well,
Are we doing this?
we're doing this. Here we are.
Oh my god. Here we are at chapter 40, the final chapter.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, see you on the other side, everyone.
Previously on To Live Two Lives. John's poem was chosen to be published. Content warnings. Men not quite crying, tearing up. It still counts for half the point. Final tally 11.5. Arthur. Stupendous show tonight. Charlie whoops as Arthur's walking stick clicks against the bar stool's legs. Charlie's voice is a bit labored, and there's a swishing sound around him like he's scrubbing something. You really knocked him dead, Maestro. Thank you, Charlie. Arthur feels his lips twitch, as they always do when he hears that nickname. Arthur tries not to let it get under his skin. He's been steadily and diligently working through all of his stuff about his body. One trivial nickname is not going to undo weeks of work. And yet, Johnny Boy's coming back soon. He's in the swishing stops. What do you Brits call it? The loo? Arthur gives him a fond eye roll. You can say bathroom, Charlie. I know how to speak American English. Hey, come on, Charlie says through one of his signature grins. Help a guy out here. I'm trying to learn a foreign language. Arthur bites a smile as he takes a seat. The wood of the stool is still damp. Charlie must have finished with these. Trying to be cultured, are we? Exactly, Charlie says, his footsteps carrying his voice away. There's a sound of rushing water behind him when he continues. I'm trying to start with the easy ones, though. British seems doable. You ever heard Oscar speak full Scottish? Arthur lifts an eyebrow. Full Scottish? Yeah. The tap turns off. In the flattest tone possible, Charlie mutters, incomprehensible. I resent that. Oscar's voice appears from behind Arthur, and Arthur snickers. Now Charlie's in trouble. Charlie just can't stand not to be in the know. He gets like a dog licking fish off a nettle. See what I mean? The sound of frantically stretching fabric tells Arthur everything he needs to know about Charlie's flailing arms. What the fuck is that? No, Arthur says coolly, leaning his walking stick against the counter. I'd say Oscar's right about that one. It does make you very upset. There's a long silence from Charlie before he whispers. What? Arthur, is John not back yet? Oscar continues casually, taking the seat next to Arthur. He was in the washroom, Arthur replies, pointedly ignoring the stammer coming from Charlie. But it's been a minute. There's a sound of fabric shifting, one that Arthur has recently come to recognize as tying. Oscar hums. Do you think he's nervous? Ha! Does Arthur think he's nervous? If only Oscar saw the thousands of holes in their living room rug. He's been jittery all day, to be honest. Oscar sighs sympathetically. I'll go talk with him. Oh! Arthur feels his eyebrows climb to his forehead. Sure, I think he'd appreciate that. Aye. Oscar's skull scrapes across and he grunts to his... Oscar... Oscar's stool scrapes as he grunts to his feet. I'll be back. Oscar nods, still a bit in shock. All right, thank you. Oscar's footsteps walk away from the bar counter, and Arthur releases a breath that he didn't realize he'd been holding. Christ. Sometimes Arthur forgets how far they've all come. Still surprised the boys even talk to each other? Charlie audibly smirks, leaning on the counter. Yes, Arthur titters, feeling his blood pool in his cheeks. To be honest with you, I'd assume they just tolerate each other for the rest of their lives. Arthur gestures in Oscar's direction. I don't think I ever expected that. Yeah, join the club. Charlie laughs. You know how much time they spend talking during your shows? I gotta physically wrangle Johnny Boy just to get him to do his damn job. Arthur's eyes blow wide. You're kidding! Swear on my grave, maestro. Charlie shifts his elbow onto the counter, and Arthur's lips twitch again. When Johnny ain't telling him every fucking vision he gets when hearing you play, Oscar's giving him the entire mass. Well, that explains a lot. Arthur chuckles. So that's why John's been spending half the hour in the religious studies section of the library it's visit. Uh-oh. Charlie whistles. You got a convert on your hands. No. Arthur laughs fully, waving in dissent. Nothing like that. John is... Damn. Arthur already hears his voice going mawkish. I think he just likes to learn. Especially about the things that his friends love. Charlie hums through a smile. One of those lifelong students, eh? I'm afraid so. Arthur is just a paddle of sap, isn't he? And religious history is next PhD? Thanks to Oscar, apparently. Well, he's a lucky guy then. Much to Arthur's relief, Charlie's voice turns a bit mawkish too. I got it on good authority that Oscar's a great teacher. Arthur ducks his head to hide his warmth in his face. It still feels strange to speak so openly about this in a public place, even if the bar has just been closed for a bit. And it's stranger still to talk about this with Charlie, a person whom Arthur tried to fool since the day they met, just as Charlie tried to fool him. Sure, it's strange, but it's nice. It's nice to not have to keep secrets. It's nice to be loved for everything that Arthur is, for everything that all of them are. Actually, no, it's not nice. It's wonderful. You think they're taking turns showering in the sink back there? Charlie's voice is further away again, accompanied by the sound of glasses clinking. If they raise my water bill over this, they're getting the cheap liquor from here on out. Hold that to me, maestro. Arthur's lips twitch. Maestro? You still alive back there? And they twitch again. Maestro! Why do you call me that? Arthur blurts involuntarily, and Charlie goes completely silent on the other end of the bar. Oh, for Christ's sake, what is Arthur doing? This isn't Charlie's problem. Arthur just needs to move on already. Never mind. Arthur backtracks, flapping both of his hands. Forget I said anything. Hey, Charlie says, much closer now. He sets 4 glasses on the table, plus something heavier. It's all right. If you want to ask about it, you get an answer. Damn it. This really isn't good for Arthur to be delving into this when he's been steadily and diligently trying to fucking move past all this shit, but he has to know. He has to. Quietly, and maybe a bit pitifully, Arthur asks, Why did you stop calling me Slim? Charlie shuffles the glass on the counter while he gathers his thoughts. He lets out a long, slow exhale. Truth be told, Lester, Johnny wanted me to stop. He tried to pass it off like it wasn't that big a deal, but that guy ain't winning. Best actor at the Academy Awards anytime soon. He hated that I called you that. Arthur purses his lips. Out of everything that Charlie could have told him, that does make the most sense. Just John looking out for him, as always. A completely unsatisfying answer. Arthur needs to know if Charlie still thinks he's Slim. But also, Charlie interrupts, Arthur persistently nagging through as he twirls the glass on the counter. The more I thought about it, the more I came around to his side of things. Yeah, maybe it's a bit insensitive to give you a nickname based on your weight, and yeah, maybe Maestro speaks to things that people actually care about when they come to see you perform, but so bizarrely, Arthur swears that he hears Charlie's accent slip the slightest bit when he says, but more importantly, things change over time. We change over time. Our perspectives, our bodies, our attitudes. Clears his throat briefly like he's trying not to get swept away. But this new nickname, I think it speaks to the sole constant of your life. The thing that nothing and nobody could ever take away from you, no matter how much changes. Because you might not always be Slim. Charlie smiles widely. But I can guarantee that you'll always be Maestro. Arthur swallows through a clenched throat, desperately trying to hold back the tears threatening to spill over his lashes. He tries to give a smile, but it wavers horribly. Thank you, Arthur breathes. Thank you for that. Yeah, Charlie says quietly but warmly. No problem. He pops a cork from a bottle of something and he starts pouring. Oh, wait. He sets the bottle back down aggressively. You ain't gonna tell me that you hate this one too, are you? Charlie's accent comes back full force. 'Cause I ain't come with anything else. I only got so many ideas. No. Arthur laughs suddenly, hearing the wetness in his own voice. No, Charlie, it's great. I love it. Arthur gives him a genuine smile. I promise. Good, Charlie says like he's given Arthur a stink eye, and then he resumes pouring. I came up with that one on the fly. Made Johnny Boy shed a tear. Damn proud of it I was. Yes, Charlie. Arthur rolls his eyes again. You're quite clever. That's all I wanted to hear. 2 sets of footsteps approach from behind, and Arthur turns to greet the other men with a smile. Well, are we about ready then? Aye. Oscar smiles back, scooting his stool out again and taking his seat. We are. Yes. John sighs, but it sounds more relieved than nervous. He walks behind the bar to stand with Charlie. Shall we? All right. Charlie cheers, sliding the glasses to everyone. Drink the fuck up, boys. We're celebrating. John. John looks at his reflection in the small, chipping mirror as he balances himself with the sink. His face looks like reanimated roadkill in the low, buzzing light overhead. What the fuck is he even nervous about? There's no reason to be nervous. This is fucking ridiculous. He stands at his full height, taking his hands off the sink to test his balance, and he immediately collapses back to where he was. His knees are still too shaky. Which doesn't make any sense. The poem is already fucking published. He's not waiting for an acceptance letter anymore. There's no risk of losing his spot in an already printed magazine. His poem is literally published right now, and people are reading it at this very moment. His knees threaten to buckle again. He tries to take deeper breaths to calm himself, but he only succeeds in fogging up the small mirror. He considers wiping it down, but he's not going to be particularly consoled by his reflection right now. Fuck. Suddenly, there's a timid knock on the bathroom door, and John's heart stops in place. He debated if he should barrel through the person and flee the scene, or if he should just cut his losses and pretend to be dead. But before Johnny can act either way, the door creaks open slightly, and Oscar's round, fuzzy face peers through. John, he asks quietly, deliberately calm. Are you alright in there? John wants to say no, to say absolutely not, to say, I've been told I'm an easy fucking book to read, how could you possibly not tell by the way you've seen me act the entire night? But he just stares at Oscar, clamping his jaw shut to stop the jittering. Aye, that's what I thought. Oscar nods understandingly, letting himself into the small stall. He closes the door behind them, which might be a bit weird if this were any other situation, but John actually feels a little grateful for it. It makes everything seem less big. Here. Oscar closes the lid on the toilet and gestures for John to sit. Again, this should be weird, but John is definitely having trouble standing and he would appreciate a seat. He sulks over and sits down, finding himself much more eye level with Oscar now. Oscar leans against the side of the sink to fit himself into the cramped stall, and Oscar gives himself a small, quiet smile. They look at each other from maybe 3 feet apart. This must be beyond weird. But John has come to appreciate Oscar's company over these last few weeks, and he's glad that he's here. I don't even know what I'm nervous about, Oscar. John immediately vomits all of the words that have been churning inside him all night. All I'm going to do is look at my poem that's printed in the magazine. That's it. I'm just going to look at it. John whines, smushing his face into his hands. Why is this so stressful? John sounds pathetic. He knows he does. But he doesn't care, because he knows Oscar will listen. Oscar won't even judge him. If there's anything that John has learned about the man in recent history, it's that he actually is a stunningly good listener. An unendingly compassionate person from the people who he loves. Oscar hums, looking at John sympathetically. It's a small action, maybe, he says with a nod. But it's a big moment, John. John blinks up at him. Didn't the big moment already happen? I got their letter last month. I've known about this for a while now. There's a difference between knowing and understanding. Oscar raises an eyebrow. You've known for a while, sure. But today it'll be real. The last word starts up John's heart to skip every other beat again. Oh God, it's going to be real. Shouldn't I be excited? John says breathlessly, trying to keep up with his heart rate. This is what I've been hoping for. This is part of my dream come true. You will be when you see it. Oscar gives half a chuckle. But for now, you've got a change ahead of you, John. You're going to change how you view your entire life, and that can make anyone nervous. John leans his elbows on his knees, sighing his whole body weight onto them. But it's supposed to be a good change. It is! Quite an honor to make your debut in the published poetry section, but Oscar walks one step over to rest his hand on John's shoulder. It feels like an embrace. It's still a change, no less. John takes a deep inhale, pressing himself into Oscar's hand. Does change scare you, Oscar? Oscar's smile drops for a look of raw, shared skitless honesty. Every day of my life, John, he replies quietly. John exhales, feeling the tension start to ease down his spine. But you're not changing on your own, John. Oscar's smile returns as soft as ever. You've got plenty of people to help you through it. That's true. John frowns, considering. He does have a lot of people, doesn't he? Far more than before. Jack, Sharon, Lily, Arthur, Charlie, Oscar, Daniel. When did John's family get so big? And some are waiting for you right now, Oscar says encouragingly, and then he smirks. Heaven knows Charlie's already poured the drinks. Yes, John starts to smile along. He probably has. Come on, then. Oscar pats his shoulder, finally letting go. Let's go get the change over with so you can actually start being excited about it all. John stands, still a bit wobbly, but steady enough for now. All right. Oscar opens the door and steps out of the restroom, beckoning John to follow. The moment John obliges, he noticed that the barroom air is about 10 degrees cooler, it smells significantly better, and it's far quieter than an old buzzing bathroom light bulb. They'll talk somewhere else next time. He shakes himself out, takes a full breath, and then he walks with Oscar over to the bar counter. Just as Oscar promised, his family is waiting there for him. Well, Arthur says as he turns around on a stool. Are we about ready then? Aye, Oscar replies warmly, taking the stool next to him. We are. John takes in the sight of these 3 incredible men that have made this bar his home away from home. These 3 people who will stick by him throughout all of his life changes. These 3 people of many whom he loves. Yes, he smiles, walking behind the counter to stand with Charlie. Shall we? All right, Charlie hollers, passing out the tumblers of whiskey hurriedly. Drink the fuck up, boys, we're celebrating. John tips some of Arthur's dark liquor into his own glass, which earns him a grateful nod. Arthur then laughs. Wait, Charlie! Christ, you all haven't even seen the damn thing yet. Let's at least get everyone's eyes on it first. Charlie pauses, his glass already at his lips. Yeah, phooey, he grumbles, setting the drink back down. Fine. Oscar looks around the corner. You brought it with you, right, Charlie? You betcha. Charlie breaks into a wicked grin, pulling out the rolled-up magazine from his back pocket and swatting each of them with it. 39 cents for this, can you believe it? You ought to be getting a cut of the profits, Johnny boy, because they must be rolling in it over there. John snatches the magazine out of Charlie's hands and lets John be hit with it again. I believe they're paying me an exposure. Wowee. Charlie stares, unimpressed. And what's the exchange rate about? John doesn't answer, and the weight of the magazine in his hand spurs his heart to beat frantically again. The magazine is vibrant with color and shape. A thick red border makes the page seem absolutely drenched with ink, and the same goes for the bold, circular blue logo in the center. The background of the page has a lovely, delicate line art drawing of a Gerbera daisy. The whole front cover screams esteemed. Within the block of small text at a lower level corner, the phrase, Featured Authors, page 26, stares back at John with intensity. Oscar, thankfully, answers Charlie. It's valuable, money or not. Charlie tilts his head to the side. Yeah, I guess you do get bragging rights. Uh-huh, John says, barely listening. All he can think about is page 26. Come now, John, Arthur says giddily. Show us the page, then. Fuck, right. Okay. John sucks in deep of a breath as his body will allow. Time to face the change. All right. He slowly begins to turn the pages one at a time. The pages are thicker than he expected. Luxurious, the New York Times would probably call them, and they have a certain tacky feeling when his fingers pull on them. The pages start to flutter beneath John's trembling hands as the numbers on the bottom right corner climb up higher and higher and higher and higher until finally, page 26, the featured authors section. And for the record, Charlie interrupts, pointing his glass at John and squinting, if you get rich and famous off of this, you better not forget me. No need to worry, Oscar says coyly. You're rather unforgettable. Arthur snickers behind his hand. What? Hey! John's voice is barely audible when he cuts in. I found it. Truthfully, John had only found the page number, but now he stares at 26 pages entirely. And there is his poem. The very first one at the top left. Look at that, Charlie exclaims, raising his glass and spilling liquor over his lip. First poem at the top. Longest one, too, Oscar points. Takes up nearly half the page. Does it say his name? Arthur asks excitedly. Where does it say his name? John, describe it to me. All right, John whispers as he stares at his name printed in italicized text underneath the poem. His name? He's a published poet. The page has a thin, rectangular black border, Arthur. There are 6 poems in total printed, mine being the first. And longest, Charlie says quickly. And the poems titled are bolded and underlined. The bodies of them are in plain text, and then underneath the last lines, the author's name and residency italicized and preceded with a dash. Arthur stares into the distance, smiling broadly. John Doe, New York City. And just like that, it's real. And he's so excited. Read it! Arthur pats John's arm eagerly. Read it to them, John! Oh, John blinks. Did you all want to— Course we want to hear it, you big oaf! Charlie elbows him. Did you think I bought that thing just to look at the cover? Right. John coughs, flustered. All right, then. Arthur says you have quite the reading voice. Oscar's eyebrows arch as he smirks. That's what I'm here for. John flusters further. Right. Go on, then. Arthur pats him again, missing his arm and hitting his stomach. Go on! Well, John coughs a few more times before taking a deep inhale. He puts on his best reading voice, beginning. It's called Your Body Does. And John reads. Time slows down around them as John's words float through the air, gently parting the still silence around them and filling their wake with a low, undulating melody. It feels like the world slows to a crawl just to hear every syllable, every consonant, every pause. His friends' faces turn soft as they listen, their eyes going distant. Arthur breathes in time with the phrases that he's long since memorized, while Charlie and Oscar seem to hold their breaths, hanging on to every word. When John finishes the final couplet, the silence around them grows thick, like the bar itself is absorbing every last sound. Every last sound of John's first published poem. Charlie breaks the quiet first, his voice a little raw despite his humor. Well, shit, Johnny boy. Who knew you could write like that? You some kind of poet or something? A published one, Oscar says, his voice the same. Thank you for sharing that, John. It was beautiful. Arthur sniffs, the way he does each time John reads the poem to him. God, John, I'm so proud of you. John smiles bashfully, his entire body warm and fuzzy, and he holds the poem up to his heart. That's it, folks. It's time. Charlie flings his glass into the air again, more whiskey showering onto the counter. A toast for the soon-to-be world-renowned poet. Yes, yes! Arthur claps. Let's do a toast. Charlie clears his throat dramatically while tapping on his glass with his fingernail. He grins as he announces, Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gather round for this once-in-a-lifetime occasion. Today we witness the birth of a brand new cultural trend, the beginning of a new period of art, the start of something that'll go down in the history books to be taught for generations to come. Born in the humble heart of New York City. Oh, mercy. Oscar groans. Someone cut him off before we're here until dawn. Hey! Gladly, Arthur giggles, raising his glass. To John Doe, a phenomenally creative, inspirational, talented, and published poet. Hear, hear, Oscar chuckles, raising his glass as well. To John Doe, and to following his dreams. I want to redo, Charlie butts in, glaring at each of the persons in turn. To Johnny boy, he says haughtily, and to the start of his new life. Through tear-filled eyes, John lifts his drink, and he says with all the loves that he knows, To my family, and everything they've done for me. They clink their glasses together as they cheer, whoop, and holler, and the racket echoes and bounces through the open space of the empty bar. Even the liquor bottles on the shelf rattle and chime with them. And when they pause to sip their drinks, their chorus of celebration still lingers in the corners of the ceiling. Congrats, pal. Charlie claps John's shoulder, looking a bit misty-eyed himself. That's a damn fine accomplishment. Aye, well done, John. Oscar smiles heartily, toasting his glass again. I pray for more to come. Arthur squeezes John's forearm with affection, his expression overflowing with even more. You should be proud of yourself too, John. I am, John says quietly, nearly too choked up to speak. I really am. John takes one more look at the grinning men in front of him, crowded together at a messy counter, bathed in the low yellow lights of the bar, looking back at John with more love than he could possibly quantify. This is real. This is real, and it's only the beginning. So, Johnny boy. Charlie takes another sip of his whiskey. When's the next one coming out?
We did.
Oh.
all toasting in the chat. We were all toasting when they were toasting. Yes. So raise your glass of water. A toast. Everyone was saying toast to Hauntie and Marix, by the way. That's so sweet. Toast, cheers. We did it. We did.
We fucking did it.
We fucking did it. We fucking did it. Oh my god, I can't believe it. We did it. I'm so proud of us. Crazy. That was 3 full days, nearly 30 hours, probably over 30 hours at this point, of reading and commentary to make it through this. Oh my god. I'm so happy.
It was amazing.
Oh my god. Marix, incredible cold read.
Thank
so
you.
much.
I definitely struggled. I could do better when, it's not a code read, but, for a code read, not too bad. I'll take it.
That was really great for a cold read. I could tell that you were trying not to smile.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, this is so wonderful. Okay, so I'm going to read through the rest of the closing notes, and then I will read through the rest of my live stream notes, and then apparently Marix has something for me to read, which I'm really excited about. Okay.
I have something I'm going to read to you. You don't get to read it.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Yes, thank you, everybody. Oh my gosh, thank you all. This is listen, let me get to it, okay? Let me get to it. All right, the notes say prepare yourselves for another ridiculously long final closing note. So of course, we are starting with a litany of thank yous. Here we go. If you have made it all the way to the end of this fic, thank you. You have spent over 144,000 words with me, which probably totaled to at least a few hours of your life. And that is unbelievably generous of you to give me that much of your time. Thank you so much for sticking with me through the suffering, the sorrow, the trauma, the anxiety, the guilt, and each of the painful emotions that my poor main characters had to face. I and they are infinitely appreciative of you waiting in the thick of it until the end, and I'm glad we could all share the happy ending together. I am so grateful for you. If you read with me weekly for any amount of time during these last 9 months, thank you. You made posting day a celebratory day that I would look forward to every week. And I have had the most incredible 9 months because of it. You made me feel so appreciated and so inspired to keep editing and rewriting. I am so grateful for you. If you left a comment along the way while reading, thank you. I hope I responded with the same energy that you gave me. I deeply appreciate all of your kind words, and I deeply appreciate that you are willing to give me even a few more moments of your time after you finish reading. I have so thoroughly enjoyed interacting with you, and I am so grateful for you. To all of my fan artists, Raph, Hollow, Clownfish, Marix, Ave, Ray, Milk, Theo, Nesty, Ballos, Nino, Kronos, Moth, Moss, Sammy, Fractals, Pockets, Shellac, Uline, Sweet Maple, Rocky, Starbean, Starry, Joe, Truly, Oranges, and Jazzy, and I'm sure more to come. Thank you. And I should also add, who's that? Telescopes. I should add Telescopes as too. Thank you. You have probably heard me say this 1 million times, and you will likely hear me say this 1 million more, because I cannot accurately express in words how fucking appreciative I am that you have given me the physical embodiment of the highest possible compliment I could ever receive. My dream has always been to make art that inspires others to make art, and you all have taken my dream and absolutely run with it. Each and every single one of you are so goddamn talented, creative, generous, and awe-inspiring. And I am seriously the most fortunate person in this world to have readers like you all. I am so grateful for you. At this point, I ran out of characters, so I had to move my live stream thank yous to Tumblr. So let's go on Tumblr next. To everyone who tuned into the live stream, thank you. I cannot express how much fun I had with you over these 3 days. This was genuinely one of the best experiences of my life to this day. And I'm so excited to watch all of the VODs again later, just to remember what an amazing time that we all shared together. Everyone in the chat was so funny, so engaging, so reactive, so supportive, and so kind. Thank you for listening to me ramble, for listening to me cry, for listening to this, oh my God, so fucking long story. I can only hope that you enjoyed yourself as much as I did. I am so grateful for you. To Raph in particular, from both Marix and I, thank you so much for the incredible art that you have made for this live stream banner, for the promotional material, for something coming up soon. Thank you for being a behind-the-scenes load-bearing support in this crazy operation. Thank you for spending so many goddamn hours in the chat with us. Thank you for all of the love that you have ever given to this fic through art and writing and animation and your time. We love you, Ganali. We are
Love you,
so grateful
Ganali.
for you.
Thank you so much for everything, Raph.
Thank you, Raph. And finally, to Marix Moon in particular,
Oh no.
who has gotten countless people to read my series, who has done so much art for this series, who invited me to join the Patreon Discord, who read every single weekly chapter aloud on the Discord VC for 9 months, who read through this entire fucking thing on Twitch over the course of 3 days, while also doing an insane amount of prep work and VOD work on the off hours, who cosplayed for What You Arthur at the Malevolent Conference, who pitched for What You Are for an upcoming project that will soon be underway, who road tripped with me to Canada and back to meet Harlan Guthrie, who talked to me every single day of my life out of the sheer overflowing love in his heart for this silly little world that I've created. I fucking love you, dude. You have changed my life. Thank you.
Oh, I love you too, Hans.
And of course, if you need to the end of this,
all right,
thank
well,
you
no,
section,
I gotta
thank you.
combat it. I gotta combat it with my thank you. Okay. To start off, thank you so much for doing this with me. I've had an absolute blast getting to read this entire amazing story again, as well as getting to get new insights on the process of writing it and what inspired it. But more importantly, I'm so grateful that you wrote this, not only for people like me to enjoy reading, and my stars, I do enjoy it, but for me, I have been able to find you through it. Over these past 9 months, I have been gifted with someone who's become one of my closest friends. You're an incredible person, Hauntie, and I count myself so lucky to have you in my life. When I read For What You Are and To Live Two Lives, it's not just a story about our favorite characters to me anymore. It's you. I see you in all of these characters, and I know it's because you're exploring yourself and expressing yourself through them. John being such an incredibly loving person who lives and experiences life in a way that's true to him. Jack and Charlie with being two big funny son-of-guns with the biggest hearts for people in their lives. Sharon in the way she knows just what you need to hear when you need to hear it. Oscar wanting to create a space for people to feel safe as themselves. Marie and her love for a little drama, obviously. And, of course, Arthur. He is so loving, talented, and a little bitchy at times, but we love him for it. But most importantly, strong. He's a fighter, just like you. And I know it's a fight for you every day. And that makes me all the more appreciative of every day I get to know you. I'm so glad that you found things that helped you, whether it be lyrics to a song or your amazing therapist, which I am also grateful towards. But I am most grateful to you for fighting, because now you're here, sharing with others what you dealt with and continue to deal with in the hopes that it helps others going through something similar. That it may make the fight a little easier, or at least to know they're not alone. I feel like Malevolent itself has attracted so many incredible people who relate to the message of Invictus. So many people in this community have been through so much and came out the other side, and you're one of them. Bloody but unbowed. I'm so lucky to get the privilege to know you, Hans, and I'm glad you stayed up that night thinking instead of sleeping, coming to me with the idea of doing live streams, because these have been the absolute best. Thank you for everything, Hauntie.
Oh my god. Stop. I'm so covered in tears. Oh my god, I'm stopping that right now. Thank you. That is so beautiful. Oh my god. Are you some kind of writer or something?
When I need to be.
Oh my god. Well, you
Men crying tally is now 12.5.
Yeah, you fucking succeeded. I broke down. Yeah, men crying tally. It's higher. Here, let me go get a tissue. Oh my god. Yes. Thank you so much. This is so kind. Oh my god. It's probably one of the kindest things I've ever heard in my life.
Oh.
Let me just make some real gross noises over here for a little while.
Now blow right into the mic. Do it.
Oh my god. It's so sweet. Thank you. Oh my god. Thank you to everyone in the chat who has been just here to witness all of this and has been spamming the heart emojis and has been spamming the love emojis and the hug emojis. Oh my god. I'm so grateful for you being here. This has been insane. Okay, but we're not done yet. We're not done yet. We have to keep going. And my voice is going to be absolutely wrecked.
It's okay. This is what we expected.
This is what we expected. Okay. There is one final soapbox moment, but I think this one is better read read on the page rather than read aloud. It's nothing incredibly serious, so I'm going to let you guys enjoy that whenever you've got some free time. And instead, I'm going to click on this little button that says "The Future?" ? And it says, "Oh, how about you stick around till next Saturday and find out then." And then, of course, come say hi.
We can't just wait. Hold on. Beep, Richie. Wait, back up.
That's all you're getting.
Oh,
because I
Haunts. You always do this.
A few secrets on my
You're such a
sleeve.
schemer.
I'm a little Marie, you know. I'm just like to scheme a little
God.
bit. I just like to scheme. So keep an eye out for something happening next Saturday at midnight. Raph says, Hauntie, if you need some art. I appreciate that. I think that you will. I'm not going to say anything. I'll just let it speak for itself. Anyway, come say hi, everybody. So I love getting DMs and asks and all of the things. Come find me on Tumblr at HauntieAns or on the Invictus Discord server. I'm either Heartbee or Hauntie with 3 E's at the end. And that includes everybody who's listening to the VOD. If you just want to come chat, I'm happy to hear it. If you've made fan art after the release of this final chapter, please either at me on Tumblr or Discord or comment in this chapter because I want to see it. And don't you dare stroll up in my DMs being like, "I'm so sorry to bother you. I'm so sorry to take up so much of your time. I just wanted to inquire, but I'm so sorry." Do not do that. I'm happy to talk to you. Please come talk to me if you want to chat about this fic. I would love to hear from you. Do not be afraid. Okay. And then it says, of course, well, once again, what do we say at the end of it all? Until next time. Well, we've got some live stream notes to do, so we're going to go through those. Yes, Sasha, I hope you are going to be so annoying about this. Sammy says, "I've already booked my calendar." Oh my gosh. Yep. 1 week, everybody. 1 more week. What's 1 more week? Y'all already did 40, right? What's 1 more week? Alrighty. So, okay, my live stream notes say make sure you read the thank yous, and then holy fucking shit, and then ramble, and then okay, whenever you're ready, we can go back to this. Okay, so we made it. Okay. Oh my goodness. So I want to say, 2 weeks ago, when Marix was predicting what POVs were going to be at the end, Marix says I was thinking Arthur and then John. And I was like, "Oh, why do you think that?" And Marix was like, "Because we have to start and end with John. We have to come full circle. He's basically like the main character." And you are correct. We do have to do that.
Wait. Does that mean I get an extra profit point?
You get a profit point.
Oh my god!
You get a profit point. Yes. Of course we have to start and end with John. He's basically the main character. We gotta go full circle. He's the main character in my mind. Oh my goodness, okay. I just want to let you guys know, if you hadn't guessed it by now, draft 1 of this chapter. Terrible. When I was doing draft 1 of this chapter, I was done. I couldn't do it. I was done. I probably cranked out, I'm going to say, 700 of the worst words I've ever written in my life, maybe. And then I said, fuck it, good enough. And I texted all my friends that I finished because I knew that I was going to have 40 weeks to make it better, and it wasn't going to be done right now. I'd leave that for the 40 weeks later. I just wanted to be so done. And when I finished it, I cried. I jumped up and down. I was squealing. I was calling my friends. And they were like, do you like the last chapter? And I was like, no, of course not. But it's done. I was so unbelievably, the weight lifted off my shoulders, you guys. I can't even begin to describe what it was like. And at that point, I think that this was 100 and maybe 105,000 words. How many I added until then, right? Jesus. And I was so proud of myself for over 100,000 words. I was so proud. I couldn't believe it. Over 100,000 words. Because if you remember in For What You Are, the opening note says that this is the longest thing I've ever written. And now this is the longest thing I've ever written. And I'm so fucking proud of it. I'm so proud.
As you should be.
I'm so proud. Oh my gosh. So, for the last chapter, originally it was just going to be John. I was going to have 2 John chapters in a row, and it felt bad because of course it did. And then of course, as I was listening to people in the chat, everyone was saying, when are we going to hear Arthur talk about the new nickname? And I was like, oh shit, I didn't write. So I was like, I know exactly where it needs to go. And I added the additional Arthur part just so that we could get his perspective on that.
It's so good because it also gives it obviously gives closure on that, but it also the Charlie dropping his accent for a little bit.
Just for a little.
Yeah.
And oh my gosh, Marix, you did it so perfectly. Where it comes and goes. It's not perfect. He didn't drop it all away.
I'm glad.
Comes and goes. That's exactly what I was thinking. Because Arthur's like, oh, did I hear that wrong? Oh my gosh. Okay, so the bit about Charlie and the nickname, I assumed that everyone would have come to the conclusion that, yeah, you probably shouldn't give someone a nickname based on their weight. It's kind of insensitive. And then also, of course, Arthur is there to perform. He's not there to model. He's not there to be judged by his appearance. And I was like, I need something deeper. I need something more. I need something more than that. And so I took a long time to think about it. And I was thinking about all of my old people that I work with, and how so many of my old people still go by Reverend, Father, Professor, Doctor. So many of them still go by these titles. Not because they're currently practicing, at this point, they've retired long ago and they might even have dementia and they might not be able to practice these anymore. But that doesn't matter, because what has defined their lives is that role. And they will continue to be that role for others in the future, because every bit of knowledge, every memory that they are passing on to the next people will then be passed on to the people after that. And 3 generations or 3 iterations down, people will say, I remember Dr. So-and-so. I remember Professor so-and-so. And that will be their legacy. So maybe Arthur might not be slim in the future, maybe. But he will always be a maestro, no matter whether or not he can play. And that is so special to me.
I love
because
that.
I too want to be a maestro until the end. And even if my carpal tunnel stops me from playing the piano in the future, I will be a pianist forever. It's part of me. That's what I am. Oh. So you guys should meet some old people. They're really great. They're really, really great. I love them so, so, so much. Thank you, Sasha. Yes, I will always be a maestro. I believe it in my heart. I really believe it. And then, of course, I hope that you all heard me say the moment that we were about to release the 40th chapter that I have a wave of anxiety. That happens to me every time I post. Every time I post a chapter, I have this sudden flurry of anxiety that I get so nervous and I get so worried because what I'm about to publish is about to be real and it's about to be out in the world and out of my hands, and people are going to have opinions on it and people are going to be affected by it and people would potentially talk to me about it. I always get nervous, always. So of course, what do I do when I have hard feelings? I force them upon John. So poor John. Poor John. He did have to deal with this, but it speaks to a really real feeling, which is this idea that change is constant. Change is the only constant in the world. And every time I published a new chapter of this fic, there is now huge change, not only in my life, but in other people's too. And I can see that so plainly by all of the people that have showed up today. And change is terrifying. Because of course it is. Because humans as a whole, we like getting into our little routines and our little ruts and we like our schedules, but that's not what life is. Life is not routines. Life is not rigidity. Life is not inflexibility. Life is not my eating disorder. Life is change. And it's scary and good. It should be. It should be scary. You should be afraid because that tension, that dissonance, forces you to grow. You must grow when you are confronted with negative emotions. You must find a way to power through them eventually. Life cannot be constant all of the time. We must constantly be changing, and we should constantly be changing. We should constantly be learning. We should constantly be figuring out more about ourselves. We should constantly be growing. That's so important. And we need to sit with all of the negative emotions in order to change. We must sit with them. They are a part of our lives. We cannot have fluff unless we earn it. We must have the plot. We must have the conflict. We must have negativity in order to have positivity. And we should be damn grateful that we have it, because it makes us grow. So every time that you have this negativity in your life, remember that this is an opportunity for you to grow. And I know that that can be hard to reconcile, especially when things are really, 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 really bad. But consider that it is your legacy. It is you conquering things, and that is your story. That is your plot. That is how you become the person that you want to be at the end of it all. And that is how we live a fulfilling life, is constantly sitting through, wading through the emotions and just living. That's just living. Okay. I really need to check the chat. People have been going off and I haven't said anything. Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay. Yay, kicking feet. Yay, the accent. So uplifting. I'm so glad I'm hearing some preach. Sasha says, it was all I could think of John's panic about the poem publication. I was immediately like, yeah, I feel that for real. You get me, Sasha. You get me. Sammy says, life is loss. Life is change. Yeah, life is change. Sasha says, it just reminds me so much of how no matter how many times I get on stage, the last few minutes before my cue, I always have a rush of nerves that just makes the rush of performing even stronger. I may be uncomfortable, but performing wouldn't be the same without it. And you are a better performer for it. Consider that too, that if you were a person who could only perform when you were completely calm, you would never perform because you'd never be completely calm. There's not every single time you would be able to be calm before performing. There would be at least one time where you were just, out of the blue, feeling a little bit down or nervous or anything, and you wouldn't be able to cope with that. But you can now because you've done it so many times. Absolutely. Sammy says the pride of knowing that you can do something scary. Ah, yes. Ray says the rush of performing is just unmatched. Yeah, it really is. Yeah, it really is. Okay. All right. I've got a few more things to say. Oscar and John sitting in a cramped bathroom. Okay. Why did I want this to happen? We take a sip of water.
You know, there was a back room.
There was many other things they could have been. Yeah. Instead, they were literally 6 inches apart the whole time. And John is a really big guy. I just wanted to pay homage to all of the times that I have had incredibly deep conversations in the weirdest places. I have had some incredibly powerful conversations in very strange places. I had a whole conversation with my friend about mutual respect that we felt like we weren't giving each other on a public bench in a college campus while a lot of people were walking by with dozens of people that were looking at us while we were talking. Uncomfortable, but we did it and we were better for it. I had a conversation about her friend and her toxic boyfriend when we were in a bathroom, in a friend's bathroom, at that friend's party, not at the party. Uncomfortable, but we were better for it. I had another conversation about a friend with her toxic boyfriend, also in a bathroom while we were skipping band practice. So I guess the bathroom is the theme here. Bathroom was kind of prevalent. But anyway, I think, wait, Sasha says, bathroom floor in a bar, my friends and cousin had a deep conversation about growing up. Okay, yes, okay, you understand. This speaks to the feeling that Oscar and John's relationship and their friendship can be so open and trusting regardless of any space and regardless of how weird it is, because it is the people around you that make a space comfortable, not the space itself. And this was something that I had to reconcile with when a few years ago I realized that the apartment that I was living in was suddenly going to be way too expensive for me because of price increases after COVID, and I needed to move entirely. And I did not want to because I had found a home in that apartment. And I remember crying to my friend on the phone, just lamenting how sad I was that I was going to have to leave this place that I called home. And my friend told me that I make my place. Wherever I am is my home because of my personality, because of my things that I carry with me, my art, because of my music, because of my friends that will flock to follow me wherever I go. He said that I am home for so many people. And that really stuck with me. So in those moments where John and Oscar are 2 inches apart, nearly nose to nose, having this conversation, it doesn't matter that they're in a bathroom because they are home with each other. And that's so special to me. Sasha says, it's how no matter where you are in life, life happens and it matters most who you share your life with. Home is where the heart is. I'm gonna cry, me too. Wait, Eureka said bathroom is a vulnerable place. That too. Inky said bathroom was paid actor. That's so funny. Matt says 2 inches apart because they're gay. Yeah.
But not for each
Okay.
other.
That's right. That's right. Not for each other. Okay. So this last chapter, I saw a lot of people like guessing what they thought that it was going to be in this last chapter. A lot of people were like, "Oh no, is it going to be something terrifying?" And a lot of people were like, "Trust in the epilogue. Trust in the epilogue." So what I wanted for this last chapter was kind of like an epilogue, sure. A few weeks after everything's gone down and they've learned to be friends, because what we really all wanted this whole time was that New York polycule vibe. That's really what we were all here for. Am I right? The tourists wanted to see just a little bit of QPR New York polycule, and I had to give it to them. I just had to. Plus, it's so fun to see like these new group dynamics, how everyone's starting to react to each other so differently, seeing how far they've come from from how they used to treat each other. Oh my gosh, John and Oscar. And I really also wanted to kind of highlight how surprising it is to be where you are sometimes. When Oscar is like, "Oh, is John not doing well?" And Arthur's like, "Yeah, and I guess he's like tearing holes in the carpet again. Yeah, I guess he's not doing well." And Oscar immediately is like, "Okay, I'll go talk to him." And Arthur's like, whoa, really? Are you sure? And I think that was, supposed to represent the audience being like, whoa, are they friends now? Are they friends? That's so exciting. So I wanted Arthur and Charlie to have those moments of recognition of, holy shit, I can't believe it. They've all come so far and they're so grateful for each other, clearly, all being there for John to see him read his poetry. And I can't remember who said this back in the chat, but I think it was Sammy saying that For What You Are ends on John's piano recital and To Live Two Lives ends on John's poetry recital. So full circle all the way through the whole bartender AU. And then finally, I was a little torn on which line I wanted to end with and with whom. I considered John because he's the main character. But you know what? I just love Charlie so much, you guys.
And honestly, that landed. It's so good. It's perfect. It's perfect.
I'm just so in love with Charlie. I love his attitude. I love his stupid quips. And I love that 30 seconds after hearing this massive accomplishment from John, he's like, cool. So anyway, did you work on the next one? When's the next publication? Oh my God.
So when's the next one coming out?
Yeah, when is the next one coming out? Oh my gosh. Okay, let me check up on the chat. Sasha said load-bearing bathroom. That's hilarious. Okay, so fun to see everyone is what Sammy said in the last chapter. Sasha says, I need to write a song for this fic. I'm too overcome by emotion. I need to get it out. Please send it to me. If you write that song, when you write that song, please send it to me. Oh my gosh, please send it to me. Okay. Oh my gosh, Ray says new poetry has been made. Oh my God, already? So exciting for me. Okay, I'm so excited to read your poetry, and I promise that I will have a John and Lily reaction coming up soon. Okay. Well, we did it.
We did it.
That's all I have to say.
All right.
And I believe.
Once again, thank you, Hauntie, and thank you everyone who's been here. This has been incredible.
This has been insane. This has been truly insane. I'm so fucking grateful.
And
I'm
to
so grateful.
end it.
We did it. Inky said, chapter so good, it sparked new content within half an hour. So sweet. Thank you. All right, we do want to leave you all on something truly fucking amazing. Amazing. Marix, is it okay if I introduce what's coming up next?
Go ahead.
Okay, we have, of course, the one and only Wrath, and Marix has made this animation that has just blown me away. It's so sweet. It makes my heart burst when I see it. It is a short one, and so we're just going to keep it on loop because I promise you will not get tired of it. It is currently the background of my phone and has been for a while now. And while we are watching this beautiful animation, Sammy has gifted me a piano song that made them think of For What You Are and all of its themes and the journey through To Live Two Lives. So while the animation is playing, we're going to be playing the piano song in the background, and that will take us right to the end. So this is the last time you will hear from Marix and I before we end the stream, after everything is finished. And of course, thank you all so much for being here.
Thank you.